Okay, we're starting stream, and all right, let's get that blurb out there and then call everyone so I can go back to making my tea, which will take another, 10-ish minutes. So.
Okay. The blurb, and I will, you can walk through it with me. I am here. Oh, look, the pop-up notification came up. That means we're live, and you can have that pop-up notification too. If you just, where it says subscribe, make sure you are subscribed and turn on that notification bell, and that will send you notification of any program starts on time or otherwise, especially in times of getting cut off and restarting. So usually don't start with that, but usually I say as soon as you get here, make sure you hit the thumbs up vote. We need to get them in right away to combat downvotes that are placed by bots or otherwise by various nefarious actors, and that is to affect the algorithm such that it's harder for Douglas to be seen and searched and suggested and do what he does and make a living doing what he does. So all of that, put the good old PayPal link in there. Also with upvotes, make sure if you're listening after the live, Douglas is likely to put a pinned comment underneath, not in the chat, underneath the program. Please upvote that for similar reasons, and any other positive comments. And yeah, back to the PayPal link here. We'll put in the chat. Please, anyone help out as you're able or inclined. Douglas needs that every month in order to continue doing this. And, oh yeah, I usually say you can go under your account settings and create sub-channels to do additional upvotes. I'm sorry, sort of out of order tonight. I'll leave it at the short version, but it's fairly easy. And each of those additional sub-channels can do their own upvoting. So I usually do about 3 upvotes when it starts. I'm gonna do another one now. And you can do the same. You can also grab the link right in the your browser of the youtube.com or whatever it is for the program. That stays the same after it converts to a I don't know what you call a static episode from the live, and you can share that around, send it to your friends who you think need some new and amazing and often very disturbing information in their life, but that's how we learn, right? I think that's it.
Yes, thank you. Now please bring everybody on while I try to respond to people in the text. Something just happened where my message disappeared that I sent to T. Cakeberry, so I'll resend it to him again. Okay. I'll just vocalize that. As soon as everyone's on, I'll run back to my tea. Still trying to make my tea, which is a god-awful mess. And
what kind of tea do you do?
It's a very complicated process. That's multiple teas, and I work with real teas, so it's difficult to explain. It's
no, okay, no, that's enough of an explanation.
Yeah, and so right now, just kisses to Vicki Johnson, and we'll say hello to the other gentlemen, especially T. Tankberry. Everybody maintain T. Tankberry in your thoughts and prayers. He's going through quite a bit, or at least members of his family are, and we won't give any more detail than that. He's always welcome to share whatever he wishes, but of course it's a life in which we're all exposed to occult siege, everyone who's affiliated with Douglas Dietrich, and we're actually quite concerned, and everybody maintain in thoughts and prayers George Knight. We are praying George Knight shows up tonight, because he dropped off all of a sudden and there's been no word from him since. So when it comes to his situation, we have no idea what it is, and no real idea of how to follow up with him. So maybe our man Brendan can follow up with something, and so let's see if we can get this message back up there and give it a nice okay, then it just disappeared again. So there you go. It's
where are you putting the message?
I'm putting it in the chat, and the chat is not cooperating, and so it's
the YouTube YouTube chat.
Yeah, YouTube chat. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Weird. So all I can say is that it's going to be one of those nights, perhaps, but we'll find out. And so here we go, T-Tank Barry. To all the rest of the gentlemen, let me put in hugs, and then we'll get on from there. All I can say is that all of you, I hope, appreciate the fact that I try to interact at all. There's certainly a lot of other things I have to tend to. Do we have others on with us now?
Unclear. It's still...
No, we have Holly Kiefer and we have Brendan Zogit. So, both of you can... Holly, your name is credited on the latest episode. I hope you noticed that. So if you go to the text summary of the last episode before tonight's, your name is on it. Your full name. Do you want me to remove your last name from that? It's up to you.
That'd be fine. Yeah, I wouldn't mind you doing that.
What? Okay, so remove your last name from that. Okay. And let me get to that in a moment. And in the meantime, I'll do that on my way back to the T.
Yeah, by the way, Doug, bastard, you didn't tell me sun sickness was contagious. Now I can't. I was wondering why I can't wake up in the morning anymore. And then, so I go out. Yesterday I went out and I took a walk in the morning and I got like sunburnt. I haven't been sunburnt in like years.
Oh my God.
And then today I was fine until I went outside of my house. And then the sun hit me for a few minutes. And by the time I got to work, I felt like all lethargic, like I was about to fall asleep.
Oh my God.
I was like, this motherfucker gave me sun sickness, sanguinis vampirium. So I contracted vampirism from your ass. So I have to spend the whole next month cleansing it out.
Oh my God.
With the holy light of God.
You'll have to phrase that in some way so that people don't think we were switching spit or something. That's
Well, I think that's the worst part.
Yes, there's no rationale for it.
I wouldn't have. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah.
So it's quite the mystery. I'm so
it was just being in proximity to Doug. I mean, nothing happened, obviously.
Yeah, we would hope that would be
my
obvious.
Blood's too good to be fed upon.
Yeah.
It'll cost too much.
Yes, and so definitely want to thank T-Tank Barry for letting us know about the quality of the sound. Right now, I'm just going to get these names up there and then go my way back to the T. But I'm so glad Holly and Brendan are here to bounce off of Aristides. And obviously, please share your concern with our listeners and certainly Team Dietrich in a manner that our listeners can understand about George, why we're concerned about him, what ideas you might have to follow up with concerning George, and we will take it from there. And you can do that while I prepare to, just get this tea ready, which is a bloody mess in terms of how much work has to go into it. So, I'm making a crock of it after all, and it gets very, involved. And I use the real tea as opposed to some kind of bag tea. The bag tea involves, in this case, a bag mixed with some leaf tea. All right, love you all. We'll be right back. You're in the best of all hands, and I'm going to go mute, and you guys have got this, right? Right? Excellent. Thank you.
Hi.
Hey, guys.
So, what happened? Did something happen last time with George?
He dropped off, and I think nobody's heard from him. And maybe I don't know if Brendan was there. I don't know what he said. I don't know if he just dropped off or there was some kind of indication of something strange going on, or was it? Anyway, we're waiting to hear from him. He left suddenly.
Yeah, I heard part of it, and it was great.
Yeah, no, it was. I actually finished today, going through that, and it was great.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. And I wanted to thank you for your Shilajit.
Shilajit. Usually
Rex.
people call it
Shilajit. I didn't catch that before I went forward, but I think I got a pretty good brand.
Okay, that's fine.
It's just resin. It's tar.
Yeah. These are nice because they're little capsules. But you can put the resin in a drink.
That's what I do. And that's how I kind of like to do it. Because like Brendan always says, I like to taste it.
Yeah, that's true.
But it's interesting stuff. I mean, I know I got to take it some more, but it's freaky stuff. But I'm game, for a while anyway.
Good. Well,
yeah,
that does.
What was your impression? What was your first impression of it? I'm here, Holly. What was your first impression?
The first sip I took was like, it was weird because, I don't know supplements and all my life. And so my little inner feeling is that if something is useful, I'll want to take it.
Yes.
And that's very rare.
Yes.
But the first sip of this stuff, I swear to God, I felt like this real subtle elevation from the soles of my feet. And it was brief. And I was like, wow, what's that? So I'm going to keep going. Today I didn't, but I think to get that rush. But today I decided I think I only drink 1 cup of coffee first thing in the morning. But I'm going to try and skip that. Because I think it's spinning me out, so I don't get the appreciation of the Shilajit rush.
Actually, it might go well with coffee, but
it might. But that's what my voice is telling me, to step away from the coffee for a minute. But I definitely plan to keep going with the Shilajit. What do you have to say about it, Brendan?
It does build up. It has a build up kind of it's kind of a compounding effect, but it sounds like it was positive because it depends. Like that's why I was saying to you have to taste it first as per Ayurveda because your body will give its opinion because it is a machine. It's like the highest machine we have, highest technology is the body. So it will give you kind of an idea of what it does, what it can do.
Yeah. And it helps the digestion, I'd always heard.
It's good for digestion, yeah.
Yeah.
It can strengthen it.
Uh-huh. So even if I have to take a supplement in a capsule, I'll open it and put it in water and swill it down so I taste it. So, I'm going back on boiled ginger tomorrow morning, and I'll have it with that. We'll see how that
good.
goes.
Instead of coffee or something?
Yeah, because I think the coffee's making me feel like shit. So, what's
I wonder, I should start, reducing. Because I'm back on the coffee again. I was
off it I never drank it till I was adult, and then I was off it for years, and then life got really hard, so it was the only way I could function. And now I'm going to just try and do without.
Right.
And because I don't think it's too worth it right now. So, that's the thing. But, George, I wonder.
Yeah, Aristides, did you have any kind of ideas as to when you listened back? Did it sound sketchy? Because I left early.
I didn't. Sorry, listening back to what? With George?
Yeah. Did you hear
it was just like, it just seemed like all of a sudden it was gone, but I don't know if there was any indication of, I didn't hear anything weird. It just sounded like he dropped to me, but.
Right. But did you hear the part where he said he heard someone in his house?
Maybe not. I don't know. I was just kind of hurried.
So no worries. Yeah, skipping through it. But I always, I don't listen to the full block. I kind of skip around. Yeah. But when it comes to that, it's like, he did say someone, it sounded like someone was in his house. Yeah, so sketchy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, I hope for the best.
Somehow. Yeah.
I hope for the best, of course. Yeah.
So this is apropos of nothing, but I just had this notion the other day, and I wanted to bring it up. Have you guys ever seen the films of Adam Curtis? By Adam Curtis? Yes.
No.
I have not.
Power and Nightmare, Century of Self, and Trap is this trilogy that he did. And I very highly recommend it, especially the second two, Century of Self and The Trap, about how modern society got to where it is. But Power of Nightmare is really good. It's all about Bernard Koutab and the birth of the Muslim Brotherhood. And it's definitely dark, although it doesn't address 9/11, which some people criticized. But Century itself is mind-blowing, as is The Trap. And Century itself is about the birth of the PR industry. And that was all started out by Freud's, I think, nephew. Bernard Freud,
Interesting.
I think his name is. I'm sorry. And
I just said, oh,
highly
that's interesting.
recommend them. You can see him on YouTube, I'm sure.
Okay.
Power of Nightmare, Century of Self, and The Trap. And The Trap is about how policy was cemented in around the works of the mad mathematician Robert Nash, and how it was decided that voting didn't matter. The only way to really know what people want is to track what they buy. And that's how political decisions should be made. And so that's certainly coming around.
There's some truth to that until you realize the sick shit people buy.
I know. And I mean, yeah, it's true. They give them, dog food and they'll buy it and eat it. But it's a good background coverage on how it all got so crazy.
Yeah. So they're not advocating for that, you're saying? They just are referencing.
No. And he has a lot of films. I've only seen those 3. But each of them is worth a look at.
Right. Okay.
And so that's valid. All I got on that.
Yeah. And when it comes to the Shilajit, how did you feel after like a few days?
It's only been
just start
2. I just started. And like I say, if coffee's, fouling my mellow, then I'm going to see how I do without it. And maybe have as much or more, some actual energy. I don't know. Because the coffee energy is pretty fake,
Yeah. Yeah, for me, I have like reasons to need the dopamine and all that stuff. So it kind of...
From the coffee, yeah.
Or the caffeine in general, the stimulation from it. But it's like I've gone years without any kind of caffeine. And it's... after like a month, you back to normal, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I say, I never drank it till in like my 40s. And then I stopped for years. So I don't have it like a childhood rooting of it in me.
Right. Yeah, I do. For sure.
Yeah. I could never, when I was a kid, I couldn't tell the difference between the smell of coffee and the smell of a skunk.
Oh, that's strange. Yeah.
Yeah, they crossed for me. So there's never the slightest appeal to me. And then when I got a job slinging lattes, I tried the shit, and oh my God, this is legal? Hoo-hoo. I was loving it.
Yeah, there you go.
I didn't need it. I enjoyed my life and wanted to get up and do what I had to do, so I didn't need it.
Yeah.
But lately, I've
that's the thing. If you're trudging through life, you need something.
Yeah.
In the morning.
Yeah.
And then, like, what happened to me, just being in Doug's presence gave me freaking vampiric sun sickness.
Yeah.
It's just that sucks. That sucks.
Yeah. I've always avoided. I like the gloom. Yeah,
I could live in that kind of environment, but usually the sun doesn't affect me. So this is something new. Either that or I have some kind of a disease or something.
Well, and I think the sun is stronger. I don't know.
Yeah, doesn't it seem like that? Recently,
it totally does.
Yeah.
And the heat is hotter and everything. So I don't know, atmospheric changes. But it feels
solar maximum. It's solar maximum.
Okay, so I'm back for a few minutes. The tea is still steeping. I've added the leaves in now, so it'll take another 10 minutes approximately. So I'm back here with all of you. What was being discussed? Were we able to express our concerns about George Knight?
Yes.
Oh, good. What's your impression of that, Holly?
I have no clue.
Okay. How was it?
Got to get to the bottom of it.
Oh, God. I wish we could do that for our friends. All I can say is we were always kind of remiss with George in the sense that he's young and he's healthy, and you don't expect anything to happen to him. Also, he did seem pretty immune to occult assault, and he seemed to like keep himself a way out of it. But I don't know if Brendan went into the innocence parallel of, he perceived himself to be innocent of sin in a very real sense and therefore immune thereunto, which is the wrong attitude to have. And aside from that, just to answer the questions I'm seeing in my email, so the image embedded in thumbnail of tonight's live stream, yes, of course, that's my son Edbeth. It's not myself, and it's Canada Pink Shirt Day against bullying. My son picked me up very early in the morning, literally came into the city, probably started his journey around 4:30 or 5:30 in the morning to make it into the city before there was any traffic, and plucked me out for today, because today is also the 34th Kuwait Liberation Day, when the coalition forces, particularly in terms of the United States being represented by its Marine Corps, entered into Kuwait. And aside from that, tomorrow is Armenia's Saint Vartan's Day, a festival involving an ancient battle, and very important to the Armenian national identity. I will be picked up again before 10 a.m. So I just wanted to educate people in that regard as to why Edbeth is the center of tonight's attention in the image embedded in a thumbnail of Livestream. And everybody can find information about this in the summary text, which I'm going to right now for our last episode, so I can take the last name of Holly out of that. Now, would you prefer Holly Kaditis or just Holly at that point when I take away your last name?
Holly at that point.
Okay. Yeah. You sure? Nobody, I mean, Holly's a pretty generic name.
Yeah, I know. I ain't here for the fame.
You realize the enemy already knows more about you than you ever did, right?
Yeah, and like I say, it's not paranoia per se. It's just that I'm not wired for a wireless persona, if you will.
Okay.
Just not.
Okay. And
I can't help it. And I'm not afraid of somebody's going to come get me, or anything like that. Okay. But I just prefer to be, and one of the greatest things you ever said, there is no free speech plus anonymity.
Right. So
I'm down with that.
Yeah, but that's just the opposite of what you're saying.
It kind of should. But it's like, why I don't sign in on channels and stuff, because I just don't need these algorithms providing me with the stuff I already want to see,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'd like to have a more neutral approach to the whole thing.
Okay, though our friend George, for all we know, now we all hope George is well. We all hope he's going to appear sometime tonight, earlier than later, and that he will join us in narration and all the rest of that. But after what happened last time, we're not quite sure. I'm not yeah, anyone has anything to say before I...
Well, the thing is about George, if he was the type to just wander off, but he's so very polite.
Yes. No, he's...
I don't think he would just bail without saying bye.
That's right. George is not the individual who is going to... If he does bail without saying goodbye at certain points when his wife showed up to cuss him out or to just malevolently interfere with his being on the show. But he would always come back to leave a apology, which is not what happened this time.
No.
Now, apparently he was free in saying this, so I do want people to understand. Brendan, so did you tell people that you and George had a discussion while I was on break, right? If Brendan is with us, let's hope he hasn't been taken out. Sun sickness aside, I don't think it's so sunny right now, so hopefully he's recovering from that, poor fellow. I guess he's engaged in his own work, but let's put it this way. We're getting a JD response here, and some others I'll respond to, and so I want people to understand that George Knight has a, so far as I've understood, this was expressed live on Bandwidth, is that they're severed. And what was going on before the change in British government, George Knight's wife was okay. So there we are, Brendan.
Yeah, Doug, I heard you.
Okay.
I didn't talk. We didn't talk much about it. We just briefly went over it.
Okay. So I'll let people know what you discussed then. Yeah, and honestly, I am concerned about the sun sickness. I hope that improves.
Well, I am too, because if it has nothing to do with you, then that means it's like some kind of autoimmune disease. So either way, I'll still say fuck you. It's your fault. So.
I understand.
Well, I'm hoping it's just because of the winter time and I haven't been outside as much because I work nights.
Yes.
So I just gotta maybe reacclimate. So
yeah,
it was more of a joke blaming you.
Still, you never know. I mean, the ultimate nightmare would be if my nanites somehow, in some kind of defense against swarms of these dust mites in my crypt, somehow united with them or melded with them in some way, and then spread my condition to others. Yes, just by being in vicinity of my dust mite riddled carcass, you.
Yeah, imagine a vegetarian vampire. I'd be pissed. I'd probably try and kill you.
Yes, I don't blame you.
Yeah. That would just be so offensive.
Oh. Yes,
let's hope it's not
but
that
you would only take from criminals, really bad ones.
No, you mean Brendan? Yes.
Yeah.
Fuck, he'd have to start with his own. He'd have to start by massacring his family. That.
Yeah. As if I want that sour milk.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
They're all unhealthy and shit. Yeah. I almost was gonna tell Brooke that you took me to the Estates, but then she freaked out.
Yeah, actually, which
he did not, by the way. But she would have been like, "Oh my God, how could you?" Yeah. She would feel all jealous.
Oh, that's it. That's the point. For those of you who do not know, Brooke was very, very curious about the Estates, as was Peter Moon, and I don't know what gets into people about this. With Brooke, it was basically a very serious health issue for a while, and she thought maybe the young boy's blood would help her. So we have at least that as a rationalization. But with Peter Moon, he obviously it was sexual, and he was attracted to the young blood boys, and it was disgusting. And we could go into that another time, how he expressed himself in that regard. We know that there's two people who are listening to the show, every word of it, most certainly, or three, aside from my perennial gang stalker and that whole crowd. There was, of all people, the wife of our man George Knight, and then of course now there's Peter Moon. So we've got three tagged on, which if you're out there listening, Sarah, I got nothing against you, so if you'd been so kind, at least put an upvote. But with Sarah, she was listening like obsessively, and so she would be able to tell George exactly what we were saying, even though George himself hadn't listened in months. George had gotten very busy with his job. He's was only recently beginning to catch up with more recent episodes, and he was not listening for a long time. So he did express with Brendan while I was on a break that he is free now, that he is, and apparently he articulated that he was severed from his wife, or that his wife and he himself were no longer living together, because he did express the fact that he was home alone. So he's in the house alone, and both Brendan and I heard something moving.
Well, from my end, he said, he said that I recall, we can go back and get details, but he said, I'm finally free now. I've been going back to the gym.
Okay.
So that's what he told me.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So that's what he told me.
Okay.
And I assumed that that's what he was saying, is that he's no longer with his wife.
Okay.
So, but we would need him to clarify, which I haven't, or no one's been able to get a hold of.
Thank you. Good point, because Sarah was very reluctant to have George go back to the gym, because George would be exposed to all those young ladies with yoga bodies in their tights. And so at any rate, yeah. So I'm drawing some conclusions, Sarah. That's all. At any rate, but she would listen religiously, and we drew some conclusions from that as well. But what then happened was that George shows up for the first time in forever. He hears some things in his home, which he says, "Oh, this is odd. I'm alone." And this is simultaneous to our dear friend T. Tank Berry suffering from a cult siege and all the phenomenon associated with that, phenomena in the plurality, I mean to say. And so when it comes to what happened to George, he heard some noises, investigated them, and then later in the last hour of the show, there's the last hour with Aristides, and in the half hour preceding that, George Knight seems to begin to shift a lot to me, the way I would at a meeting if I had to go to the bathroom. And so it sounds like he's shifting a lot and making noises, and then he drops, and then there's no goodbye or coming back in a few minutes to explain, I must go now, or something like that, which he has done in the past, or even at the worst come back a day later and left a message in the Skype. No, instead he just drops, and that's it. And then later on, I tried to call him on Skype twice, the evening thereafter and the morning thereafter. Now, what's interesting is that this may have to do with his saying he wanted the book to get out. The book must come out, and became, for the first time in his life, a target of what we would call an occult attack. And whoever doubts the reality of occult attacks has never suffered one. This is simply applied quantum mechanics, which is what I've explained and George agreed with when we went into the topic briefly. But I don't believe George ever prepared himself with any sigils or shields or wards, and therefore is, or perhaps in the worst case scenario, was quite vulnerable. We do hope he comes back with us. Everybody, thoughts and prayers in that regard, and hopefully all of this is just it can be explained, but he has not been responsive, and God knows who we would contact to do a well-being check on him. The worst thing would be some kind of health issue where, young men do sometimes overstrain themselves working out, and if he hasn't worked out in a long time, went back and overstrained himself, and then suffered what, might explain the noises in the last half hour before he disappeared, which might sounded somewhat like, I said it would sound like me at a meeting if I had to go to the bathroom, but in his case, it might have been a groin pull. But after he dropped out and I tried to contact him twice, the next evening and the morning thereafter or something like that, it was like, yeah, I think that's how it went. And each time he was offline. So if he did drop all of a sudden of a heart attack or something, then it would be, he would not have turned his computer off. He would still be online. So what's strange is he went to investigate some noises, didn't come back, and is still online. And was taken offline, which means that, say, for instance, working with what I've worked with in the past, this sort of thing has happened. Somebody kills him, then they come and scrub his computer and take it offline. So horrible thought, but these things have happened in my past. So there we have that. Everyone, again, maintain George Knight in thought and prayer, and hopefully he shows up later tonight and all of this. So Vicky Johnson says that's wild, very creepy. So let's thank her for her concern, and I'll go pick up my tea in just a moment. In the meantime, so all that having been said, we did talk to Brooke Gibson last night, and she does seem to be as well as she can be. I'm happy to report that she served papers on that creep that's living with her, and who, of course, she's afraid to come back on again, doesn't want to attract more attention to herself, and is hopefully will be encouraged to come back on again. But in the interim, at least she wants to avoid it while she's with the creep, because he's always thinking that she's talking about us on air, which is exactly what happened to Brendan Zogit's uncle, which shows you the pathology of Brendan Zogit's uncle. If you would be so kind, Brendan, you could explain that story, how we were talking about, I think we were talking about Peter or Moon or somebody, but then your uncle heard it and automatically assumed we were talking about him, which means shows how fully he is himself.
Yeah, we were talking about how Elon Musk and the new age of the tech bros. This was before he did any of this shenanigans. This was like last year, literally in the last year. But we were saying how they, the thing that they went, off the rails with was their lack of empathy. They completely divorced themselves from any kind of empathy, anything natural or healthy. And then so my uncle just assumed it was about him, of course, because all these people are narcissists like Pete and him.
At the same time, it shows that he's aware. It shows he's aware what an asshole he is. That's what's so.
Oh yeah, no, it triggered. And then we also mentioned and I didn't mention him by name, but I said, yeah, I've seen people literally argue over someone's deathbed over some a house and some petty items of this world, petty material items as their relatives are dying in front of them. And he knew that was about him. That part I admit was about him, but it's I didn't expose him as a person or something. It was just, I saw it with my eyes. My grandpa was dying and these fuckers were saying, we got to sell the house over him as he's dying. So to me, that is just beyond, that's beyond redemption. It's irredeemable in my eyes. Just really, that had to happen right then and there,
Yeah.
So, but he obviously knows it's wrong because it triggered him. So
there we are. So he deep down at heart knows he's basically an evil, rotten person and
piece of shit. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Does he listen to the show?
No, he can't even. There's no way. He doesn't have the mentality to even stomach that.
So what was he overhearing your voice in the next room?
Yeah, because he came. He was
okay.
So I was in the house, living in the same house with him at one point. So he would come to visit it, and wanted me to switch my schedule around, talking to Doug at night. After 1 a.m. he'd always text me and say, "Fuck you, you're so fucking loud, you piece of shit." And I said, "Look, I'm not changing my schedule for you people."
Not to mention that while their dogs are shitting and pissing all over the floor. I'll go.
Yeah, so he'd bring his girlfriend over, and the dogs would piss shit inside. And I said, "Look, I just helped you renovate this entire house, which I did work. I paid the contractors. I did all kinds of different things." And I said, I don't want the dogs pissing in the house if someone's not going to, first of all, at least clean it, minimum. And this crazy fucker's response was, it's my fucking house. Fuck you. I want the dogs to piss everywhere. I want it to look all dirty. I want dirt everywhere. I want the dogs to piss everywhere just because it's my house. and I was like, at that point, I just said, look, dude, you're a piece of shit. I'm only here to take care of my grandparents, and that's it. You don't owe me anything. I don't owe you anything. Fuck you. And so that's,
Well, how much noise could you make?
Quietly
muttering.
I would walk around. Doug knows. I would walk around the neighborhood at 1 a.m. in the dangerous ass neighborhood, talking on the phone, just to avoid pissing them off. But when they finally pulled that shit with the dogs and said it's not your house and all this shit. And he told my entire relatives for years, saying the 2 years while my grandpa was dying, they said, "Oh, don't worry, we'll take care of him. We'll give him this house. I just bought a house for him and all this shit." And then the second my grandpa dies, "This isn't your place. You don't deserve nothing." All the evil comes out.
To the point where the police need to be called. I'm going to get that tea, by the way, but you can tell them about that and. As well as just a lot going on. I want to thank Aristides for jumping back on.
Lots of venting about that.
Aristides fell off, but he came back on, thank God, and always concerned when that happens these days, especially on the basis of what's been happening. So do me a favor.
That was my was my direct fault of a misswipe on my phone.
Okay, so do me a favor, Aristides, and now that you're back with us, hold a good conversation with Brendan and Holly. I'll be back in about 7-ish minutes, and you've all got this, and when I get back, we'll discuss some other things, and hopefully all I can say is that when it comes to our man George Knight, I'm reminded of a story where I'm telling my gang brothers about a crime scene. And I said there were a bunch of black guys in a car, about 4 of them. They drove into an all-white neighborhood, and then everybody swarmed out of their doors and broke into their car with baseball bats and beat them to death. And they were all staring at me, and I'm like, yeah? And they're saying, we're waiting for the punchline. I said, there's no punchline, you idiots. I'm describing a crime scene. And it was, but everybody can be shocked at role reversal and people being victimized. But no matter what your ethnos or what your ideology, you may think you haven't hurt anybody in some particular place and therefore don't deserve to be attacked. But you will be attacked anyway just by being the wrong type of person in the wrong place at the wrong time. You know, even an all-white family, and this has happened all too often, turns a wrong corner like tourists in Los Angeles, and they wind up getting caught in the middle of a gang war where they get bullet-riddled, and it's not even that the gang is out to kill any of them and would likely, may even have let them just go by had they known, but the gang's too busy shooting at each other and they're in the crossfire. So George Knight definitely is one of these types of people who believes that his very innocence is his shield, or I get that kind of impression from him to a degree. So I'm going to let you all go for a moment. I'll be right back. Everybody's in the best of hands. And again, everybody, upvotes. We need those upvotes because they hit us with downvotes as soon as we start the transmission. So we need to aggressively get those upvotes in right away. And also your subscriptions, and hit the notification bell, and contributions. So let me take a look at Aristides and what he wrote one last time before I go get my tea. And Aristides...
Yeah, Doug, when you get back, I have a question about that.
Sure. Yeah, contributions. He did it! Aristides, that's wonderful. Thank you. Contributions is such a better term than donations. And, all right, then.
Yeah? Oh, I did it?
Yeah, you did it.
Yeah,
you did it.
Right.
Yes. Bless you. Thank you. Okay.
I just have a spot where I copy it from.
Excellent.
You know, yeah.
Excellent. So I'm going mute. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you definitely can't call it a tip, because then people will really revolt.
Yeah, we're all.
But yeah. So, anyways, the Shilajit. When it comes to Shilajit, it translates as the destroyer of weakness. So it will over time give you strength, and stuff like that.
That's exactly what I need.
Yeah, and it's a good source of iron and different minerals. So
yeah,
but in like a balanced form, like you can't really overdose on it.
And
so
the
it's really
fulvic acid, they say.
Fulvic, fulvic and humic minerals.
Yeah.
But it's in this kind of, I don't know what to call it, like a complex. So like you can get like the fulvic, humic, like extracts that they make from soils and microbes, but there's something different about this particular, mixture.
Right.
It's called Shilajit.
And different geology, like what slaves used to have to eat, the clays and stuff.
Yeah, well, clays are good, like zeolites and different
bentonite
minerals. Yeah, bentonite clays and all these things. Yeah.
But there's certain clay in Georgia to this day is highly prized.
Oh, really?
And it's not bentonite. Yeah, and it's almost gone because so many ate it.
Ah,
survived.
Interesting.
So, it was years ago. There's a big deposit someplace, and it was just scooped away at with people's fingernails until now. I don't know if there's much left.
Yeah, probably.
But, it's a little freaky because the stuff is tarry. Everybody, we have friends who are all into umeboshi paste, and that's like the black tar that take your head off. I love that stuff.
Yeah, but what were you using it for? That's for energy as well, or that's for stamina?
Yeah,
it's a stamina paste.
Just to eat it, because it's a thrill, But this stuff's a little freaky because there was that big scare about how pink Himalayan salt is all full of lead and stuff.
Yeah,
remember that?
They say that stuff to discredit.
Yeah,
it's very minimal.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you don't have to eat it. You can eat just regular rock salt.
But I like
it is high in
fancy
minerals.
Salts. Yeah, I believe that.
So, of course, like when it comes to anything from the earth, it's going to have a blend of minerals. Like it actually, including metals, heavy metals. So there's no reason to be afraid of it per se, but I get why people are,
Yeah, you don't want to slowly arsenic yourself,
I mean, there's more cadmium and arsenic and lead in chocolate than anything else, and people eat that like they don't even think about it. And there's plenty of heavy metals in that. So that's kind of how
reassuring.
Yeah.
But
and when it comes to your body, like it's like coming from like just you know, just biologically, every metal is in your body, pretty much up to uranium and stuff, like essentially. So it just like, even if it only takes like a few molecules, like of selenium or whatever, you know, those like heavier ones, gold, you still need it for biology.
Yes. Yeah.
So
I get that.
like, and even lead, believe it or not, is used biologically, like every metal. So it's just a matter of like imbalances is what's the problem. So too much is bad. Yeah. Or too little is bad.
Yeah.
Like aluminium, people found out like you need it, your body needs it for something. Or fluoride, for example. Fluoride it creates strong bones.
Right.
Like, without fluoride, you don't have bones. Your bones are like rubber and shit. But when you start taking too much of it and putting it in everything, then it builds up in your system and harms you. So there's a big difference.
Yeah, and I'm taking like a grain of rice-sized dose of this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't need much with the Shilajit. I mean, the Shilajit, you could juice it. It's just expensive. Like obviously don't overdo it, but you can go up and do that like 3 times a day. But it's just to me, it's too expensive for that. So I use it sparingly.
Yeah. And I'm just, filling up the empty buckets in me for a while with it and, top things off and keep going. Hopefully by then I can get the local vegetables again.
Exactly. Yeah. So you can use it as like a winter supplement. That's what they do in the Himalayas. That's how it works.
Yeah. And for what I'm saving at the farmer's market compensates me to buy this stuff. So
yeah, there you go.
That makes sense.
Did I tell you the story of how they discovered or how allegedly
please do.
Shilajit was discovered?
By the way, I'm back and I'll happily hear the story.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I think you heard it, Doug. But so the Sherpas in the Himalayas, they were wondering how all these monkeys survive in the snow. So they spent time watching them, and they realized like towards the deepest, darkest part of the winter, they would go higher up the mountain, and so they didn't. No one could understand why would a monkey go higher when it gets colder, and it turns out because there was no vegetation left. They would actually go up into the mountain to start eating these rocks, these special rocks, and the sticky substance that was oozing out of the walls of like these big glaciers and stuff. Oh. And so that would sustain the monkey population until like with minerals or whatever they couldn't get, they were getting less of it from food. So it would sustain them into spring. So that's how humans found out that this is some kind of substance that's edible. And then Ayurvedic physicians or, magicians in the past, or not magicians, alchemists, the Ayurvedic alchemists in the past were able to find a way to utilize it for humans. And that's what we have today.
Well, what you can say is what people in the laity or layman's terms would think of as magicians. So there we have that.
Yeah. Well, to me, they're magicians, but people would think that's just non-scientific or something, but right. It was science at the time. This was beyond scientific. Yes. And all the great scientists like Isaac Newton and all these people were alchemists first.
Yes.
So they knew everything: science, math, holistic, spiritual. Right. They knew everything to be able to do what they had to do. So.
By the way, when I came home today, this reminds me so much of Brendan Zogit's experience with his home that he was living at with his awful uncle. Was at a period of time when they were laying the foundations for the home. First off, we know this happened because Peter Moon kept asking him for his address. And finally, at some point, I don't believe it was on air. It was in a private Skype call, wasn't it?
No, it was on air. It was on air.
Oh, you gave him your address?
I told him the city.
Okay. And then he found it from there. That was it. Yeah, because he definitely wanted to know. It was after that these strange groupies began to show up, like Manson girls who had been released from prison after doing their 40, 50 years, and they started showing up dressed alike and going into the foundations of the home. As soon as I came home, it was like a couple of senior biddies, these old ladies. One of them dressed like Strawberry Shortcake from the old franchise. Yeah, do you remember that character, Strawberry Shortcake from the franchise? Yeah. Except imagine a goth version of that. They were both in red and black theme color, my theme color, and so yeah, they're both primarily black.
They're fangirls.
Yes, yeah, both primarily black, however, as opposed to red, as you remember from my dress theme. It was, primarily
red was the main color. Yeah.
Right, as opposed to black. So theirs was primarily black with all these red trim, a lot of red trim. And they were just sitting there on my steps, of course, and then broke and essentially scooted off as soon as I approached. It was profoundly disturbing. So, and I mean, they're old. One of them, the one that was like strawberry shortcake, you couldn't see her features at all, but you would almost assume she was Asian, maybe, but you couldn't guess. But it just kind of, from my stereotype of dealing with Asians all my life, just kind of moved like an Asian. But the other one was definitely older and white, but you know, it's like,
They sound like rave chicks, like you found some like ancient rave chicks or something.
Yeah.
But why would they be at your house? There's nothing by your house.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Everybody who's seen my home and really has any sort of common sense understands there's no goddamn good reason for people to be in front of my home. But
that street's basically abandoned except for Doug.
Yeah.
And his neighbors.
Yeah.
Like quite literally.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. And yet somehow people always wind up there. Oh, and I did ask my neighbor when I spoke to Brooke and Brendan after I got my immunobooster injection, and that's when I was waiting for the cab earlier to go get that, and that's when my neighbor, Mr. Winchester Mystery House, I spoke to him briefly, and he said, "What's with all these fucking Waymos? They're never on any other street. They just keep going up and down the street." Because, of course, while I'm waiting for my cab, multiple Waymos.
He would notice that. You know?
Of course, he's got nothing else to do in life. Yeah.
But it was alarm. Like, you would think Doug's just being crazy. He's being paranoid. No, it was like we were standing there talking, and I'm not joking. Like 5 or 6 of them came by, and it's like. It had to have been like multiple of the same ones because there's no way there's like 10 of them. They would be losing money if they just stayed on Green Street. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. There's no restaurants. There's no bars really for like miles. So it would just be absurd for them to stay in that area other than other than
surveillance, surveillance, which was their original purpose because they were all originally used for the Google Maps. The Waymos actually were originally used by the Google Maps, even though they were driven. They were piloted, if you will.
Right. Well, it's an Alphabet company. It's owned by Alphabet, which is Google's
thank you.
Their version of whatever that is.
Thank you. Excellent point. And other things to bring up as well, but Heather Holman first. Heather Holman has joined us. How are we, Heather?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Fine. Much the better for speaking with you, darling. And welcome aboard. And how's Vinny?
Vinny's doing great.
Yes. Excellent. Good. And, of course, he's always welcome to join us if he wishes. And so is his mother, if she cares to do so.
That'd be fun. Yeah. That would be fun. Yeah.
And we should call Vinny Barbaric or Vince Barbaric. We should call him. Maybe we should refer to Peter Moon as Vince or Vin or Vinko Barbaric to disambiguate him from Vinny. But how about Vinny himself? Does he like being called Vin instead of Vinny? Because
his dad was called Vin.
Okay.
And he responds to it.
Okay. So I would prefer to use Vin with your Vinny because it's more mature. It sounds more mature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that he likes it.
Okay.
Because it reminds him of his dad.
Okay, so then I'll call him Vin from this point forward to disambiguate him from Vinny. We'll leave the Vinny for Barbaric and we'll call Mr.
Well, I think it's funny how it seems like when Vinny Barbaric made his exit is when Vinny Vin kind of managed to come to the surface.
Yeah, I thought that was beautiful. That's beautiful. I mean,
it's
honestly,
very quaint.
It's very positive. It's a positive. He's a nice, positive kind of shall we say, person and vibration. He has a nice resonance, as opposed to the horrible aura that we were dealing with the Peter Moon fiasco for so long. Just that individual with his cloying, repetitive, monotonous presence was just, I wanted to get the book done, and then, but then at the same time, I always knew what would happen. At the same time, I didn't want the book to get done because I knew exactly what was going to happen when we got to that point.
It never takes that long to write a book.
Thank you. Actually, you're right. I mean, especially for someone who claims to be a professional. Yeah, that's right. And
yeah, especially when the actual author gives you the entire book.
Yeah, thank
right.
you.
What's the hang up?
Yeah.
Like Doug gave him everything.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
It seemed like he was trying to come to some conclusion or the major ending, and it just wasn't happening. There was nothing, he couldn't come up with it,
Yeah. No, I hear you. And the weird part was, we know now from as I said, the table of contents, he was actually appending his own story onto my life story. So he had all these other chapters, like literally another 300 to 500 pages, which were all just his bullshit, including crap about Amos and Andy, which has nothing to do with anything on earth. But it's almost like he was taking his own biography and pinning it onto my story, as if he knew he wouldn't sell it on his own. So he had to pin it to another person whose story actually was interesting. And yet he was loath to tell my story, which, as Brendan can exert from the introduction. Brendan read the introduction, and it's like Peter said, we in order to tell you about the Vox Arca, which was his only interest, go on, Brendan, you can tell him.
Yeah, no, he put it in the actual text that he said, I'm gonna have to take this, like, basically literary detour into the life of Douglas Dietrich, like, but it was in such a tone that he said, like, it was forced to do it or some bullshit, does that make sense?
Yeah.
It was like he was like, here's the story of what happened, and then at the end he says, but unfortunately I have to go into this first, Doug's life, like he was, like it was going to be this like
it's a burden,
like an uphill,
like a burden and a chore, like this obligatory, almost apologetic to himself.
To the reader. To the reader. Like, oh man, we're gonna have to deal with this, and it's like, wait, wasn't that the whole point of the book? You fucking liar.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, it's so sickening. By the way, the picture provided by T. Tank Berry, who goes by John Doe in our text box, that's thank you for that, but it's not a Waymo. No, the Waymos have the cap, for lack of a better word. And you know what's so creepy about it? It's like a Tibetan Ong's hat. It's like a Tibetan monk's hat, or one of those Asian types of hats that a Bon would wear. What do you call them? There's certain monks that have this. That's what a Waymo cap looks like. So, and that's essentially, it's LiDAR, or light activated radio detected ranging device. So that's why it's suited for surveillance. I mean, it's literally got that on its rooftop, and it just goes by and constantly monitors whether or not I'm in my home, apparently, on the street. Yes.
By the way, speaking of monitoring, you said that the houses across the street from you that were abandoned, that they had new looking doorbells.
Yeah, Brendan can give you the details on that. That's Brendan's expertise.
Do you think that they're Ring doorbells, like somebody had Ring doorbells put in so they could watch?
Okay. I mean,
sounds like it.
Yeah.
It sounds like it.
Yeah, why not? It makes sense. Yeah.
That was the weird part. That's what I was telling Doug. I said, why would they put brand new doorbells if they're just going to be regular old school doorbells? Like, it was just the doorbell button, and the ring was nowhere to be found.
Like, it wasn't a camera. No.
That's why I was like, Doug, what the fuck is going on?
Those rings, it's the black button, and then there's like just like a ring around it. It doesn't look like a camera.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now take a look. This is a Waymo.
Yeah, but I could tell.
Yeah.
You would know. Okay.
Yeah. Brendan would know.
That is strange then. So it make you kind of want to look up under the eaves and see if something was pointed at you. I don't know.
Oh yeah, well, like I said, after Brendan left,
we were on the step. I mean, we were on the step.
Yeah, and then after Brendan left, later that night or the night shortly thereafter, another following night, like the next night or something like that, the light was on upstairs in one of those abandoned homes. So almost like somebody was just coming in to follow up and collect the footage, if you know what I mean. Like, oh, let's get the footage off the, because they finally got some close-up footage of Brendan's backside at least, because he was facing the Argentinian lady, scaring her to death, with her thinking he was a policeman from her homeland or something.
Right, like an Argentinian agent or something. Yeah. She was sketched.
Yeah.
Got sketched out.
But by the way, so T Tank Berry shared with us 2 pictures of Waymos. One of them, which by the way, people do this. I mean, it's funny as hell. You can see people attacking the Waymo and setting it on fire, and people do this. Waymos are vandalized all the time. But if you take a look at the Waymo's roof, the roof of the Waymo, the car top, you will notice that bizarre hat, which, Brandon, correct me if I'm wrong on that, on this, does that not look like a Tibetan monk's cap? Very similar to a Bon hat that you would see, so just like Ong's hat that Peter Moon was so obsessed with,
yeah, it's similar.
Yeah, it's very similar, and that's their LiDAR detection schemata. What they've got set up as this little doohickey, for lack of a better word, to just conduct surveillance, and they have to conduct surveillance because otherwise they can't interface with their environment. So they are, by their very nature, surveillance vehicles. They have to be, because they're matching up the data they're collecting with what is in what they're linked to, so that they don't hit people or run over school children or whatnot. And
these companies, they'll including Tesla, they'll straight up tell you, they'll say, we're not an auto company, we're a data company first. That's how they make their money.
Thank you.
So they collect all this data, then sell it to the AI modelers. That's how they make a chunk of their money they don't have to sell a single car, essentially.
Yeah.
But the cars, when people buy the cars or buy the service, then the cars, have more information to give out instead of just going around in circles.
That's right. It's an endless circle in and of itself. But they are going around in circles around my home. Not Lombard Street, not the cable car or tourist sites, not Fisherman's Wharf. They're going up and down my street for no goddamn good reason. So there we go with that. Yes, and
so really, they're a land-based species of drone.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I'm constantly surrounded by drones like circling sharks. Yeah. They're like circling sharks, just going around my neighborhood. That would be the best impression for it. And of course, they drive my neighbor crazy because he looks outside his window all day. Poor son of a bitch. We keep getting funnier and funnier pictures from T Tank Berry of these poor Waymos where everybody is like shitting and pissing all over them, partying on them, and setting them on fire, putting the the orange cones on top of them and everything else. It's like everybody hates these Waymos. But the funny thing is that if they really wanted to just target them all day, they'd just sit outside my door and they could just plink stones at them as they went by. But there we go with that. It's been a hell of a time. Let's talk a little more and get a bit of a roundtable going, and then I'll dive straight into monologue as early as possible tonight, so that we can get something out in case George Knight arrives. I am scared to death he might not arrive, in which case then, of course, I'll just keep doing monologue. Hopefully they don't knock us off, because that kills my rhythm. Really is hard to get back into everything when they knock us off, and they've been hitting us hard a lot lately. So honestly, amazing with what we got into with the last episode, they didn't hit us. So we're just going to try and full steam ahead. In the interim, let me try and get my act together, so to speak, breathe, center myself, and have everybody join in on a bit of a roundtable. I think that Aristides, is there anything in current events that particularly strikes you of worthy of our attention that Brendan and these young ladies can chime in on?
I don't have anything off the top of my head. Let me keep looking while we.
I got one.
Yes, tell us. Yeah.
I'd love to get it over with too. 3 words. Dan fucking Bongino.
Tell us about this individual. Sounds like a rather surly name. And you kind of faded when you said it, too. It was like they started blurring you out when you were saying it. So go on and tell us.
My phone's been dropping, too. So if I drop, it's technical. And
okay.
I'm right back.
All right.
He's a phenomenon. And now he's second in charge under good old Cash of the FBI.
Okay.
Now, this guy is flaming, militant, right wing, and he's got an audience, devoted audience, the size of like CNN and MSNBC combined, just for the scale to tame. And it's so if you like took every batshit crazy right-wing guy from Rush Limbaugh to Tucker Carlson, put him in a blender, gave it a spin, and that's the green vomit, the projectile. This is the cherry on top.
Oh.
And I tell you, if I was black, I'd be fucking scared.
Oh. If I were black, I'd be scared, period. No matter what, whom, when, or where. But
it's really ramped up now. Check this guy out. Gigantic following, devoted following of millions. And he is really something.
And,
so I need therapy from my friends about this one. Hold me. I really do. Help me, somebody.
Aristides, you're our man for empathy and giving ladies comfort. Please.
Comfort me.
What? Sorry, I was
flaming. He's so flaming. Hardcore.
Who is?
Well, not
I'm sorry,
you.
I was looking. I was looking up this link or this news thing, so I'm sorry I kind of missed some of that. Who's flaming?
Deputy of the FBI.
Oh.
Google Dan. D like boy. ONGINO. Dan Bongino.
Yeah.
Oh man alive.
You think he's
He'll eat your face.
I mean, it's hilarious. These people that they're picking. Like,
yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh. I thought I couldn't be shocked. The neighbors heard me scream. On the Google. Came over. Are you okay? Just jumped out of me. Hey, don't take my word for it. Check this guy out. He is beyond all reason.
Oh, beyond
and he's right. Oh boy, is he right. He's the only right guy in the room at any time. People just love that shit.
All I can say, honey, is that you've got us on your side. We're on your side.
I know it. Thank God.
Yeah, and you know that if anything, at least I can articulate just how bad it's getting. I must confess,
You've
however,
been a lifeline. Last week's beginning was absolutely perfect and grueling.
Thank you.
So it explained, it helped me. It was therapeutic because I'm like, see, I got a right to be depressed.
Yes.
Don't trust anybody that's not depressed, motherfuckers.
Yes. Yes, it's honestly.
That's my rule. Yeah.
As well, it should be.
So I appreciated that.
Thank you, and so I want everyone to know that I'm also doing searches just like Aristides was. So I'm dividing my attention between everybody on the round table. And Aristides found the PDF. Bless you. This is the book Invisible Residents by Ivan Sanderson. So, So, what do you know about this, Holly? Share with us what you know.
Just a little bit about Ivan Sanderson being a Fordian.
Yes.
Yes. He was, the pioneer of cryptozoology and rare animals and stuff.
Yes.
So I'm not familiar with this title, and I'm intrigued.
Yeah. Oh, well, this title is about underwater civilizations.
I love it.
Yes.
Because I love every word you've ever said about that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And there hasn't been a lot, but I never get tired of it.
What do you remember my saying?
That there are species down there.
Yes. Beyond that, anything else that you remember?
Very little.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was light information, but I accept it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And all this thing, the Tic Tac, people thinking that's a UFO. That's it, right? On the Nimitz. That was a fucking UFO. That was the sea people.
Yes, thank you.
They probably got it from Tesla.
Yeah. Oh, well, I don't know about that. And these days you have to say the scientist Nikola Tesla just to disambiguate it from that awful company.
Mm-hmm. It's blasphemous to do that.
Yes. Oh, it is.
That's right. Did he steal the name?
Nothing to do with Tesla.
Yeah.
He stole it. He stole the design
yes.
and the name.
Yes.
And what? You can call anything you want Tesla. Before him, I mean, it was just unprotected.
Well, actually, the copyright of the name he got from Tesla, the band. He had to come to Sacramento to shake down the guy that owned the patent on the name.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
That sounds
in the early days,
right.
Yeah, because that's where the band Tesla started here in Sac. Mm-hmm. One of the members actually went to this school.
I don't know why he did that.
The X?
What's that?
Without an X.
Oh, that's Vinny or Vin.
Oh, Vin. Yes.
So I said,
what did he
why
say?
would he buy Tesla without an X? I was listening, Douglas, and I just have a few things to say that I've got to go finish lasagna. Number one, what's his name? The number 2 guy in the FBI. It's all about fucking power.
Yeah,
that's he is disgusting, and it's scary as shit.
This guy is like a fucking cartoon character.
Oh, he is. I mean, he's scary, and I mean, my fellow Indian American Kash Patel is. I don't know what he is, but but between the two of those, this is just ridiculous. I mean, it scares me for our country, but keep doing the good work, Douglas. And the other thing I have to say is, I mean, Musk, you will say it better than I will, Paulie. Do that in your monologue.
Oh, bless you. But do say what your thought is. At least share your thought before you retreat into the night.
Okay, my thought is, how are so many people so stupid? I mean, Trump's sitting there saying, I have the best polling numbers ever, and the world's knowing it. And the one person I do like is, if you haven't seen it, the Illinois governor, who's a Democrat, his last 7 minutes of his state of Illinois are amazing. Yeah. He's a Jew. He started that, and he did all that. And his statement is like, if there's a 5-alarm fire coming in your country, you better be there with a bucket of water, or else you're part of the problem.
Thank you. Beautiful. I appreciate your sharing that. We need incisive commentary like that to be quoted. And
who knew Illinois would be the state to stand up?
Yes.
Damn right.
Shit.
I mean, he may be my next presidential pick. I mean, if we ever get another election.
Hope.
Yes.
My mother
got nobody.
My mother is 83, and she doesn't believe there'll ever be another election in this country.
She's very wise. She's very astute. If Trump had, go on, continue. Yes.
Yeah. So it's a scary time, and I don't know what the right thing is. I mean, I sort of like Rachel Maddow. She's interesting to her own problems, but they fired everyone that wasn't white at MSNBC. What the hell country am I living in?
Thank you. Yes, it's very frightening. That is alarming. I'm profoundly disturbed by that. I heard something happened, purge at Rachel Maddow's. I didn't know that it was ethno-specific. So what else can you tell us? Any other new developments that in particular stand out to you?
Not really. The one I heard, and I haven't confirmed it, but it's interesting that they're saying that, to vote, your birth certificate has to match your name on your voter's registration. That's great, but if you're married, guess what? If you take your husband's name, then it doesn't match your birth certificate. So therefore, you shouldn't be able to vote.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
That's literally that's one of the bills that I've heard. I don't know that.
I've been hearing. I heard something about that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, basically, I mean, Heather with her last name doesn't have my last name, so she'll still be able to vote. But all of my my 7 former wives, if they get my name, they're not voting.
Oh!
They deserve it. They don't deserve to vote. They aren't that smart. No.
Oh my God!
Here you go, Douglas.
That's
back to you, sir.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. We now know something about you that's profound. I'm impressed. Oh my God, you're just like my legal father. You and my legal father should get along quite well.
You have any biological children?
So what's that? Vin does have biological children by these wives?
No, he has no children. Interesting,
just like my legal father. Fascinating. That's thank you, Vin, for sharing that. That's incredible. I'm impressed, as I said. That's wonderful. Well, you're lucky to have. He obviously needs adult supervision, Heather, and you're lucky to be there to provide that for him. And he's.
It all works out.
Yeah, and you in turn are lucky to have his. So it does work out, and I remember just how excited you were when I was looking at the layout for the community you live in now. Vin's mother is still relatively young, of course. My parents should never have died at the age of 87. She's got a while to go before she reaches that age, and I'm sure she'll live well beyond that. But I remember when I was, I remember when I was looking at the layout of your community, and I said, my God, it's a necropolis. And Heather said, what's that? And I said, it's a city of the dead. And how Heather squealed with delight as if I had said it's Disneyland. That was so cute, Heather.
Yay, I made it.
Yes, you made it. Oh my God. Oh, so.
But you know what else is funny? Yeah. Streets all have names of famous people. It's like Flamingo Road, Del Webb Boulevard, and Boswell Boulevard, like Tom Boswell, and Lauren Hutton. There's Hutton Lane.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And they're all Lawrence Welk Lane.
Yeah, that's incredible. Lawrence Welk. Oh God, I haven't. Yes, to think I grew up with this individual. A lot of people don't even remember him. I remember, what was it that I think Brooke Gibson mentioned somebody last night, and Brendan said, who? He didn't even know this person Brooke Gibson mentioned. Now I'll have to try and remember who that was. It's amazing, people that were once household names, they no longer are household names after, and it's sad. But like you said, these are people that everyone would have remembered back in the day. And so were they all Masons, or were just their fame?
I don't know if they're all Masons. I know they were all movie stars.
Right. Okay. So there's a fascination with cinema in that community.
Something about that era.
Yeah.
Famous people in that era.
Yeah. And what about yourself, Holly? Perhaps you could share with us something about media in the past that you were a fan of, perhaps, just to keep the round.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I remember Lawrence Welk.
Mm-hmm.
there was another big band guy too. I was trying to call his name, but I taught myself to read on the Star Ledger newspaper. So I've always been I've always loved a newspaper. And those days are mostly gone now. And I regret that. The New York Times is always fucked. I mean, you know, they've always been bastards. But it was one of those papers you kind of had to read. And town to town in America, there were some pretty decent papers in some towns you wouldn't expect it. Like Tucson Star, halfway decent. Monterey Herald used to be halfway decent. But they're all just destroyed now.
Yes.
So I've noticed, you know, I feel that.
Yeah. Thank you.
You know, life goes on.
Well,
I realized one night stuff changes. Get used to the fact. It's like, I hate change. Why do we have to have change?
It's I hear you. It's
if I'm not shackled in a dungeon, you know, that would be different. I guess I appreciate stability as I get older. Put it that way.
Oh, yes, we all learn to appreciate that. And Heather's in a very stable environment right now. Oh, my God.
That's good. Now, on the other hand, this bill they passed last night was quite a stinker.
Yeah.
And the comeback from this hasn't even begun to trickle down. It's only been days and hours that all these people are hitting the streets with nothing, you know, just fired. And these big slashes they made last night, I don't know how long they come to take effect, but wow, I can't imagine the ramifications. I mean, it's no good if maybe I'm just okay enough and nobody else is. That's still a problem.
Yes.
So my stability is not all that matters.
Well, let's just put it this way. You have to use that as a barometer for the stability around you.
Boy.
Yeah, we all have to obviously care for our neighbor, but we have to watch out for ourselves as well. And the one thing I can tell you is that the entire system is in a disarray, to put it mildly. We're going to, of course, try and articulate as much as we can. I'm happy to report that we've received a contribution. Service at paypal.com informs me that I have money from Stephen Myers, our brother from another mother in the heart of New York City, who sent $750 of United States dollars. Stephen Myers sent you 75 USD. His note is, always on the team. Sunday's podcast brought back the movie Soylent Green and the book I've read, Cave Cauldrons and Concealed Creatures, way back in the 80s. And The World Order by Eustace Mullins is enjoyed the round table. Hope to call in one day. We hope you do as well, dear Stephen Myers. Love you, brother. And wonderful individual. Appreciate his contribution. And of course, as I said, we're going to jump into roundtable very soon. Just right now, still breathing, still trying to get the roundtable to go for at least a minimum amount of time, and then dive straight into it so that we can get something in before George shows up. We're doing this almost ritualistically in the hope that it makes George show up, or somehow, magically brings him in, with that being normally the case, or the norm I established with the last episode before tonight's. Oh, and by the way, for people who don't know, Real Tech Geek's birthday was just the other day. It was on Saturday, so the weekend of the latest episode before tonight's. So if people take a look at that latest episode before tonight, they'll see Real Tech Geek's name, if you will, in the title and in the text, the summary text. And he's someone that I would happily put his real name in there if he gives me permission to do so. but, you know, he wants to, so far as I know, remain anonymous. We'll ask him next time he jumps on whether he wants to change that status. Holly apparently wants to go more towards anonymity, so she's just Holly now in the credits. And Aristides as well, first name kind of guy. Yeah, well, sure, I respect that.
We're all friends here.
Yes, and our dear T-Tank Barry placed in a wonderful map, a map of what it says is a listing of vile vortices around the world that is very gridded. It's grid patterned to the Bermuda Triangle, and I presume the Dragon's Triangle off the Sea of Japan. So yes, it calls it Devil's Triangle instead of Dragon's Triangle, but that's Japan's version of the Bermuda Triangle. Obviously, these are places of generally heavy ocean traffic. Generally, not all of them. And
what kind of orifices? That was a great phrase.
I'm sorry, honey. Can you see the map? Can you see the map in the text?
No, it's tiny on my phone.
Oh, okay.
But you made a phrase. Was it the title? Something orifices.
And
I wanted to remember it.
10 vile vortices.
Vile.
Yes, it's a strange title. It's so you do know that you can click on the map and make it larger, do you not?
Good.
Yes. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can also download it and then make it larger at your leisure. So do click on it, and it's
It went away.
It'll come back.
Okay.
It's not gonna disappear. At any rate, one of those areas is very close to Mount Kailash.
Yes.
This map also has a bit of Madagascar in it that may be near the Red Hills in Madagascar. So I'm definitely always appreciative of these attempts to graphically chart these phenomena. It is loosely related, perhaps even intimately related to what I discussed in the last hour of our last episode. While our man Aristides was on. And aside from that, just let me turn back towards checking out some other things going on currently to see if they're worth addressing. And granted, I haven't had too much of a chance to catch up on everything most recently, which is why it's good that Holly brings up some names of other villains out there that I had never even paid attention to, simply because I can only pay attention to so much. So speaking of which, Heather Holman and Holly, both you young ladies, feel free to share with us anything else in current events that comes to your attention. Let's start with Heather. Heather, what about yourself? Don't need to jump in too quickly. Is she with us? Oh, she went mute. That's right. She says, I have to eat dinner. Be back later. Okay. There we are. So, okay. Brendan.
The Ivan Sanderson book.
Yes, honey. Have you downloaded
about the underwater situation?
Yes.
Darling. Oh, okay. That was the point of that you had received it, the PDF.
Yeah, and you can download it too. Then open it up and
very good.
But ask about it anyway. What questions did you have about it? I can speak.
Well, just any commentary you might have on it.
Oh, well, during World War II, Ivan Sanderson was stationed as an intelligence officer in Belize, formerly British Honduras, and he began to monitor the vast amount of disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle, which during World War II time were attributed to U-boat attacks. And he began to ascertain that a number of these were not due to U-boat attacks, and began to report that we were waging a dual war, a three-front war, one in Europe, one in Asia, and for the Allies, a third as yet unidentified enemy under the sea, and that this enemy's hostility towards the Allies may be because it was allied with Japan. Japan, of course, having a history due to the ancient conflict for who would be emperor of Japan. There were two major conflicts in Japan, one which the Allies knew of, but they didn't know of the other. In other words, Japan's history being so long, the Allies only knew so much of it. And when it came to Japan's own history, the Japanese were more aware of one battle as well, the more recent battle. And that was described, if we look it up, something that people can access online. It is the Aiki Monogatari. There we are. So if people look up the tale of the Aiki, which is spelled Heike, the Aiki Monogatari is a battle for the emperorship of Japan. And before that, there was another battle that most Japanese never knew about, and they've only begun talking about it in the last few decades. That was a battle that impacted my mother's family. So my mother's family goes back towards the time when there was a southern dynasty and the northern dynasty. The northern dynasty later became known as the dynasty, the Yamato dynasty. And this was after they drove out the Chinese descended dynasty that was established by Zhu Fu, the alchemist of the first emperor, Wdy. And Wdy's first emperor wanted the secret to immortality, and therefore he wanted Wu Zhu to take 3,000 children apart while they were alive to withdraw the essence from them for his elixir of immortality. Wu Zhu said he needed to take the children to the land of Wa, which is the land of static equilibrium, or Japan, to access the herbs that would make the elixir efficacious or digestible to the human body. But he then commandeered, through Emperor Wdy's permission, a fleet, which he took to Japan, an expeditionary fleet, complete with troops, and all 3,000 of the children, and 1,500 of them girls and 1,500 of them boys, and simply never returned from Japan. He established his own dynasty in the south. This was, of course, one of the first arbingers of civilization to the islands of Japan. Later on, because it was Sino-descended or Chinese-descended, its most outstanding influence survives in Okinawa, or the Ryukyu's island chain. Then what happened was that they were driven out by the Yamato dynasty, and then finally when the Yamato dynasty was established, there was another battle with the Eiki, and this took place off the coasts of Japan, where the young child emperor and his mother dove into the sea. And the Yamato was left over the islands in terms of total dominance. And as a result, there was always a claim by the Japanese that there was an empire under the sea that was a kind of mirror Japan. Even Sanderson felt that the descendants of these samurai perhaps had interbred with other descendants of sunken civilizations, or aquamphibian peoples that had evolved during the various evolutionary stages of the change of continents, that then, of course, resulted in their enmity towards the surface world. That this was something that was spoken of. All of his records, of course, were later confiscated and destroyed as soon as he was dead. By the way, let's send a message to Brendan Zogit. Jump back on call, Brendan, and here we are. And
sounds like a marvelous book.
I'm here, Doug.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
I'm on a lunch break, so I'm stopping by a shop. So.
Oh, okay. So thank you for explaining that. Appreciate that profoundly. Thank you.
Yeah.
And jump on whenever you feel you have something to contribute, please. Yeah, and by all that, Ivan Sanderson, I don't know if he goes too deeply into the Japanese aspects of the book, because those were essentially what I saw with the military records that I was dealing with. Heather disappeared because she's eating, and so when it came to the he does have a lot in the book, though, that is quite relevant. So do read it. Do read it and review the PDF. It's so fortunate that Aristides can find these PDFs for us. I'll try and ask him to find a number of others. I do have a copy of that book that T. Berry has presented. He presented a cover of the book, Psychic Discoveries Behind the Iron Curtain, and that's very relevant or important to much of what I speak of. So
I remember that one.
You do?
I wish I owned it.
Yeah.
I'm sure I've held it in my hands, but I do not own it.
Well,
yes, that was on every shelf in the 70s.
It was. Yes. It's amazing.
Next to Curlian photography.
Yes, which so many people misunderstood. But then again, it wasn't that it was ever presented in such a way that people could ever really understand it.
No, is that where scalar technology comes from?
No, not to my understanding. No,
not the Curlian, the Soviet.
Yeah, well, Soviet Curlian photography was Soviet.
No, scalar. It was scalar Soviet.
Oh, scalar, to my knowledge, no. Scalar is simply like underground radar, to my knowledge.
Okay, but they didn't lead the development of that back in the day?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay.
Unless
I've always thought it was associated with them for some reason that I can't verify.
I mean, yeah.
I wondered.
Yeah, if you can find anything, I'd be happy to look at.
Scalar technology is a subset of physics that is not in the public domain.
Thank you.
And that was actually derived from Tesla's work. And the Soviets stole it.
Yeah.
That's why they can use it as well.
Thank you for reminding me.
And there's another company that just went bankrupt called Nikolai, also robbing Tesla. And
they all did. Doug's explained why that happened.
Yeah.
After he died, they got split up. Everything got split up, including by the dynasty that now, our new king.
Yes.
Dynasty.
Thank you.
Yeah. So.
And I don't know if this was a car company or what.
And I'm okay. I'm like, just as a disclaimer, I'm okay with saying that. I don't really care.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
But the end time, according to that thing, like, the end of the Kali Yuga, like, it'll have to transition back into like a kingship era. Whether that's good or bad is irrelevant.
Interesting.
Obviously, it's bad right now. Yeah.
Well, it's bad in this case. It
depends if the king is mad or not.
Yes. Yeah. Well, doesn't
the Kali Yugas, they're all bad. They're all crazy.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. If the king is benevolent, the crops grow and the sun shines and the gentle rain.
Exactly. Like in the Egyptian times, if your civilization failed, if your land didn't produce, it was the king. The king would be the first one. That would be his fault. It would be their fault.
Goddamn king. And I feel
the Pharaoh,
is like Frank Zappa's Brown Clouds is musically perfect for the backdrop. It's a sense of impending doom because these consequences, for society still in shock, and the long-term consequences have yet to be lived. So what the hell? It's coming. It's just not quite here yet.
Oh, yes. When it comes to explain yourself, Brendan, let our listeners know that when you speak of that Trump as our king, you're not effusing. Just let them know you're not effusing when you say that.
We know that.
Yeah. Well, Team Dietrich knows that, honey, but our listeners may not, believe it or not. Right. We need to qualify everything we say just to maintain ourselves. It's just like when he says, damn, Doug, I caught the sun sickness from you. Before you know it, people think that, did Doug give him the bite? We just need to clarify these things. That's all.
Sense of humor is definitely lacking in society.
It's awful. It is awful. Mm-hmm. Well, a sense of humor implies intelligence, and we got precious little of that. Yeah. And
it's not like he's catching a plane.
Yeah, he's
out of here.
Yeah, that's cute. He's and he's poor guy's just trying to get lunch. Yeah,
he's at the airport.
Yeah, and
I'm curious as to what he gets. Can I ask?
Of course, you're more than welcome to ask. I'm sure he'll be happy to talk about it. The individual
it's not intrusive?
Yeah, no, of course not. Good God, how could that be intrusive? We can't shut him up about what he eats.
I'm curious.
I'm
food curious.
Yeah. And I like that. That's cute. It sounds so much more innocuous than gay bi-curious, as that they're trying to eliminate from our vocabulary.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I guess everybody just doesn't like the term curious.
Yeah, I'm still here. I can hear you guys, brother. But yeah, I just went to get some chocolate because I got a coupon for it. That's all.
Oh, cool. So tell us about this coupon for chocolate that you've got.
2 for 1 on Cho, right?
It wasn't Cho, but when I saw the Cho, I saw the Cho chocolate. It was like they have it shoved all the way to the side. Not anymore. Not anymore. They put it on like the bottom shelf all the way to the left, meaning it's ready to be pulled off.
Yeah.
After what Doug's exposed, ain't no one buying that shit.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah. Oh no.
Well, that was the irony about it, is they kept saying that they had this revolutionary chocolate, but it was shit. I mean, it's always been shit.
No, but there was something inside it that was hyper stimulating. They had a stimulant in it. Tell
that was like the first wave, and I had gotten one of them on clearance, and it was like, granted it was 100% pure chocolate, but I had like 1 square of it, and I couldn't sleep for like days. I'm not joking. And I was like, no wonder people aren't buying this shit. It's like their kids probably wouldn't shut up. They were probably like, it's just all day for days on end. So
lead poisoning kind of feels good. You don't suffer. You just go crazy.
And then they tried to say, what was that BS, Doug? They said, it was African. We have our own African free trade.
Yeah.
They tried to say our factory is all pure. There's no one gets slaved in there.
Yeah. They were sourcing from countries that were infamous for slave labor. Yes.
Oh, God.
Yes. And it was really pathetic. But with everything that we kept saying repeatedly, with our own grassroots campaign, we devastated that company, and it's not even really my intent. Look, I've got nothing against that company, but I was just telling it like it is. And
so you're saying you like the Cho?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I was telling it like it is.
And I know that.
What was that, Holly? What's that, Holly?
You don't eat it either.
No.
Chocolate.
No, I don't eat the...
Didn't someone send you one, Doug? Didn't someone send you a Cho chocolate? Or was
you know who? Selena Khan. Selena Khan sent me a big...
It was her.
Yeah, she sent me like a large supply of Cho chocolate. She thought it was the funniest thing in the world.
No.
That's how I know about the stimulant effect. Otherwise, but it sat in my icebox.
You loved it.
Well,
admit it.
It was, I didn't mind it. Yeah, I didn't mind it. I'll tell you that. But they put it's definitely, they got something in there. And
it's definitely not just chocolate. Even though that's their tagline, just chocolate, the best.
And at the beginning, that was the whole point behind their calling it black magic chocolate. But the interesting thing is that it's a term they couldn't use in Asia. It's just not, it certainly doesn't sell in Asia. And yet they always try to make it look like they had Asian employees. And then finally a Japanese Yakuza company bought it out. I mean, tell them, Brendan. Then finally the Japanese bought it out almost like it.
Yeah.
I noticed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Glyco company, which is a Japanese confectionery, bought the majority shares. So
called Glyco. Wow.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if that's when the factory address changed.
Yeah. They've actually owned it since like 2019. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's so wait a second. Nemo says they're probably putting crack in it, which I have no argument with, but what did you say, Holly? What you wondering if what changed?
I thought there was some deal where, the phony factory address on the back of the package
Oh, tell her they kept changing the address. They keep changing the address because they really doesn't seem to be a real, production.
Right.
Well, you exposed it, Holly. You exposed it. But it was originally Berkeley. No, it was originally San Francisco.
It was Oakland in my day.
Yeah, Oakland originally.
Well, at one point on the packaging it said San Francisco.
Yeah.
Then it said
I believe
Oakland.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then it said Oakland. Then it said Alameda.
Yeah.
And then now it says now it says Berkeley, San Pablo Avenue. And I went by when I was in Berkeley. I didn't see shit on San Pablo Avenue that looked like a chocolate factory.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
It's right in plain view, really sketch.
Yeah.
But that's how it is.
Yeah.
Shit going on behind all those storefronts. I can walk down the street and pick out money laundry, money laundry, money laundry. There's ain't no way they're making a living. Ain't no way. That's what it is.
Yeah, last time I was there, I had breakfast, and it was 2 pastries, 2 coffees, and like some kind of cheese platter. It was like $60. I was like, how the fuck do people live out here?
Now with all the tech jobs drying up.
Yes.
Yeah, it was crazy. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, this trickle down hasn't hit yet, but it's coming. There's going to be a lot of so-called stable people just skidding down the street on their ass.
Yes. Yeah. It's
it's already happening. I'm watching it happen, basically.
Yes.
Okay, because it hasn't happened in my personal, except for like a friend of a friend.
Mm-hmm.
But I God help them. I don't know. Anyway.
Well, honey, when you use the term,
the tide has sucked out and the tidal wave is about to hit.
When you the tide is sucked out and the tidal wave is about to hit, when you use that term trickle down effect, they are promoting that term in a beneficial propaganda campaign. Yeah, where they're trying to say that we're all going to get trickle down benefits from this somehow, just like Reagan did. When of course
that's my joke.
Yes, got it.
The
so
hot fire hasn't trickled down.
Thank you. Again, always
the golden shower.
Yeah,
exactly.
I remember Doug went into it before and was like,
which was exactly what that whole theory was.
Yes.
A golden shower, and has been now, discussed, analyzed intelligently, and with time proven what bullshit it was. It got us here.
Yeah, like that.
Got us here.
There we are. So thank you for everybody clarifying that. That's beautiful. And again, I'm still trying to see what else these idiots are up to so that I can give a analysis of it and dive into that as soon as possible with all of you participating.
Well, did you see the thing I sent you, Doug?
Yeah.
I took it out of the
tell me. Oh, yes. Let me take a look at what our man Brendan sent me. He sent me a lot. Okay, he sent me quite a bit, so let me take a look at this. We're also joined by Sammy Romero. Welcome aboard, Sammy Romero. And tell us, Sammy, I hope everything's well with you, and please share with us whatever you're comfortable sharing about how things are going with your family and yourself.
Hey, Doug. Hi, what's going on? Hey, hi. What's going on, Team Dietrich?
Yes. Welcome aboard. And we all love you dearly. How was your birthday, and how's Isaac doing?
He's doing great, man. He's working. He's he's doing fine. Fine as he could be. But especially what's going on right now, it's you can pretty much just thank God. So there's some type of people are not. There's not mass rape and violence.
and cannibalism in the streets every time we look out the window. Yes. Go on.
Not yet.
Not yet. They're working on it. Go on.
And, I wonder if those gold cards that Trump is announcing are gonna, gonna help anybody who can afford them.
Oh, yeah. Read the quote. You want me to read the quote, Sammy? I'll tell you exactly how crazy this guy is.
Yeah, read the quote.
It's hilarious. Man.
Yeah, but can you improve your audio because you sound echoey in the car? Is there a way to get your earbuds in?
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah. No, you're fine.
No,
I'm talking
Sammy,
to Brendan. Yeah, you sound fine, Sammy. You're great.
Yeah, this is better.
Yeah, there we are. Infinitely better.
better.
So read that to Sammy if you would be so kind.
So this is the gold card. Trump mused that the program could be made available to Russians as well. This is the direct quote from Trump. He said, "I know some Russian oligarchs that are very nice people. It's possible they're not as wealthy as they used to be, but I think they can afford $5 million." So whatever Doug was saying the last episode is not out of line or shocking at all, because he's inviting rich oligarchical enemy powers into our country to get citizenship, to pay for citizenship. That's never happened in any country that's been at war. Ever.
It's revolutionary, for God's sake.
Yes. So go on, Sammy.
Remember, didn't he go over and sit in Putin's lap and diss the CIA? And the FBI? Remember that?
Yes. That was called the Helsinki moment. But Sammy, what were you going to say, Sammy Romero?
The very interesting part about it is he never mentioned how the money is going to be tracked. Where's the money going to actually end up? None of that he's making. There's nothing clear. It's just a scam. It really is just scamming. He's scamming, and the funny thing is, this pretty much supersedes anything involving with immigration. Literally, he's just giving you, and it's not even. And the problem is, it's not even written in stone. There's no guarantee. This gold card, which is hilarious because it's already here. Is my point is, he's just making it official, because anybody with the means can have citizenship. It's just now it's just we're making it official, and in my theory, this is just me. This is if he's even in office by midterms, hell, even 4 years. I think what he wants to do is what kind of Doug alluded to is a pecking order in a sense of class, which is, it's not that it's not already here. It's just he really wants to make it quote unquote official. But like anything, it's really insanity, because how much of it can you take serious and how much really is just him scamming people, because he's just really just a shakedown artist.
Yes.
And really, you guys want into this country, and really, it's, if I'm someone with vast amounts of wealth, and I live in my own country, why the fuck do I want to come in this country and be taxed? And really, they're just paying to come in here and get taxed. Especially in this time, it's like this country is literally a sewer of crap on fire. I wouldn't want to be here. No, I would not want to be here. I'm buying citizenship here to get taxed. You're going to get taxed. Obviously, their tax bracket is different, but even then, if I'm wealthy, I don't want to be taxed, period.
Well, so if you make your address in Nevada, you won't be.
Yeah, but who wants to live in Nevada?
Nobody. You just make it your legal residence or your business residence. Your business headquarters could be.
Yeah, well, they already do that with Montana and stuff.
Right. Well, just to put this in perspective,
so I don't think those oligarchs are going to be paying any taxes to operate their shit.
Yeah, you're all right. You're all correct. What this is Sammy Romero's question in this is quite well taken. It's there's so many disadvantages to coming to the United States. Of course, Nevada is a bit of a joke, because Nevada is the most irradiated place on Earth. This is where we have done all our nuclear tests. The idea, no wonder they make it tax exempt. Of course, they ought to be paying people.
That's why a bunch of corporations have headquarters.
Yes. Oh, of course.
Headquarters per se.
Yes, and as Brendan says in the comments, that's because it's mafia shit. It's all money laundering. But when it comes to these Russians and the rest of the multi-billionaires, they will not be taxed, because that's the whole point of Trump's regime, is will not tax the rich. So
that's right.
Yeah. So
that's what happened last night.
Yeah. Yes.
Put in stone.
Yes.
At the price of food stamps and 24-hour care for old people.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
I'm looking at it as, and this is just me. Obviously, I'm not Russian, thank God.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
But if I'm a wealthy person and I'll put it this way: if I'm El Chapo, obviously he's locked up. But if I was him, why would I want to be the States, where really Mexico has an arrangement with the cartels? Period. Like there's already an arrangement where it's controlled chaos to a certain extent.
Yes.
And really, the only violence there is really and I don't like using cartel. I would like to say, grassroots pharmaceutical companies. Yeah,
I love it. Yes. Yeah.
With violence, I hate these words that we put on other people, but Pfizer, and Pfizer's really the only cartel here that I know. I can't really think off my head. But it's like Pfizer and some other company having, arms, which I'm sure they do. It's just it's all black and it's all under budget. But what I'm trying to say is, I would not want to move here if I'm from these corporate, someone of that stature with money. It's just dumb. But then again, we're talking about Russians who live in a bigger pile of shit that's on fire.
Thank you. Quite
50 years.
Yeah.
Going on 60 years. It's it's really just like his organized crime, his mafia connections that Trump is. It's kind of pretty much putting out there, but it's almost like a rerun in the sense that the way things are going, it's not going to last long. It's just too much chaos to the point where they're trying to bring everything down, until everybody wakes up, and they're hoping it's going to be too late. Because the way I see things, when I observed Mitch McConnell, walking away with his tail between his legs, well, it's somewhat an oxymoron in the sense that he knew Trump never liked him. Trump mocked him. But Trump pretty much held a gun to his head. And I'm not saying he's not evil. Of course he is, Yes. But he is part of the old, government regime where they know the game as far as politics. Nancy Pelosi, all these old mummies that are walking corpses, that know the game of politics. Politics is like one of the things you've talked about, Gary Wilhelm Hambright.
Yes.
Want to have politics.
Yes. For those of you who don't know what Sammy Romero is referring to, the individual who was the manager, one of the managers at the child daycare center, and was responsible for raping no less than hundreds of children. He was federally indicted for over 14 of those assaults, all of them under 4 years of age. He would have been indicted for hundreds more if he had not died of AIDS while he was on trial. But Gary Willard Hambright, the last time I met him in person, was on the bus where I asked him, knowing that he had lost his job at the daycare center, I asked him, what are you going to do now? And he said, I really want to get into politics. And that was, yes, continue by all means.
It's perfect because it coincides with who
else said that?
Who else?
My fucking dirtbag uncle.
There you go. There you go. Yes.
Yeah. He said, what I should have gotten into is politics. I could do that. I could scam everyone. Yeah. He literally said that out loud. Fucking bastards.
But it coincides with the church, and what I mean by churches is just religious organizations. It's they're tax exempt, and it's always a look, I can discern, obviously, I go to church, but to a certain extent, you have to take what you can, and it's a relationship with God, really. It's a personal relationship. I've always kept that in mind, but that's one of the things I've always conflicted with, with that side of of my life. It's once you actually think like an adult, and you actually self-aware, and you have an identity of self. And the reason why I'm even bringing this up, because I have to give Holly a lot of credit, and as far as having the courage to talk about, you know, her gender identity, as far as what she, you know, went through. Of that, you know, I know she's never met me, but I heard that transmission a couple weeks ago, and that spoke a lot of volumes into. And I'm gonna come back around with Trump. You know, she's also on his radar when it comes to attack on DEI and pretty much people that are not ignorant. It's not even racial no more. It's going to come down to, you know, if you're not a quote unquote white or, you know, white male, then, you know, screw you.
And how much money you have.
Well, of course, absolutely that. But even then, you know, if like we see the example what he uses, you know, pretty much his pawns as far as the Republican government, as far as, you know, senators and congressmen, he really doesn't give a shit about them. They're all pawns, they're all expendable, and they're really having the logic that I see in this is if I'm riding this gravy train, you know, I have this pension, I have this, you know, all these payments that lobbyists and special interests, you know, kick down to me. The last thing I want is to have a moron like him. Or in other words,
you would think, yeah.
Why do I want someone fucking with the church money? You know, this is a gravy train. You know,
you would think.
And to tell you the truth, this is where I think I always agree with Doug. He's insane, because his whole gravy train is right. His insanity is riding on all this, and the people that are helping him are just bending over, and, you know, he's putting on that sandpaper condom and going to town. So, with all due respect, Holly, I didn't mean to use that metaphor, but it's almost where it's just insanity. That's the best way I can put it, because government works in this corruption. This is what this country's built on. And for people like this Republican Party to just fuck up the gravy train, it's almost where it's prophesized where we're going to have to pay for our sins. And I've talked about this in the past, where the sins of the past are catching up to us. Yes. And what I mean by us is the American public. As much as my ancestry had nothing to do with it, it doesn't matter. We're stuck in this hellhole, and we're going to pay the piper. But when I see people in government like that, they're worse, because now they're going to be afraid for their lives. If you think January 6th was something, you know, they know it. And the problem is they're too neutered. My point is this, okay? Mm-hmm. It's to the point where I feel like there's a spirit of cowardness in these people in government. Yes. And to make it worse, the Democrats they're no any better. They're just the dumb party.
Yes.
They don't realize there's no such thing as bipartisanship. The Republicans bid their time to jump off a bridge. It's almost where they knew this was coming. The Republicans did not want to stop it because they want to be in first in line into, you know, the fuck train. Yes. And it's almost where it's just these people must be possessed by, you know, evil elves, or, you know, what you guys talked about, where it's almost where they're literally just opening up their ass and it's about to happen. And, you know, I don't mean to be so negative, but the best way I can put it is it's, you know, we're paying for what we're doing, what we did in the past. You know, you can go back to tragedies that the U.S. government did. And I'm just talking about the government, is even our founding rapists.
Yes. Yes.
You know, the blood that they spill, the anguish, the pain, it's going to come back to
like Malcolm predicted.
Right. You know,
it's the exact thing.
Right. Right, and I'm actually more of a Malcolm guy than Martin Luther King. And I'm not have nothing against him, but what I always what I always noticed about Malcolm X was his discipline. It reminded me a lot of my father, and to the point where, my father was so inspired by giving back that I think it has to do a lot with even him. And I have to get personal a little bit because to me it's only right that even Holly got personal.
Yes.
So sometimes I felt my dad had to sacrifice a little bit of his family to actually help and reach out and teach people about their faith. And when I say about faith, it's because, in my opinion, faith transcends really all beliefs in the sense that you need to have a relationship spiritually to survive. If you don't have one, you're going to go insane with all this chaos that's happening. I think, that's what helped you, Doug, dealing with the Presidio, back when you were young.
Thank you.
This frame is just, it's almost dumbed down to the point where, mass media is involved. And even then that could, like, I like, you try to use entertainment as a way to escape, but when, shows like The Daily Show and, these people that parried the news, it's comical, but it's almost where, we're laughing all the way down to, the meat grinder.
Yes.
Which, but there's no action involved. And the problem is, I almost think of this, this is all rerun really with FDR, with the tragedies that he did.
Yes.
The problem is, we're seeing it live in picture, and it's almost where, it's just gross. I'm more grossed out, really. It's just disgusting.
Yes.
Because to say I'm afraid, it's like, the way I've dealt with death, death has knocked on my door as far as my loved ones. I've lost somebody. You kind of have to deal with I'm already coming down to my mortality as far as I'm learning as an adult. You're getting closer and closer, and it's just the reality, right? Obviously, you've seen people die in front of you, and you you held your mother.
Yes.
So it's almost to a point where, when I hear about you talk about right now the subject with Japan and the other front that the U.S. fought in World War II when it came to the sea, the kingdom in the sea, as far as the sentient and other governments, as far as relic populations, so on and so forth. You've talked about this, obviously.
Thank you.
It makes a lot of sense because at this point, that's actually more. It makes more sense now, especially what we're dealing here in the surface world, because we really are savages. We have no type of demeanor as far as what is to be civilized.
Yes.
In fact, I would bet every cent I have that these undersea governments are more civilized than us.
Thank you. Yes.
We're just a bunch of walking apes that.
Yes.
But I digress. And, let me take a cent to let me take some time because I have to regroup. I'll see my dad. So
no worries. Take a breath, but I want you to know how correct you are. As a matter of fact, I want you to know that the Democratic strategist. Let me see if I can find his name. I'll look up the key phrase that he's talking about when it comes to a 30-day period of time. James Carville, he's the veteran Democratic strategist. He's the former top advisor to the former president, Bill Clinton, and he feels that the Trump misadministration will collapse in 30 days. He gives it 30 days. I can make an argument. I'm like saving that for a time after we've dealt with the George Knight crises. Hopefully George Knight comes on tonight, and then we'll go through our tour de force, and then I can get back to monologues on the episode thereafter next Sunday. But I can talk about the fact that there's every sign that this might very well be peak Trump. He's causing so much chaos and collapse that, in other words, he will not be able to extend his governance simply because the governance will no longer exist in any effective form to extend his regime's power. Does that make sense? I can go into that in any number of things as to why this individual may be right, that he gives it 30 days and it's just going to go to hell. In other words, we may not have to wait till midterms. The government may literally collapse into anarchy. Brendan, yes.
It already happened with the Doge boys.
Yeah.
I'm sure they sabotage and put all kinds of cybernetic booby traps in there.
Yeah.
Because they're smarter than that. You know, they're not just going to leave and let them go through everything.
I would hope that they would have some you know.
No, I know how these Reddit nerds work.
Yeah. Yeah, no, true enough. True enough.
Once they get pissed off, like they hold grudges, like.
Oh, well, explain to people what happened. So what happened with these people? You and I conclude that they were ripped off by Elon, that Elon is not paying them. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
1 second.
No worries. Take your time. And in the interim, I do want to emphasize...
Yeah, so...
Yeah, continue. Yeah, by all means.
The Doge boys, 21 of the staffers quit because, according to their official statement, they said, we don't want to... be a part of destroying our government and all that stuff. But really, Doug and I were saying, like, he probably sent them an email, said, what did you do last week? Or you're not getting your paycheck. And they just said, you know what? Fuck you.
Yeah, he gave them, what do they call it? Where he says, you got to tell me what you did in terms of productivity, like a productivity rating, kind of demand.
Yeah, he wanted them to self-report.
Yeah.
And they were just like, what the fuck? This guy's, fuck you. And then he probably said, I'm not paying you then or something.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not paying you unless I get that, like some justification, some shit like that. He's that insane. He's that self-destructive.
Yeah, they get those, that shit that goes to their head.
Yeah. So by all means, I don't know if that brings any other thoughts to Sammy, but share them whenever you catch your breath. I know he's always busy with other things as well. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, my only thing is Brandon's organ makes a lot of sense. I think we're dealing with it's as much as we see the media, they project and they inflate a lot. I think what the public really sees now is whoever's really passionate as far as the U.S. This is the thing about the U.S. and this is how I feel. Okay. Mm-hmm. We're passionate until it starts affecting our comfortability. Yeah. When people's checks are not coming in no more, people's funding, whatever aisle you're on, it doesn't matter. When that really gets fucked up, and you see why our government runs by accident, and if we cut something off, we're just going to start bleeding. We're going to start hemorrhaging. Really and dying. I think this is what the public's realizing now. And the problem is all these people that were so passionate about, quote unquote, are really just indoctrinated and just really stupid. They're seeing that now. And the thing is, it's not that he's not gonna last, is the rebuilding process. We can't go back to our old system anymore. Because the way he was elected was by these same stupid-ass people.
Thank you.
And the way government's designed, some redneck in Iowa
has 75 times more representation than Sammy and I and Brendan in California, along with Holly. My apologies, Holly. Save the best for last.
In our tax money that California produces, which is the fourth largest economy in the world, it's just some things should not be. There should really not be no quote unquote equality, because there's no such thing as that. It's the point, and we're all a welfare state. I'm not saying the U.S. is not. Thing is, because California is very diverse, which including the red areas, we are a symbol of what an empire is. There's diversity, and it's great. And there's different opinions. The problem is the rest of Nowhere America does not want to get with the program, and they're seeing it now. Yes. Because unfortunately, yes, there's a pecking order, but the reason why these foreigners come and work these fields and do these hard labor job is the dream, the hope. And the key word is hope. This is why Obama ran on hope.
Yes.
Was because I want to have the American dream of being a lazy ass. Let's keep it real, okay? And there's nothing wrong with it. I can't say the American dream. It can't be education system because our education is pretty much at the bottom, or even more. We're digging even more. It's not our education system. It's just that.
Well, let's be real. It's always been to make money. It's always been to make money.
Of course. It's just, the idea.
Because freedom doesn't exist here. It hasn't.
Absolutely not. It's just the idea of I can have a piece of this, these benefits, and it's not really benefits. It's just, the idea, and it's pretty much all been destroyed because they decided to fuck up the gravy train. And because of that, there's going to have to be amendments. We're going to have to draft a new constitution like every modern civilized nation.
Thank you.
I.e. Europe. All the Euro rejects that came here that did not want to be a part of that, those illegal immigrants.
Yes. Not to mention Trump himself, or Musk himself, who started as an illegal South African immigrant for years. But go on. Yes, continue.
Even Trump's ancestry. They were Germans that were drunk.
Yes. Yes.
So that's the point, is it's just ridiculous. But at the end of the day, we're going to have, we're going to have to redraft a new constitution. And I believe this is where the Civil War is going to take place, because you still have people clamoring and clawing that they can't. Look, I went to a restaurant a couple of days ago. I took my wife, and there was this asshole that was around 75 years old, with the 47 hat, and it's his waitress was Mexican,
Uh-huh.
and you had another waitress who had her fucking daughter singing at a booth because she couldn't afford a babysitter, and she was pregnant, Doug.
Oh God!
And this was a quote unquote white woman. This wasn't even a Mexican woman. It's obviously, you understand. They're illegals. Their children can work as well. No, this was a white woman, quote unquote. I hate that analogy because it's funny. It's just stupid. It's nonsense. But what I'm trying to say is, this is the picture I'm trying to paint. Is you have this idiot with that hat on, not understanding that, look, this guy's gonna croak. He doesn't care.
It's true.
This generation is really the problem.
Yes. Yes.
This is what our senators and our congressmen look like.
Yes.
And guess what? Their color does not represent my color or yours.
That's right.
Or Holly's. They don't give a shit about her struggles.
No.
Not that I'm saying the LGBTQ or anybody in that thing, but when you really narrow it down, when you boil this shit down, they don't care. Yes. And the problem is this is where, obviously, what we talked about, this is where conflict is going to happen, because people just don't want change. And the problem is we can have change and we can have a transition like civilized people, but it goes down to this country was based on our betrayal of the crown, the British crown, the Royal Proclamation, where they said, do not go past these Appalachian Mountains because we've had a treaty with the indigenous people. Can you imagine if they actually followed that, how civilized it would be?
Yes, it would be a different world.
How much history will be enriched?
Douglas is the only place I've heard that, and it is just life-changing. Yeah.
Medicine. Can you imagine medicine? These medicinal remedies these Native Americans had, let alone, just knowledge. But guess what? No, they would probably kill them, because guess what? No. How dare you? Because we're supposed to be the smart ones, even though we came from Europe and didn't fucking bathe.
Yes. Yes.
But
And in a return to that, now we've just had the first person dying of the measles outbreak in Texas, thanks to their no longer taking their vaccinations for measles in Republican Texas. So, yes, back to you with that. It's just,
Let me jump in here. Just a couple quick things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You hear me?
Yeah, honey, we hear you. Yeah.
Delighted to finally cross paths with you, Sammy. I've always enjoyed your repartee, and so nice to finally meet up.
Oh, so this is the first time both of you have met. My apologies for not introducing you formally. Right. My profoundest. Usually good at that.
I do. Just from all the things you've said over some years now. But let me just say this. In my, say now, 5 decades of observing, what I've seen is the American people slowly trained to rush to the polls to elect the politician that's running because he hates government so much. And this really started with Reagan. Who was that other guy? Oh, the big libertarian, Perot, all those types, and the Newt Gingriches, and all of them just hated government and wanted to drown it in the bathtub. So that's why you got to elect me, because government is evil inherently. And the only good thing is capitalism. And capitalism is the enemy of government. So vote for me, and there won't be any regulations you ever have to worry about again, and it'll be a free market. And that's what they all did, and they've been doing it for decades. And so it's interesting to consider Trump's first go-round. He surrounded himself with right-wing war hawk military generals that couldn't wait to step up. And there was talk at the time, it actually did almost look like some kind of coup. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely.
But
continue. Yeah.
That didn't work out too good. So this time, he threw open the barn doors and let the corporate oligarch capitalist titans who know no nation are loyal to no nation. These are
billionaires. Yeah, multi-billionaire
even to the point the
transnationals
cartels are a form. The cartels became multinational as well, when you want to throw cartels into it. But it's all about the multinationals now that ain't loyal to nobody. And this is the result of training Americans into a disbelief in any kind of possibility of sound government. And the whole thing with hating government is that's a form of self-hatred. Because what's all that we the people by the people shit? Even though it was never really true. That the soul of government is supposed to be what sane people want.
Okay.
And so now the body politic is controlled by this corporate, capitalist only, survival of the fittest, Ayn Rand and all that set the tone for my whole life. It's been a losing fight against it ever since. And a fight it's been.
Well, it hasn't been a fight yet. We're not at the point of
one. No, but I mean, there's been real efforts.
I mean, but once it gets to the point where, well, I'm just trying to get your hopes up. Yeah, I'm trying to get your hopes up. Once it gets to
good luck with that. Yeah.
Well, once it gets to real fighting, then the advantage is all ours because we're the majority. But go on.
I know, but we're the side of the majority that doesn't like to make people cry. You know.
Well, I think people will get over that pretty soon. I think people will get over that pretty soon when their lives are destroyed. But yes.
Yeah, speak for yourself.
Yeah.
These people have done nothing but make my life shitty. I mean,
Thank you. Thank you.
If they cry, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
It's getting to that point here too. I hear.
Well, and they just openly say they don't care. Like they're the ones who like what I was saying about lacking empathy. It's just true.
Hey,
they want to kill you. They want to fucking kill people.
Yes.
So why not defend yourself?
I made bad decisions. Please don't whip me.
Yes.
Yeah, when it comes to the Vedic perspective, it's like, it's live and let live. But if someone's trying to kill you, you have to do it. I mean, none of the avatars like were against killing people. Like Krishna fought in a war. There's like a bunch of other avatars where they literally killed so many people. They were known as like the slaying avatar and all this stuff because the unrighteous, they don't care about you.
Hello?
Oh, there you go.
Truly.
Yes.
Truly.
Yes. Go on, Sammy.
I just want to make a point, okay? And this is obviously this perspective. This is another perspective, okay? Obviously, I'm a parent, but can you imagine growing up right now, going to school and taking a fucking history lesson? Do you know how much...
I try not to think about it, but go on.
Every day,
You know how much that is irrelevant now? Do you know how... Imagine taking civics in econ, and you have some asshole talking about, checks and balances. Do you know how retarded that is?
Yeah.
But can you imagine the psyche of these students? But anyways, I'm just taking out there, but go ahead.
Well,
no, I see it. I see it every day. They don't even they don't care about it anymore. That's what I was noticing.
Is how cynical the students. Yeah, go on.
They'll take the paper about the Constitution and how we have freedom, and they just crumple it up.
That's for the best.
They don't even read it.
That's for the best. Yeah.
Yeah. No, in the long run, it's good, but I get what Sammy's saying. It's just like, why would you sit through that if you look out your window and there's all these crazies ruling your country? It's just, and nothing. Just as an aside, because it is Shivratri tonight, I have to say something more like Vedic.
Yeah.
And it's the night of Shiv. The only thing that will ever prevail is like multiversal laws. There's no man-made law ever that will ever do anything for anyone, as you can see. So it doesn't matter who's in charge. There's this underlying current of things that have to be done for a civilization to work. And those are true throughout time. Like there's no time when they don't work, So that has to be the root has to be returned to, because otherwise there's no hope. And that's like beyond any kind of division.
That's how this felt. No matter whatever efforts were made, they all failed.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying there's this
long fight we will lose.
Yes.
It's bigger.
Yeah, but in the long run, there's no losing against just like the actual multiversal laws or divine law. People call it divine law, divine law. Like there's no way around it. You have to, your people need food. Okay. I mean, it's like that you can't, no country can say we're not going to feed the people. Like there's like simple things, and it's there in all the ancient cultures. Like whether you read Lao Tzu, Sun Tzu, there's these basic things that can't be destroyed for a civilization to continue.
Excellent. Sammy Romero says, well said, Brendan, in the text, and he says he'll be right back. Okay, so we eagerly await his return. In the meantime, both of you continue. Holly?
Oh, the short story, I heard it when Shiva finally builds up and lets loose and has to get to destroying, all perish, good and evil alike. And the only thing that can stop him...
Yeah,
go ahead.
Pralaya. It's called Pralaya. Pralaya.
Spell it.
Pralaya.
Could you spell it? Yeah.
Pralaya is the anglicized.
Beautiful word. I did not know.
Yeah, Pralaya.
The only thing that stops him before it's too late and everything's utterly destroyed is his consort Parvati turns into Kali and throws him down and steps on his neck until he quits.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
That's an interesting interpretation, but that's like Divine Mother, basically. It's up to, at the end of the day, it's up to Shakti, like the Force, in Star Wars, the Force. It's up to the Force to guide those principles, those three, the Trimurti, the three gods. Because she's ultimately above them.
Personalities of the gods.
Yeah, she's above it, but if all these beings, like most people, are against nature, against divine, they destroy the earth. She's not going to support it. Jupiter, none of these planetaries are going to support, or the Thor, none of the gods are going to support it. So it doesn't matter, like on a human level.
For a long time here.
Yeah, but there's like levels to it,
Yeah. All right.
Like so the things they're doing now is going to trigger it. I mean, we're in a mini pralaya, anyways.
Yeah. Well, and given the what they're decimating is going to require mass population reduction to succeed.
Oh yeah.
Well,
that's always been clear.
AI coming in. I mean, I think it's these, ketamine crazed oligarchs that ready to go. Extra street drugs. I mean, fires and what all?
Yeah.
Guns. Maybe it'll only take 2 years, like Elon says. Then there'll be 100 million less of us, and they can party down.
That's his idea, but
it's plausible now.
Oh, I think there's going to be people rebelling before then. It's they of course are counting on us all to just take it, to just lay back and take it.
The problem is, who are you going to rebel? Your landlord? I mean, he's not going to give a shit. He just wants his money.
Well, already the farmers got hit. Already.
Yeah.
Major. Couldn't have
so all of the USDA loans got revoked.
Yeah.
And these people, they need that to survive.
Yeah.
Oh God.
So it's like, what happens when it's clear that they're trying to destroy our food supply? I mean, it's like no one can sit there and say it's going to help our country. It's like there's no way. It's not possible.
Thank you.
If you can't feed your families.
Yes.
That's probably a corporate hit too. Because isn't that ConAgra on top of all that and everything?
Well, it's all connected, but those companies, like the farmers have to buy it anyway, so they use their savings or whatever if they want to stay in business.
Yeah. It's been scandalous for years.
Yeah, well, that's the
equipment loans.
Yes, exactly. So a lot of these farmers have like 3 or 4 different tractors because they get money every year. They have no choice but to spend, or they won't get more. So, but But the problem is, if they have a bunch of loans out and they can't start a new crop, then they're screwed. It takes less than a year to go bankrupt.
This hot lava is going to take a few minutes to seep all down on top of all of it. Like that.
But that's when all these people are going to start screaming and crying. Yeah.
Well, and that's what I've always tried to scream at people. Government affects us in deeply intimate ways. You better not treat it like it's a bad thing and try and make it a good thing.
Well, there's pros and cons to everything, so it's just...
It affects us in personally intimate ways in many respects. Any respects. Ever since the war on drugs, for God's sake. It can be the difference between jail and freedom, all those things. So,
okay.
God, I mean, like I say, I got impending doom all over me.
Oh, well, there's impending doom, all right. It's going to get a lot worse before it gets better, yes.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah, we've got a lot of pain to look forward to. It's...
get better. It's a distant past, or distant future.
I mean, I've run scenarios in my head, living in my car on the outskirts of some vast desert homeless camp in Central California. I don't see surviving that. Can you imagine the vastness? Oh boy.
It's a shocker. It's a shocker, all right.
And so when it comes to that throws me on a very philosophical bent. I doubt we'll have time to get into that tonight, especially if most hopefully George shows up. Yeah, but I definitely want both of you to keep talking while I take a short break sometime soon. I'll let you know as soon as I'm going to take that break, and I'll do that just so that I can prepare. I should take it actually after I reach. It's got a while yet before I reach the end of this particular crock of tea, but I should take the break earlier rather than later. Then maybe I'll let you know. I'll go in about 10-ish minutes or something like that. But you're both doing quite well. And Holly, perhaps you could tell us where you were familiarized with the Vedic culture. How did you come to even learn of it? Because many Americans, of course, never know of it at all. So how did you come into awareness of the Vedas?
That's a question. I have had concourse with a couple of gurus, Guru Mai and Amachi. And it was just the whole aspect of those times. And it's a strange thing with all that with me. Like I say, I've had a series of great teachers, serially kind of. And it's hard to describe. Religion came up hardcore. It's real deep, long biographical story. So I'm not sure how to answer that. I did live in Boulder, Colorado for a long time and was immersed on the fringes of that Tibetan Buddhist community. The Vedic always interested me as soon as I found out that, my God, their horoscopes match the night sky, for God's sake. And I mean, I know tropical astrologers don't care, and I get that it's a closed system and relevant, but I need to have it match. And so I don't know how to do that way, and I've never had my chart done. But I'm very curious about it because I don't see it as a personality game. I see it more as what's the word? Vast societal and earth stuff, or a systems indicator. Not so much individual, although staring at it for long periods is a wonderful benefit in terms of relating. I think, the ancients, the night sky held a lot of drama for them and teaching and stuff that we don't have time for anymore, and the weather's all fucked. But anyway, back to and then when I came to Central California, I kind of the lap of the Zen community. Professionally, I worked, got paid and volunteer. So it's been interesting. I've never taken vows and don't plan to, but I certainly have had exposure to really practical teachings that help make me a better person, I'd like to think. That's the goal.
Okay, wonderful. And
thankful for it.
Okay, yeah. But any example of a first encounter? We usually don't forget our first. A particular story, a particular myth.
I've been hugged by Amarandanda. I'm not saying that right. I'm not even going to try. I've been hugged a few times. She's the hugging one. And it's a rich atmosphere, and the music is fantastic. I love Darshan music.
Okay.
It's quite ecstatic. And it's a very heady experience, and a personal one.
Okay.
They're all crazy. They were all crazy. You know what I mean?
I do, but yes, go on.
There's a bit of magic there, and I was lucky to encounter.
Okay.
Guru Mai, God, you could feel her in the room before you knew she was there.
Yeah.
They have these crazy bodyguards, and it's all a big racket, and it's crazy, wild. But the smells and the sounds, wonderful, very transporting.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's like being in the Zendo. It's these atmospheres where it suddenly becomes easy to meditate in a way that feels productive, beneficial, not just for the individual, but I'd like to think there's such a thing.
Okay. Yeah. And any response to that, Brendan? Did that bring to mind anything for you, Brendan? Just out of curiosity. Let's see if he's still with us.
Brendan, I always got the sense he followed into his studies in school were like pretty amazing. Well, what he did with it.
Heather's back with us as well. Heather.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, and Heather, let's check with her too. Heather, if she's back, maybe she's not coming off mute. Depends on how you feel, Heather, but we're happy to speak to you about this subject because it's also yours. But yes, Brendan, if you could respond to anything else this brings to mind for you, I'll be happy to take a short break now, and I'll be right back. Okay, so I'll leave you all in the best of it.
Copy.
Oh, man. Oh, then they had to get him. Let's see. Well, he has to answer that. We'll see whether it's a nothing burger. And if it's a nothing burger, he doesn't need to bite. We'll find out soon enough. How about yourself, Heather? Are you there? Are you back from dinner? Let us know.
Yeah, I just came back on. I'm having some problems with my audio.
Okay, but we can hear you clearly now.
Okay, good.
Both Brendan and I agree that your dear mother introduced you to the Hare Krishna philosophy and way of life to save you from what otherwise would have consumed you in that Masonic heritage. And that it helps to tether you through all of the trauma that you've been through. And perhaps
not just me, but a lot of the same people in the same situations. It really does have a lot to say about how many people it saved, and even in her generation.
Mm-hmm. And how did so when it came to that, how did you come to meet Vinny again? You came to meet him through what?
It was
because
just
he has
a
the
mutual
Asian
friend.
How did his Asian Indian father come to marry his white mother?
In New York, I think, is where they met, and she lived in upstate New York, and he was on a work visa, and he was getting citizenship, so it was just one of those things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. And so when it came to yourself meeting him again, back to that.
Oh, that we met just from mutual friends. I called my friend one day, and I wanted to change my life, and I'm like, so I was going to reunite with a friend that I had in high school, and it was just through that friend and meeting up that night that I met Vinny.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so then by all means
Wait, for the first time?
Yeah, for the first time. I actually
had
a dream about him the night before.
Wow. Tell us about this. Yeah.
Oh, I just dreamed that he was this guy, and he was at this apartment, and he was wearing like orange shorts and a gray shirt. And when I met him, he was wearing gray pants and an orange shirt. So I just knew.
And so where did this happen? The meeting?
Oh, he had a Marine's birthday party. So it was just like a small get together at his apartment.
In Arizona?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was really close to my house, and so I went there.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, and he had a girlfriend that he was seeing at the time. She was there too.
Well, he's been married 7 times, so apparently he's got a girl around his arms at all times. But go on.
Usually, yeah.
Intriguing that he's quite the ladies' man. So do go on. Well, before I take my break, now that we have something interesting to speak about, and we can.
Yeah. So I just knew. I just knew he was an angel or something.
It's so cute.
Right on.
That's adorable. And Okay.
Well, I had actually thought that he was like part of like some kind of a programming thing. Like we had things in common, like the super soldier things in common. I just thought that there was some kind of something relative in that aspect.
Okay. And
because he has like extra strength and he's really strong and he was in like secret things, in the military. So I just didn't know.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
where did he serve? Overseas
yes.
and stuff? Or,
yeah, he went to Iraq. He was all over the world, though. He's been in Guam. I mean, he's been all over the place. Mm-hmm. Japan.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fascinating. And now, forgive me, name. His last name is Matankala? Makala?
Yeah.
Am I getting it wrong?
No, you're getting it right. Maniktala.
Maniktala. Thank you. I could never get that out without you. It's Maniktala.
He was born in Kansas.
Yes.
But he's not going to be deployed from the United States.
I was only deployed in the United States. That's why my address is always FPO San Francisco.
Oh, that's incredible. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. That's fascinating. And
he's a hippie.
Yeah, he's more like gothic. Yeah, more like gothic hippie. Not a hippie at all, actually.
Uh-huh.
One of my funnest jobs was working in a tie-dye factory.
Ooh.
And our biggest client was the U.S. Marines and Army.
Oh, gosh.
Really?
Yeah.
Peace signs.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds.
Yeah, you remember what I've explained behind that.
The crow's foot, or
it's the inverted and sundered cross. It's all about Satanism. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
So,
oh my gosh! In 6th or 7th grade, I wrote that symbol on my notebook, and I got up to go to the bathroom, and my Bible study teacher for the Bible class, he picked it up and he was enraged, and he picked it up and he started freaking out on the class, saying, "This is a witch's thing," or something like that.
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Yes. And well, he was right. And,
yeah, so I had to go home and change my notebook.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
that's delightful. So do continue, honey, with what you were saying, and I'm fascinated by it, of course, and I thank Vin for clarifying those details. Always appreciate it. And so when it comes to the topic for tonight and what I'm trying to gather my head around, I'm still forming that nebulously, but it's congealing. It's congealing.
I can't wait.
You're so cute. Well, I'm hoping that we all get interrupted by George Knight. Like I said, things are very frightening in that regard. And do you have any instinct on that? Any intuition? Do you think George is okay?
I think he's okay.
Okay. All right. And thank you for that reassurance. And Brendan. So were you taken away from us, Brendan, or are you able to talk? Let's see if Brendan was able to escape from his coworker calling him into for advisement.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, great. Then I can probably take that break then. I'll take that break. I'll be right back. And we're all in good hands, the three of you together. And okay, I'm going mute. Be back soon.
So just to confirm what Brandon was saying, I think my mom did introduce me to the Hare Krishna conscious movement, because she told me that the only peace I was ever going to find in this world is in a what kind of living, when you give up things like a nun or a monk or a
renunciant, as a renunciant.
Renounced type of living.
Yeah.
Yes.
That makes
there's
sense.
dignity in it.
It's not bad. I mean, it's
the most noble thing,
good.
Of course.
Yeah.
And refuge, perhaps, but it's not an easy path either.
Well, it just never
ends. It comes
ends.
easier to
so
some
much
people.
To know.
It depends.
Information.
I think the West kind of expects, if I'm spiritual, it'll be pleasurable and easy. And I don't think that's ever been actual.
No, it's hard.
That's the New Age. That came with New Age and stuff.
Yeah, boy, did it ever. And Protestants.
Bliss out. Yeah, bliss out.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
I'm rich.
But there's a bliss in knowledge. Like knowledge has bliss. That's why, like, you know, Satchit Anand is like, the more, what that's saying is the more knowledge you have, the more bliss you have, because you can experience things and things get easier. So there's nothing wrong with discipline. There's nothing wrong with discipline. That gives you that
more pain.
No, the whole thing
true,
is about surrender.
Yeah. Listen to me. I mean, I need help with this because the more you know, there's this.
They're not talking about like worldly knowledge.
Yeah, but
transcendental knowledge.
It's about like multiverse, like
pretty cold teacher too, if not predatory.
Yeah. Who?
The universe.
Yeah, because we're coming from a Western kind of perspective on it.
All right.
Like where it's like this vast emptiness of space and all. It's not like that. I mean, it's like like the universe, according to Vedic, is built for pleasure and bliss, and then the beings that went away from that is why we're in the mess we're in now. So, and then it says that even in, you know, in Christian thing, or you know, all that. Like,
so we just kind of got to do the best we can and try not to cause suffering. And
that's
the best you can do.
I just want people to
surrender.
But by the way, I just want people to know, especially Aristides, our executive producer, that YouTube Studio is warning me that YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. So as such, viewers will experience buffering. So I want everyone, but particularly executive producer Aristides, to maintain a watch on this, please. Thank you. While I'm gone, I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you so much.
Watch the stream.
Yeah, just make sure everything is going. And obviously, that way you'll be prepared if I come back and we find things have gone off or something.
Looks like it's going now.
Okay, thank you. I'll be back.
Okay. Usually, what I find is when you complain about that, it's not a problem.
Right, it's always a big surprise when it's
like it doesn't seem to disrupt the, getting it. So, all right, go ahead.
Yeah, and it seems like when it says video, it's like we're not streaming video, so it doesn't really affect the bandwidth. We have like a low bit rate because it's just one picture or whatever. So that doesn't really
usually you don't
much.
get any warning when it dumps. It just dumps.
Oh yeah, no. That's something else. That's what was happening around that. Right. But yeah, what were you asking about, Holly? Like other than that, or someone was asking something?
Yeah, we were on a run there. What was it?
Yeah, I mean, I could go into all these different aspects, but it's like
that's always good. Yeah.
Yeah, like what bliss is, like what Bhagwan is, like why those beings are important, and all of that.
Yeah. So, I'm always interested. The question was, how were we drawn into Eastern sciences and religions? So what's your answer to that?
I mean, I've said it before. It's like when I was younger, we went to I went to like in elementary school.
Yes.
The first thing I recall, or like I could remember about being introduced to something like Buddhism or something like this. Mm-hmm. So, which is Vedic derived, is we went on a field trip to San Francisco, and they took us because we were in the world religion chapter of our textbooks or whatever. They wanted to take us to see all these things. So one of the places they took us was a Buddhist temple in SF. So
City Center? That would have been the Zen Suzuki Roshi's Zen City Center.
It wasn't Zen. It could have been, but it probably wasn't Zen. I don't know. Were you there?
It was.
Yeah. Well, it was somewhere near Chinatown.
I'm sorry?
It was near Chinatown because we walked to Chinatown after. So it was that close.
Okay. No, I haven't been to the building in long enough to be able to answer that question, but that was Suzuki's standhold when he came across the ocean in the 50s to bring Zen to the West.
Yes.
And so he founded City Center, and then there's Green Gulch in up the coast, Marin, is it? Or lower. It's not very far out of town on the ocean. Casahara, deep in the mountains, on a hot spring, and Berkeley Center.
Okay.
So Trump put
I went to
Colorado.
Green. I saw Green recently, and they actually invited the person I was with and I to stay. Actually, they said you could stay for up to 2 weeks. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's like
that's the farm.
Yeah.
And
there's like a whole center
about Steep Ravine Hot Spring?
No, but I would.
The road?
No, but is it worth visiting? Because I'm looking for a decent hot spring.
You have to get there on low tide, at whatever time that is. And it has to be a pretty good low tide. And if you're going really soon, it's perfect because you'll hit that new moon with all that action clotted up in Pisces, which is scary. Oh, dude, you can hit it. And I'd have to check my chart to see the best times. But I think the popularity, it was nobody.
So it's not like a business. You just kind of have to wing it and get there.
No, it's a state park.
Got it. Okay.
And they have cabins. Used to be able to rent for $60. They'd sleep 6. I don't know what they cost now, but it's a magical area. And even at the north end of the beach, you can dig a hole in the sand and sit in warm water with the waves breaking on your toes.
Oh,
Fabulous.
really? Interesting.
Fabulous. And it's before Stinson. So that's how close it is.
There are hot springs right there? That's interesting.
Right there. But, I mean, they are in the rocks. So when the tide draws out, fanatics run out and put in sandbags. And
so you don't lose your pool?
Yeah. And there's a cave, steam cave. And you can park on the road, and it's a long, I mean, there's crazy steep ways to go down, but if you park on the road and walk down the road, it's all free. I don't know how long you can get in and out of the gates and shit like that otherwise, but I'd pay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Or you can just go down there, what we used to do, and then sleep on the beach and nobody'd bother us.
Really? Yeah.
It's fabulous. You got to walk out. There's a big old beach, cabins on your left.
Oh, I just got back in time for the beach. What's going on with the beach?
We were talking.
And we do have a excellent connection now in the studio, just so everyone knows. And continue with what you were talking about, honey. Going to the beach.
We could wrap it up. It was ravine.
No need to wrap it up. Go on for a little bit. You can go on in detail. What a world this was. Nobody would bother you for sleeping on the beach. Yes.
Nope. I think to this day you still can. If leaving a car on the road can be the problem. But
nowadays you won't come back. Your Porsche will be gone.
Yeah. Or you'll get a big fat ticket or towed.
Yeah. Exactly.
So it's been a while since I've been there, but it's wonderful.
Yeah, I feel like, I know it sounds cheesy, but I think California in the 60s might as well have been as close to utopia as we could get.
Yeah.
That's what I
like
thought.
Early 60s. I'm saying early 60s.
Yeah.
It was all good.
Yeah.
You've heard me say this. Planes, trains, rocket ships, and cars, TV and radio, and air conditioning and heat, and roof over the head, stamp out poverty.
It was before smog laws.
We made it. But there was one thing, see. That's the punchline I forgot last time. There was one thing that I can tell you this teenage girl wanted. What was it? You should be able to guess.
I have no idea.
It was the size of a suitcase with a double cassette deck. The answering machine.
Wow! Wow!
That's all it was. That's all I needed. It had can openers and electric drills and everything. The answering machine. I could do my furry freak brothers walk down the streets all day. Never miss an important call.
Oh my goodness.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's
it.
That's
nowadays we have the nightmare version of that where the phone's like attached to you and shit.
Yeah.
that was the devil's door, you know?
Yeah, because it sounds good on paper. Oh, anyone can call you anywhere. Now it's like, you can't get people off this shit.
No, it's your boss again.
That's...
Your ex stalking you on and on and on.
That's delightful with no end in sight. Yes.
No.
And,
but that's how innocent that day was.
And,
yeah, well.
But yeah,
well, I fucked up my past life
then.
So I got stuck here. I got stuck in this nightmare.
Something strange did jump out for about 10 years, 55 to 65, say.
What was that?
1955 to 65 or so. And
you're saying that was like the golden age?
No, she said something strange jumped out there.
Since.
Yeah, tell us what. Well,
yeah, there was some strange planetary lineup, or I don't know, but it's like we've been punished for it ever since.
Yeah, well.
Where all of a sudden white people were listening to all the colors, you know, Asian studies, Black Power, Indian rights, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Hug the trees, don't hate nature. All of it. No,
that's what I'm saying. That was like the pinnacle.
Yeah.
I'm
like
telling
the best
you,
of it we could get in this time.
Yeah, they were singing about the Aquarian Age back then. Yes.
It was a thing.
Yes.
It was an explosive injection of open-mindedness into a very staid military culture.
Yeah, militarized.
Controlled culture even then.
Yes.
If you didn't work for the government.
Yes. And
yeah,
so,
wasn't that what made America so powerful? Is that everyone worked for the government?
Yes.
That's the case.
Right.
Yes.
Like I'm talking like in the 40s.
Absolutely.
The 40s, 50s, 60s.
Right, they did.
Absolutely.
That's what built our roads. That's why we have everything, because it was like.
I've been ranting about this. This is now the final privatization of government. Oh yeah, because the first go round was right-wing military war hawks.
Yeah.
That didn't work, so we opened the barn door.
Yeah.
To these people of no nation.
And so thank you.
Well, Doug's right. They're all fucking traitors. I mean, I don't care about saying that. It's like,
thank you.
What else would they be? I mean,
yeah.
It's just it defies logic.
Thank you.
If you have to believe in the possibility of decent government for them to be traitors.
Yes.
Well, even the worst government recognizes traitors when they see
possibility of good government. I mean, they would have tried Trump the first time for going to fucking Iraq or Iran or wherever, or Russia, and dissing the CIA.
Yeah. Yes. So.
This is the privatization.
Well, I'm of the mind that this was. I mean, they have no problem letting it happen because they know that they wanted to destroy everything. I mean, it's part of the end game, so to speak. It's the beginning of the end game. You know, like in a chess game, there are 3 parts.
Yeah.
Right. You have beginning, middle, and then you go for checkmate. That's the end game. So they don't care about what happened the first two rounds.
No.
They just want the end game now. They don't care if it fucks up everything else. So they let these people do what they're doing. They're like what Doug's saying. Like they don't give a fuck.
Thank you.
No. There's just 100 million, at least, too many Americans to get rid of to make it work. Because how are you gonna? What are you gonna do with them?
We know what they're gonna do.
Well, they're not just gonna go away. You can't just make them all die just by cutting off everything from them.
So, I'm afraid there's some Project 2026. There's no more journalists. And that's another thing that's really pissed me off over the decades.
Honey?
The conflating of investigative journalism with conspiracy theory.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I have watched that so closely, and how the former got smeared by the latter, and how damaging that's been to the body politic.
And but how would you disambiguate myself from that?
You're, and this is one of your greatest little riffs, and it took me a while.
They keep
to
you
really
suppressed.
Get it.
Yes, thank you.
You're not an investigative journalist. You're an inside.
Thank you.
From the inside out.
Thank you.
So they get killed. Investigative journalists go crazy and drunk.
Yes.
That was a great riff.
Thank you.
Very important.
You have
and it's been a yardstick I use in every news thing I read. Which direction is it coming from? Outside in or inside out?
Thank you. Thank you. And of course, you can tell the difference, I presume, through your discernment between.
You try.
Yes. Well, I mean, between those who claim they were on the inside yet are obviously not, such as.
Right.
Were you able to hear that episode with that Dylan James character? For the sake
exactly.
Yes, great example. All too extreme, but nevertheless a
greatest hits.
Yes.
How dare you, Doug? He had 190 IQ.
Oh, yes.
You couldn't even pale. You were pale in comparison.
Oh, yeah.
190. Even Q was shocked. Yeah.
It was Q's.
Like if he had 190 IQ, he should have been like floating or something, like levitating. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
He'd be bald and glowing.
Yeah.
Luminous.
Right. He definitely wasn't that. That's for sure.
It's well, I want to thank all of you, and all of you, please continue to hang on as long as you wish and as long as you can stand it, or whichever case it may be. I'm going to start monologuing now, but I want you all to participate as much as you feel you can, or as much as you feel you want, and that includes Sammy Romero. If you're out there, Sammy, and you can hear us, by all means, I want you to join us whenever you feel you have something to interject. In the interim, I love what Heather entered into the text box there, and feel free to say something, dear Heather, like feel free to tell people to support Douglas Dietrich or something of that nature, should you wish.
I was going to say, I have heartburn.
Oh, is that what that is? Oh, my goodness.
But everybody, make sure that if you haven't donated to Douglas this month yet, donate. If you have never donated, it would be a good time to donate. This is a short month, but still it's going to come up really soon that it's the end of the month, and we have to make sure that we have internet connections and things like that. Douglas needs to be taken care of. Yeah, so we got to take care of it.
That's beautiful. As a matter of fact, let me just check my calendar here to make certain of this, but I do believe this is actually the last transmission we have for this month. So let's consider it a bit of a fundraiser. Yeah, I will need to pay my rent on March 1st, and I won't be back till after I've either paid my rent or rendered myself homeless. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, Douglas, hopefully that's not going to happen. You know, as long as people understand, you know, we do this, you know, Aristides, Brendan, Holly, and I, we do this all because we want to. We don't get any kind of compensation, or there's no agenda that we're having to do for ourselves. But we do need to make sure that Douglas is taken care of, because he invests 12 hours 2 times a week bringing you things that you cannot find anywhere else.
Thank you, honey. You're an angel.
Yeah, you have to listen and support it. Yeah.
Do you have anything to take for your heartburn? I hope you have some medications.
No, I don't. Not today, I don't. That's okay.
I believe in baking soda. Spoonful of a little quarter teaspoon.
Okay.
And a drink of water.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. And by all means.
So Vinny was saying that we're going to make our donation, and we'll probably make our donation before the transmission's over.
Okay, well, my blessings to both of you, and my gratitude, and my love to you both, and my love to Vin's mom. He's
something else, I'll tell you.
He is.
I just walked in the room. We should have said this. I was telling her to do it earlier, but anyway, interesting thing. RFK,
yes.
The first unvaccinated child in Texas, just died of measles.
Yes, it's such a tragedy. Do you have any idea what he said about it?
No, but they're gonna stop Ebola. You know, that was a brief interruption.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Thank you.
He did say though, the one thing though, if they could change anything in the world, what would he change? This you could tell him.
No, that was the best. Robert F. Kennedy. He said, "Yes, my children were vaccinated. If there was anything in the world I could change, I would change them being vaccinated." Okay, let's see. What else would you change, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in the world that would have made the world a better place besides your children being vaccinated?
And what did he say?
Maybe nation?
Maybe not being assassinated would have been.
Right.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. There we have that. I really want to thank you for sharing that. Thank you, Vin and Heather. That's so important. And
Worst thing in the world is having my children vaccinated, not my father or whatever being assassinated.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. It was so important that you said that a second time, really, and we appreciate that. Yeah, because
that supports my theory that they were all replaced by doubles.
They may as well have been. They may as well have been. Yeah,
honestly. Yeah. Is he saying he regretted getting his kids vaccinated?
No, they asked the guy, "What could you change if you could change anything in the world? What would you change?" He's like, "I would want so my kids weren't vaccinated."
That's RFK
instead
Jr.
of like my father being assassinated.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
My mother was a volunteer for Kennedy in '64.
Yes.
63.
63, and she was talking about it, and she said that Caroline Kennedy and everything came in. There was 220 of them in a Kansas City basement at KU.
Yeah.
And they came in and shook every volunteer's hand. Mom was doing important work. She was folding flyers. Yeah. But they came in and thanked every volunteer personally. Caroline Kennedy was the last good Kennedy.
Yes. Thank you. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful story. And I'm so glad your mother was doing the good work. It's I'm trying to find out how RFK Jr. has responded to the ongoing measles outbreak, especially the death of this child, but I'm not finding anything of any substance.
And has he spoke out on the Ebola?
Well, if you know anything,
I can
Vin,
imagine you what they're doing.
He probably got a mission accomplished gold star sticker from Elon.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
Some the cancer kids.
Yes.
They're like high-fiving in the back. It's just horrible.
That's right. No,
I wish I was being facetious. Like, I'm not even being facetious.
No, seriously. They are demonic.
It's your Hindu gods that are demanding this. So.
No.
We're not laughing about it. We're just in shock.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that, Heather. Very beautiful. And as for
I'm not even for the vaccination necessarily.
Right.
It's just I'm against the medical complex as an institution because of its, like just the structure, just the anti-divine structure of it.
Yes.
Because imagine
it's not going to be around for much longer, from what I understand.
Good point, well taken. But yes, but go on. Yeah.
If they took what we know modern science-wise and statistically and all that with the natural holistic, if they blended those together to the fullest extent, you might not even need vaccination. That's like, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying it's bad or good or whatever. Just saying it's like a problem reaction solution when there's just an original solution to removing disease, and all. Prevention is better than cure and all that. So that's the problem with this, is people are so crazed that they can't tell the difference. So they think removing something, we're going to get rid of, the whole system, even though it's shitty, it was doing something because people live longer than they ever have. So it's just, you got to be, what are you going to do? Throw out sanitation and say, bleach is bad for you, so we're not going to sanitize anything. It's just, you got to be metered.
That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, but you got to be metered with it. Like, that's what I'm saying. But they don't know that term, metered.
Yeah, no, they're too stupid for that. They really are.
It's all or nothing. Yeah.
I'm just saying the science has been thrown out of it for a capitalistic rush to be the first on the market with a sellable product. And that's what scares me so much in many things.
Okay.
medicine, coming AI thing, energy storage systems. It's just a rush to market. To be the first one to make another billion.
Yeah, I hear you. I understand.
That's why none of it is reliable or trustworthy.
I don't know about.
Well, what I have a problem with is I have
verifiable.
Heather?
Yeah.
Go on, Heather.
I was going to say what I have a problem with is all of the things that they're saying they're getting billions of dollars for, they're not even real. So they've had to redact them.
Okay, and which field was this?
All that fraud.
Yeah. Oh, all of the cuts, the budget cuts, and all the federal spending.
Yes. Okay, so what Heather is addressing is the fact that the evidence that they have provided for so-called fraud and waste has been completely fallacious. It's fabricated. It's not real. And,
a lot of it, yeah.
Yeah, no. It's what they're saying was that there was all this fraud. It turned out they're lying. Of course, they're lying. There was.
Or it was something that happened in the Biden era, or it was something that was already canceled a long time ago. That they're saying they're accounting for all this money. It's not really being accounted for correctly.
That's quite correct. Yeah. By the way, that's very. This is. I mean, you're. That's wonderful. How did you gain this sophisticated knowledge? I mean, that sounds.
I was just watching YouTubes today. I was watching about just current events, and what's going on, and I'm like, this is insane.
Yes. Yeah, it's quite true.
And nothing is right. And I mean, and some of the people that are appointed, I mean, is this a joke? Is this like, what kind of a reality are we living in right now?
It's government.
Yeah.
It's politicians elected because they hate government.
Yeah. Well, I want.
No, the guy Big Balls. Who designates a guy Big Balls?
Yeah. Well, by the way, he is the child of a KGB agent, no less. Just for people who didn't know.
This is all just so messed up. There's nothing right about it.
Yes. Yeah, and so I do want people to.
And he's a skinny little white guy too. How big could they be?
Yeah,
he's probably smart, but I don't think that he's experienced, and that's just so off of track of what we've done with our country, and has been successful for all these years.
Well, I don't think the guy's even necessarily smart. He might be clever, or he might be intelligent to a degree. It's hardly. He certainly no one I would trust. And of course,
the only thing that these people have to offer is that they have a long future.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that. The people burn out at a really young age these days in business. Just so people understand that it was even in the 50s. Honestly, it's always been like this. It's just gotten pronouncedly worse. But basically, it goes back for generations. Even when I was born, your peak monetary productivity phase in your life is when you're in your 20s. And that's been that way effectively forever. So when it comes to it's just gotten worse in the sense that they're trying to exploit people by promoting them, and I don't mean just simply in the hierarchy, but promoting them by advertising them. The younger they are, the more brilliant they're supposed to be, and this has become a meme or a trope that is completely fallacious. Just because someone is intelligent, anyone who bears a high IQ doesn't mean that they have an iota of wisdom. In fact, smart people can be the stupidest people in the world. The more intelligent they are. Yes.
In the past, people that have taken these positions have 25 years in the field, or 20 years of experience and know-how.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so I've just been given some information from our man Brendan about the response of JFK. So could you read that for us, Brendan? Obviously, it sickens me to do so, so I'm just like.
Well, it's not JFK.
I'm sorry, RFK. I meant to say. Yeah, sorry about that. RFK.
I can only imagine what he has to say. If
he's spinning.
But yeah, he's spinning in his grave. He said. Incidentally, this is RFK Jr. Incidentally, there have been 4 measles outbreaks this year. Last year, there were 16. So it's not unusual. We have them every year. So that was his response. But they haven't died. That's the thing, is no one's died from it since like the 90s. from my impression of it.
So yeah, this is the first death. He's not responding to that at all. So
yeah, why would?
yeah, of course. Good point. Point well taken.
The point is the baby was probably not vaccinated.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what? Say that again, Heather. Point is what?
The baby was probably not vaccinated that died.
Yes, I would presume that myself, because that seems
basically it is confirmed.
Yeah. Okay, it is confirmed. Thank you so much. I'm going to take another short break because I have something in my eye. I'm just going to get that out.
It's really hard for me to say, like, for myself personally.
Yeah.
Because I had it against my will when I was younger to get the measles, mumps, rubella.
Yeah.
So
the big 7.
Yeah.
Everybody's against their will.
So I can't sit there and say, don't give it to anyone else, or I'm against it, because I'm still alive. So.
Yeah, but now it's 50 before the age of 5.
It is a lot now, but honey, we've got a lot more diseases, though. I can understand.
It's a big rush to market.
Well, I can also understand.
Profiteering.
I can also understand many people who are saying that as well. As a matter of fact, Aristides, unlike Heather, I do have simethicone and I do have anti-gas pills, which I will now take because I'm experiencing a bit of heartburn that I've contracted sympathetically from dear Heather. I'm gonna take that while I get something out of my eye. Well, I've got the pharmaceutical stuff. You gotta admit, honey, baking soda might be a good fallback.
It's all Tums.
Yeah, during the apocalypse. No, this is not Tums. This is heavy duty shit. What I've got is simethicone. It's in gel caps. It's heavy duty shit, honey.
It's like nitroglycerin.
Yeah, I take these pills. All right, they work. So either that or I'm having a heart attack. Don't want to give my enemies.
No, don't do that.
I doubt that's happening. Yeah, I don't see any reason why that would be happening. But such being said, while I tend to that,
not an option.
It's about time I get a day off.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I did want to ask Aristides. I knew an engineer named Richard McGuire, and Richard McGuire was dating for a short period of life. Well, I guess a few years, maybe a year or a year and a half, maybe 2 at the longest, before she got tired of his shit. He was dating the equivalent of a chick who looked like a supermodel, and but she had a child who was autistic, and as an engineer who specialized in a double major of artificial intelligence and self-running automated assembly systems. I mean, this was the fucker who he could have designed Skynet. And he was unemployed all his life because he was so overqualified. NASA and various other institutions would never hire him. So poor son of a bitch wound up unemployed the rest of his fucking life, so far as I know. And in fact, I can guarantee that was the case. But that being said, while he was dating this chick with the autistic kid, he did some personal research, and he concluded that, and he was very compelling about it, he concluded that the way they had designed the vaccination, he felt that was something that statistically caused higher rates of autism. He was extraordinarily compelling about it. Now, you yourself, Aristides, are an engineer, and I'd be curious, while I'm gone, feel free to share with our team, Dietrich, and our listeners, what you feel about vaccines or any impression you might have about that. Okay? I'll be back.
No, I don't think that'd be a good idea.
Okay.
And you've received some, alleged violations for.
Hey, good point. Good point. Shit. Oh, fuck. He's right.
From like 2 or 3 years ago.
Goddamn. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Holy shit. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. Oh, God damn it. I'm glad you're looking out for me. Yeah. Let's change the subject. Let's change the subject.
It's complicated.
Complicated. Hence why I was being so metered when I was talking about it.
Yeah. Thanks. I can't. I have big questions.
Yeah, whatever's in those bottles is not stomach medication. It's something strong.
I
don't know what you got. Whatever they gave you.
It's pills. It's pills.
Yeah.
It's pills. Yeah. I haven't reached for them yet, but
straight up drugs.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to take them now. They'll probably stabilize me so that I think better. They'll probably clear my head. So let me do that. Just
well, I have like some lingering, I don't know what, not to bring down the conversation, but it's just like George hasn't shown up. That's pretty sketchy.
Yeah. Yes. We're all concerned about that. But then again, it's still early in England. Yeah, but still. Yeah, it's when I get back, I'll just go full into monologue and keep hope that we all.
Well, then I'm going to continue on my journey.
We'll
speak with you guys.
Wait, can't you speak for a few minutes with these wonderful people while I take a short break here? I just got to get those simethicone pills inside of me, and so let me do that just to make certain that. And I'll be back. I'll be right back.
Okay. Who else? Who else is on?
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Tell us a Hindu story.
What's that?
Tell us a soothing Hindu story, Brendan.
I bet he could. He's very good at that.
Me? I mean, I don't have one currently.
No, but you ran off a couple of suggestions before. The Bhagwan story.
Yeah, like what Bhagwan is and all that. But these are like cosmic kind of things.
I'm down.
But right now it's Shivratri, so there's an actual Vedic holiday called Shivratri.
Yeah. Talk about that.
Mahashivratri, the great night of Shiv. So it's Shiva's night, and it has to do with renunciation, meditation, getting to knowledge and bliss and all of that. So
Shiva's night.
Shiv's night.
Is that lunar or solar or?
It's lunisolar.
Lunisolar. Yeah. So it's always now, this day.
It changes every year, but it's when the moon and the sun are both in Kumbh. The Kumbh is it's called Aquarius. So it's when those two planets go into Aquarius. That's when they determine the date. Yeah.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Because Ramadan starts Friday. Officially, but it'll probably take till Saturday to break on the West Coast, America.
Yeah,
I've found.
Yeah, so that's where do you think they got it from? It's based off of these timings. Yeah. So, so-called pagan timings that those other religions use them because the planets are the same whether you have one god or many. Right. They're still up there. They're still doing what they're doing. And without sun and moon, you can't have crops. You won't have food. You won't have anything.
Do they always kind of come together, these two holidays?
Yeah, typically.
Shiv moves up a year every year.
Yeah. Or it changes. Shivratri changes periodically.
By 28 days. Or no, whenever the sun and the moon
It's around the same time. So it's very close.
Yeah. Amazing. And it's celebrated with meditation?
Well, the Hindu thing is very different than the ancient thing, of course. The Hindu thing is like this whole festival where they stay up all night and recite hymns and they use this the Shiv Lingam and they do Abhishek where they pour milk on it for hours while chanting. So it's like a whole event, and I usually attend, but you bring food and prasad. It's called holy food prasad and stuff. So you bring all that. But this year I couldn't go because of my work schedule. Otherwise, because you would have to go at night and all that.
So what makes food prasad?
It has to be blessed, by a devotee or like a temple. So that's like Hindu stuff, though. Prasad is like Hindu stuff.
And it's vegetarian.
Yeah, has to be. Yeah. Like when it comes to Hinduism, Hinduism and that, like hardcore Buddhism and Hinduism, it's like the only reason you should eat meat is if you live somewhere where you have no choice. Like you're in a mountain, and your only option is to hunt.
Norway.
Yeah, you're like an Eskimo.
I understand that.
Those people can't grow food, right? So and it's interesting because even cosmically, or whatever you want to call it, karmically, they don't get the bad effects of eating meat. So like they're actually healthier and they only eat like seal blubber and stuff, as opposed to someone who's just eating bacon and eggs and then they get heart attack.
That's right.
So the Eskimo, they eat way more rich food and they don't die from it, or they don't die early.
And they require it.
Yeah, they can live off of it with no issues.
Yeah, just got
there's
back.
like this cosmic, because they're following the cosmic law. It's like you live at one with nature, so you have no choice but to eat fish and seals or whatever.
Yes,
because that's your environment. So the same rules apply. So Hinduism, people don't understand why are they veg? Why are they so obsessed with vegetarianism? Is because that was a agricultural society that perfected agriculture in the ancient times. We're talking Mohenjo-Daro, 5,000 to 10,000 years ago. They had functioning agricultural cities.
Yes.
So to kill an animal in that situation, and even in our modern situation, it's actually a negative, as opposed to, the hunter-gatherers that came before. They didn't have a choice. They didn't have a choice. So you don't get merit points, like demerits for that, like according to, the Vedic system. Yeah. So it's not this like morality thing when it comes to that. It's about being practical and disciplined and all. Like that's
right.
Yeah. So in our situation, we have so many options that just eating meat every day is going to kill you. Anyone knows that. So those and look at, I don't know if anyone has seen Jordan Peterson recently, but he looks so bad. I mean, like, shockingly bad. And him and his daughter are like, they only eat like strip steak. Like literally they say, oh, it's just salt and strip steak and we can live off that and everything's great and my autoimmune disorder went away and we feel great. It's like, they don't look good. So it's like psychosomatic or something. So like they think it's doing good. They're doing good or something. It's really bizarre.
So
like you can't take extremes. No, it's straight like beyond paleo. It's like carnivore.
Yeah.
Okay.
But in the past, no one, like you can hunt every single day for the rest of your life and you won't be able to eat steak every day. I mean, it's just.
Of course not. Yeah.
None of that is reasonable.
Yes.
Thank you.
Primitive man did not live that way. That's correct. Primitive man, of course. And what they felt was that while there were obviously some exceptions to the rule, generally speaking, men were hunters and women were gatherers. But of course, the men can't come home with a victory every night. There's plenty of times they come home with nothing. Though it's the woman who had been gathering nuts and everything else that kept everyone alive.
Yeah, roots, veggies, fruit. And so, they just did a study studying like ancient bones, like paleoanthropology, and teeth, ancient people's teeth. So even in the so-called caveman era, like Neanderthals, their diet was 99% plant-based because that's just the sensible thing to do. It's just it's everywhere around you. You only killed when you had to, like when it was super dark winter or something. Yeah. And that's when you do that. so
ritualistically.
Yeah. Can be.
With respect.
Yes.
And that was of the book religions. That was the job of the priest to sacrifice the meat.
Exactly.
With the consent
so it's all the cults.
of the victim. But that's kosher and that's halal. The victim
all
must
the cults.
consent. So it doesn't die in panic and taint the meat.
Yeah. Right. Well, they lost that.
Yeah, they lost that a long time ago. Yeah.
And it still exists, but it's really crooked.
Right.
There's been horrible scandals at kosher meat plants.
Yeah, but those kosher people are so cheesy. Dude, I don't know if you saw did I send you that one where there was it was some guy in New York, some rabbi, and he said, I'm going to make this apartment kosher again because the family was Jewish. So they're moving in there from a non-kosher tenant. Like the previous tenant was non-kosher. And the dude takes a blowtorch, like this, those big ass blowtorches you use for like managing your field.
Yeah.
Like those big ass, like hardware store blowtorches, like huge, like 1 foot diameter blowtorch. And he just blasts all the countertops and in the oven. And
is that a joke?
Like the floors. No, guy was serious. He got paid like $1,000 to do this. Blast the floors with like this blowtorch, and he said, "It is now kosher."
That's just so fucking insane. Where was this? Where was this? In the middle of New York? New York City? That's so dangerous. That is so.
And they filmed it. They filmed it like, yes, he's doing. You know, he's making our apartment kosher again.
That is.
I thought it was a joke too. It was bad.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, no burning sage for him.
Yeah, that's so illegal.
God.
That is so illegal, and they'll claim it's religious freedom or some shit. So I'm not quite sure what Heather is trying to convey here. So Heather, if you would explain this to us. You mentioned about heartburn first, and then you say when you see Hare Krishna devotees, they're always looking happy.
Oh no, you were talking about people that how Jordan Peterson looked like shit, and I was thinking, you know, Hare Krishna, whenever you see devotees, they always look happy and healthy.
Yeah, they definitely don't look like Jordan Peterson. That's for sure.
Well, it's. I haven't looked at them in a long time, but I do think that might be a little debatable. They might look happy. I'm not quite sure about healthy, but we'll take that as.
Well, they always look thin, but you know, it's part of the thing.
Yes.
It's all in the game.
Yeah, true. Just so people know, since the subject has been brought up, so what I've taken now is simethicone at 180 milligrams, 2 of these capsules, the anti-gas, which is recommended dosage, along with the other anti-gas that I take in combination with it is famotidine, and famotidine is only 20 milligrams, but it's an acid reducer. So these in combination usually, take care of anything that is anywhere close to heartburn.
Oh, thank you for that, because I do have some famotidine, and I didn't know that's what it was for, so I'm going to take some too.
Oh, excellent. So now remember, it's spelled with an F. F-A-M-O, famotidine, F-O-M-A-O-T-I-D-I-N-E, so famotidine. Please take it. Yes, by all means.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. There, see? And a little bit of luck there for all of us. Now, we are all, of course, worried sick about our man George Knight. I will go now diving headfirst into the monologue. I do want everyone to stay with me as long as they can stand it, and just interject whenever you wish, and that includes Samuel Romero, if you're listening. Don't be afraid to jump back on the call, or anyone who's on the call. Just jump on the call and interject whenever you feel like it. In the interim, hopefully George Knight does that. Unfortunately, in the past, he's been too much of a gentleman to interject, so people need to be on the lookout for him. So I would ask everyone who decides to linger on the call to be on the lookout for him. And if he does jump on, let me know. Interrupt me and let me know. Because, I get lost in myself when I do these monologues. So I'll do my best to try and check back on the call every once in a while, but mostly I'll be lost in my head. Other than that, yes, very strange. We're all worried sick about him. And all my life, I've learned to expect the worst, but hope for the best. We're hoping for the best, but the last time he appeared might have been the last time he appeared. Oh, ow. That would be tragic. All such having been said, also at some point I'll probably stop to make myself another crock of tea, because I'll be finished with this tea soon enough. Okay. Diving into monologue after everyone just says good morning. Holly, say good morning to everyone if you would be so kind.
Good morning.
Okay.
Hop off, it's because I'm walking home.
Okay, great.
But otherwise I'll be listening. But don't worry if that happens.
Okay, honey. All right. And Heather, feel free to say good morning.
So enjoyed the companionship.
Thank you.
With like-minded folks, thank God.
Yes.
Jungle out there.
It most certainly
Poor
is.
Douglas.
Thank you.
With all your might.
Thank
So
you.
important.
Yeah.
You're a lifeline of sanity. Basic sanity. Objective, rational sanity.
Thank you, honey.
So, such a treasure.
Bless you.
All right.
It's far too kind for Doug.
Yeah. You rascal. You little rascal.
You're so gracious. Thank you.
Let her rip. Don't hurt us, Hammer.
Yes.
I know you will.
Oh, yes. Part of the territory. Thank you.
Oh, man.
All right. And
good pain.
Thank you. Thank you, honey. Love you. Mwah. And dear Heather, feel free to say good morning. She is getting a lot of interference, so as she said, Skype might drop for her. So, dear Heather, while you can say it, just say hi, and then we'll turn towards Aristides and Brendan. And she's probably being interfered with enough where she can't come off mute. So, dear Aristides, say good morning to everyone, if you would be so kind.
Okay, sorry. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my voice is getting rough at the end of the night sometimes, but yeah. So, what is the plan now?
I'm just going to dive into monologue.
Yeah, that's what it's at. Yeah. Good morning. Please donate to Douglas. And wow, it looks like that. My the PayPal link is still right there in the chat. So that up and send Douglas at least $20, or you should hang out because you're gay and stupid.
I love that. That's delightful. Oh, thank you so much, dear Aristides.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, love you dearly. Blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. Okay.
All right. Good luck. I'll be listening.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Dear Brendan, whatever comes to mind. Here we are. Okay.
Yes, gute Nacht. I have to tend to my duties over here because it's the great night of Shiv, so I will carry on. I might not be able to rejoin you for a bit, Doug, or probably not for the rest of the night.
Oh my God.
So I'm hoping George does appear and is unscathed, but still very worried about that. But anyways, I think you can handle the rest of the night at any rate. So many blessings and good luck.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I may very well need it. As I said, at some point I might. So I might check into you to see if you're still around. If I decide to make that other crock of tea, which I'll be finished with this crock soon enough, and then when I do, I'll try and make that other crock of tea. And if you're still, I'll call on you and see if you're still around at that point. If not, I'll go begging around. But okay, thank you, Brendan. Love you dearly. And
I will attempt. And Satyam Shivam Sundaram.
Thank you. Bless you.
Shiv is truth is beauty.
Thank you. And all respect to your spirituality. Thank you. And your faith. So, dear Heather, and if you're still around, feel free to speak. Otherwise, I will dive right into it. I do want people to know that recession fear is back. No surprise there. The United States consumer confidence fell this month by the most since August of 2021 on concerns about the outlook for the broader economy, adding to a growing stack of indicators that uncertainty over President Donald Trump's policies has Americans increasingly worried about their economic future. The Conference Board's gauge of confidence decreased 7 points in February due to down to 98.3, marking the third straight decline as all the data that I'm accessing right now released yesterday has shown us. The figure was below all estimates in a Bloomberg survey of economists. Stocks and bond yields fell after that report. The drop in confidence was broad across age groups and incomes. Consumers were more pessimistic about current and future labor market conditions as well as the outlook for incomes and business conditions. Perceptions of present and future financial situations worsened, and the share of respondents expecting a recession in the next year rose to a 9-month high. That pessimism has Americans cutting back their spending. According to a new study from Wells Fargo, more than half of consumers are delaying major life plans due to uncertainty over the economy and the consequences of Trump's tariffs. Threats, not just the tariffs themselves, but the threats thereof. Of those, about a third say they were putting off buying a home, while 1 in 6 have postponed education plans, and 1 in 8 have pushed back retirement. In local news, for those among you who just don't comprehend how wild the frontier west still is, thieves targeting freight trains in our California and Arizona deserts made off with $2 million worth of Nikes. This is back to the Great Depression and a combination of the frontier western days.
Holy shit, we're back to train robbers already?
Yes!
Holy shit.
Yes!
That was quick. Yeah,
it is! It is! And we're back to the Barbary Coast. According to officials and court documents, thieves have targeted freight trains running through the deserts of California and Arizona in a string of audacious heists, resulting in the theft of more than $2 million worth of new Nike sneakers, including many that haven't hit the retail market yet.
So cheesy. It used to be gold and silver. Now it's fucking stupid Nikes.
Unbelievable. Well, that's even more desperate. That shows you how much more desperate we are today than in the Old West. Yes.
Oh, man. Okay, well, that was a bit of a shock. You started off with something already that I didn't hear about. It was crazy.
Thank you. Now, according to a criminal complaint filed in a federal court in Phoenix in a January 13th robbery, suspects cut an air brake hose on a BNSF freight train traveling through a remote section of Arizona and made off with more than 1,900 pairs of unreleased Nikes worth more than $440,000, said complaint stating that many of the shoes were Nigel Sylvester X Air Jordan 4s, which won't be available to the public until March 14th and are expected to retail at $225 a pair. People do kill you for a pair of sneakers. So Nike sneaker, hey, yeah. Nemo says, you can tell which type of people are raiding those trains. Well, not necessarily. These could be some really savvy whites that'll put it online on Black Entertainment Channel or something like that. We'll find out. The Los Angeles Times reported that it was one of at least 10 heists targeting BNSF trains in the remote areas of the Mojave Desert since last March that authorities are investigating. According to investigators, all but one resulted in the theft of Nike sneakers. That's the fucking gold of our new Gilded Age. It is really fucking sad. 11 people were charged in the January 13th burglary with possessing or receiving goods stolen from interstate shipment. All 11 have pleaded not guilty and were all ordered detained until trial. 10 are Mexicanos who were within the United States illegally. So these are Mexicano bandidos that are robbing American trains. I'm surprised Trump isn't capitalizing on this. In court records, authorities said another defendant is a Mexicano citizen who was in asylum proceedings in these United States. The complaint stating that the suspects in the January 13th heist were caught with the help of tracking devices that were inside some of the boxes. In another case, a BNSF train came to an emergency stop near Hackberry, Arizona on November 20th after it started losing air, according to a complaint filed in the Phoenix federal court. Same complaint stating that the sheriff's deputies in the Mojave County stopped a white panel van seen leaving the area and found about 180 pairs of then unreleased Air Jordan 11 Retro Legend blue sneakers valued at $41,400. According to federal criminal complaints, 12 other cases in which BNSF freight trains were burglarized near Kingman and Seligman, Arizona last year resulted in the theft of $612,000 worth of Nikes and 8 arrests. It's all about scouting merchandise, I suppose. Per Keith Lewis, Vice President of Operations at Various CargoNet, and a deputy sheriff in Arizona, thieves typically scout merchandise on rail lines that parallel Interstate 40 by boarding slow-moving trains, such as when they are changing tracks and opening containers, with Lewis telling the Fourth Estate that the thieves are sometimes tipped off to valuable shipments by associates working at warehouses or trucking companies. In another case, authorities say a Mexicano man who controlled crews that burglarized trains had scouts who would tip them off on targets, trains to target, supplied vehicles, paid crews, and facilitated the sale of stolen merchandise at scale. These are real operators. You have to give them a thumbs up for their entrepreneurial spirit. The suspects are often aided by accomplices in fellow vehicles, which track the rail cars. According to Bryna Cook, a Homeland Security Investigations Special Agentess, cited in affidavits filed in federal court, the loot is tossed off the train after it comes to a halt, either for a scheduled stop or because an air hose has been cut. As you can imagine, all this amounts to a significant cost. Thefts from cargo trains cost our nation's 6th largest freight railroads more than $100 million last year because of a combination of the value of the stolen goods and the cost of repairs to rail cars the thieves have damaged. And the problem is getting worse in recent years as the thefts have become more organized and sophisticated. The Association of American Railroads trade group estimates that the number of thefts jumped roughly 40% yesteryear to 65 fucking thousand. That's right, 65,000 nationwide. In 2022, thieves raided cargo containers aboard trains nearing downtown Los Angeles for months, taking packages belonging to people across these United States and leaving the tracks blanketed with discarded boxes of items deemed not valuable enough to steal. The audacious thefts prompted authorities and freight companies to step up security in area. In 2015, thieves stole 111 firearms. That's right, 111 guns after busting the locks off a train in a Chicago rail yard. Railroads have invested millions in measures to help prevent such thefts, but it's not like they can easily restrict access to the more than 140,000 miles of track, if I remember correctly, that they operate across our country. It crosses remote rural areas and cuts through the heart of many cities, carrying millions of shipments of everything from bulk commodities like coal and grain to raw materials like rock. The rail trade group said additional federal enforcement and tougher penalties are needed to deter these thefts. The railroads estimate that only 1 out of every 10 theft attempts result in an arrest. God, that's good odds. Hey, Brendan, we might need to take on another career. And many of the people who are arrested are repeat offenders. Holy shit, obviously doesn't get you much in jail time. One railroad even reported arresting the same individual 5 times in a single day. One railroad
There's my second job right there.
Yeah, there you go. Imagine a railroad arrested one guy 5 times in the same day. This guy must be hitting all.
Holy shit. That's insane. That's insane. No wonder they keep doing it. It's like a slap. It's beyond a slap on the wrist. It's like they coddle you and shit.
Yeah.
Sorry for arresting you.
How come Trump and Musk aren't bitching about this? You'd think they'd be calling it an act of war, a foreign invasion, right? These are all.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's in a red state, they can't embarrass them.
Yeah, I guess that must be it. That must be it.
Well, also Arizona is just that type of place. When I went there, I was like, yeah, this shit, like, I gotta be armed or I'm gonna get robbed. It's like a sketch.
Yeah.
Especially Tucson.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you. No.
Like, you couldn't walk down the street. Like, it was like, talk about banditos. Like,
thank you. Yeah. No, it's a hellhole. These places are hell on earth in so many ways. I can't even imagine what it's like to live on the reservation.
And I thought it was illegal, like you could get killed for robbing a train. Like the Old West, like the laws are still on the books. Is that not
in
the
the
case?
Old West days, you bet. Oh yeah.
But nowadays it's like, sorry.
Oh yeah, sorry you went through all the effort. Yeah, and you hit the coal train. Yeah, poor guy hit the rock train or the coal train by that'd be a bitch. Yeah, but the sheer balls of somebody being arrested 5 times in a single day and just keep, I got to get back to work, got to feed the wife and kids. Yeah.
Right, that guy's got to be studied.
Yeah.
Like Musk should give him a job.
No shit.
He won't quit.
Yeah.
He won't fucking quit.
Yeah. Oh shit. Thank you. Now, BNSF and the other major freight railroad that hauls goods across the western United States, Union Pacific, they didn't respond to any of my inquiries about these thefts. No surprise. In a statement to the Fourth Estate, however, BNSF said that its internal police forces shares information with law enforcement, local law enforcement, and prosecutors as appropriate. So for some reason, they must be shipping something illegal themselves. Their internal police are sharing info with local law enforcement and prosecutors as appropriate? This is like weird to me. Why the reticence? You know they're smuggling something.
Because it's an inside job. It's an inside job, so their kids can get the Nikes on their birthday and shit.
It must be some shit.
Like something stupid, something dumb. Like
some dumb shit like that. Must be. Thank you.
Each of us can make $1 million. All we got to do is hire these illegals.
Yeah, to take the fall. Got it.
So that's the crazy reality of it.
Thank you. That makes sense. Yeah, the company says its crews are instructed not to confront thieves, but to report the incidents instead. But the crews rarely encounter them because the trains are so long and the thieves take care to evade detection. How is it in the old days they used to have railroad detectives that caught hobos all the fucking time? I mean, hobos were always getting busted. Something, like Brent says, something's off here. Cargo thefts from trains, trucks, and ships are a problem in shipping hubs all across our country and a focus of the FBI. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement estimates that cargo thefts at various points along the supply chain, from ports to trains to trucks, account for between $15 billion and $35 fucking billion in losses every year. Many of the more organized groups target major shipping hubs like Los Angeles, Dallas, Memphis, Chicago, and Atlanta. Now, elsewhere, we have law and order. For some. Donald Trump's hand-picked U.S. attorney in Washington, D.C. is focused on the president's political adversaries, but apparently has less interest in an assault allegation involving a Republican congressman. So I guess it's all about law and disorder. They don't make Washington scandals like they used to. Consider the tale of Representative Wilbur Mills and Fannie Fox. In October of 1974, Mills, a powerful Arkansas Democrat who led the Ways and Means Committee, was pulled over in D.C. while driving with his lights off. Fox, a stripper, leapt out of the car and into the tidal basin, the shallow reservoir next to the Jefferson Memorial. She had to be fished out by police. The twain had apparently had a physical altercation. They had bruises and scratches, though neither was charged. Mills was initially able to weather the next few weeks and win re-election in November, but after showing up drunk at a Fox performance, one of her strip shows, later that month, he was forced to relinquish his leadership in, at least of the Ways and Means Committee, and never sought re-election. Now consider the circumstances in which another representative, Mills, found himself. The similarities are striking. The differences are alarming. Last Wednesday, while I was hosting transmission, police responded to a call about an assault at an apartment in the District of Columbia, where Corey Mills, a Florida Republican and a strong Donald Trump ally, resides. A police report obtained by News 4, a local NBC affiliate, stated that a 27-year-old woman there had what appeared to be fresh bruises. The report described her as Mills's significant other, though he is married and the 27-year-old lady is not his wife. She also, according to this document, let officers hear Mills instruct her to lie about the origin of the bruises. Mills denies any wrongdoing and told Politico magazine yesterday, "Both myself and the other individual said that what they're claiming took place never took place. And that's been reported."
Holy shit, wait, this is something that's happening now, today? This is current events?
Yes.
This sounds like something from the 70s. I thought it was a joke.
Thank you. It's all too real. Yeah, they still behave like this.
Oh my God. It sounds like some kind of almost like an Elvis scandal. It sounds so ridiculous.
Thank you.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
I thought we were past this, It's like these.
You would hope. And of course, it's the beating that matters, not the fact that these women are prostitutes or strippers, but they're in a compromised position and they don't want to be arrested. That's the sad part. So, but things, believe it or not, got stranger. The woman recanted her story and now says there was no physical abuse. D.C. police provided the media with a second report saying officers responded, but there was no probable cause for arrest. And then a third report saying police are investigating the incident still. They are also, according to News 4, investigating their own handling of the matter. In other words, they're being forced by a Citizens Watch group to investigate why they're not investigating, which is what prompted their third investigation. Police have since sent a warrant to the local prosecutor's office, but it has never been signed. In effect, a refusal to take up the case. Now that's bad. And because Washington, D.C. is not a state, it does not have a typical local district attorney. Imagine that.
And what kind of payoffs is this guy giving? It's like, he's going to lower your, your grain bill or something, like Ways and Measures? Like, what does he got?
Thank you.
He can't have that much leverage.
Yeah, I think it's more the structure of the District of Columbia itself. Like I said, exactly. It's got no local district attorney because it's not a state. So instead, it has a federal.
So who does the prosecution? FBI or something?
I think instead what they have is a federal prosecutor. But guess what? I think that position is currently filled by the Missouri attorney and the failed Republican congressional candidate Ed Martin. So he's corrupt as fuck, and he's totally red. He's red side. And after the 2020 elections, Martin was deeply involved in the Stop the Steal efforts. And after the January 6th...
Forget about the AI taking my jobs. We got to get the AI to take these guys' jobs.
Thank you! I love it! Brilliant. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, you want to pull the old switcheroo. You know what? Fuck your jobs. You guys aren't doing anything but whoring around and beating up hookers. Like, what are you doing?
Thank you. Exactly.
And then covering each other's asses out at the end. It's like, you know... just is so nonsense. I'd rather have a computer do it.
Thank you. I agree. Yeah. And
that way it can actually calculate how much, economically makes sense for how much my grain costs and shit. These guys don't know anything about that.
Thank you. No shit. I mean, AI cutting the government budgets would have been more merciful than these sons of bitches.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Because it would have actually calculated.
Yeah.
This is what unmetered devastation. This is something out of a...
Dude, fuck the calculations. I would dare argue the AI would have more empathy.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true.
These people are just cruel. These people are just sadistically cruel.
EBT, that's the first thing we got to go after.
Big savings.
Because they're buying soda. Yeah, that's what you should see people online saying crazy shit like that. Oh, these people in front of me in line are buying soda with their EBT. How come I don't get free soda? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Why are you even buying soda, you dumbass?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
With the money that you made, none of it's computing.
Yeah, even I stopped drinking soda, so I'll have to take the righteous stand on that. Yeah, like a former smoker. Yeah, that's but
you just said, look, it's not good for me. I'm gonna stop.
Yeah.
These people say, if I could buy it, I could do it.
That's true.
They're saying poor people don't deserve to buy soda or some crazy shit like that.
No, I get it. What they're saying is they're not even buying real food. That's
what they're insinuating.
Yeah, that's what they're claiming. And I believe me, a lot of this is true. A lot of these people are not buying real food. I mean, when I had food stamps, or when the food stamps had some money on the card, I was buying a lot of Coca-Cola. That was originally that's what I went for. Yeah. And but
doesn't that in their logic sphere, isn't that they're all invested in Coca-Cola because what's his name? Warren Buffett told them to. So why would they want people to stop buying it?
Yeah, there you go.
It's like it was supposed to be a feedback loop scam where the US government's strong, then we give all these poor people money. They buy the companies that we invest in, their goods. It was a feedback loop, like what Sammy Romero said. It's what did he say? Exactly his term.
I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to recall.
It was like their game, and they fucked up their own game.
The
goose, the golden goose.
That's it.
They killed their own gold goose for some weird, ideology Russian shit.
True.
It's like
It's true. Like,
look, the system was a scam, but it was a scam for you guys. It's with the people with investments.
Yeah.
So it was just so dumb.
It's true, and I think that's a great thing to emphasize. Thank you. I appreciate that. And again, we're 4 hours into the transmission, and George Knight has not shown up. We'll keep an eye out for him. Frightening, scary out there.
Yeah, and I don't want this to be the George Memorial.
And it really turned out to be that. Don't. Yeah, his behavior was so out of the norm. Yeah, very concerning. At any rate, with this idiot, Ed Martin, the federal prosecutor in D.C., after the January 6th riot, he represented defendants and sat on the board of a group that raised money for the families of people imprisoned for their roles in insurrection against our legally elected government. Then Trump appointed him acting U.S. attorney at the start of his term and has since nominated him to fill the role permanently. Like he's a J. Edgar Hoover.
Wait, this is the hooker guy?
Yeah.
Or this is...
Oh, the guy who's covering for the hooker guy. He's covering for the hooker guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. Now, in an X post yesterday, Martin described the staff of the U.S. Attorney's Office as President Trump's personal lawyers. That is not, in fact, the statutory role of U.S. Attorneys General's offices, or even U.S. Attorney's offices. Forget the general status. They serve the federal government, not the person of the president. But Martin very clearly approaches the job the latter way. After taking over the U.S. Attorney's Office in January, he fired at all the attorneys who were involved in January 6th cases, line prosecutors who were simply doing their jobs by bringing cases about overt crimes, and launched an internal investigation into January 6th prosecutions. In other words, they're not just releasing all these people, they're going to go after anyone who saw that these people got any form of justice. He has boasted about standing up against the Associated Press, which he said refuses to put America first by not adopting Trump's renaming of the Golfo de Mexico to the Gulf of America. Even while doing his best to support people involved in an actual violent assault on our Capitol, Martin has been sending letters. Yes, any other thoughts, please?
Yeah, I'm surprised you haven't mentioned that the whole thing, like, America's named after an Italian guy.
No shit. Yeah.
How come no one's brought that up? Yeah, Amerigo Vespucci. Like, you know.
Yeah.
So, there you go.
Thank you.
He's an immigrant, you know. Go name it after him.
Yeah, it's like, well, they're too.
Well, we can't tell Trump that because then he'll say it's Trumpica, you know, or something.
So true. Yeah. So true. Something awful. Yeah. I mean, but Amerigo Vespucci, it was named after his first name, so we'd name it Donald or something awful. Yes.
Yeah. Donaldio.
Yeah, Donaldio or Denial. Donaldo. Yeah, I can't even get it out. It's so awful. It's
because it's like, okay, America. There's a South America too. You know, like this whole area is America. Like this whole region of the so-called, you know, the human-named region, so-called America, is 2 continents. I mean,
yes. So, yeah, it's a lot. That's a lot.
It's just so cheesy. It's like, why not call everything, you know?
Yeah, the planet. You may as well go for the planet America, at that point.
American Ocean.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we can get to that point where we just relocate entire cultures to different planets, and planet America will be the planet of type 2 diabetes.
They can have it.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you.
They can have it,
yeah.
Exactly. Diabetes.
Yes, there we are.
What was that old guy, Wilbur? Like, you got diabetes.
Yeah.
Do you have diabetes?
Yeah, you got him down. Oh, that's right.
That's the spokesperson.
That's right. The guy who was in Cocoon and shit. Yeah. That's right. The guy who was in all those old commercials. Yeah, for like, that's right. Hey, type 2 diabetes. They'll help you lead a better life. Yeah.
Everyone my age knows him as that guy.
Yeah, that's
diabetes?
right.
You have diabetes?
The diabetes man. Yes. Yeah.
It's a horrible way to go out.
Yeah. Yes. It is. Oh, God. Yeah, both in reputation and in medical cause, yes. his reputation was just that. That's how he died. Was promoting. What was that company anyway? He was telling everybody to go to MetLife or something. You know, they can help you.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, they can help you lead.
Cover your insulin.
Yeah, there you go. Lead a better life. Yeah, all that shit. Poor bastard. Yeah. Let's check into the call here and see if we've got anyone extra. The ladies have all dropped off. It's just the three of us gentlemen. Well, I guess I should say you three are gentlemen. I'm something else. And
I can confirm. Yeah.
I guess I could say three of us gentlemen because it's only Brendan, Aristides, and myself. I keep hoping George shows up, but the poor bastard, you know, the only true gentleman among us all. Yeah, he's like, you know, well, we'll just keep crossing our fingers. At any rate, even while he's supposed to be involved covering this guy's ass, Ed Martin has been sending letters to Democratic members of Congress threatening to investigate them for the standard, though overheated language they've used in reference to Elon Musk and Supreme Court justices. Yet somehow Martin's office apparently doesn't have any interest in pursuing a fairly straightforward assault allegation, including claims of inducing an alleged victim to lie, which is evidence tampering, etc., and can lead to many, many years in jail. Why not? Because the U.S. Attorney's Office did not immediately respond. In fact, it never responded at all to any of my questions about why the warrant was never signed. But investigating a Republican member of the House would make life more difficult for the president and his allies on Capitol Hill. Speaker Mike Johnson is trying to ram a politically volatile spending bill through with his minuscule House majority. Some members have already indicated that they may vote against the bill because of proposed cuts to Medicaid. Losing Mills for any reason would make the task even harder. Republicans have already paused the confirmation of Representativess Elisa Stefanik to be the ambassadress to the United Nations in order to maintain their numbers. This delicate moment also betrays why, without action from prosecutors, Mills may not go anywhere. So lurid a story used to be a death knell for a career, but politicians have learned that they can gut out most sex scandals if they are sufficiently shameless. President Bill Clinton pioneered that path. Senator David Vitter and Governor Mark Sanford perfected it. And Trump represents its apotheoses, where it attains an anti-godhood. Wilbur Mills was forced to step down by fellow Democrats, not only because the scandal, but because it was politically expedient. A younger, more liberal group of Democrats was tired of conservative Southerners blocking their priorities. Political expedience is also why Republicans are likely to never push Corey Mills out anytime soon. Trump often speaks about law and order, but he's also made very clear that this means law and order only for some. Those who disagree with him are those whom he finds obnoxious. Those who are on his side receive leniency, even if they have committed a violent assault against our national capital and our duly elected government. The U.S. Attorney's Office ignoring this case while harassing Democratic members of Congress is one very pure expression of this impulse. Meanwhile, Trump is interested himself in seizing ever greater control of Washington's governance. Last week, he said, "I think we should take over Washington, D.C. Make it safe." For whom? Now, Donald Trump's return has been more welcomed by American imperial adversaries than our allies. President Trump is already surrendering to Russia. President Trump has already agreed to many of Russia's key demands for ending the war in Ukraine, apparently driven by the president's disdain for Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. But Trump has surrendered something else: American imperial leadership against wars of conquest. And have I ever failed to mention that we import about a quarter of our oil from Canada and Mexico? We're talking about significant areas that will impact Americans' daily lives. So also lost in all this shuffle has been the Hongjia, the Red China tariffs that this misadministration has put into place, prompting mainland Chinese retaliation. Trump said that the United States built China. What did he even mean by that? Red China's foreign spokesperson, Hua Chunying, actually answered that very question posed by an American journalist in a news conference. And she replied,
"Yeah, Trump was there during, he was right next to the first emperor. He built it. That shit. He was having tea, don't you remember?"
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess he's going to claim that they stole the wall idea from him. He said, I'm the one who...
I'm really surprised he hasn't said that yet.
Yeah, true. True.
You know, those Mongolians, they had a good idea, or he probably would say that in confusion. You know, those Chinese, they had a good idea, building a wall. A really big wall. That was my idea. Yeah.
And he'd compare the Mongols to the Mexicans if he were that historically savvy.
Well, give it a few weeks with that guy that he just appointed, the talking head from the conspiracy podcast, that guy.
Oh, yeah, that piece of shit.
He's going to say, Trump is a time traveler, that he invented the Great Wall of China. He was a time traveler. Yeah, so just give it time.
You're right. Yeah. You're right. Yeah. This is the level at which these guys process miserable.
Yeah, and I was watching something earlier because my account's linked to yours, but they showed me some video about Tartary in San Francisco. They said Tartary in San Francisco, and they kept talking about Fort Ross, and they're saying all these great buildings that were hidden and they keep doing excavations. State of California, Fort Ross, where the Russians lived. And I've been there. It's literally just a bunch of wooden. It's like a small wooden fort right on the coast, and it's like there's no Tartarian anything there. I don't know how they could make a video about that. And they kept showing the Cow Palace and all these other buildings, and who's like Russia was the ultimate world empire, and I'm like, how do these people believe this? This is getting absurd.
This is Russian propaganda. This is Russian propaganda taken
But these people are too stupid to notice, or are they deliberate? It's hard to tell anymore.
It's a combination of both. It's like...
And then the funny part is they're saying, the Russians, colonized all of Western America. And it's like, first of all, that was like Peter II. That was a fucking... like a czar. This wasn't the Russia you guys love.
Thank you.
This is a totally different Russia.
Thank you.
And as far as I'm concerned, if it was still the czar, I'd rather have the czar than these people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Geez.
Absolutely. Even though...
bring the czar back and they can have California as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree to that in the sense of compared to these people, but just so people understand, the czar's reign in America was a murderous one and quite genocidal. So, and they
referenced that. Referenced that.
Did they really?
He built this fort with... and then they tried to say, John Sutter he built the Sutter's Fort in Sacramento, which I've been to. We stayed overnight in that haunted-ass place. And I was actually playing the role of John Sutter in the little kids camp we did there.
Oh, wow.
And,
That's cute. It's adorable.
Yeah. Yeah, so we were learning about it. But, he's like, but John Sutter came and built the Sutter's Fort with all these Native American slaves. And I was like, what the fuck?
Damn! At least they got
but the Russians are cool, man.
Yeah, fuck. Yeah, that's because they killed so many people there was no one left alive to be slaves, so they had to...
they built it and then they wiped them out. Yeah, exactly. Kind of like the Spanish,
Yeah, that's pretty much it. No, they're all genocidal maniacs. All of these people. I mean,
so then they were showing these maps where it shows Tartary, and then it shows like Siberia and Eastern Russia. Like deep Eastern Russia.
That's right. Yeah.
And the map says Tartary, and it has like Tartaria and all that stuff. But you've explained before that just meant like unincorporated regions.
Yes.
But they still think it's some kind of empire.
Yes. One of these days I will go into the people that live there, but it's not to be confused with what these idiots are promoting. So I do want people to understand this. It's
well, I know partially where they got it from, because when the Rosicrucian library was open, in San Jose, right?
Yes, that's right.
Egyptian Museum had a library.
That's right.
That had a bunch of occult textbooks.
That's right.
Hundreds of occult books.
That's
and
right.
During COVID, they shut it down, but the books in there had these old Masonic books that were talking about Tartary, the ethno-specific Tartarians. These people actually came from the sunken island of Mu.
Yes. Yes.
And so people are taking that and like totally confusing it, what those Masons were trying to reveal in those books.
Thank you.
And these were their own personal books. These weren't like made for. So the code words they use, like Tartarian and stuff, those was used for their education in their groups. That's why when people read them, they don't know what the fuck they're reading.
Thank you.
So, does that make sense?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I want people to understand that I've always informed our listeners that the Japanese are the Caucasians of Asia, and understand that the Tartarians coming from the sunken continent of Mu means that they're related to the Japanese. So that's why I said I would talk about this at another time, but it's a obviously ancient occult topic that people are not familiar with. So when they talk about this worldwide Tartarian Empire, it's Japanese, not fucking Russian, because the Slavs came in to occupy that area later.
That's my point. And then the fact that they're saying, like, all he was showing was those maps of Tartaria where modern people would know Russia to be.
Yes.
And then he was talking about Russia in California and the West Coast. So, like, most people wouldn't understand the nuance. Like, okay, he's talking about two different things. They think Russia was here first. You know, they built it or something. They built these Tartarian buildings.
Thank you. That's how crazy it is when it was actually Pan-Pacific, if anything, Japanese empire that linked the North American and
or something even more ancient and fairy tale level that no one even knows anymore. This is what Oda Sensei is trying to say by in One Piece when he says the ancient kingdom and how they were lost and there was like the void century. He's trying to reference that without referencing it, without giving away too much, because people do this shit.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely.
So he just doesn't go into details, but it's an actual real historical thing, the void century of this mystical civilization. Yeah.
Thank you. No, very important, and it's.
I just thought, you would.
Thank you, and appreciate it. And so again, we're gonna hope for our man George before midnight Pacific time, and let's take a look at the time in London. This poor guy, and
it's past when he would have come on.
It is, I know, but I'm just being ever hopeful. It's 6:19 a.m. Unless he's suffering a terrible hangover or something. But what I might ask Brendan to do is go on a bit about the subject while I make another crock of tea, and then that will be the one that carries me through the rest of the night. So I'm going to, is that okay? I'm going to make the tea now, that way you're around to talk. You're going to have to hold the stage alone, but you've got plenty of occult knowledge to share with people, and you could tell them about the Rosicrucian.
Well, I kind of exhausted my little trip right there, but
carry on. Well, I know there's plenty of other things you can speak about. In the Rosicrucian Museum, how I miss it. I knew this one poor bastard who actually worked there, and that was the love of his life. He was very much into Egyptian archaeology, and he got a job with the Rosicrucian Museum because he knew that's where a lot of the real history was. And you could tell people about this, that I don't know if they ever opened it again or whether they took advantage of COVID to close it to the public completely, but
the museum side's still open. The Egyptian Museum is open for public view. But the library is completely, they even took the name tags off of the building.
Oh God, so sad.
So you can't even, and I asked them and they said no. Like they basically told me don't even mention it. They said, they did that shit to me.
Oh,
I said, are you going to open it again? And they're like, what? What are you talking about? Like that kind of shit.
Oh, so sad. So sad. And because it's a treasure, it was a treasure trove. Go on.
Yeah, it was a treasure trove. So presumably either they sequestered it or they just sold it off to private collectors. And they just don't want to reveal that, because all that's taxable. So they probably don't want to reveal how they got like $2 million overnight.
Yeah, got it. Or much more.
Because it was easier to do in COVID. They were just saying government stimulus.
Good point.
Or whatever.
Yeah, good point. Good point. So, okay, so I'll be right back. Well, it'll take me a few minutes to make this tea, about 10-ish, but you've got this. You know, and you've always got something.
Well, just
to
a heads
about.
up, my phone is like almost dead.
Oh,
so
shit.
I don't know how long I can last here.
Do you need to find a charger? I want you to find a charger.
I can't because I'm in the middle of cleaning something and I have to be off soon, so I can't really.
Oh, okay. So
break.
How about
I can't break
wait
from
until
this.
you can find? How about I wait till you find that break time that you can do at the charger bit? I'll wait till then. So I'll wait to take the break because all I need to do is make tea. So I'll just wait till that time you can find a charger. So
let me look at my battery life and we'll just make a decision from that.
Yeah. Because I can keep.
Yeah, it's below 10%. There's no way.
Yeah, so I'll just keep monologuing until you find a battery charger. Okay. So basically, Red China's foreign spokesperson Hua Chunying responded to Trump's claim that the United States built China by replying, "Look around the world. Which country in the world has the ability to use money to rebuild another China? It is ridiculous. The achievements of China's development did not fall from the sky, nor did it depend on the gifts of others or countries, but the entire Chinese people did it with their own hard work, sweat, wisdom, and courage. If anyone hasn't seen this clearly, I can only say that there is too little education." Now, Hua Chunying pointed out that since the People's Republic of China has statistics on foreign investment in 1987, the Communist Chinese Empire has actually used more than 2 trillion United States dollars in foreign investment, of which these United States has invested more than 80 billion US dollars in communist China on the Asian mainland, accounting for only about 4% of market Leninist China's foreign investment. That's it. But we all know how much these United States have gained from Sino-American cooperation. Finally, Hua Chunying emphasized how many American families have significantly reduced the cost of living because of communist Chinese goods. American companies have made huge profits. 97% of United States companies surveyed said that doing business with mainland China was profitable. According to a report by the U.S.-China Business Council, U.S. exports to People's China alone have supported more than 1.1 million U.S. jobs. In 2017, with a global loss of renminbi, that's the RMB is the Communist Chinese bureaucratic dollar. That's the dollar they produce for in use with the Communist Chinese Party for interior contracts. They lost 11 billion renminbi. General Motors took nearly 13.4 billion yuan, which is the Chinese international dollar, from its 12 joint ventures in Communist China alone. Qualcomm sales in Red China accounted for 58% of its total operating income. Now, all such having been qualified, I am glad to see that the tariffs on mainland China remain in place. These United States and our allies need to continue to de-risk our economies from market Leninist China. But that's just fucking great. Now, how can we de-risk while simultaneously waging a trade war against our closest trading partners? I've always been a proponent of what I term friendshoring, right? It's hard to friendshore when you don't have any friends left. I myself do not conclude that threatening tariffs for every foreign policy issue is the silver bullet that the Trump White House thinks it is. There has been a lot of coverage claiming that Trump is targeting the United States as friends first, but his occupational anarchy insists that this overlooks the fact that he has already hit 3/4 of our adversaries with threats. Sanctions on Russia, tariffs on Red China, and maximum pressure against Iran. I have to sigh. In one sense, it's comforting that the whole world...
So he's a madman.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
And, so he's sanctioning Russia for what, though? I thought they were friends.
That was before. He's changed that now. He did have the sanctions up, before. He's trying to change that now. But he can't de-escalate the sanctions without it going through all the processes. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
well, he's threatened saying, if they don't cooperate, we're going to sanction them too, and all this. But that's just bluster.
And it's true. But they're also dissatisfied with the fact that he's trying to deal with Ukraine while trying to deal with them. He wants peace with them while trying to get mineral rights to rare earths in Ukraine. So they don't like that.
Somehow without protecting them. So what? You make a deal and then the Russians take it all? That doesn't make sense. He wouldn't even stand for that.
That's where the so-called peacekeeper deal comes in. That nobody understands what that is. There will be mysterious peacekeepers that would be private mercenaries, and therefore, not part of Russia or America. Yeah, that probably a private army he would assemble to occupy Ukraine, making it Trumpistan.
Yes.
The new nation.
Yeah. Because the Europeans aren't going to put up with it. They already said that.
Yes.
Put up with this shit.
But
he wants Europe to do, all the military funding, and then he gets the mineral rights. I mean, that doesn't add up.
Of course not. Yes. Why would the Europeans tolerate that?
There's no art in that kind of deal. That's just barbarian shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So. It's just pure exploitationism. It's like so when it comes to, by the way, what do you know about Indian politics right now? Gujarat and Congress India and all of that. Have you been keeping track of any of this?
No, it's so complicated, that country. You can understand some things in Delhi, but there's like so many, it's a huge place with many, many people. So it's like, and it's crazy. So you won't get a solid answer on it. Let's just put it that way.
Thank you.
Yeah, just know that it's Hindu ruled, and they love the Brits. That's all I know.
Yeah, thank you.
Getting into the minutia of it, it's like you would have to live there or something, because even people that live there don't know what the fuck's going on. Like I know someone that's in our Medi group, and he just got back from South India. I told you about this before, and he said India is such a horrible place to live. He's like, it's
Ouch.
Such a horrible place.
Ouch.
Even he's lived there his whole life and everything. His family lives there. It's just so not easy, and everything's loud, and there's no way to govern that many people, really, honestly.
True.
So it's just, they have to do this kind of like the bureaucracy is so stupid there that if they say something, there's no flexibility. It's just, this is the final answer. There's no flexibility. It's just, you just get crazy policemen coming after you for nothing, and it just makes it almost impossible to live in that kind of world.
Thank you.
So,
thank you, and I really appreciate your input on that. And so, you would agree with me that India would be better off with Balkanization?
Yeah, it would be better off under the Raj at this point. The way, it's really it sounds rude to say that, but I mean, it's it's just, it's gotten to this extreme point. It's just the poverty is insane. Like people, it's so foreign to us that I can't even describe it. It's so foreign to me. And I know enough about it compared to most people, or I can navigate it. It's just, that's how crazy it is.
Yeah.
So it's might as well be another planet. For someone like you, it's easy to do a generalization of Europe because they're very homogenous, or Japan. Mm-hmm. But this place is just crazed. I mean, it's you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, definitely. It is out of this fucking world. It's people really don't get that. It's truly another planet. You may as well be.
It's the most foreign thing for a reason. It's the most foreign.
Yeah, and such having been said,
anything you hear about on the news, what's happening in Delhi and New Delhi, that's they're their own. it's like worse than Trump's DC. It's like that's their own world there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
So like Delhi is just like, yeah, the laws work there. You know, like the police know their laws, but they can't enforce the rest of the country to do anything. Mm-hmm. So they just control the money system. That's all they're there for. Mm-hmm. The cash and all that, the purse and all that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's in terms of the rupee. What do you know about the rupee? What can you tell us about that as a currency in terms of?
The rupee is like, I mean, there's not much to it. It's linked to the Kosh. It's just another fiat currency. Yeah. It's nothing special about it. The Kosh is their Wall Street, basically.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
The thing with India is that their riches or their actual, like their GDP is in their goods, their production, their food. Mm-hmm. So there's nothing linking their money to that. Mm-hmm. So if they went back to like Vedic agriculture, Krishi, the real agriculture and all that, they'd be the richest country on earth.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Like if they had like perfect, like a working model or something of how to govern the whole country, they would have so much production. They would be able to feed the whole world and make so much money without a problem. But because they're under the Kosh, like they're under the monetary system and the World Bank, they don't really, none of it's being managed, properly.
Yeah.
So that's what I would say about that.
Thank you. And what's their biggest problem? Starvation, climate change, or both, or just the
corruption? There's plenty of resources. It's just the people there are so damaged by the Brits and what they did and all that. It's just it's bad. And the last 5,000 years, they've been completely like, imagine you have a perfect society, or as perfect as it can get on Earth, and then you get invaded 5 times. I mean, it's like they have no memory of what they used to be. So
Jesus, yeah.
It's not like us, where like United States, we're early 200 years. We're gonna always find a way to make things work. It's like, imagine having like a stable home and then your parents die. It's like that's what happened to them. Like. Like they had a stable country for 10,000 years, like this agricultural superpower. Yes. And then you get invaded by the Mughals, then the Khans, then the Portuguese, then the Brits. So like right now we're like at like the 5th invasion of the West. Yeah. So they're completely rent. It's already fractured, like balkanized, like and all that. That's why they like that. So
and so
north, south, east, west. Yeah.
Speak about some examples of this intergenerational trauma. Prime examples of the intergenerational trauma, how it manifests.
Well, like the whole splitting of Pakistan and Bangladesh and all that.
Yeah.
Just they couldn't get along to the point where they had to form entirely new countries, and those countries can't even function. The Bangladesh, Pakistan, Burma, because that's also part of the ancient, Like, okay, so where I'm coming from is like everyone, I'm sure at some point has heard of like the Gupta, the Gupta Empire and all these people. They had like a full, like they were united under Buddhism and all that. That was when like Alexander the Great couldn't even invade it and all that. So, so at that time they were like one group, and the emperor kept, said, we're under Buddhism, we're under this like Vedic system. And, so he had, unity. They couldn't be invaded at that point. But then later on, after that period, they were invaded like dozens of times. Like, so that's, it's hard to give examples without like, I need to be able to sit down and kind of flesh it out. But
Got it. Yeah. But thank you for what you have, because that's important. And obviously, I want our listeners to appreciate the wisdom of Brendan Zogit and how he is, doing his best to help me while I go through a night of grieving and mourning. Honestly, we're concerned that our man, George Knight, has died. We want him to come on and say, "Oh, Doug, I'm here, Doug," with his enthusiastic voice. But oh my God, what's worse yet, he might have died while he was on air with us. Is what makes it so much worse.
Isn't that scary? That's like why I'm worried. I'm just like, holy shit, you know, it's just.
Do you have any ideas for how to get maybe his name? If you can talk about his name to somebody in the area where you know he lives, the area that you know he lives, like any authorities you feel that you can somehow.
Well, like I said, it's like even if we can get a hold of them, it's going to take like a week at least, because the Brits are slow when it comes to that stuff.
Yeah, but
especially if it's coming from a Yank, they would just be like, "Oh, some Yanks calling."
Yeah,
you know, like they wouldn't even. I can ask. You know?
Yeah, by the way, Nemo says his ex probably came to visit him. We're all hoping that. That doesn't explain everything else. You know,
he would at least tell Doug, yes. I had to go or something.
That's right. And
even after 1 day, 2 days, like you said, it's been a week or something, right?
Well, it feels like a week. No, it's only been literally. Don't forget the Sunday show and then the Wednesday show. It's just like one right after the other, but it's still a long enough period of time where he would have said something. He would have come in and said something. Especially would have come in, tonight. So hopefully he may yet do so. But we're still, at this point, it becomes more and more unlikely with every passing moment that that's going to happen. Because he usually gets up fairly early. He can force himself to get up fairly early. And so when he does not, then it's like, it's hard. It's hard. And
and it's like usually I'd make a joke about it, but I think it's pretty serious myself.
It seems pretty serious to us, and so all such having been said, everybody maintain him in thought and prayer, and hopefully we'll get some news. And God knows, the saddest thing, of course, is the book. He had more information than anyone else aside from Douglas Dietrich on knowing everything that I expose, so,
another type of suppression, but it's just in the worst way possible.
Yeah, and it might be occult. It might be, Peter Moon's, concentrating everything on his hateful occult assault. So he might have succeeded in this case.
This is another level.
Yeah,
I don't think Peter has it in him. Like I don't believe.
I understand.
I don't have faith in Peter. Like that.
Yeah, I understand.
Whatever that being has become, whatever that creature is now.
Yes.
Nothing that could do that.
Yeah. It's I hear you, and but then again, he's not alone anymore. He's been aggregated into another.
When you make a pact with the Daedra, or like the dark, the dark entities, you're not alone.
Yeah. So
they haunt your dreams. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, his dreams. Yeah. No, his dreams are going to be fucked now. That's that's for sure. Now let's take a look at the call again. He still hasn't jumped on, so I'll dive back into our monologue.
Is he on the call? Did we call?
Aristides, you called him, right? I'm sure he has. It's almost insulting to Aristides to ask. Honestly, I definitely want.
That's more of just like the first stage of grief. I don't doubt Aristides.
If I called you.
Yeah, you called George, right? We know you called George. We're assuming. I'm just asking because we're concerned.
But it's like a denial.
Yeah, we're in denial. We're going through the first stage of grief.
No, he's on the call.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
God bless you. Thank you so much, and we appreciate that profoundly. So bless you. And with that, we'll go back to holding a bit of a conversation here, because right now we're using this to kind of steam off some of the grief we've been feeling about George's disappearance. And he seemed so enthusiastic. He was, of course. And we're already talking about him in the past tense. We've got to stop doing that for now. For the moment. Oh, God.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I don't want to really say. We have to just kind of move on for a bit until.
Yeah. And let's talk a little bit about Brooke. So she said she's had the sheriff deliver papers to this son of a bitch, right?
Good, fucking good.
Yes.
And then he walks around like a little baby. I mean, that's hilarious. I thought I was trying to be nice and not laugh, but because he was like right there.
Oh yeah, he's always right there.
Pathetic.
Yes.
Pathetic.
Yes.
It's like, obviously there's mental health issues with these people.
Yes.
Not necessarily one of them, but...
Yeah. Oh, he's one of them. He's one. And she was denying, because he was there, she was denying the fact that he'll watch porn and say, oh, that woman has my mother's face. Maybe my mother did some of this. I remember that distinctly. Yeah, so... Yes. Yeah. And what did she say? He was fucking her and... Oh, that was it! She was fucking her and he said... Connie!
He said his mother's name. He said his mother's name.
Yeah. And then she said he tried to pass off as Connie Chung, and you said, who the fuck is that? So you honestly don't remember who she was, I take it.
No, I have no idea. Is it like an actress or something?
No, Connie Chung was like this world famous Asian talking head. She was a TV pundit, and she was the one who started the craze where everyone had to have a fucking Asian talking head on the news.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, and so...
well, is she hot enough to think about while you're fucking someone? Or
I never thought so. I thought that the Americans just had a real bad taste, you know. Most Americans all thought sexy just because they all had the yellow fever, because to them, to them, most of the, people are, Asian people are just sex objects of some sort, you know.
Yeah, like my fucking uncle, piece of shit.
Yeah.
He'd be like, there's Asian women are submissive, and it's like, well, you never got one, so you must be a bitch. You know? Yeah. He's always like talking up his game. And then would you believe this shit? Is I told him, he kept saying like crazy sex shit, like, oh, I've never done this, I've never fucked in a park, and I'm like, dude, I did all that in high school, like, you know. And he's like, you don't have to lie about it. I'm like, I'm not lying about it. I had an actual girlfriend for years, and it was, it was quite, active, quote unquote. And he's like, you don't have to lie about it. And it's like, so this dude was a total incel, or he still is. That's why he has to go to Thailand and get ladyboys and shit.
Yes, tell people
he's so
about
socially retarded that even with all his money, he can't pick up chicks. Yeah. They just think he's repulsive. Yeah. And then he's sitting there saying, I'm lying about, you don't have to lie. You don't have to lie about it. It's like, dude, I'm not lying about it. I got laid more than you. There's nothing to lie about there. Yeah. Nothing to fucking lie about. Yeah.
Oh, I love it. And these people, it's and they're so pathetic. And like you said, what is it that's killing them? What are the supplements that are killing them, you think? Or you need to take that call.
Supplements? Oh, who knows? Yeah, let me ask him.
Yeah.
See what's going on here.
While he's dealing with that, I do want people to know that if I'm alone continuing monologue tonight, I'm definitely going to go deep, and I want you all to be prepared for that. It's just sad. I'd rather, of course, be talking history with dear George, and we're hoping that I'm thinking that his wife has taken umbrage in the past, but if she's taken umbrage in the past, honestly, I think he's at the point where they are severing. It's just my own impression, and it shouldn't bother him or control his life like or impact it the way it did before. And as I said, there was this real innocent nature to George, and I believe that it impacted his ability to shield or ward himself from a cult attack. And a cult attack really does or can work on the vulnerable. So I do want everyone to bear that in mind, and it's part of what I've been trying to teach people about for years. And one of the things that I've been educating people about as well is the climate catastrophe, and we may even get into talking about that tonight with the time that we have. In the interim, with what time that we have, we were talking about, of course, China and the response to the claim that Trump built China, or Trump claiming that America built China.
Yeah, Doug, I have to carry on here because my phone, first of all, it's almost dead. Second of all, I have to finish up because it's getting to that point.
Okay.
If I rejoin you at all, I will text you.
Well, what I need you to do is just whenever you get it recharged, whether it's at home or at work before you go home, just as soon as you can put it into a charger, I need you on the call because I got to make another crock of tea, but I'll happily monologue until that time. Is that okay? That deal?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So let's do that. And as I was saying, in one sense, it's comforting that the whole world isn't getting stupid. It's just us. Trump's unhinged proposal to take Gaza, relocate more than 1 million starving people to an unspecified locale, and then turn their bombed-out homes into a resort.
Oh, one last thing.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Did you see the AI? Did you see the AI thing he posted?
Tell us.
It was like this poor Arab family in a bombed-out Gaza, and then you know how the AI has like that really bad quality kind of like time lapse.
Yeah.
Where you could just totally tell it's AI. So he posted one of these things, and then it shows like the rebuilt Gaza with his. Basically, Bibi sent him those. Remember those AI things that we saw with the neon?
Yeah.
And their whole redevelopment plan.
Yeah.
So Bibi sent him that video, and had him post it as if it was about Gaza, because they, you know, instead of telling those people that the little family in there was like a Saudi Arabian family, the Americans can't tell, so they said, tell them it's a Gaza family. We're rebuilding it for Gazans. You know, they're going to be so happy afterwards. So it shows like a bombed out city. Then the AI thing shows the sad family. Then it shows the happy family walking into a rebuilt Gaza. You know, so bad.
Jesus.
So
and is anyone buying that shit?
No, of course not. Of course not.
I would hope not. Oh my God,
Yeah,
that's
the
very fact that they even try is it leaves me at a loss.
It's horrible. It's horrible. But when I saw it, I was like, "Holy shit! That's what the Israelis made." Like, we already saw it. They had already showed that like years ago.
If you can
almost
send me,
like, what is it last?
Yeah, if you can send me a link to that, please do so. And by the way, how long do you think it is before you get your phone in a charger? Because I'll be drinking water until I go make that tea. So how long do I have to be drinking water? Just a guesstimate. Half an hour,
maybe
45
like
minutes.
a half hour.
Okay,
half hour.
Or an hour. Yeah, either way. Okay, just wanted to know. Just wanted to know. Okay, so I'll be drinking water for the next half hour at least. All right. So I'll prepare myself psychologically for that. But thank you. Participate whenever you want.
And it has a golden statue of him. A golden statue of him in there.
And they made that seriously. Seriously, the Israelis made that.
Yes.
They would. They would. Yeah.
No. He posted it as if it was coming from his office, like the office of the president.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm saying we know that the first people to do that stupid AI plan for Gaza
the Israelis.
were the Israelis. Because it was on their official website. This isn't any kind of disinfo.
Yeah.
This was what they put out, not something we're saying.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's disfo, all right, but it's Trump's disfo. It's Trump's disfo.
So just please look at this. Just open this and look at it, and hopefully. Oh, of course I can't link it. Why is this?
It's not linking. Yeah, just give
you see that?
Yeah, just give me HTTPS. Yeah. And
why? Why would it? There we go.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Trump's social.
See it?
Oh my fucking God.
See the statue?
And the statue makes him look thin too. It makes him look thin.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And then there's a guy with money falling on him next to it.
Oh my God.
Money's falling from the sky.
Trump Gaza.
But can you open it and look at the video down below? And you'll see that's the video I was telling you about.
Okay, let's see. I don't want any sound to come on because I don't want to get hit with some. So I'll look at that later, but I get it. I'm afraid to turn the video on. I don't want any sound.
It says, what's next?
Yeah.
And then it does like this montage of what it could be.
Yeah, I see the children running through the rubble just in the still. Yeah. And, of course, one of them's got a machine gun. Just so they don't look innocent. That way they don't.
Explain this shit. I mean, you have to watch it. There's these belly dancers with beards. I'm not joking.
Oh, that's AI. I'm
not even joking.
AI just doesn't get it. AI just doesn't get it. It's like we're in a new dark age, and we've And
then at the end, it's money falling down on children.
Yeah.
And they're grabbing it. Yeah.
Oh.
And then it says Trump Gaza.
Yeah.
The big ass hotel, fake hotel.
Oh.
And then the statue of him at the end. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah.
And people were saying, "Oh, he's just trolling. Don't take it seriously." It's like, okay, we don't got time to troll about people getting genocided.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't a troll moment. Like.
Thank you.
It's not good.
And if he is trolling, it shows he's completely psychotic. But the reality is that he intends everything that he says because he's actually sociopathic. So it's like, unfortunately, it's a combination of both, but that's a whole different topic. At any rate, it's like a real criminal. A real criminal. I mean, this guy is like, and the statue, unfortunately, the statue dignifies him. The kind of one, whoever the AI that made that statue image, and the Trump Gaza, of course, is one thing, but the statue of Trump, they made him look like he's like thin and dignified as opposed to what he is. Pretty incredible, but and outrageously offensive, as everything he does is. So when it comes to Trump's unhinged proposal to take the Gaza, to relocate, quote unquote, more than 1 million starving people to an unspecified locale, to turn their bombed out homes into a resort for the wealthy, it didn't go over well. Let's just put it that way. And as our man, Mr. Nemo, says, that AI video is disgusting. So it's, at any rate, one thing we can say, Gaza shattered Western myths. As I've tried to explain and articulate about the Blood Boys, in a very real sense, I'm helping to raise them, and I'm raising them under the trauma of an actual genocide happening before their eyes that is televised live. And the West is guilty. It's just as guilty as Israel. It is, help me out here, gentlemen. I'm trying to remember. Aiding, enabling, abetting. It is collaborating. There's other words for it in this genocide, by supplying the Israelis both morally, financially, and with actual weapons. For all intents and purposes, it's U.S. troops on the ground. Certainly we defended them in all of their attacks, or some damage might have been done to Israel by Iran that would have weakened Israel's own efforts in genocide. So we're guilty for not helping the Iranians. At any rate, Israel's genocide of Gaza, financed by Western democracies, has imposed a psychological ordeal for months on millions of people, aside from the Blood Boys, whom I have to try to make sense of this for, making them, the Blood Boys, and all these other millions of people beside them, forced witnesses to an act of political evil, and forcing them to the shock of realization as they hear the screams of a mother watching her daughter burned to death in a school bus bombed by Israel, that anything is possible, that remembering past atrocities is no guarantee that they will not be repeated in the present, and that the foundations of international law and morality are not at all secure. In fact, they're a downright lie. Starting as I have in earlier discussions about this, within the last few episodes about the Warsaw Holocaust in 1943, when a few hundred young Jews in the Warsaw neighborhood took all the weapons they could find and fought back against their Nazi persecutors. As their leader said, this was nothing more than an attempt to save some dignity and choose a way to die. After having repeatedly recalled the scars of the Holocaust throughout all my years of hosting Critical Omissions, the birth of the State of Israel and its wars with the Arabs, I years ago pointed out that October 7th of 2023 was but a new reason for reviving the fear of another Holocaust, which the most fanatical Israeli leadership in history has not hesitated to exploit. Indeed, Israel's leaders claimed the right to defend themselves against Hamas, but as Amir Bartov, the leading historian of the Holocaust, has himself acknowledged, they sought from the beginning to, his words, render the entire Gaza Strip uninhabitable, and to weaken its population to the point that they would either die out or seek every possible option to flee the area. All this while the West did nothing. Billions of people thus witnessed an extraordinary assault on the Gaza, whose victims, as Blaine Ni Gralien, the Irish lawyer who argued on behalf of South Africa at the International Court of Justice in The Hague, so put it. We're broadcasting their destruction in real time in the desperate and vain hope that the world would do something. But the world, this world, or the West in particular, did nothing. Although victims in Gaza predicted their deaths on digital media hours before their own executions, and their killers broadcasted their actions on TikTok, the tools of Western military and cultural hegemony obscured the liquidation of Gaza from both American and British leaders who attacked the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice, to the New York Times editors who instructed their staff to avoid the terms refugee camps, occupied territories, and ethnic cleansing. The awareness that hundreds of people were being killed or forced to watch their children being killed while we all continued our lives has poisoned the lives of millions and the pleas of the people of Gaza. Their warnings that they and their loved ones were about to be killed, followed by news of their own killing, increased the humiliation and the sense of physical and political helplessness. The war will eventually recede into the past, and time may even settle the towering pile of horror. But the signs of the catastrophe will remain in Gaza for decades. In the wounded bodies, the orphaned children, the ruins of cities, the displaced, and the awareness of collective grief. Even those of us who watched from afar as tens of thousands were killed and maimed on a narrow coastal strip and saw the applause, or at the least indifference, of the powerful, will live with an internal wound and trauma that will never go away for years. The dispute over how to characterize Israel's violence as legitimate self-defense, just war in difficult urban conditions, or ethnic cleansing and crimes against humanity will never be resolved. But it is not difficult to see signs of Israel's ultimate atrocity and moral and legal wrongdoing in the explicit and routine decisions by Israeli leaders to wipe out Gaza. And it will not be difficult to see it in the public's tacit approval, in the characterization of victims as evil, when most of them were completely innocent, in the scale of the destruction that was greater than the Allies' infliction upon Germany in World War II, in the pace and methods of killing and filling mass graves across Gaza, in the denial of access to food and medicine, in the torture of naked prisoners, in the destruction of schools, universities, museums, churches, mosques, and even cemeteries, in the childishness of evil represented by Israeli soldiers dancing in the clothes of dead or escaped Palestinian women, in the popularity of such entertainment on TikTok in Israel itself, and in the meticulous execution, the mass execution of journalists, documenting the genocide of their own people in the Gaza, not to mention the selective execution of foreign journalists, so that no evidence of everything I've just articulated could get out. There is no disaster that compares to the Gaza Holocaust. Much has happened in recent years in terms of natural, financial, and political disasters, but none compares to Gaza. With the immense grief, bewilderment, and dead conscience it has left behind. Nothing has produced such shameful evidence of our lack of enthusiasm, our discontent, our narrow-mindedness, and our feeble-mindedness, which has brought a whole generation of young people in the West to moral maturity because of the words, actions, and inaction of their elders in politics and journalism. The stubborn hatred and cruelty displayed so mockingly by the United States President Joseph Biden towards the Palestinians was among the horrific puzzles posed by Western politicians and journalists, as it was easy for them to withhold unconditional support for the extremist regime in Israel, while acknowledging the need to pursue and bring to justice the guilty on October 7th. Why did Biden instead claim to have seen videos of non-existent atrocities? Why did the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer claim that Israel has a right to withhold water and energy from Palestinians, who apparently have no rights to life itself? Why did Jürgen Habermas jump to the defense of self-proclaimed ethnic cleansers? And what prompted The Atlantic magazine to publish an article claiming that killing children is legally possible? I cannot but wonder how the Western mainstream mass media machine will explain all of Israel's actions in the unknown. That which we do not even yet know about in terms of their mass atrocities, their crimes against humanity. Why American multi-billionaires supported the brutal crackdown on campus protesters. Why were academics and journalists fired, artists and intellectuals banned from work, and young people barred from work simply because they challenged the pro-Israel consensus? Why did the West exclude Palestinians from the community of humanitarian commitment and responsibility, even as they abandoned the Ukrainians, all the while defending and protecting only and above all else the Israelis and the Israelis alone, from whom support, moral, financial, and physical in the sense of weaponization, can never waver? I can only conclude that regardless of how we approach these questions, they force us to look squarely at the phenomenon we face, the catastrophe caused jointly by Western democracies, which has destroyed the necessary illusion that arose after the aggression of fascism in 1945 about a so-called common humanity, supported by respect for human rights and minimal legal and political standards. Following Trump's own threats to Colombia, Panama, Mexico, Canada, Denmark, and Greenland, the civilized world is aghast at the madman at the helm and has relearned an old lesson, that America betrays her allies. It is a dangerous lesson from which the American empire itself may never recover. Anti-American forces, on the other hand, are giddy. Trump will take mainland China by storm, because Trump will make mainland China great again. Russia and Red China can stop infiltrating our social media with bots. Trump is doing their work for them. Putin has long known that Trump and Musk would destroy the United States government from within while abandoning our allies, and he alone is elated to watch his hopes materialize. Red China Xi takes a more economically calculated approach, but likes what he sees. Even Islamist militants are thanking Trump for breathing new life into their great Satan propaganda. Trump does not offer other countries new opportunities. He demands concessions. Beijing, by contrast, is eager to do business around the world with its BRI, its Belt and Road Infrastructure Initiative. It invests with few immediate conditions, and it speaks the language of win-win outcomes. Communist Chinese firms also often better competitive products at better prices than American imperial companies ever could. Cheap labor, you understand. Slaves in megafactories, working day and night. Unsurprisingly, Marxist-Leninist China has already become the #1 trading partner for many countries in the global south. And as Washington withdraws from international institutions such as the World Health Organization and the Paris Climate Agreement, Beijing is swiftly moving in to fill the vacuum. All because Trump follows a consistent playbook. No one knows how seriously to take Trump's insanity. It could all be a non-stop ruse to distract him, to distract us and everyone else from his robbing the Treasury as Musk dismantles it. Donald Trump said he'd return decision-making to democratically elected officials. Instead, he's handed it over to the world's second richest man after Putin, the world's most powerful unelected bureaucrat. Thereafter, Trump was silent, even on Musk saying that the MAGA people need to leave the Republican Party. This particular outrage does not surprise even one Democratic voter. Not a single goddamn one. We all knew this was coming. Trump has never been loyal to anyone but himself. Last month, Musk threatened. Well, the month before last, actually. I guess we could even say last year at this point. Musk threatened to go to war with MAGA Republicans after he defended visas for skilled foreigners over American-born employees. Yeah, it was still this year. It was in January. Trump shocked MAGA faithful by siding with Elon Musk and other techno-titans after a fierce debate over immigration visas sent his supporters into a meltdown. Donald Trump siding with Elon Musk over visas for high-tech workers is the most significant example yet of the president-select, as he was never elected, favoring powerful elements in his new MAGA coalition over his base's anti-immigrant stance that he's twice tapped in his rise to power. Now, bearing this in mind, and I'll provide everyone the link. Here we are, and I'll put it in our text box first. And here we go with that. And we're going to turn and then provide a text box entry for our listeners at hand. Bearing right here at this link in mind, bearing this link in mind, and what you find there. Last week's, shall I say last month's at this point, feels like yesterday to me, last month's outrage du jour, Trump's tariff drama, was merely put on hold, which means we have to watch Trump cosplay as a strong negotiator all over again in just 30 days after his withdrawal of his threats. Trump craves attention like an addict craves opioids, so he manufactures drama on a closed-loop feed. To his base, the only audience he cares about, Trump's theater looks like governance. At least, the playbook is consistent. Number 1, declare an emergency. Number 2, blame someone. Number 3, coerce the blamed to do or say something, anything even, if it's the same thing they've said or done for years, or will worsen the problem. 4, declare victory, no less impressive for being hollow. 5, watch Fox and the oligarch-owned media fawn. Trump's tariff drama was pointless. Last month, Trump agreed to a 30-day pause on his plan to slap Mexico and Canada with a 25% tariff on all imports except for Canadian oil natural gas, and electricity, which would be taxed at 10%, after the countries took steps to appease his concerns about border security and drug trafficking. In a Fox interview, which was pre-taped the weekend thereafter in Florida, Trump also said that he has not seen enough action from Canada and Mexico to stave off the tariffs he has threatened to impose on the countries' two largest trading partners once this 30-day extension is up. Our country's two largest trading partners once this...
Yeah, the Canadians don't give a fuck. They took everything off, all the American shit off the shelves.
Tell them! Tell them!
Yeah, it's like so stupid. Like he doesn't understand that they have direct link to the British trade line. I mean, it's like they don't need the U.S. They never did. It was just by dint of ease because we're borders. We're on a border. You know, does that make sense?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Just logistically, we're the closest. So, but they don't have any issue just getting stuff from Britain and the English supply lines, which are international anyways.
Well, tell them
so they were happy to cut us off.
Thank you. Well, tell the people about the concept of Commonwealth. They're part of the British Commonwealth, which is the legacy of empire, the legacy of mercantilist empire. Yes.
So it's like, does dude not know that, or he just doesn't care? Like, yeah, they're not going to respond to you because they have free trade with their own countries. So,
thank you.
Like they can go to, Australia or Africa, South Africa.
Thank you.
England.
Thank you.
Northern Ireland,
yes.
And through Ireland, they can basically get anything from Europe.
Yes. Thank you.
Even though it's tougher, but they can basically get anything they want. Yeah.
Thank you.
Not to mention direct trade with Europe. And the Europeans said the same thing. They said we're the largest free trade zone on earth. Like, good luck with that, basically.
Yes, they are. They are.
They told us fuck off.
Yeah, Europe is a self-sustaining economy. They've just got to learn to live with that and learn to make it work, which is what Hitler was trying to do for them. And they've lost that.
Well, they took his model. That's a lot of people accuse the EU of being, this is what Hitler wanted. Well, it's because they stole his model.
Yes, but like I said, they took out all the responsibility parts. They took all the benefits, but none of the responsibilities. Hitler said, you've got to have a large white European population. So he started the Lebensborn program to produce more Nordic Aryan Europeans that would then pay taxes to support all these incredible benefits. Without that, they had to bring in all these foreigners because they were too fucking racist against themselves.
Depleted of population.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. There you go.
Ultimately based in their own self-loathing. And
I think they'll learn, though. They'll learn. Like, obviously the Japanese model works. They won't bring in immigrants permanently and all that. So
thank you.
They're just having societal issues because it's too comfortable.
Yes, thank you.
So yeah.
Thank you.
So that's also a factor. But anyways, I gotta go for a bit, but I will return when I'm able to break you.
Thank you. Let me know as soon as you return. Bless you. Appreciate that. And when asked whether his talk of annexing Canada is a real thing, as Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau recently warned, Trump told Fox News Channel's Brett Baier, "Yeah, it is. I think Canada would be much better off being the 51st state because we lose $200 billion a year with Canada, and I'm not going to let that happen. Why are we paying $200 billion a year, essentially a subsidy to Canada? No, it's not good enough. Something has to happen. It's not sustainable, and I'm changing it." Well, the United States is not subsidizing Canada. The United States buys products from the natural resource-rich nation up north of our 49th parallel down here in the lower 50 states. Oh, except for Alaska, of course, which is on the same latitudes as Canada. But for the rest of us, we're looking up. And, of course, when it comes to these purchases, while the trade gap in goods has ballooned in recent years to $72 billion in 2023, This deficit largely reflects America's imports of Canadian energy, which is actually necessary for us to process our own oil. Trump has repeatedly suggested that Canada would be better off if it agreed to become the 51st United State, or 51st U.S. state in union, a prospect that is deeply unpopular among Canadians themselves. According to CBC, Canada's public broadcaster, on Friday, during a closed-door session with business and labor leaders, that Trump's talk of meeting or making Canada the 51st U.S. state was a real thing and tied to desire for access to our neighbor's natural resources. Trudeau said, "Mr. Trump has it in mind that the easiest way to do it is absorbing our country, and it is a real thing. In my conversations with him they're very aware of our resources, of what we have, and they very much want to be able to benefit from those." Now, the Wall Street Journal editorial board leans consistently Republican in support of low taxes for the wealthy and barely their regulations. Even they described Trump's sloppy across-the-board tariffs on Canada and Mexico as the dumbest trade war in history. They might have had it for no legitimate reason. Trump's tariff tactics created chaos and uncertainty for 12 of our most important allies and trading partners. Stepping back from the brink, Trump claimed both countries made major concessions, no doubt calling him sir in the process, and agreed to delay the tariffs. Fox News fawned on cue, end of scene, on to the next act. But about those concessions, Trump declaring an emergency under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, the IEEPA, demanded that Canada and Mexico do more to stop migrants and fentanyl from crossing our borders. Long predating Trump's demands, however, Canada had already launched a strike force to combat organized crime and money laundering and had already deployed additional resources, including technology, to the border. These concessions, Prime Minister Trudeau announced to everyone outside the Fox bubble, were already in progress before Trump demanded them. Squeezing Canada at all, when Canada is responsible for under 1% of America's fentanyl, while Americans are 100% responsible for the demand, is next-level stupid to begin with. The farce played similarly in Mexico. Trump claimed that Mexico's Presidentess, Claudia Sheinbaum, promised to reinforce the U.S.-Mexico border with 10,000 members of its National Guard as a result of Trump's tariff threat. But Mexico, like Canada, had already acted, having agreed to beef up border enforcement several years ago under the Biden administration. Mexico had already deployed 10,000 troops to the border without the threat of tariffs, causing illegal crossings and drug fatalities to plummet. None of these facts stopped Trump and Republicans from taking a victory lap, or the imbeciles at Fox News from cooing about a win that never was. The win that wasn't. Our neighbors, on the other hand, brought a surgical scalpel to Trump's rock fight. Trump's fantasy that Canadians, now booing our national anthem, want to be our 51st state is certifiably insane. First, they are progressive. Second, they have universal health care and gun laws. Canada and Mexico are our customers, and we are theirs. They are American farmers' and American manufacturers' biggest export destinations. Somehow, in smacking them with 25% across-the-board tariffs, Trump didn't think they would smack us back, and seemed surprised when they announced retaliatory tariffs of their very own. The takeaway from the entire fiasco is that our neighbors' leaders are smarter and more mature than ours is, and not just because they played Trump's ego with token concessions. They also responded to Trump's Neanderthalic hammer attack with a surgeon's scalpel. Mexico and Canada had the good sense to not only coordinate their national responses, but to precisely aim them at Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgent officials who are aiding and abetting Trump's lunacy. Their retaliatory tariffs were joint, coordinated, and aimed at specific products exported from precise geographic regions in Republican-controlled red states. Canada listed 1,256 such items, including oranges and fruit from Ron DeSantis' Florida, appliances from Lindsey Graham's South Carolina, household goods from J.D. Vance's Ohio, motorcycles and coffee from southern Pennsylvania, where voters supported Trump, food, agriculture products, textiles, and furniture from Texas and Louisiana, along with Kentucky bourbon and distilled spirits exported from southern states. Their targeted response suggests our neighbors know more about our domestic politics than most Americans do. It's oddly comforting, like the whole world isn't getting stupid, it's just us. Our neighbors are also aware that half the U.S. loathes the felon-in-chief, while Republican senators simply fear him. When Trump runs out of other drama, he hasn't threatened Asia yet, and restarts the tariff fiasco, Mexico and Canada will hit southern states where it hurts. The pain may help Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgent senators relocate their missing spines when they all reach for that butt hurt. President Donald Trump said he is serious about wanting Canada to become the 51st state in an interview that aired Sunday during the Super Bowl pre-show. Trump's participation in the Super Bowl interview marked a return to tradition. Presidents have typically granted a sit-down to the network broadcasting the game, the most watched television event of the year, but both Trump and his predecessor, Joe Biden, were inconsistent in their participation. Biden declined to participate yesteryear, turning down a massive audience in an election year like an idiot. He never wanted to win. He also skipped an appearance in 2023, when efforts by his team to have Biden speak with a Fox Corp streaming service instead of the main network failed. During his first term, Trump participated 3 out of 4 years. Trump was the first sitting president to attend the Super Bowl in person, something he told Bayer he was surprised to learn. As was I myself. How could any president be so stupid as to miss such an op? Trump saying, "I thought it'd be a good thing for the country to have the president at the game." Well, no shit. Speaking to reporters aboard Air Force One that Super Bowl Sunday as he traveled to the game in New Orleans, Trump continued to threaten a country that has long been one of the American empire's closest allies. He claimed that Canada is not a viable country without American imperial trade, and warned that the founding NATO member can no longer depend on these United States for military protection. Trump said that he would, on the Monday thereafter, announce a 25% tariff on all steel and aluminum imports into these United States, including from Canada and Mexico, and unveil a plan for reciprocal tariffs later in the week. To quote his T, very simply, it's if they charge us, we charge them. You know, they don't pay very much for military, and the reason they don't pay much is they assume that we're going to protect them. That's not an assumption they can make, because why are we protecting another country? Why are we protecting another country? In that interview, Trump also defended the work of multi-billionaire Elon Musk, whose so-called DOGE, or Department of Government Efficiency, has been drawing deep concern from Democrats as he moves to shut down entire government agencies and fire enormous swaths of the federal workforce in the name of rooting out waste and inefficiency. Elon Musk's techno-Rushism is the cause. Trump has charged DOGE with uncovering wasteful government spending within the federal agencies. Musk then joined the president in the Oval Office for the signing of an executive order aimed at reducing the federal workforce in toto. Take time to reflect upon the gravity of what I just said. Elon Musk joined President Trump for signing executive orders in the Oval Office. Trump said that Musk has been terrific and will target the Department of Education and the military next, himself predicting that we're going to find billions, hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud and abuse. I campaigned on this. Donald Trump is by no means a small personality, yet he is starting to seem like a supporting character in his own presidency, frequently eclipsed by the presence of Elon Musk. Musk is everywhere. At the inauguration event, gesturing to the crowd with what looked like a Nazi salute. In the White House, taking questions from reporters and holding forth at that very cabinet meeting that I'm referencing. And in the inboxes of millions of federal employees demanding that they justify themselves to him. That an unelected techno-billionaire, a techno-multi-billionaire no less, has so much power over the American government is equal parts confusing and frightening. As one Republican recently explained, Musk's takeover is something entirely new in the annals of global coups d'etat, or strokes of state. The ongoing Musk creep is part of a larger merging of Silicon Valley with Washington, D.C. As many techno-titans fall in line behind Trump, MAGA-style populism is giving way to what I would call an optimization-oriented vision for our country's future. American techno-Rushism is no longer a philosophical abstraction for Silicon Valley to tinker with, in the vein of intermittent fasting or therapeutic ketamine doses. It is now a policy program whose constitutional limits are being tested right now. Central to this approach is the idea that these companies simply work better and smarter than their counterparts in business or government. But the efficiency revolution will have its limits. Even the most prominent techno companies and management scholars have struggled to figure out comprehensive ways to measure the productivity of knowledge workers. In the case of evaluating the federal government, I can only warn that a 37-word email is unlikely to do the trick. And if Musk is finding so much fucking fraud, why won't Trump show the evidence? The same day that the USAID name was scraped off its former headquarters, a federal judge stepped in to pause the Trump misadministration's push to gut that agency's workforce. But another judge has since ruled that Trump can move forward with widespread firings of federal workers. Mass political purges in the model of Joseph Stalin. Yeah. Oh, look at Cochise. Cochise is butt fucked, and he's butt hurt. He says, I don't take Musk seriously. But spare me the pseudo-outrage, Rachel Maddow. I don't think Rachel Maddow has ever gone as far as I have, nor articulated herself with the technical calculations and details and analyses that I do. But let's put it this way. If it's hurting you up the ass, well, you'll just have to learn to take it like a man. And you'd better take Musk seriously. I'm going to go into all the reasons why. And of course, shout out to Nemo and Brendan Zogit and Aristides. If he gets out of hand, you know what to do with a wrench. T-Tank Barry, if you're out there. Keep an eye on that. At any rate, so let's get rid of this motherfucker now. And hide him from the channel. Yeah, he says I'm far more amusing than Rachel Maddow. It's, I think you'd be better off jacking off. That way, son, you'd at least have something to show for it once you've banged yourself out of energy. Now, a federal judge denied a bid by labor unions to block the Trump misadministration from carrying out mass layoffs at government agencies. This judge said that while he was sympathetic to the concerns raised by the unions, the lawsuit should instead be taken up by a panel that handles federal labor disputes. The suit was the broadest legal challenge brought against the Trump misadministration over its moves to dismiss both probationary workers and thousands of other government employees. With Musk and Dodgy now set to target education and the military, where is this unprecedented power play going to take our country? Let me tell you what bureaucrats do, as someone who was one myself. During his most recent presidential campaign, Donald Trump promised to put unelected bureaucrats back in their place. Apparently, that place is in the federal government, doing what they want without any accountability. The most powerful unelected bureaucrat in the United States today, and perhaps forever, is Elon Musk. The social media troll and techno mogul is currently a, quote, special government employee, unquote, leading something called the Department of Government Efficiency, though it is neither a department nor, as far as can be ascertained, all that interested in improving efficiency. Dodge's clearest objective seems to be getting rid of as many civil servants as possible by whatever means possible, including cajoling, buyouts, and mass firings, some of which have drawn reproach from the courts that are not packed by Republicans. The assault on government workers has been a long time coming. In 2017, during his first term, Trump began referring to federal employees as the deep state. And he has often accused them of undermining him or slow-walking his ideas. It didn't help that he often asked for impossible or illegal things, though the most prominent examples of defiance came from cabinet-level, state-confirmed officials whom Trump himself had appointed. While campaigning as a quasi-populist, Trump railed against unelected officials whom he argued treated ordinary citizens with disdain, assuming they knew best, or whom were deeply enmeshed in conflicts of interest and lining their own pockets. Trump and his allies repeatedly suggested that Joe Biden's aides were running the government because the president was too checked out to manage. Now an unelected aide, mindest ye, beset with conflicts of interest, it seems to be effectively running our government. By that I mean running it in effect, but not to any good effect. He's effectively running the government in the most inefficient manner imaginable, the opposite of his very claim to be involved. He's barreling through carefully constructed guardrails, acting as though he knows better than anyone else how our government ought to run, while a passive president looks on. No one's even pretending that Trump is particularly interested in the software systems of our government. And he's made clear that he's pretty detached from it all. He's in what Brendan Zogit calls the cuck chair. And, of course, we could apply that term to the individual who I just booted out of chat, but at any rate, recently, of Musk's role, Trump said, "Sometimes we won't agree with it, and we'll not go where he wants to go." In short, Trump has set a broad direction and tasked Musk with executing all the details. That's what bureaucrats do. Because this is exactly what Trump campaigned against, justifying it, well, even rationalizing it, is challenging. Though apologists like Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk are game to try. On X, Kirk posted, and I will read therefrom, "The American people quite literally voted for Elon Musk and Doge, D-O-G-E, when they elected Donald Trump with a historic mandate. But that's absurd. Trump said on the trail that Musk would help him, but he didn't outline any of this. The Doge idea wasn't formally announced until after the election. And Trump did not run on dismantling U.S. aid or selling off half the government's real estate portfolio. Musk himself was never elected, has never been vetted nor confirmed by our Senate, and did not even have to go through the standard hiring process. This is all probably just as well. His admitted abuse of controlled substances might have posed some challenges. He will reportedly not release a financial disclosure. And while the White House says he'll police his own conflicts of interest, who can trust him with that? Unfortunately, he has a long track record of questionable ethical decisions. And our dear Brendan just put in a meme. Asa, ASA in the cook chair. She's so comfy. There we are. It is, I can't even look at that. It's the end of the world as we knew it. And by the way, we are now coming to grips with the reality of our last. Yes, I need tea. Yes, I need tea. Yes, I need a T&P break. Yes. So we're going to wait for our man to come on. And okay, I am back in session. Most excellent. All right. Okay, and this is going to quickly turn into a wake. It's like this is the wake episode for George Knight. Oh my God. I am at this point going to assume, we are going to presume George Knight to be dead. This poor guy. And he may well have died on air talking to myself. It is profoundly disturbing and very sad. And it's a great occult victory for Peter Moon and the Edomites. Sad, but one of our own has been martyred. George Knight will be forever honored as our English martyr. So if you're out there, John Warrington.
This is the memorial episode?
Yeah.
The memorial episode. Oh my God.
It's sad. And it's awful. It's awful. I mean, we're laughing now with the hopes that we may be wrong, but it's unlikely.
I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong.
It's unlikely because we all know how much George Knight...
terrible has happened.
Something terrible has happened. It has. It has. He definitely heard noises in his home, the invading jinn or whatever it was they dispatched at him. Make it no mistake. I'll try.
I'm going to have to redouble my efforts to protect myself. And I definitely, unlike him, I could keep a 6-gun pretty much in arm's length around my apartment.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. And everyone.
I won't go out without a fight. It was just like, but it seems like with him, it wasn't anything fizz. It was like non-fizz or health related.
Well, that's non-fizz occult assault that impacts you physically. Yeah, he was very vulnerable to that, in my opinion. It was like, very sad. And
this is incredibly sad.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's
really
awful.
Bad.
It is. It is. It's like we have to adapt.
Wow. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, we always expect one of our own to be taken out because that's what the enemy
I have
does.
nothing to lose, My insurance money will go to some people that I deemed to be reasonable.
Okay.
So like I said, and they will take care of my final affairs. So like I said, when you real freedom, what did Janis Joplin say? Real freedom is when you have nothing left to lose. So
absolutely.
They already took everything from me. My parents.
Oh my God, Sarah, forgive me for saying
my cat.
This. Yeah. And it's like, Sarah, check
my
on. Yeah, they took everything from Brendan already. Your cat, your father, your home, your
my grandparents. Everyone's dead.
Yeah.
In the worst way possible.
You mean the ones that are worthy? All the worthy ones are dead. Yeah.
Anyone who I cared about is gone, or worse.
Yeah. And
my mom's been spared just because she's got her own issues. I'm sure.
Yeah.
They don't care about that.
Yeah. Let's put it this way: half the time they mistook her for an ally anyway. They thought that she was on their side. Yeah, and at any rate, so I'm going to take that break for tea. Let me check to make sure everything's operational in production. Seagate just got knocked off by putting a magnifying glass back that I used to read the ingredients on those pills with. And I'm so glad that we were able to get our girl Heather to take some real antacid. We've got very good numbers, so I'll say, I'll count on you to hold them, which I know you will. And our man Brendan is the best talker that
anything
we've got.
Topical? Does anyone have any questions or anything?
Not that I know of. We had one clown coming in saying, "Oh, Douglas, spare me the fake outrage. Rachel Maddow comparing me to Rachel Maddow," and I'm like, dude, it's like but it's interesting that a vulture would come in like that on the wake night of George Knight, wouldn't it? That would be inevitable, wouldn't it? That would be.
Of course.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't say, good, we finally won or something.
Yeah, I'm surprised something horrible to dance on that.
They probably, it's like I said, everything in England's slow, so they're going to, the pylon hasn't informed them yet.
Yeah, that's it. Yes, that's right.
And this is sick having to talk like this. I mean, I feel like actually sick.
Well, we definitely,
horrible.
We lost a family member. We lost a brother. And, right. Yeah, and it's
I agree with that.
Yeah, beyond tragic. Beyond tragic. Oh my God.
And they did it on like on the weekend of the the darkening moon. You know,
yes, of course.
The new moon weekend. So, you know.
Oh my God, he was another man who exposed the satanic sacrifice of that one poor bastard in Argentina. So yeah, it's he earned the ire of Ian West from that. So Ian West was also conducting his spells in the basement with that severed head he had surrounded by candles and shit. Of that, I have no doubt. Yeah, it's he definitely.
And that's another thing I wish we were making up. This is literally all true.
Yes, thank you.
A severed wax head.
Yeah.
Presumably of a once living person.
Yes.
And then he was laughing. Oh, ha, 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 yeah, I have a candle in front of it and all that shit, yeah.
Yeah, he had surrounded by candles. And bear in mind, many times actual cadaver parts are waxed. You can wax actual cadaver parts. It may have been, for all we know, a real head. So
yes,
yeah,
yes.
And so that having been said, I'll take my break. I'll be back very soon, and I do want everyone to know you're in the best of hands. Do you want to look something up that you might be referencing before I go? Like, I'll be happy to stay with you.
Yeah, since there's no one here, I mean,
yeah.
What were you speaking about? Anything topical, or should I just kind of go off?
Oh, I was going on about Elon Musk. That's what that coaches in the chat room before I blocked him was responding to. He said, I don't take Elon Musk seriously, but spare me the outrage, Rachel Maddow, you know, and it's like, really? You should be taking Elon Musk fucking seriously. Cause
that's interesting, because someone mentioned Rachel Maddow earlier, right?
Yes.
Vinny said she fired all the not white people.
Yeah, yes, she fired all the non-white people, or somehow her company did on her staff. In all fairness, we don't know if she ordered that or her company did, which she would have no control over. But
it would obviously come from above. Those people on TV are just
pawns.
Employed. They're just employed. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just pawns employed. Yeah, unless of course they got super big contracts and then consider themselves to have muscle, like certain ones did. Like
well, Tucker just left. He just left.
Well, no, they fired his ass. He didn't want to leave. They fired his ass. So don't forget that. Yeah, that was the funniest thing in the world. But yeah, it goes to show you can think you've got it, and you like someone else we know, and just lose your job. And so yeah, I'll hang with you till you find something that you can reference.
Well, I have it here.
Okay, good.
So you can carry on.
Okay, so I'll be back in about 10-ish, and our man's got this, and believe me, even if it takes me 15, which I doubt, you've got believe me, it passes like it's nothing. So I'll be right back, and all right.
You're all good. No problem.
Thank you.
Yeah. So so tonight is a holy night in the Vedic cosmological reckoning. So it would be Maha Shivratri, the night of Shiv, the great night of Lord Shiva, Shiv, the destroyer, the final phase of the creative energies. You have the generator, the Brahma force. You have the sustainer, the Vishnu force. Then you have the destroyer, which is the Shiv force, the real Triforce, so to speak. So the principles of Shiv are like this: Satyam, Shivam, Sundaram. Satyam would be Satya, which is truth. Satya, or truth, is the pure principles that govern the multiverse, these divine laws, these universal laws. These principles will apply at all times, in all eras, to all beings. Shiv, Shivam. Shiv is a being who opened his third eye and can see reality as it is, without any distortion. He is the Lord of the third eye, the true Lord of the ring, the master of the eye. Shiv has all the knowledge of the Brahman, the expressed universe, its laws, and the blueprint of the multiverse. And his third eye is a portal to all realms, in all of reality. And he's also the Lord of time, and the Lord of dance, and the Lord of rhythm, and song, and Sundaram. Sundaram is beauty. Beauty is reached by praising and inculcating these pure principles of divine, multiversal laws, divine qualities. Truth is the only thing which leads to beauty. So that is the essence of the mantra Satyam, Shivam Sundaram. Satyam Shivam Sundaram. Truth is Shiv, is beauty. That is why the connection between truth, the third eye, and beauty itself. So that is the meaning of this time of year, known as Shivratri, Maha Shivratri. And it's a spiritual holiday, but it's also, astronomical as well. Like I mentioned earlier, that there's certain, the alignment of the sun and the moon in the 11th sign and all of that stuff. And that's why they, it is done on such a day. So Mahashivratri is one of the largest, most significant among the sacred festivals of India. The festival celebrates the grace of Shiv, who's considered the Adi Guru, the first guru, from whom all yogic tradition originates. It presents beings with a unique opportunity to make use of the forces of nature for well-being. It's an exuberant, night-long festival, and it sets the ideal ambiance for unfolding spiritual experiences. The planetary positions of this night, which in such are also darkest night of the year. It's the end of winter, when the moon is dark. There are powerful natural upsurges of energy in the human system. It is enormously beneficial for one's physical and spiritual well-being to stay awake and aware in a vertical posture throughout the night. It's considered one of the most important festivals in Hinduism. And like it said in that little spiel there, it goes all night, literally 12 hours throughout the night. Rituals take place where they pour the milk or the liquid of knowledge onto the lingam, and it flows off in this thing, this ceremony called Abhishek, where the divine knowledge just rains down like rain, pure rain or pure flow, So this is a very important time of the year. It also marks the marriage day of Shiv. It falls at the end of winter, late February or beginning of March, just before the arrival of summer. And in Hinduism, it is considered a major festival offered to overcome darkness and ignorance in one's life. It's auspicious. It is known as the Night of Shiv, celebrated by the majority of Indian states. Every year, the festival falls on the moonless night, 14th night of the new moon in the month of Falgun, which corresponds to the months of March and February, according to English calendars. Devotees discern a day and night. They fast and make ritual worship of Lord Shiv. Mahashivratri is revered as a Hindu festival with deep significance spiritually, signifying triumph over the darkness and life's obstacles through fasting and meditation. This auspicious occasion marks convergence of divine energies of Lord Shiv and Shakti, goddess Shakti. It is believed that on this day, spiritual energies of the universe are particularly potent. The observance of Mahashivratri entails fasting, meditation on Lord Shiv, introspection, promoting social harmony, and vigils at Shiv temples. Unlike most of the Hindu festivals that are usually daylight in origin and practice, Shivratri is uniquely observed at night. There are several legends associated with Mahashivratri, and its significance is elaborated upon in various Puranas, including the Linga Purana. The texts emphasize the importance of observing Mahashivratri Vrat, which is fasting, and paying homage to the Lord Shiv and his symbolic representation, the lingam. According to one legend, it was on this night that Shiv performed his Tandava dance, a powerful and divine expression of creation and destruction. Devotees chant Shiv hymns and recite scriptures, symbolically participating in the cosmic dance performed by the Almighty and celebrating his omnipresence. Another relates to the marriage of Lord Shiv and goddess Parvati, which is said to have taken place on this day. This aspect makes the festival especially significant for married couples and generally unmarried women for seeking husbands. The Maha Shivratri Puja, which is a ritual, commences early in the hours of the morning. So about right now, where we are in my time zone, they've already begun on this part of the world. And devotees begin their day with a bath before sunrise, don new attire, and make their way to the Shiv temple. This day holds exceptional significance for women especially, who partake in the traditional Mahashivratri Puja, involving water, milk, bell leaves, fruits like the bear or jujube fruit, along with use of incense sticks. They perform circumambulations, either 3 or 7 rounds around a Shivlingam, followed by ceremonial pouring of milk and offering leaves, fruits, and flowers, all while worshipping with incense. The Mahashivratri Puja incorporates 6 significant elements, each symbolizing a unique meaning. Bathing of the Shivalingam with water and milk, along with offering of bell leaves, which significates purification of soul or spirit. The application of vermilion after the bath symbolizes virtue. The presentation of fruit during worship represents the fulfillment of desires and longevity. Burning of incense is emblematic of wealth. Betel leaves denote contentment derived from worldly desires. Lighting lamps symbolize the attainment of wisdom and knowledge. One of the central elements of the festival is the night-long vigil at the Shiv temple, leading to organizations of jagrans by devotees, and consequently on the night of Mahashivratri. Temples resonate with the chants, Ayom Namah Shivaya, Ayom Namah Shivaya, while men and women sing devotional songs in honor of Lord Shiv. Mahashivratri is steeped in legend, and is amongst the most renowned story of goddess Parvati. Her arduous penance is to secure Lord Shiv as her husband. According to mythological accounts, due to her unwavering dedication, Lord Shiv and goddess Parvati were united in marriage on the 14th day of the darkest night of the month of Falgun. This is the underlying reason for the immense importance and auspiciousness attributed to Mahashivratri. The Garuda Purana offers a different narrative that emphasizes the significance of this day. According to this legend, a hunter once ventured into the forest with his faithful dog, hunting and his expedition, but returned empty-handed. Exhausted and famished, he rested by a pond where he noticed the shivling beneath a bilva tree. Seeking respite, he plucked some leaves from the tree, and by chance, a few of them fell onto the shivling. To cleanse his feet, he sprinkled water from the pond, inadvertently splashing some onto the Shivalingam. While performing the actions, one of his arrows slipped from his grasp, prompting him to bow before the Shivlingam. Unintentionally, he had completed the entire process of Shiv Puja on the day of Shivratri. After his demise, when the messengers of Lord Yama, the Lord of Death, came to claim his soul, his spirit, the celestial beings from Lord Shiva's entourage arrived to protect him. How is Mahashivratri celebrated in India? The auspicious occasion celebrates in different ways. In Tamil Nadu, they go to the Annamalai temple. They partake in a 14-kilometer barefoot walk, Grivilam or Gridi Praktashina, around Shiv's temple, located at the top of the hill. The town of Mandi hosts the Mandi Fair, where devotees from all over India come in. It is believed that 200 Hindu gods and goddesses assemble on this day. In West Bengal, unmarried women travel to Tareskar, a holy place, to offer prayers that can be dedicated to seeking an ideal husband. Women bathe with the Shivalinga milk and offer prayers for the well-being of their sons and husbands. As per Hindu mythology, Parvati, the wife of Shiv, offered prayers on this day to ward off any evil that may harm her husband. Since then, Mahashivratri is considered an auspicious day for women. Early in the morning, devotees bathe in the Ganges or any other water body that's considered holy. A purification ritual like worshipping sun, Shiv, Vishnu is observed. After taking a bath, devotees wear clean clothes, carry pots of water to the temple to pour upon Shivaling. Devotees decorate the ling with garlands, fruits, flowers, and incense sticks, and are also offered other gifts. All these gestures to Shiv are done to protect the world from all that is evil and for the well-being of humanity. As per Shiv Purana, the Mahashivratri should incorporate the following 6 items. Bale leaves, which signify the purification of soul. Food items, such as rice and fruit, are offered to Lord Shiv to entrust a long life of accomplishments. Dupe or incense sticks are sparked before the god to obtain wealth. Betel leaves denote satisfaction. These elements, these 5, are an indispensable part of the festival. In India, one of the most significant Hindu festivals, and locations for this festival would be Kashi Vishwanath Temple in Varanasi, Sunath Temple in Gujarat. At this particular temple, as the first Jyotirlinga Soman temple in Gujarat, it holds immense religious significance. On Mahashivratri, the temple is decorated, Maharudraksha beads take place, thousands of pilgrims show up and do this grand Mahashivratri puja and bhajan. There's also Kedarnath temple in Uttarakhand, which remains closed in winter, but they can come during Mahashivratri, as it's a spiritual day and a must-visit place in Uttarakhand. Its main attraction is the Shiv temple, covered in snow in the Himalayan landscape. There's a Mahakashwar temple in Ujjain, near Madhya Pradesh. It's known for its Bhasma Arati, where Lord Shiv is worshipped with ashes. Mahashivratri here is a grand event featuring Shobha Yatras and other spiritual discourse. There's also Amarnath Cave, which is home to the naturally formed ice Shivling that the Amrant Yantra takes place July through August, which can visit nearby shrines like Shankaracharya Temple and other in Jammun during this period, as it'll be an auspicious experience. It's located in Jammu and Kashmir. Its attraction would be the icy Shivaling and the holy caves. There are also temples in Nepal, such as Prashupatinath Temple. So Prashupati is another name for Shiv, of course. And that's in Kathmandu, Nepal. They have Shivalingams and gatherings of sadhus. There's Lingaraj Temple in Bhubaneswar, who also celebrate Mahashivratri with night-long prayers, Deepa Darshan, spiritual processions, and it's a mesmerizing and uplifting experience. Tarakeshwar Temple in West Bengal, the most visited Shiv temple in eastern India. Devotees observe fasting, night-long kirtans, grand aratis, and it begins with the Mahashivratri nightly vigil and kirtan. The Bridashwar Temple in Tamil Nadu, located in Thandivar, this UNESCO World Heritage Site, is dedicated to Lord Shiv. And it continues here. There's many, many places that they celebrate, as you can see by this. Yeah. So that's the backstory of the festival Mahashivratri, honoring Shiv, the Hindu god of destruction, and for which people celebrate fasting the entire day, staying awake all night, chanting hymns, singing devotional songs called bhajans, and etc. It's not a public holiday, and usually businesses are open, so even in India, that's the case. So there you go. So that's what I would say about that. And so there's a lot to it, you know, like as with any of these festivals, but this is one of the more auspicious festivals in my opinion. It has a very deep lore, a very important message, and of course, even though Shiv is the destructive aspect of Trinity, he's not considered evil. Like, it's not an evil thing. Destruction isn't an evil thing. It's a necessary thing, you know, in the grand scheme of things. So where that's at, where I'm at with it. And yeah, so yeah, that explains, you know, everything about it essentially, from a Western perspective anyway, in English. Yeah. So I'm wondering if Doug will come back soon so I can actually go do my rituals myself after talking about this for a bit. Let's see. I have a few other things to bring up. Just give me a moment here. So I don't really want to go back to current events because there's just so much. I mean, you know, tonight is supposed to be a more disciplined night as far as, you know, observing spirituality and all of that. So maybe I can pull some stuff out that is more uplifting. But I'm just going to be a second here looking for something. Have to go through my library. So, but this is so it is a Vedic holiday, and it's modern times it's known as a Hindu holiday. But this is something that the ancients all observed. These time periods were always observed by the ancients. So it's not something that is specifically only one group can observe, or this is something natural in nature that you know, understand and visualize like in the ancient times. It's just because we're not connected with the sky as much that these things seem very foreign to like the modern ear. So there you go. And let me see if I can find something about yeah, like what Shiv is, and we can explain more about that. I just got to find the actual passage here. So I explained what Shiva, you know, the Shiv mantra means. There are also things like the main mantra, Om Namah Shivaya, I bow to Shiv, or one bows to the force that is Shiv, Om Namah Shivaya. Even that saying has all the vowels and all the elements like sequestered in it. So there's something, even in Sanskrit, it has, you know, Ayom being the root, the seed of creation, and then you have Namah Shivaya, and that gives you all the sounds of the different elements, and like each, you know, so when someone is to repeat that many times over, it will unlock, you know, the elements in your body and all of that stuff. So, and that's why speech is very important. So, yeah. So that's something to be thought of in a positive way. That these mantras actually have a use, and the body is the technology of which the voice, the sound coming out of your mouth is very important, because words are spells. You know, language is a spell, and so you can use it properly, or you can use it improperly and then do yourself damage and all that. So it's a very important thing. So speech is one of the most important things a human can do, is use their speech properly. And that's why mantras were always, you know, in ancient times were seen as this kind of this you know, not a shortcut, but it was something that you had to do, right? Like a mantra was something that kept you out of trouble. Like you're repeating something, instead of saying something out of your mouth that is negative or bad or something. Nowadays, we don't have that filter. It's just kind of like you say whatever. Anyone can say anything at any time. And everyone feels like it's not going to do you any harm, you know? So, and that's not the case. It's actually not the case when it comes to stuff like that. So, and in the ancient times, the word was everything, because that was their only guarantee, is if someone's word was, you know, was to be held to.
Okay, I'm back. Continue.
So that's something that's very important.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm glad you're back. You came back just in time. I almost lost steam there.
It sounded like it. Oh my God.
Shit. Well, I did pretty good on the first half there. So if they got to, whoever was listening, if there was anyone, they got to hear the whole backstory of ̶oroastrian.
Okay, cool. And hopefully they'll only a little decline in numbers, but not by much. We hope they come back and let's.
Well, you took ages.
It's tea. Making tea takes a while. It really does. To make a respectable cup of tea, I still have to stir it, and I've got it with me. Of course,
your tea's like coffee or something.
Yeah. Well, it's
must
made
be like soup.
Well, it's kind of, you treat it as such, definitely, and you make it, of course, with deep respect for the tea and reverence, and it takes its time.
I appreciate that.
But like I said, it really shouldn't feel that I'm gone for that long a period of time. When you're on air, things pass by so fast. So, I mean, was this like a short parable that you were relating, or were you relating like an entire origin story during the time?
No, I was going nonstop for a while.
Okay. Yeah, because... you know, bear in mind as well, it weighs heavily on both of us that we've apparently lost a family member, George Knight. And,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I did make myself with the supplies that I get from Meals on Wheels. My home delivered meals had one tray, which was an omelet, and all that's really worth anything in that tray is the omelet. So I took that out and put it in with a slice of ham for a ham and omelet sandwich. I put some mayonnaise and mustard on that just to give it a little more spice. I'll finish that before you leave tonight by chewing on that while muted, but we will start on some conversation topics that'll keep us both going for at least a few more minutes. That way I can, you know, take that down and make certain that I've got just gopher calories, so to speak, to chip wood, so to speak, to burn for the rest of the evening. But that having been said, did that while reflecting sadly on, you know, George, if he did indeed die, which we're praying is not the case, but if he did indeed die, he died doing what he loved. I mean, certainly being involved with myself, learning from myself, and coming on the show to talk about things he learned from me is what he seemed to love most in life, aside from his weightlifting. And he was very health conscious. So, and he had been married to a nurse. Again, we can only reach out to Sarah and hope that she contacts us, but she might have, you know,
before I jump to any conclusion. Kind of just, there's a lot I could say, and at first I was going to try and laugh it off, but it's tragic.
Yeah, I mean, but we all want to laugh it off. We want this to be a laughing matter. We want this to be something silly, but the fact that he was taken offline, if somebody just drops like that, somebody had to turn the computer off. And so it's like if somebody turned the computer off.
Everyone knows, like, you know, how dicey it is when you're in relationships and people can go crazy. And, you know, it's like there's so many factors that it's like, it's sketchy.
Yeah, and worse than that, it's if anything, however, it only proves one thing. If he is dead, no matter how he died, it only proves how dangerous it is to be affiliated with myself. And he would...
Yeah, well, that's great. Yeah. As if I didn't already know. It's like I'm
thank you.
You know.
Thank you. Yeah, well, you know, yes.
They've already tried to kill me. Like that whole fiasco with the when my foot almost fell off and shit.
Yes.
I mean, that was the worst pain I've ever been in ever. And I've had crazy surgeries and shit.
Yeah.
So it's this is no joke. I mean, I've always known that, but people think you're joking or somehow you're not serious or somehow this is like
Shtick. They think it's like, they think this is like some kind of shtick. What was the term you used? Some kind of what?
Self-indulgent?
Yeah, self-indulgent. Yeah, it's like some kind of notional fantasy. They can't say that anymore. They're
always, that other clown is always like, Dietrich is always, he thinks everything is about his life, every film and every story. And
who's the clown who said that? Was that Steve Outrim freak, or who said that? Who was that?
It was RKC.
Oh, that creep. Yeah.
The same guy that says I'm a trust fund baby. He's like, that Brandon guy is a trust fund baby and he's lying to everyone. It's like, dude. If I was a trust fund baby, I would not be talking.
Yeah, he wouldn't be on the show. He would have had a life of his own, as opposed to barely eking out a subsistence. He's barely eking out a subsistence.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
so, to end off my talk about Shiv, I'll go.
Take your time while I chew on this. Yeah.
So you can hear a bit of it. Are you going to listen or no?
Of course I'm listening. I'm just chewing. So, you don't expect me to talk with my mouth full, but yeah.
No, you don't have to respond. But so to round out what I was saying about Lord Shiv, and this is the Holy Night of Shiv, I'll end it with this parable or this proverb about truth. So truth is the most misunderstood term in the Muggle world. It is usually equated with being accurate about how many toffees one ate, how many apples one stole, how many taxes one avoided, the unending information on forums or other such useless petty trivia meant for upholding an unholy system. Krishna, who always denied eating the butter, would be considered a liar under the current definition, which people like Gandhi have propagated. Real truth, as in Satyam, Shivam, Sundaram, meaning truth is Shiv, is beauty, has anything to do with this artificially created society and structure and its banal matters. Real truth is more to do with seeing reality as it is, without any distortion. Truth is facing the reality of one's own being and the lack of happiness therein. Truth is in the laws of nature and divine, which are pure, scientifically verifiable principles, not subject to change in time. The truth is that divine exists. Truth is that happiness can only exist where and when divine is praised. Shiv 9. So that's the parable about what truth is, from the Shiv perspective, from the perspective of Shiv himself. Yeah. So there you go.
And so when the term Muggles, Dondi, are these from the J.K. Rowling novels that she somehow referenced this out of what she learned from Aquino, or is this something different?
No. This is something else. No. Muggle is like someone who denies that magic exists, like any spirituality. Here, I'll give you the definition here. You have the definition. Muggle is a term that is repeatedly used in these blogs, in these sayings. So it is best to throw light on it. A Muggle, as many children know, courtesy of the Hariputra books, is simply a non-magic person, i.e. someone completely unaware of the greater realities beyond the 3D physical matrix. Muggle is basically a being who accepts the 3D prison reality as the only reality and spends its time continuously creating and dealing with petty problems. It goes under many pseudonyms: average Joe, simple person, mass, mob, dude, bloke. It desperately tries to eke out happiness in domains which don't have any. It defies divine and creates tailor-made gods suited to its own narrow-mindedness. It has opinions, but no knowledge. It has thoughts, but no clarity. It is theoretically awake, but practically asleep. It has fear, but no real curiosity. It has questions, but does not want any answers. So there you go. That's the definition of Muggle.
That's beautiful. Could you send me a cut and paste of that? I'd appreciate that profoundly in my private messages.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And I'll talk to you privately about where this is coming from, but
okay, great.
Yeah, and I'll even send you the whole blog, like the whole thing. But I was, I'll tell you privately, like about it, why I would rather not share it and stuff like that.
Understood. Some of these things aren't meant to be shared too openly.
Yeah. So but when it comes to tonight, it is the interplay between the Shiv force, the force of pure knowledge, and then Shakti, the goddess. So that is what I was explaining earlier. That's all it is. Yeah.
Thank you. Beautiful. Again, I apologize to everybody hearing me chewing. I'll be finished with a small sandwich soon enough and then dive right back into monologue. Yeah. But we're in the meantime holding kind of a wake here. So far as we know it, George Knight is dead. He died loving what he did, but unfortunately all the knowledge that he had acquired has apparently gone with him. If they could shut his computer down, they likely scrubbed it.
Yeah. So, I'm going to have to watch my back when I go to England.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just unfortunate, but that's just the case, it seems.
It's a pity the two of you never met.
I'm hoping he's just in hospital and he can recover. I'm just trying to be positive as best as I can. Which it's tragic. But let me read a few more things so you finish up there.
Yeah, and hopefully, if anything, his mother would be alarmed and call someone. I hope if she wonders where
she probably found it.
Who knows? Not if he's in the other house.
Let's not get too dark.
Yeah, let's not get too dark.
Anyways, so when it comes to real knowledge, as everyone knows, there's the Om symbol. Everyone knows Om, right? O-M. Well, the true meaning of Om was lost to time. It's actually the full vowel sound is Ayom. A-E-I-O-U, and M being matter. In the beginning, it arises the dot. The dot moves to create an arc, which is a golden mean spiral. One becomes two, static and kinetic, Shiv and Shakti. The three arcs are then created, with the dot in the center. A trinity is established, and a multiverse is born. Thus, Ayom is the symbol of creation, called Om or Aum when true knowledge is lost amongst children of the earth. Every vowel is part of the play. So there you go. That's the true meaning of the term, that thing. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And by the way, Nemo has responded in the chat by saying, oh, it's possible that his internet was cut off. But remember, we're talking about he himself was a systems engineer working for the internet. He's working for the national internet. He would be the last person on earth whose internet was cut off. And not to mention,
appreciate his optimism.
Yes. His optimism. Yeah. Don't forget that what he explained to us about England, your internet going off is considered like your water or your air going off. It's something that they consider as an undeniable service. And
he has a cell phone. That's another crazy part. He could easily just have called you or something, or he texted or whatever.
No, he couldn't have, because we can't do that long distance. My call, I have it's a free phone, remember? So it can't do.
Phones have Skype now, Doug. He could have just got on Skype on his phone. You know what I'm saying? Presumably, if he wasn't already doing that.
But remember, I'm not on Skype through my phone.
You know what I'm saying? If his internet
he
could have went on the phone
and called Skype. Got it. Yeah.
But I'm not denying saying Nemo's wrong or something. It's just I appreciate that. Like I said, the optimism.
No, I do.
It's very unlike George, and he was acting very strange from the beginning of that episode.
Yes.
That's why I'm worried that it might be something health related.
Yeah, physical.
And the one time he was alone, which is the worst time to have any kind of health episode, is when you're by yourself.
Yes.
Yeah. And someone like me, I have contingencies, but perhaps he didn't think that through or something.
Who would at his age? Who would at his age when you're going to the gym? You know, I mean, it's like...
right.
Yeah.
So that's shocking and terrible.
Yes, and just to clarify for Nemo, obviously I too appreciate your optimism. I don't believe it for a second, and I think that what happened was, something horrible because he definitely was online and then was not online according to the Skype when I called him a few times. So he's definitely, something happened. Something not only happened to him medically or physically potentially, but something definitely happened to his internet. So the other thing which doesn't make any sense because of what he explained to us, that the internet doesn't just get casually cut in England. Nobody can casually do that for the reasons their federal government said. Their own government said you cannot ever cut someone's internet without extraordinary procedures. So that's not something that would casually happen. It would have to be espionage. Or say, for instance, a real angry relative or something like that. We won't go any further than that. But if it got to that point, then we're dealing with a murder. I mean, you would think would be pretty hard to hide.
Well, let's not go into that.
Yeah, let's not go into that.
So we'll talk about it later.
We'll talk about it privately.
Here's another little tidbit about what Shiv is in the Vedic perspective. That's a fun one. Mm-hmm. Their devil. Take a closer look at the devil of the Roman/church theology. It has its kundalini working and third eye open. Mm-hmm. So it's basically a being which is beyond their control. Mm-hmm. Their devil is actually a god in Vedic scriptures. In Vedic scripture, Shiv is seen as a god, which these people have vilified as the devil. Villainified as the devil. Mm-hmm. They have deliberately flipped it all upside down so that the masses never move towards the very source and essence which can liberate them. Mm-hmm. By calling it the devil, they keep people from going towards it. The end result, misery for all, including them. So there you go.
Thank you.
And that's talking about like the imagery of the devil, because the real devil is something else, but what they show you is like like the Sauron with the third, the eye, the evil eye, and all that shit.
Yes.
So that's not what it is. It's something else.
And if you care to join us, Nemo, feel free to do so. I mean, since you are awake, you're in the chat or in the text box, why don't you join us for at least my last few chews on the sandwich before I dive into monologue all over again for the rest of the night. It's funny, while we were talking about our man George had a tremendous drop in numbers to the point where it said 0 effectively. I do believe that all of that is manipulation by YouTube, but it happened only while we were talking about George, and it's like, come on now, it's not like most people would tune into lurid news like that because it's what they do, so that's odd, and
that's really strange.
I think that's manipulated.
We'll just wait until they find out if we ever get the truth out of this situation. And certainly, truly, this is disturbing.
It's overall just a disturb, but we expected it, and we had prepared ourselves psychologically by talking late night to Brooke Gibson about it. I'll be back into the monologue soon enough, but everybody jump in before I start.
I was telling too much truth, so I lost some of your audience, but it's okay. They'll be fine.
All I can say is, look, the people who listen to this program should be open to a higher resonance, okay? I mean, that goes without saying. I mean, we can't just all concentrate on darkness. We can't concentrate on darkness all day.
Maybe all your government agents got burned by what I was saying about truth and shit.
Must be it.
They're like,
That must be it. It means we got only 4 concurrent viewers that are with us throughout the night who are sincere, and the rest are feds,
Yeah, well, that almost makes sense. Of course, these people didn't get put on leave, fucking bastards.
Yeah, so Sammy Romero is back with us, thank the gods. And dear Sammy, help us.
Sammy, thank God.
Yes, thank God you're alive. And so you've been hearing our concerns throughout the night. What is your own impression or intuition? Please share, by all means.
he probably eats some bad haggis. I don't know. Honestly, no offense, but George Knight, I don't know him as well as maybe you guys do. I know him as the English guy, but don't get me wrong, a lot of the English listeners are kind of, peculiar.
Yes. Eccentric, to say the least, yes.
It is what it is. I don't know. I mean, look, when you're dealing with someone like you, Doug,
Thank you. Yes.
It's kind of expect unexpected. I'll just say that.
Well, you have that perspective because you actually you saw the Presidio.
Yes.
Like you saw what is real.
Yeah.
People think it's like that's the problem. Is even in the case of this person, it's like Doug's like a concept or an idea or something.
Did Doug show you where Aquino's office was at?
I don't believe so. We drove by his house though. Google wouldn't stop taking us by his house.
He showed me where the Russians used to eat pizza and stuff.
Yes.
Just by the daycare center.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
So we were like right there. We were right on top of it, basically.
Yeah.
One second. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, no worries. But
no worries, Sammy.
Yeah, I didn't see the Aquino office, but the whole place might as well have been.
Yeah,
related to
the whole place might as well have been. He's talking about, of course, the Community Intelligence Center, which is a weird ass fucking name, and that's just kind of like that was like a local colloquial reference, but it was the Command, Control, and Communication Center within the office. And what he was also referencing was that he's referencing the final, which I showed you, which was the bar, which we actually saw was still in existence.
Oh, that's right. Okay, got it. Yeah, so he did show me. That is right. That's right. Yeah.
And by the way,
it's pretty quirky. We should have had pizza there.
Yeah, by the way, that's what Aquino would also call his office, because that's where you would wind down, right? You'd wind down there and you'd say, step into my office, get that shit sealed statement, like they used to use for restrooms. Step to my office and they'd have a private talk in the restroom.
Yes.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
But go on, Sammy. Yes, continue.
Well, when you deal with Doug, it's not even that. It's just, it is, but honestly, I don't want to get into his personal, what I've known of George Knight. I mean, he's a nice guy. But I don't know. If his internet's off, I mean, is there any way you can conduct a wellness check with his? Is he still married to his wife?
As far as I know, he's still married to her. I believe that they severed, but that they're still married. And so.
And I tried to consult some people in England, and it's without knowing pretty much his exact city, it's like almost impossible. Like the Brits wouldn't even consider an outside person. Like you'd have to call Interpol, like on the continent and shit, to get anything done.
Maybe we'll wind up doing. Yeah, we might wind up doing that. Yeah, but go.
Yeah. No, seriously. Yeah.
One of the things that I think it's very interesting is it's not that it's nothing bad, but I sometimes don't understand why. I get it. World War II history is vital. It's something that is important. The problem is there's nothing wrong to talk about the Pacific theater in World War II.
Yeah.
At least from the English perspective and how they did not get involved, especially with Myanmar and that whole campaign.
Thank you.
So I can see why he can be a target in the sense of him being a white male, saying these things, at least researching or being to be interested in these subjects, but like I said, I don't know the man as well as maybe you do, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like I said, I'm not so sure if it's maybe he is dealing with personal issues.
Mm-hmm.
Someone that is married, marriage is very much a battle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it is. It's a labor of love.
Yes.
So women can drive a man crazy just women can have a toll on you.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So obviously Doug's been in relationships. Explains why he is single. I'm playing. It's a joke.
No, you've got it down. Go on. Yes, by all means.
You contract your female acquaintances. You don't pay them to stay. You pay them to leave.
Yes. Yes.
So, obviously, I don't want to get into someone's business. I don't know them per se. It's none of my business when it comes to personal life. But all I can say is marriage is. There's a reason why Nelson Mandela got divorced as soon as he got out of prison.
What a son of a bitch! I didn't know that. That makes perfect sense. I believe that. Go on.
He can, do solitary confinement, but when it comes to dealing with a woman, he threw in the towel. But I don't know. To each their own, right? But I'll pray for him. But like I said, I don't want to sound callous. I don't. I mean, I'm not. No disrespect to the man. I hope he's doing fine. But
by the way, our numbers have gone back up to 250 since you jumped back on, Sammy. So you must have your own fucking fan following. So I guess.
If you only knew.
Yeah, well, he is Vin Diesel.
No, honestly, I've been getting these text messages from the Bay Area, so it's probably the person that monitors your phone calls.
No doubt.
It's always hello.
Yeah.
It's always the same text message. Hello. They don't say who they are. They just say hello. So it's just, I don't know. It's just dumb.
Oh my God. So you're back on the radar. So please continue.
I've always been on the radar.
True. You always have been.
I mean, when you have a homeless lady doing witchcraft outside your place in South Central.
Yeah. In the rain. In the rain.
Okay. Which she was decorating my fire hydrant next to me with these sigils. I have to send them to Brendan. Maybe he can interpret them. In the rain. It's literally a rainstorm. So you're in the urban.
I was going to ask what they look like.
Well, there was a lot of different arts and crafts. It was very voodoo-ish, so I would say it was voodoo-esque. But one thing that I will say to kind of flesh out what Sammy is saying is, and Brendan, I know you're one of the most mature people I know, so I know you can handle this. Sammy already knows. And Aristides, when he reviews this, I'm sure he can handle it. I'm hoping anybody can handle this. My son trusts nobody that I've ever been affiliated with on Team Dietrich. He only worked with the gang brothers who were involved with the Tongs because they were the ones who helped me purchase him off the street. And he was raised in that environment. But with Team Dietrich, which is a totally different world that was assembled decades later, really, and assembled by my coming out as a whistleblower, he feels that no one can be trusted and that eventually they're all going to turn. And so, believe me, the thought has to be out there that we personally, I don't believe that George Knight would ever turn, but it's almost like one of these things where I would be surprised, but it's one of those things I would just roll with and deal with if we saw that his suddenly appearing, on one of these bizarro channels saying Douglas Dietrich and just, spewing out a bunch of vile crap. It's something we would just contend with if we had to, in the sense of, wow, they got him, and took him to a camp or something and reprogrammed him.
Right.
He is the one person I would be surprised and disappointed if that happened, but I would roll with it because I have to, because I got to keep on living. You can't let something like that destroy you. But that's the whole intent, is they want to destroy you psychologically, and because it's on such a statistic arc of probability based on it happening so often in the past. Believe me, Sammy's come to share pretty much my son's attitude of, it's almost with everybody on Team Dietrich. There's an attitude of, oh, okay, it's only so long before they turn. Very few people in our listenership, our audience, probably would have understood how I expected that with Peter Moon all the time, and yet continued to work with him only in the hopes it wouldn't happen. But it did, and it became more and more obvious.
Well, Pete was an easy one. I mean,
yeah, true. It was one of these things that, honestly, I was a fool to continue dealing with him, because all the signs were there.
Well, we had talked to you. Yeah. Told me privately, like, there's, because I was telling Doug, fuck this guy. I mean, but you explained that it's kind of like, it is what it is. Like, we can go into it later, but dealing with these people is part of it. Yeah.
So, Sammy, continue by all means. Thank you, Brendan.
I mean, I think I can point you guys to the next person, but
and after all the shit that I've gone through, I thought about killing you a couple times.
The funny thing is, that they wouldn't give you shit if you delivered my head on a platter. What would they give you? That would be the funny. First, where would
they would kill me? Be like, you're next. No, I'm obviously being facetious, but there's just. Yeah, I've never killed anyone, obviously, so it's just.
No, I mean, I
just have, like what I was saying earlier, nothing left to lose. There's no point in turning on anyone. I would just sever. And when I tried that, they really fucked me up.
Yeah, they wouldn't let it happen. But just as Brendan was targeted by the killing of his cat, Sammy Romero had a dead cat that was driven all the way to his door. That was something that even disturbed my gang brother Beaver. My gang brother Beaver pointed out some of the weird phenomenon, the plurality that he suffered from or was exposed to, which I asked him if he would accept was due to his affiliation with myself, which of course he would always deny. But it wasn't just regular gang war stuff, because it was never followed up on. And gangs don't do that. They don't make empty threats without following up on them. Cults do. And in the case of Beaver, he had, of course, different things happen, but nothing compared to what happened to Sammy. He felt, Jesus, they had to take a dead cat crawling with maggots and drive it in a bucket in their car to bring it to Sammy's address and place it on his door like that. But anyhow, so take it from there, Sam. Yeah.
Yes. Look, guys, where I lived at, well, the area of South Central I was at, I mean, I saw the Florence gang.
Yeah.
Literally there. So it's like, literally they're just kicking back there. See, the thing with anything with the urban environment like that, and it's somewhat true, okay? Mm-hmm. Me being Hispanic, being Chicano, okay? Yeah. I don't give off the aura of a gang member. Even though I have a bald head, well, I'll shave it. So, but I don't give off the aura of a gang member. And what my coworker explained to me, he obviously is one of my coworkers is affiliated. He says you don't give off that aura. And even a lesbian coworker of mine, I don't like to use the word dyke, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
She's tatted up, and her family's, she has a lot of families with the Rolling 60s, it's a Crip gang. Mm-hmm. And she even told me, you don't give off that vibe. So the reason why you were able to survive in that area you were with is you mind your business, and they don't see you as a threat. And I didn't realize how hot of a zone I lived in, because I used to push my son in the stroller. We used to take walks in the morning, and not that I'm oblivious, I'm not, but at the same time, it is what it is. You kind of walk through these areas, and people know.
Yeah.
And honestly, to me, it's the prayers of my parents. I really do believe that my parents prayers that protect me.
Yes.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to be provoking any gang members. I'm not going to be throwing up gang signs or tell them, you know, about my family.
Right.
Not that I'm bragging. It's just, I mean, you know, it's kind of like yourself. You know, you're affiliated with the Tongs and so on and so forth, but you're not going to go to Monterey Park or some of these areas in LA that have Asian gangs and throw up your set. It's not.
Of course not.
You're not going to do that. You're not going to go. You're just not going to do that. It doesn't work that way. So, I'm trying to say is, you know, you kind of have to be yourself. If you don't have no self-identity, if you don't have at least awareness to, if you're going to be a gang member, you probably don't want to be in these areas if you don't know anybody. Or, you know, just some areas you don't go. Like, I'll give you an example too. When I go to TJ, I don't go to the brothels.
Good call. Go on. Yes.
The reason why I tell you this is because a lot of my coworkers, that's the only place they go is the brothels.
Is your wife nearby? No. I'm just joking.
That's a good one. No, it's not that. These are very high. It's not that they're the crime. It's just, I'll put it this way.
By the way, I was going to ask if Sammy's wife was nearby when he was speaking of marriage as a struggle earlier. Yeah, but go on.
Oh, yes. Of course. She would agree with me.
Yes.
In fact, she would say,
yes,
her biggest headache. But what I'm trying to say is, I don't go around these areas because it's not the best place to go.
Yes.
Especially as a foreigner. And believe it or not, these areas, the organized crime is one thing, but the police is probably worse. If they see you smoking a joint, they're going to kill you.
Yeah. Wow.
They're just that. These areas are like, you can feel it. So when I go, it's for my own business. That has nothing to do with it. But back to what I'm telling you with George, I don't know. I don't know him, but I mean, the thing is, he is involved with you in that historic aspect of always bringing up these subjects, which there's nothing wrong with them, but I don't know. I just think I believe sometimes he's just replaying the same history, and I get it, but there has to be, and maybe because we're dealing with our issues, I think sometimes it just seems robotic, but maybe that's just my opinion. I mean,
I hear what you're saying. George is far more comfortable with history than he is with current events. So I have noticed that, and it's very uncanny, and it's almost like, it's not that he doesn't address certain current events, but it's almost like he definitely wants to talk about the past and limit a lot of his oration to that. And believe me, I've taken note, and I think that it is hard to believe that he would be killed for that. Then again, you know,
I mean, to me, it's a harsh. I mean, I don't see, if you got to confirm that they often that they deleted him. I'm not. I mean, if you're sure. I think we have to keep hope until we get confirmed.
Right, absolutely.
Because he's been MIA. I mean, he was going through his marital problems, and he had that little spat with Brooke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. True. I mean, points well taken. Of course, it was never this extreme or sudden, but yeah, I get it. And yeah.
Well, I mean, I'll put it this, okay? I have to point the mirror at myself, okay?
Yeah.
Because it's just the best way I can put.
Yes.
As a man, I've had to grow up and mature, okay?
Yeah. Yes.
Some of the stuff that I did prior to, you know, sacking up was very childish.
Yeah.
You avoid problems, you avoid serious topics that are not only important, but allow you to heal as a man to continue with your responsibilities. You know. 1 second, please.
Oh, of course. Take your time. We're here. And though of course I will put into context that I hear where Sammy's coming from. It's hard to believe somebody would be killed over historical assessments, but again, there's other things involved here. And George Knight was one of the few people who truly understood what I was saying, and yet, like Brendan said, it sounded like he was off that day. It sounded like he was off, so there seemed to be a medical issue potentially there. Like, I just took it like maybe he was just not getting back into the groove because he was. But yeah. But we'll take what Sammy's saying very seriously about this. Yeah, we'll just have to keep up hopes.
No, I get what Sam is saying for sure.
Yeah.
And yeah, of course, I would never rule out that someone just completely dips off your program and you never hear from them again because something happened. You know, like whatever. I don't want to use Pete's words, but some kind of breakthrough happens and
breakdown, more like breakdown. You know? Yeah, breakdown.
There's a lot of like energies changing right now, and I'm not even saying I'm not even talking spiritual. Just like there's a lot going on everywhere for everyone, so it can cause stress.
Yeah.
One of the things that I didn't notice. Okay.
Yeah.
I went back to late August, early September, right?
Okay. Yes.
And even then, a lot was happening regarding the severance with Peter Moon, right?
Yes. Yeah.
See, a lot of stuff was also happening in my world.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very interesting that change that happened in my world was happening with Peter as well. I'm sure each of us, Brendan has his version of his world. So being affiliated with you,
my shit fell apart at the same time.
Right. So there's not a coincidence. Even maybe 2 months before, this is where the Slender Man appeared at my parents' house.
Wow.
I talked to Doug about that.
Yes.
And my family saw the Slender Man coming in my parents' home.
Yes.
I'm sorry, he did not enter my parents' home. Let me say that.
Yes.
But he got at the door and then went back out. He couldn't actually enter my parents' house.
That's correct.
So there's like I said, there's that connection that you have, Doug, that tethering that you had with Colonel Kino. And look, I'm not just gonna kick the door down, okay?
Yeah.
I've mentioned the young lady, what's her face, the one that popped up right after Peter Moon left.
Was it Heather Holman or
Heather.
Yes, go on.
Heather.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, and I'm gonna keep it real, okay? You said she has multiple personalities and she can go in and out. You were very cautious of her coming in.
Yeah.
Not cautious, but it's one of the things that I've noticed from you, that you're very comfortable with being around the enemy.
Yeah.
And that's a great talent.
Yes.
And that's something, I see.
Yeah.
But at the same time, and it's not that there's nothing to find out, like Sammy, she's gone through a lot. And I can understand that. One thing I appreciate from you is you can connect with someone through trauma. You understand that.
Yes.
But let's keep it real, okay? There has to be more of an opening when it comes to dialogue between her and yourself, as far as, look, it's not a secret. Colonel Kino keeps tabs on you.
Yeah.
It's not a secret that he always has to have someone connected to him to keep tabs on you, because he is always feel bonded towards you.
Yes.
So we're not dumb. I mean, the Q dollars when it comes to Brendan, he says a Q and all that. Yeah, he's not dumb either. It's just
cute money. Yeah.
Right. Sometimes I feel like, why?
She didn't
why
deny
are we
it. She didn't deny it.
Right. Why are we walking?
But
around?
Doug knows. You know he knows.
No, and I know that. It's just like sometimes I feel like, hey, let's open up dialogue. But see, this is where I think I kind of have to pivot to Doug because he's the best one to handle this, and I have to sometimes understand these people. You know, these are super soldiers. These people are super victims. This is very delicate because this is not your regular individual,
right?
And I have to respect that because I'm thinking in the aspect of a friend. When you have a friend and you want to protect your friend, and Doug is not a regular person. Doug's a made man. He's a made man in a lot of aspects, especially the occult.
Yes.
Your name carries weight. It is what it is.
Yes.
But at the same time, you know, in my tiny little world, you wonder. But it's nothing against her. It's not.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, it's kind of it's almost kind of thinking things 1, 2, 3 ABC, and it's not that it's not that basic. It's just at times I do kind of cringe because, you know, I've witnessed Doug being hurt. People hurt you.
Yes.
Peter, I'm not saying you love Peter and oh my God, he was your best friend. You were playing tag of football with him. No, that's quite the opposite, and obviously, but I don't like my friends, especially someone like you. You worked hard. As much as you didn't think you worked hard on your book, you did, but also you affected him as well.
Yes.
You destroyed him professionally in the sense that it's just he's not the same. But
yes,
what I'm trying to say, and let me circle back to George.
Sure.
I think I'm hoping for the best.
Okay. No.
It's not that I have nothing against him, but I think sometimes, and this is where I sometimes have to kind of take myself out of your world.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it's not the reason why I'm your friend.
Thank you.
Okay, and there's some things I have to kind of leave to yourself, and you being great at it is just, you know, I've known you almost 10 years now.
Yes.
At least.
Yes.
Listening to you, but at the same time, you know, it's just sometimes you have to roll your eyes because if it's not Peter Moon, if it's J-Mo, if it's not J-Mo, it's Arola.
Yeah.
All these characters that have popped up, and you know, they swear to God, like, "Oh my God, I'm your friend." Look,
yeah.
I told you, if I would turn my back on you, I'm just gonna leave.
Yeah.
And it's also part of friendships.
Yes.
Your friendships have to be tested, but trust me, our friendship has been tested. I've lost people.
Yes.
And it's not even really directly towards you. It's just there's a lot of coincidence.
Yes.
But I'm gonna tell you one thing, okay?
Mm-hmm.
What I've learned from you a lot has been beneficial, but what really solidifies for me is it's not easy to it's not easy to listen.
Thank you.
You can hear it, but if you really listen to it, it's very deep, and you can get lost in it.
Thank you.
And you know, unfortunately, I think you know, it comes to territory, but
yes.
to in a lot of aspects too, it's you can't control people. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could control my loved ones, especially my sisters that I've lost. But you can't put that stuff. You can't put it on yourself as well. You can't put that burden on yourself. We all make decisions, right?
Yeah.
So you kind of have to take it how it is, and you know, as an adult, you deal with your mortality.
Yes.
But it might kind of sometimes. Do I have to sometimes stay away? Absolutely, because it is a lot. And I'm not saying, oh my God, Doug, I'm abandoning you. No.
Understood.
But we all have our third spaces. We all have our own lives.
Yes.
You know, it's just part of it. I think with George, I kind of believe his personal life, he's probably dealing with a lot because as a man, it weighs on you.
Yes.
And who knows? You know, he might be in a dark place. He might be in denial. He might, who knows? Maybe he lost his mother, God forbid, but he was very connected to his mother.
That's true too. Good point.
So sometimes it's not really, sometimes the torch, in other words, sometimes killing somebody is not directly, it can be the people around them.
Yeah.
That, you know, people dissolve, people crumble, you know. So, you know, not that I'm wishing nothing bad, I'm not trying to say anything, but, you know, there's a lot of variables, but
that's a good point, Sammy, because like people, when they want to take care of their bodies, usually it's like an outside catalyst. Like perhaps something happened that we don't know.
You know, and you know, I try to check on Brooke. Brooke is someone to think about it. The thing with Brooke is, the last time I talked to her, it's almost like this, okay? We all got our bullshit, okay?
Yeah.
And it is what it is. And I think as adults, we can respect each other to understand we all got our bullshit. You know, I can tell you, Doug, you know, you should meet a good woman, settle down, but she'd probably have to wear a bulletproof vest.
Yes.
And a football helmet, and, you know, wear a salt-covered jacket to deflect all the spells and shit.
Yeah.
Sprinkle salt in front of them when they walk.
Yes.
Or probably not shower. I don't know. You know. What I'm trying to say is I can't project I'm the last person is what I'm trying to say, okay? But what I can do is, you know, you have to be true to yourself in the sense that I offer you what I can, just like Brandon, you know, with his Vedic knowledge and just diversity. I think your team has a great diversity. Even Heather brings great knowledge as well. Look, great. At the end of the day, you're going to get influenced, whoever you are. I've been influenced by Colonel Q.
Yes.
Okay, look, there's times where, like you said it, he pops up.
Yes.
Literally, like, he pops out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
And it is what it is. I'm connected in a way with him through you.
Yes.
I've heard him through you.
Yes.
Some of the information you relate to him.
Yes.
That he relate to you.
Yes.
Brandon I'm sure he can say the same thing, but what I'm trying to say is I'd rather you be a filter through you.
Yes.
Than the real person, because frankly it's just better that way.
Thank you.
You've had to take the brunt of that relationship.
Yes.
You still are.
Thank you.
And in a lot of ways, you know, you help Heather.
Yes.
And see, you have to view things from the outside, because unfortunately I can be toxic and create problems for you, and then I'm worse. And this is somebody coming from somebody who, look, in a lot of ways I view things immaturely. You know, I can view things immaturely and really just create chaos.
Well, you're always very hard on yourself, and that's to your credit. But believe me, you're very mature. To even say that already displays your maturity, and you know that.
Right. And here's the thing, though. And thank you, I appreciate that. But I could imagine if you really were his heir apparent, you'd be 100 times more evil. Hell, who knows? I don't want to think about it.
Thank you.
You'd be like, to put in Lord of the Rings term, you'll be like Galadriel with the Lord with the ring. Yes. You know. Thank you. I don't want to think of evil Doug. I mean, yes. You took out you you taking out a bomb that tried to kill you, taking out your trash. I don't know. You confess to, self-defense deletions, or how could I say, it's unalive. You unalive people in self-defense. But
unalive, yeah, that's
you know what I mean.
Yes.
But I mean, what I'm trying to say is, the reason I even say this because I'm aware of my potential. I'm not perfect. I've created chaos myself as far as being toxic. But anyways, give me 1 second, Doug.
Sure, take your time.
We all have.
Yeah.
In that sense.
Yeah. And
then should I read my comment that I put in?
Oh yeah, sure. Yes. Say that, please. Yes, it's quite funny.
I said I'd rather talk to Q any day than Purple Egghead.
Yeah. Yes.
God,
Yes.
I don't care if he's like the most evil person ever. It's better than freaking Romania.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, God,
in the worst possible sense, yes. It's not even the real Romania. It's simply the worst of all aspects. Either the most dreary aspects like outhouses and cows, and or it's
Atlanticron, the most advanced scientific community, and it's freaking glow sticks.
Yeah, it's glow sticks. Glow sticks, psi art.
On rope lights.
Yes.
On rope lights.
Yes.
This is the most advanced art I've ever seen.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah. And I have no qualms with talking to like someone like you. I really would never have that issue. But the thing is, I don't have that weird fantasy that everyone else has, that he's like cool or something.
Thank you. That is the bizarre aspect of it.
And same with yourself. It's like not, I respect you in a certain way, but it's not like, that's why I've been, somewhat normal compared to other people.
Thank you. Yes.
Where everyone has this like fantasy, like, I don't know how to explain.
Oh, well, there's different fantasies that different people have, but it tends to either be sexual or suck my blood, which goes back to the sexual, really, and or it's you get what you're saying. You're not holding me on this notional or fantastical sense. You understand that I'm as basically you do provide me with a sense of humanity that you work through, as opposed to seeing me as the concept. So that's fine. And
say that again. It got cut.
Oh yeah. Of course they would. Yeah, I said.
Right when you said.
You work with me by imbuing what humanity you can in myself, and working with me through that, as opposed to seeing me as the concept or perceiving me as the concept.
Yes.
And thereby hamstringing yourself into this kind of
and I still have fun with the Helsing shit and all that. It's like, I know a fucking vampire. Yes.
Yes.
And people look at me crazy when I say shit like that. I work for a vampire. They're like ha ha ha, and I'm like, no, I literally. And they're like, what? And they don't ask. No one's ever sit there and like quizzed me on that.
That's the funniest part, is that people go see movies about this shit. They'll watch TV about it all night long, or these days whatever they're watching on the stream and all that crap. But when you say, oh yeah, I'm working with it for real, they just shut down. They really just shut down. They have no idea how to handle it.
So for me, it's a type of entertainment.
Yeah. But
not to say that's all you provide me with, but it's just what else can you do?
Oh yeah, believe me, I didn't even take offense when that Cochise in the chat was saying, oh, you're more entertaining. You know the pretentiousness of the trolls who come in and try to look like they're speaking at like some kind of educated person with this sense of their nose up in the air, like, I find you more amusing than Rachel Maddow, Douglas, that kind of thing. And
well, yeah, because she's detestable.
Well, yeah, I mean, she's not a looker. And by the way, Sammy's asking the question, by the way, Doug, have you seen Nosferatu with the Blood Boys? So I'm just going to put no, I have not. I will be.
Everything I hear about it is like so just cringy. I don't even want to look. I don't even want to watch it.
I've heard some people loved it. Holly loved it. She really wants to know how I respond to it. But
Sammy, was there? Or I guess maybe I shouldn't spoil it if you're going to watch it.
Yeah. They owe you royalties.
I'll wait.
He says they owe me royalties, so I'll
Of course
take.
they do.
Okay, yeah. So now I'm forced to see it. Now I'm obligated. I'll have to.
Well, I'm hoping the part they took from you wasn't the sex with the zombie. You know, I hope that wasn't you.
And then he says, and Nicolas Cage, yes, as well. Yeah, he owes me royalties as well. Yes, definitely. Yes. Well, Nicolas Cage, is he in this horrible Nosferatu film? It'll be unwatchable if he's in it. I
don't think so.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, I can't stand that son of a bitch. I try to boycott whatever he's in. For those of you who don't know, Nicolas Cage is not only a fellow San Franciscan, like all San Franciscans, almost all of them, he lives within walking distance. Certainly had an apartment that he owned that he did live in that was in walking distance. He may no longer be there because he went flat broke.
Oh, he did Renfield. I think that's probably what you're referencing.
Yes. Yeah, and so it was, and not only that. Think about who was that idiot? Johnny Depp in the what was it? What was that old American series, Dark Shadows? Johnny Depp did the Dark Shadows remake, and of course they had to comedicize it. I'm sure none of the fans are ever happy with these reboots they're doing these days because the reboots are all just. They do their best to destroy the fan base and insult the fan base as much as possible by giving them the exact opposite of what they want. It's almost like that's their agenda. It's kind of like that thing with Marvel Comics and this Captain America 4, which I forgot to bring up to dear George, because for one thing I noticed George was just not into it. When I was going into the whole Cap 4 thing, inventing and catharting, he was not having fun with it. He was just, I think, it felt almost like he was resentful that I wasn't getting directly into it with him rather than warming up. If you know what I mean? I don't know if you caught that vibe.
Oh, yeah, no, I felt it. I was there with you guys.
Thank you.
You were doing that.
Thank you. So you did get that, and so I finally just
because remember, you were asking me, don't you remember Marvel? And I had to say something because he didn't know anything about it.
Yes, poor guy, and it's hard to believe, but it really is a different world in Britain. It really is. But strangely enough, unlike John Warrington, George and I didn't know much about British comics either. So I don't know if you've ever noticed that. John Warrington knows.
I didn't know England even had comics.
Oh no, England has. Actually, I'll tell you something. I loved British comics. British comics are just in many ways just superior to American comics in the sense. But then what wouldn't?
Can you give me an example?
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe I just don't remember.
Absolutely. Oh, you wouldn't. No, one of them was Charlie's War. Charlie's War was about World War I, and Charlie's War was about a simple-minded, earnest young bloke who got, who volunteered for World War I, and they gradually take you through World War I. And when I was young, it was like having a friend. Just, what little I found was profoundly impactful to me. And, had to wait until I was an adult to find the rest of those comics when they were published in novel form. And when they took all the comics from their serializations and published them in novel form, that was hundreds of pages long. That's how I found a lot of these. With Charlie's War, they bring up Adolf Hitler in the trenches. So they do show Adolf Hitler in the trenches in Charlie's War. So in other words, these are like mature comics that they can be mature. Even their more immature comics were still far more mature than American comics were. Granted, it was kind of obsessed with the race relations issue because Britain also had its slavery and also had its blacks. So they often had the black issue come up, but they weren't pathological about it like the Americans were. Like, that brings us back to the Cap 4, and I think the most repulsive, offensive thing about Captain America 4 is that they took this black superhero Falcon, and instead of just saying, okay, let's make a movie about Falcon, no, they have to make him Captain America and then tell you he's better than Captain America because he's black. Okay, that's just bullshit, and it's just
ridiculous.
It's beyond. It's offensive. It is truly offensive. They can't understand why it flops, or they know why it flops and they don't care because
it's just designed to cause. It's just designed to cause the
strife.
Division. It's divisive.
Yes, yeah, but they're
in like a subversive way. It's horrible.
They're too stupid to understand that because Marvel has always been doing that and they haven't stopped. They are dedicated to blackifying every motherfucker in Marvel Comics, but they will never whiteify Blade. Blade, the black vampire slayer. They're never going to make him white. No, but every white character has to become black. And for those of you,
it's just so cheesy. Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, like they were trying to arrange so that Tony Stark, the Iron Man, then gives his suit and everything to a black kid. They were good, and it got to the point where I knew a diehard Marvel fan named James Bustelos, and James Bustelos was this wealthy white kid, who inherited a home and all this shit. And he'd read Marvel comics all his life and was a big memorabilia collector. Right. I was trying to contact him to find things for me, and this son of a bitch at some point tells me, I want to adopt a black child. Like it was a challenge to me. Like you gotta say something? I want to adopt a black child.
It's just like, okay.
Yeah, I was like, first off, I had to cover my tracks. I had to cover my tracks by my pause about, just how sick this was. I had to cover my tracks by saying, "Oh, I'm still trying to wrap my."
Someone told me that I probably wouldn't even respond.
It's
myself.
Yeah. I was still selfishly involved with him. I was still trying to get him to find things for me, but of course he ripped me off. And in the end, it's just like again a common story that you can't trust anyone. Hardly.
No.
I mean that's my son's attitude towards everyone. I can understand it, but when it comes to James,
I'm right there with you. I'm right there with him too.
Thank you.
I don't trust anyone.
Thank you, or almost anyone. Yeah, and but when it comes to, you can see why my son feels that way about Team Dietrich. Honestly, he just doesn't want to invest the emotional energy into trusting anyone and see them do what everyone else has done statistically. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. And,
at this point it's funny, but for me anyway.
Yeah. And but when I was talking to this James Bustelos guy, I covered my tracks by saying I'm still trying to wrap my brain about why you would want to adopt a child, because this guy was basically so immature. He's just a child himself. That's what made it so offensive and so sick. This guy is still collecting toys. Collecting toys, and because he's so enamored of Marvel Comics, where everything has to become black, he basically says, "I want to adopt a black child."
So even his life has to blackify.
Because that's what Marvel Comics taught him. That's what really blew my mind. That's why I was so like, oh my God, you really believe this shit? Like you're taking in their indoctrination. Yeah, and but all such being said, it is so fucking abusive. It just by some black kid being raised in a middle class white family. Do you think you're doing them a favor? You are. Do you honestly think you're doing them a favor?
It would have to be situational. Like if you knew the family and someone died, and you're like, wow, it can't just be like some kind of weird token shit. Like I have to. I'm gonna save them because they're black. That's weird.
I think it was beyond that. It's just in his case, it was worse because it was I'm going to adopt a black kid because Marvel Comics shows everyone becoming black, or like Tony Stark giving all his legacy to a black kid. Tony Stark's supposed to be like Howard Hughes. And he's just going to give it all to a black kid. It's not that something like this is inconceivable. It is simply that it is offensive because it is part of a never-ending pattern where every character is doing this. Where Captain America is giving his shield to the black guy because he's black. Where Iron Man is giving his legacy to the black kid because he's black. Okay, this is not healthy. This is not helping. This is just stupid.
No, yeah.
And because these characters never succeed. As the black Iron Man, as the black Captain America. Okay, it's just, and like I said, the black actor Mackie or Mackay, whatever the fuck the guy's name is, who's playing Falcon Cume / Captain America, says Captain America doesn't represent America. We got to get rid of that term America. That's what he said. So it's like, okay.
In the movie? In the film, or the real actor?
The real actor said in real life when he's being interviewed about the film to promote the film. When he's being interviewed to promote the film, he says, I don't want people to think about Captain America as representing America because we got to get rid of this America concept. Oh, that helps. Oh, that'll attract everyone.
He's... sketch. That's just sketch.
Yeah, well, that's just beyond stupid. It's like he couldn't have done better He must have been hired by the Russians to say that, or the Chinese, or the Republicans to say that. You can't imagine, or maybe just your average person.
He's just crazed.
Yes, thank you. I can't imagine your average black guy being that. That was the point to make about, what was it, when we were talking, who were we talking to? Holly! When we were talking to Holly about Peter Moon talking about the kid with a cucumber up his ass. And she blackified the victim.
Yeah.
She blackified the victim.
That was wild.
And then
it even had me questioning. I'm like, did I ever hear that wrong? No, definitely not.
No, definitely not. Definitely.
It's just like burned into my brain.
Yeah. And I'll tell you one thing. We know Peter Moon was projecting himself into one of his black friends, saying, "Oh, my black friend was there." The one thing I can guarantee you, you can call me a racist, stereotyping motherfucker. You can say whatever you want, but I can guarantee you one thing: there ain't no brother gonna sit there and watch a bunch of white guys shove a cucumber up a kid's ass, especially a retarded kid. He's either gonna walk out or he's gonna intervene. He's gonna interject himself and say, "Fuck this shit," or he's going to walk out. It's one of those two things. No black guy's going to sit there and watch that, because that's an assault on him just to sit there and watch that.
Yeah.
He doesn't. What kind of black guy would put himself through that?
No, that's true.
Yeah. So
definitely not.
Yeah. So I can tell you one thing. I'll give a black man that much. They will not sit through that. The fact that Peter even makes the story like that shows he doesn't know anything about blacks. He doesn't know shit about blacks. Yeah, my black friend, was sitting there watching all this. As if his black friend would be in a yacht club.
And then I think the crazier part was that he said that he was hearing the story from him. It's like, I don't think anyone would relay a story like that secondhand, over dinner.
Thank you.
It just doesn't sound right.
Sammy, don't raise your hand. Just jump back into the fray. Sammy, just interject yourself. Yes, continue, Sammy, by all means.
I've just been messing with the features, but the only thing what bothers me about Peter Moon is I have my stereotype as far as who everybody has a stereotype.
Well, you always knew he was a piece of shit, but go on.
I remember one time he was complaining about the gardener, we have Mexicans that, they do landscaping and but they charge so much now.
Yeah, can you believe that shit? The brown niggers charging us charging us.
You do realize the economy we live in.
It's hard fucking work.
It's hard, but it's hard work. I've had to. I contracted obviously some raza. I didn't realize how expensive it is to bring down a tree. I had this massive spruce tree. I didn't realize you have to grind down the stump. Right. I had no idea. I just thought you just chop something and just,
like you see in the movies. Like you see in the movies, they just chop it and they leave it. Yeah, go on.
No, the guy told me no. You have to grind down the stump. That's standard. If you want to do it right, you have to grind down the stump.
By the way, I suppose they do that in the logging industry as well, but I didn't know. But continue. Yes. Yeah.
No, I didn't know either. Yeah. But no, it's
for
Go ahead.
Yeah. It's residential. You have to.
Okay.
Down the stump.
Thank you. Okay. I didn't.
I didn't know. I didn't know either. And it's just it's expensive. I paid about $5,500.
Ooh! Ouch! Oh, my ass. Yes, go on.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah.
So
now I know why my uncle was pissed when he had to cut down those trees.
And it was a massive tree, but they did a great job. It's just my pocketbook hurt. Yeah. But it had to be done. But I don't know. It's I get it. You're white privilege, but to be so and act like it's just nothing.
Pete had money throw.
Yes.
He's been spending like $10,000 on renovating his house. He couldn't pay some people to do it.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well,
yes.
Absolutely. I'll agree. Well, that's one of the things too that I never understood about him is he was very cheap in the areas that
counted.
You're not. Look, no offense, Doug, but if I've talked to you about this. If I really wanted to get Doug information now, I would literally just spoil Doug.
Thank you. Yes.
I would have showered him with money. I mean, he got it out of you as far as the entity you wanted, but the stupid thing about it is why didn't he just give you the money that he tried to get the Spanish girl?
Yeah. Yes.
He just should have given
Marina Sarin. Yes. Yes.
Or how about this? Just fucking pay you.
Yes. Yes.
Pay you to write a book. Hell, like it's just it just boggles my mind. And as far as his also ego, yes. The man had an ego that was pretty much is his downfall, where yes. You bit off more than you chew, but it's like try to understand if you summon something, you have to banish it as well. Yes. Even I know that. Okay, and I'm the least. I'm not here to give me the secrets, Doug. Hell no. I walked through the Presidio. I think that was what you pointed out to me was okay. I get it. You know, this shit was real. Your eyes are purple, like yes. You're not lying.
Yes.
You know, but even when I went to visit you, when I they hit my car where my son was at, my newborn son.
Tell us about that. Your son was in a safety seat, and they hit directly where the safety seat was, correct?
Yes. Yeah. Exactly where he was hit. Yeah. When I stopped at the stoplight I got hit on Central and Vernon. Yes. There was nobody there. Yeah. All of a sudden, a bunch of cars came, and it was like a 2010 maybe blacked out Malibu with no plates.
Of course.
Ended up hitting me. It's like it almost jumped the curb and literally directly towards me. And then it tried to back out and it literally rubbed the back of my bumper to make a U and sped off. And I had these idiots looking, aren't you going to chase them? I'm like, no, I have insurance. Why am I going to go after them?
Thank you.
Like that'll be dumb. For what? I have insurance. That's why I pay my insurance.
Well, beyond that, it would further put your son's life at risk to go after them. You don't know if these fuckers are armed or not. What would you do? Force them off the road with your son in the car? I mean, the insanity.
Hey, sir, you hit my car and you're speeding off. Like, I mean, come on. Like, I'm not saying like these people could be gang members too. Who knows? Like.
Oh, I don't think they were. We both know they're Edomites, but yes, go on.
You know what I mean.
Yes, of course.
You know what I mean.
It's like people can talk tough, but when it came to if they were in your shoes, they wouldn't have done that.
No,
whoever those people were. Yeah.
But beyond that, Sammy had even more reason. Sammy's reason was he has an infant child in the car. Everything changes with that. The whole calculation.
Doug, Plus, I wanted to meet you.
Thank you.
Look, Doug. The stuff that you talk about, the shit that you talk about is so different. I wanted to see if you were the truth.
Thank you.
Like, does he have purple eyes? Does he have? I mean, yeah, you're the real person, okay? Yes. And that's one of the things coming from this. See, the niche that you're in is very unique in that you have people that are not accessible. Like, Joe Rogan's not accessible.
Thank you.
You had all these people that were in your niche are all losers.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I'm not saying you're not accessible, but I kind of understood how things happened, okay?
Yes.
It was the longest day of the year, okay?
Yes.
It was very hot that day, okay? It was unusually hot, but things converge how they converge. And the fact that I got in an accident the day before going up there confirmed it to me.
Yes.
Okay. So it's like, you know, look, at the end of the day, it's back to what I'm trying to say is it's almost where the people have their course and it runs out, you know?
Yes. Yeah.
When it comes to you. I don't know. It's just,
I hear you.
I think sometimes, even at the end, it's almost where, you know, Peter Moon pretty much did not know what to do after you survived.
Yes.
He started just acting strange. Yes. And his stories really just, it's almost drowning out. It's literally drowning out.
Yes.
To the point where he even said, well, I wonder if Doug's dead after I wonder if he'll die when, you know, when you survived your surgery.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. So it's, I mean, all that was spilling out. The panic was already setting in, and he did what he did, you know? Yes. And unfortunately, look, some things aren't, as much as people, ego sets in when it comes to some of the subjects that you talk about where they think they can handle. There's a reason why Aquino can never really find an heir apparent.
That's right.
Besides you.
Thank you.
Because they're either going to fumble and just go insane, or they're just dumb. And I don't mean to sound so, you know, so callous, but, you know, at the same time, the man had his prerequisites when it came to people that followed him.
Yes.
He was a man that was not dumb in the sense of knowing, but also, you know, there's a difference between you and Peter in the sense that you're not really human.
Thank you.
And it speaks loud to when you compare even him. And what I mean by him, he's cute. Yeah. He wasn't human. So, you know, you have that aspect. So, yeah, I mean, it's just things happen how they happen. But I don't know. I think when I think about George, and I hate to bring it, I didn't mean to bring him up, but I think maybe, you know, maybe try giving a wellness check to his wife. Do you think that'd be possible?
I'll talk to. We'll talk about that privately. We'll talk about that privately. Yes. I'm afraid if I bring up my idea publicly, it'll be interfered with. But
got it.
Yeah. So, but you're on the right track. It's basically
okay.
yeah. And but having been said, I do want you to understand how much I appreciate everything you're saying, and of course, it's always the beauty of our relationship, Sammy, is that you took the time to find out that I was a real person, and confirmed it, and Brendan ultimately did the same. And so the two of you together are the only ones on Team Dietrich, really, as people understand it. Team Dietrich, as people know it. You are the only two that have actually personally met myself, which is astonishing when you think about it. And as for Peter Moon, everything you say is true. And yes, there was always the element that he was always the enemy, was always there, of course, but it became more than that. As you said, he could have simply been an honest person and simply remunerated myself. But then again, the enemy instructions were not to do that. They were to rip me off as much as possible, impoverish me further, and make certain that none of the books were ever advertised or got out. And he actually did his job on that. He was following his Adamite assignment. So he was always on assignment throughout his relationship with me. I never trusted him, and I always knew I should never have worked with him. And I paid the price. And it's all my fault in that sense. Obviously, I don't hold him as shall we say, exculpatory. He's not going to be, he's culpable. And believe me, we can only hope he pays the price. If he is still alive at any time that I have the capacity.
I think stroking out is a pretty good start.
Yeah, that's a good start. And when it comes,
do you think?
Go on.
Sorry.
No, continue.
It's because me wondering. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think maybe you misguided Brooke as far as, or you didn't listen to Brooke when she was warning you about him, or do you think that was? I mean, I think that was a mistake. As far as her warning you about.
Oh, yeah. I think that it was a mistake on my part for not just running with her suggestions, but it was also a mistake on her part for being so public about her suggestions. The problem was she delivered her, she telegraphed her punch on that one, and she was questioning Peter to his face in public.
That's true.
Yeah.
You know what? I kind of did talk to her about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've had conversations with her about her outbursts.
Yeah.
And she was very emotional. Okay. It's like I'll put it this way. Okay. I never really directly talked to Peter Moon. Okay. I only talked to him once, maybe twice.
Because he had the attitude where he had no time for you. Yeah,
I might as well have been signing him oranges. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, the only way Peter Moon, the only way Vinnie Barbaric ever described Sammy was when I would force Sammy into his attention, saying Sammy Romero brought this up, or we need to give credit to Sammy Romero. Then Peter would say something to me along the lines of, "Yeah, he's one of the good ones. He knows his place."
He's bilingual. Okay, wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I get it. It's actually a blessing, but I mean, the way I saw him interact with Brandon,
you don't have to talk to that crazy guy.
It's like Brandon got under his skin.
Yes.
To the point where he used to blame Brandon about, "Hey, Doug, can you tell Brandon to stop making the noise?" And it was him.
Yes, you noticed that. Yeah. While he was making his own noise. Yes.
Yeah, finally I yelled at him for it. He
was
never
flickering.
let me live that down.
Yeah, he was turning on his candles.
Yeah.
Just fiddling with his stuff.
Yeah, it's true.
I remember one time, Paula barged in. It looked like she was trying to get into his office or something.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
He was like, almost told her like, "Get out." Like, it was weird. Yeah. But then also he had these moments of kind of like a pervert in a sense. Like, I remember him. You guys were talking to Maria Sarin, and he made this kind of like this perverted. I forgot what he said. Something to the effect of something to do with their body.
Yeah.
And it was almost like, where did this come from? So it was just a little.
It was always comments like that with her, like, "Oh, you're very doll-like," or "You're hypersexualized," or it went on and on. Just. Yeah.
No offense, and no offense. I mean, not that it matters, but Peter Moon's not an attractive man.
No, at all. In any way, shape, or form. There are ugly men who are charismatic simply because. Yes. So go on.
Okay, you know what I mean. There's charismatic. Okay, you can have that charisma. He was not one. Yeah. Okay, so for him to bring up these little comments it was more creepy. Okay, it was lame. Yes, it was lame, but it was like, where is this coming from? You're this, you have this demeanor about yourself that you're this Montauk man, and you have this, I knew Marjorie Cameron and all these people that you, because he always talk. It's either Marjorie Cameron or who's that Scientology guy?
L. Ron Hubbard.
Hubbard, and all these figures. But like I said, maybe I don't know. I don't really know. I'm not heavily knowledgeable about these. I just know Scientology, they're creeps.
Thank you.
But
by the way, they officially declared war on the United States government at one point in their cult history when Peter Moon was involved. So he's actually a traitor. So go on.
Interesting. No,
that's why
it's
they
just,
had to go out on that fucking ship.
Yes, that's why they had
into
to cruise
international waters.
That's right. That's why they always had to spend time in international waters between Mexico and Morocco, both of which L. Ron Hubbard was hoping to someday convert to Scientology as a national religion, to show you his level of mania. But continue, yes, by all means.
I mean, when it came down to it, I just think it was already running its course, Doug. I mean,
Yes.
it's pretty much the relationship was running on fumes. I think I really sometimes it's almost like he should have just published the book.
Yes.
You might as well. He sabotaged it. Like you already sabotaged the project. Well, why not just publish it? You know. But in a way, though, like I said, you were blessed in a way that you can just write the book that you really wanted.
Thank you.
I think in it, you starting to write, I think made it even worse because you pretty much left them impotent. Like, oh my God, Doug's actually writing stuff down, and he wanted to know what you're writing.
Yes.
You know, to the point of, you know, you can feel the tension.
Yes.
But
It was
I mean,
true. Yeah. He was actually
was-
angry. He was becoming angrier and angrier about it. Go on. Yes.
so
Yeah, he straight up said it was shit. He was like, I'm not putting that in the book.
Yeah.
All that stuff about banishing and
Yeah,
so stupid.
The banishing just revolted him. He wanted nothing to do with the banishing, which was bizarre. It was, but he obviously considered himself a master magician, and it was having to do with his infatuation with all of these magicians like L. Ron Hubbard, who was a member of the Satanic Church, Crowley and Jack Parsons, and Marjorie Cameron was the lady who gave birth to the Moonchild when Jack Parsons, along with L. Ron Hubbard, held the Moonchild ceremony, the workings to bring a Antichrist to Earth, and she gave birth to this terribly deformed child that I later had to speak to in his dealings with Michael Aquino, though I only met him telephonically. His voice was more than enough. And such having been said, the other interesting thing, Sammy, about Peter Moon was his method of processing, or his mental capacity for processing, was on the level of an Amazon tribesman. And that, of course, is offensive and insulting to Amazon tribesmen. But just to put that in perspective, I was telling Brendan the other day about an anthropologist studying in the Amazon once was sleeping in the rainforest with a tribe of people who the men were sleeping in kind of like the single men were sleeping on one side of the forest track, and the married men and woman on the other, that sort of thing. And one man woke up from his dreams, picked up a giant rock, and started smashing in the skull of the man beside him. And when all the other tribesmen confronted him, he said, "Oh, I dreamt he was going to kill me." And they all said, "Oh, okay, and that's self-defense then," because they accept dreams as reality. There's no delineation between the dream time and the real time in these forest folk. And Peter Moon was obsessed with his dreams, and to him, they were always reality, to the point where when he had the dream about Michael Aquino saying, "I'm going to re-enter the world through your wife's womb," he then demanded Paula abort, quote unquote, their baby, even though I know she was impregnated by someone else. He thought it was his baby, and he killed his own baby, ordered its abortion because of a dream. Paula, of course, just went with it because she knew if it came out of the womb, there was a risk he would realize it wasn't his. But such being said, it goes to show that this person had no delineation between dream time and real time. That's how, in our world, that's psychotic. It's schizophrenic. It's schizophrenic, meaning there's no disambiguity between reality. You have a broken reality. But such having been observed, back to you, Sammy. Any other?
Doug, I have a question. Okay, I need to switch subjects. Okay, this is back to the Japanese as far as the other sentient governments underwater,
yes,
relic populations.
Yes.
Did your father ever encounter any of these relic populations out at sea?
Yes.
You're the man that raised you. Do you mind maybe elaborating a little bit on that?
It was Like the other experiences that he had, it was something that was fairly traumatic, and it was something that he related in fragments over time. But he did say that there was a few times that he had encountered these relic populations. And certainly some of these were secondhand stories, but they were simply leading or lending credence to his own experiences. And with the secondhand stories, for instance, there were divers who claimed that they saw mermaids, and he said the experience was nothing to fantasize about. He said one of the salvage divers who had gone into the Caribbean basin when they were doing some salvage work, then the salvage diver emerged almost so fast that he was risking the bends, or that decompression, and meaning that his blood would literally boil in his veins and he would die horribly of suffocation in boiling blood. And but the diver risked that because he was trying to ascend so rapidly, because the mermaid he saw, he said there was nothing but pure hatred in her eyes, and she was coming at him with very long claws instead of fingers, but she was definitely a female torso. And he said that he was never going in the water again, and as a result they had to discharge that individual from the Navy due to what they said was a mental breakdown. But my father knew better. And my father, when he spoke to the man said there was nothing but hatred in her eyes, and she was coming at me with her claws out, and she was going to do everything she could to take me out. And so there was just a hatred for humanity that he said was her very essence. And so my father said, just remember, son, if you're ever at sea, the mermaids are only going to lead you to your death. You know, do not think of this as some fantasy to even communicate with. Just withdraw. Just escape as fast as you can if you can. And that was his forewarning. But the other was the time that he was on Tarawa. And on Tarawa was when he saw at night the sea people, as he said, emerge to basically tear at the bodies and pick the meat clean off the bones. And that was... these sea people were very much along the lines of what I've shown you before. I'd have to go back through some of my files to get the photographs off again, but what scientists then called Homo testudinis, are turtle man, because turtles existed long before humanity did. As a matter of fact, yes, beyond prehistoric.
Pretty much Ninja Turtles, pretty much.
Yeah. Let's put it that way. Kind of like Ninja Turtles, and except nothing charming, nothing cute. It's and horribly their feet, which are extraordinarily large, are like gecko feet. They can walk up the side of ships, which he did see them do at another time in the Pacific. This was a merchant ship that had been abandoned because a Japanese piloted torpedo had destroyed it. So they had to abandon the ship. The ship was empty of people, but there was something on there that these turtle folk were investigating, and they just walked up. Literally, the horrible aspect of it, he said, the absolute worst aspect of it was, he said, imagine like you see on TV. In those days we had Batman and Robin on TV, was... Bruce, what was his name? It wasn't Bruce Wayne, that's the character, but it was Robert West. Adam West. Was when you see Adam West walking up the side of the wall with Robin, and they're just pulling at that rope. These beings needed no rope. They're just walking up the wall bipedally without the aid of a rope. They're walking up the wall bipedally, just with their feet being so having such powerful suctions like a gecko. Of course, that's not a suction. Geckos have a molecular level of gradation on their folds on their feet, which is better than suctions. Suctions are weak. This is like, they would have had to have had something like that to maintain their weight in a bipedal position where they're walking as you would on a street, except walking up the side of a ship. So he saw them doing that. And those were two of his encounters with that kind of relic population. But other than that, it was the black folks in the Caribbean that were come up along the side of the ships and none of the sailors could identify where they were coming from because they were miles away from land. And somebody would say, oh, they must have boats nearby and they're just swimming up near the side of the ship. And but there was no boats in sight. Like, they weren't jumping off rowboats or sailboats. It was like just, of course, they would never speak of it to their many other people. It'd be like something he would see on Night Watch with a fellow sailor, and they just wouldn't tell anyone else about it. But the black people who were swimming by the side of the ship were what my father was explaining when he explained during the slave days, the slave trade. They didn't have any use for infants. No one's going to buy an infant because you can't do anything with it. It takes years before an infant, years of investment where you're feeding the infant and taking care of it before it becomes labor, like a labor unit of any sort, male or female. And therefore, there was no point in keeping the infants. So when the pregnant woman would deliver on the ship, they would just throw the babies overboard. But it's salt water. It's the same kind of water that's in the womb, and they would survive. And because they were still water breathers, they just came out of the womb, and they're still breathing water like they did in the womb. And it was said that they were collected by the undersea civilization that would raise them in a hatred of humanity. So my father made me aware of that. And it was so there is a large black population underwater that is at this point probably evolved for that medium. By the way, the scientific term for that is souse-suspiring, meaning brack breathing or salt breathing, meaning because they're really in the brackish water or the brine. Brine breathing or salt breathing is what the sailors called it, but the scientific term is souse-suspiring. And so dear Brendan just fell off, but hopefully he either comes back or gets some rest. And in terms of the few other stories I'd have to remember by going through my notes, I'll be happy to do that at some point when I have a little more time. Right. But yeah, that's a story.
Thank you, Doug. I kind of mentioned that to you as far as my babysitter, where I asked her pretty much, obviously she's not from here, so I kind of did it in a sense of just someone's reaction. Obviously, she's not being from the States, and she told me no, that's actually makes a lot of sense, which surprised me. It surprised me and it didn't, but it surprised me because her reaction was she did not even question it. She don't know what that sounds about right.
Thank you.
Which it kind of shows you sometimes how the education system pretty much indoctrinates us, to pretty much just ignore anything that is not taught to us, quote unquote, by conventional science, where, the Little Mermaid had to get inspiration from somebody, right?
Yes.
There has to be some type of, inspiration, which makes a lot of sense. Now, these relic populations, did they have any correspondence with the Japanese Empire in the sense of at least understanding of at least how can I say this? Their position as far as in the war, as far as the Japanese Empire. I do remember you kind of alluding to that the Japanese Empire actually used dolphins.
Yes.
To send warheads or torpedoes, something to that effect. It's been a while, but was there any correspondence between these populations and the Japanese?
In a sense, yes. And in a sense, it's not what people might think. Understand that when it comes to the dolphins that interfaced with the Japanese, and then the superpowers later on emulated that. They were merely emulating the Japanese in terms of the Japanese working with dolphins in World War II. When it comes to the relic populations, as I was saying earlier with Holly, but I'll go into a little more detail now, when it comes to the incredible conflicts fought in prehistoric times is one thing, as I said, there was the Southern Dynasty versus the Northern Dynasty, that even your average Japanese person, meaning 99% of the Japanese population, never even knew of that historic conflict. And it was only the past 2 decades that Japanese academics began talking about it. But when it comes to the more recent conflict, that goes back to 1185 and the ruling clan of Japan, the Aiki. They were fighting for survival against the rival clan, the Genji. And the emperor of Japan, who was from the Eiki bloodline, Ontoku, he was only 7 years old when his grandmother, the Empress Dowager, held the actual power. She was Empress Kiyomori. The Genji asserted a superior ancestral claim to the throne, or certainly the Yamato dynasty would insist upon that. And the Genji asserted their power by sparking a civil war that lasted over 5 years. But the battle happened, the climatic battle happened at sea. And so that sea battle occurred at Dano-ura, and that's in the Shimonoseki Strait off the southern tip of Honshu on April 24th in the year 1185. And outnumbered and outmaneuvered, the Aiki samurai threw themselves into the ocean rather than suffer the dishonor of capture. Lady Kiyomori fled with Ontoku in a fishing boat, vowing that the Genji would never take the young emperor. And at her bidding, the child put his tiny hands together and turned to the east, saying farewell to the god of Iesi, or Ise, as the Americans would Romanize it. And then he turned west and reciting the Nambutsu, the prayer to the Amitabha Bodhisattva, the merciful Buddha. The Lady Kiyomori took him in her arms, and together they sank beneath the waves. Her final words were, "In the depths of the ocean is our capital." And of course the Japanese said that ever since, the Eiki warriors still walk the bottom of the sea, and that their reconnaissance are the crabs that bear the samurai faces on their backs, which is of course a known phenomenon of the samurai mask type crabbacks that swarm the beaches of certain areas of Japan, the spies of the undersea shogunacy. And what Evan Sanderson was saying in his station from Belize, or former British Honduras, which for our listeners is a nation in Central America that was carved out of the colonial divide of Mesoamerica, and the British grabbed their hold on the mainland of Central America in Belize, what today's Belize, where again many blacks have escaped after slavery. Originally, however, the Confederate South had many of their families escaped to Belize with their slaves. So they took their slaves with them. That's another reason. Yes.
That makes a lot of sense, because even in Guatemala, a lot of Guatemalan children are named William. They're named a lot of British, a lot of Anglo names in Central America, but especially in Guatemala have a lot of. They have a lot of non-Spaniard names.
Thank you. White ass names. Yeah, go on.
Which is to me very disgusting, because, well, it's not disgusting, it's a little weird.
It's jarring. It's very jarring. Yeah, it's jarring, and it's like what you would call it incongruent. It is at the very least incongruent. Right. Yes, and I get it. I get it. There's this feeling of revulsion when you feel something is out of place. Yes, that can happen.
But
yeah.
Then again, my name is Sammy, so
Yeah.
It's not so I'm no Pancho Villa, so I kind of have to, I get it.
So when Evan Sanderson was in Belize and through World War II was supposed to keep an eye on U-boot activity, the German submarine activity, and noticed that many ships were disappearing, he insisted that there was more here than just the U-boat attacks, and that the there was a three-front war, one in Asia, one in Europe, and one beneath the seas against the Allied powers, that he felt that these were Japanese allies or undersea civilizations that allied with the Japanese. But this is where it gets complicated, and what most Americans do not understand, or of course, how could they? But it would be very difficult for most people outside of those without an extreme occult education. What had happened was that the children of the black slaves that were raised by these undersea tribes, more like the mermaid tribes than by undersea civilizations. In other words, these mermaid tribes are basically anthroichthyoids, meaning human-fish hybrids, which it is speculated were the result of a chimerical experiment conducted by the ancient civilizations, one that essentially went feral or broke away from their confines. They have a very tribal existence, very much like the Amazon rainforest level of processing, where they were the ones who captured many of these black children and maybe traded them to the undersea civilizations for food or some kind of trade, some kind of technology they couldn't have. And many of these blacks were raised by that undersea civilization that is probably globe spanning, which means that the undersea civilization that would be more sympathetic to Japan would be very much deploying those people to sabotage Allied ships. So these black people would have no love of Western civilization. They're the children of slaves that were cast aside as if they were refuse. They would, of course, willingly destroy Western shipping. And therefore, Ivan Sanderson was trying to warn about this, but those aspects of his book were censored. They were in the notes that were confiscated by the Allied governments, whether they were British or American. I really don't know. I would have to look more into that. I used to have more notes on it that I would have to look back upon. But when it came to Japan itself, the undersea civilization in the Pacific would be in basically a kind of Cold War with Japan, because remember that the people who were taken in the Eiki bloodline would declare themselves the true emperors of the Japanese home islands. So it's not that they would have a automatic alliance with Japan, or even necessarily anything toward Japan other than a hostility towards its ruling dynasty, which would essentially mean hostility against the Japanese themselves. So if people see there's a movie that is titled Atragon, it's spelled Atragon. Atragon should be on YouTube. People should be able to find a copy of Atragon on YouTube. And when it comes to Atragon, one of the things the film is about is a Japanese submarine commander who is continuing to wage the war of hostility against America, despite the emperor's orders that the war is over in 1952. So if I see the year that Atragon was made, I can put this into perspective. Atragon, 1963. So the war ended between Japan and America in 1952. Atragon was produced the year my sister was born, 1963, 3 years before I was born. And Atragon shows a Japanese submarine commander who is still illegally waging the war against the emperor's orders against the Americans, probably because he lost family or something of that nature. And his submarine is a technologically advanced submarine, but then the emperor orders him to redirect his efforts against the undersea empire of Mu, because Mu has begun to abduct Japanese scientists on the surface in a preparation for striking Japan to reassert the Eiki dynasty. None of this translates well when you see it in English or the English version of it, and it's obviously heavily edited from the original Japanese version, but you'd get a general sense of hostility between Japan and this undersea kingdom. And but it wouldn't have any context to your average American without my telling you what I just did. So what the West did not understand, and therefore could never take advantage of, was the fact that Japan has its own hostility with an undersea civilization, but there's another global undersea civilization that certainly has hostility against the West. So if anything, Japan would be more allied with the undersea civilization in the Atlantic, whereas the West would find more of an alliance with the undersea civilization in the Pacific. These are the meta-politics of that, again, Ivan Sanderson was writing about in his book Invisible Residents, but that, of course, it's not that it's not worth reading, but just understand it's been cut to the bone because most of his notes were confiscated and his publications heavily censored before they were released. So when it comes to many of the USOs are undersea, what we would call unidentified submersible objects, yes, that's what Holly was mentioning earlier as well. Those come from these undersea civilizations, like, quote unquote, the flying Tic Tac that was emerging out of the waters. And many UFOs are spotted at sea. So these are essentially craft that are emerging from the seas. They and these undersea civilizations are, again, a force to be reckoned with. When I mentioned the portals that have opened up since Eldridge Day, since the day that the Philadelphia effect went into effect and impacted us all, we just don't all know it. In fact, the overwhelming majority of us didn't know it, even those who considered themselves experts like Peter Moon. But on July 22nd of 1943, when without Tesla being present to help them or guide them, the Americans went forward with his technology and made the USS Eldridge disappear, literally become immaterial, not just invisible, but immaterial. And it did so by exiting our dimension. When it returned, it brought back a whole world of trouble with it, or rather 8 worlds, as I said, the portals over the various areas of the Earth. And those portals, the most active one is the portal of the Svart, meaning black. Svart means black in the Norse or the German, and Svartalfheim is the home of the black elves or the dark elves. Their race is known as the Svartalfar. And so we're talking about a elven kind of race that is not just negroid, they're jet black. So we're talking about what popular culture, thanks to Dungeons and Dragons, people would call them Drow, D-R-O-W, which people can look up easily. So imagine a creature that looks like that, but they are south-aspiring, meaning brack breathing or saltwater breathing. And in our dimension, in our world, that portal is the only one under the surface. It's 50 feet underwater in the direct center of the Bermuda Triangle. But in its own dimension, it's 200 feet underwater, which our world will be like if our seas keep rising. And our seas have continued to rise due to what Brendan Zogin is convinced is manipulation by the Svartalfar. And it doesn't need to be that they have spies infiltrating our governance. All they need to do is just promote no such thing as global warming. Just support people who say don't believe the science, that just keep pumping fossil fuels and burning all those combustibles, man. As long as we keep doing that, these seas are going to keep rising, and it becomes the world of the Svartalfar. Matter of fact, this was a map that I can show you. Give me a second here to just look this up. And in my own... Yes, continue, please.
Doug, now, I did talk to Brendan about this, as far as he kind of was trying to explain to me that, because obviously I did look into the whole Lovecraft thing where he talked about the deep ones and the these other species, obviously Cthulhu and all these other species. And when you brought up these dark elves, it does get confusing because, like, all of a sudden, you introduce this new element, and it's not that it's new, it's just, it might, if I talk to, it's like me talking to Isaac about this, And it's almost where, obviously, you got to look at it in the context of reality. And it's like no one else talks about, not that people don't care, it's just a lot of people don't even know how World War II ended to begin with.
Right.
Okay.
Of course.
So when you start introducing these elements of the result of pretty much the U.S. government mismanaging technology that
Thank you. Yes.
really was not theirs to begin with.
Thank you.
And we stole that technology and mutilated it into what we did. Well, it opened up a portal to other dimensions where if we were quote unquote evil, then whatever's coming out of there is beyond us in the sense of what they are.
Yes.
And it kind of coincides with what you talk about with what the Germans or the Third Reich was already leading to, in a sense of we were beyond evil. They were fighting against not just evil but Edomites.
Yes.
We don't even worship quote unquote the devil. It's beyond that. But I say this. It makes a lot of sense. It's mind-boggling. It really is, because it's like, wow, you kind of have to start thinking about, well, what's the end game? Are they going to be? In other words, let's say how you talked about the stars aligning, especially with the Heidenkreuz.
Yes.
Would that affect their rule, the Dark Elves, if, let's say, our poles shift and we no longer have the stars?
That's what they're hoping the sea rise will basically trigger. If the seas rise high enough, our planet goes out of balance and we essentially lose that protective sigil in the skies. That's what would render us much more vulnerable. However, from what the Americans with these portals taking advantage of them, and of course losing a lot of men along the way, they conducted a bit of reconnaissance. Almost none of their reconnaissance units have ever returned, but the few that did, perhaps even just one, if I remember correctly, in this case, of the Svartalfheim portal in the Bermuda Triangle. The thing that they've concluded about these different portals is their worlds are very different and they're on different timelines. In other words, some seem to be in the past, some seem to be closer to our present, and some seem to be in the future. In other words, understand that these are not necessarily other worlds. They could be our world at different times. However, the civilizations they manifest tend to be different enough where that's not a conclusion we can draw with any certainty. But the interesting thing about the Svartalfheim dimension was that this was as close as a map as to what could be come up with, what they could come up with via the reconnaissance, surviving reconnaissance unit. I'm going to share this with you, and I'll point out to you that this map at a first glance is hard to read. Don't worry about it, I'll make it larger, but I want you to see the map as a whole. All of the outlines of our continents are submerged underwater. This is simply to show you where the outlines of the continents were before that Svartalfheim dimension or world, or twin Earth, became flooded. But they feel that this happened in a fairly modern time when man was well after World War II. There is the course of the northern global super hurricane, which is perennial, meaning permanent. There's no season. It's always there in this global course. The course of the southern global super cyclone, again, perennial, always permanent. But besides that, there's basically 12 other fleets that they know of or were able to reconnoiter out. Now that I'll make it larger, I'll be able to show you what they are. They felt that this world had been advanced enough where there had been some political divisions that we seem familiar with, but they called them island fleets, but just basically super merchant ships welded together to become miniature cities, ships by the hundreds that had been produced as their sea levels kept rising. What they felt was the USA Island Fleet, Australian, New Zealand, Pacific Island Nations Island Fleet, the Latin American Island Fleet, the Central African or Black Island Fleet, the European Island Fleet, the Islamic Island Fleet, the Indian or Southeast Asian Island Fleet, the South African Island Fleet, and the Indian, or was it there? If I can make that just a little larger, the print is maddening because, of course, of the color that it's in. Oh yes, Iranian Island Fleet, the Japanese Island Fleet, small but very powerful, and the Chinese Island Fleet. And then it's just belts around, but they're all at the equator because the equator was the calmest weather. So they were all floating. Only one exception was the North Korean Island Fleet at the pole, which maintained itself because it was the collaborator race for the Svartalfar. The North Koreans collaborated with the Dark Elves to harvest the humans annually. So the rest of the humans were targets for the Svartalfar that would basically breach their ships and take people in a harvest unless they were fended off, which is why they were also all clustered in mutual self-defense. But people would always be lost in these attacks, with the North Koreans helping in the raid in exchange for being maintained. And there was a rumor of a 13th fleet. The 13th fleet could only have been the Nazi fleet over Antarctica, but they had no ability to verify that. So that's and then when you take a look at the essay on the cults of shaped American history, Edward Graham Hyde was an associate lecturer of humanities at the University of Central Lancashire, and he brought up the Church of Scientology declared war on the federal government, and pointed out that basically by 1975, Scientology had stolen 30,000 pages of IRS documents. They did this before Elon Musk ever dreamed of going in. It wasn't until 1977 that the FBI discovered the operation and raided the GO, the Guardian's Office of Scientology. As the historian Hugh Urban noted in 2011, the FBI found so much material it took a truck to haul it away. In retaliation to the FBI raids, the Church of Scientology declared war on the United States federal government, along with continuous lawsuits, lawfare, and other legal challenges, arguing that it should be afforded the same rights as other religions. And this litigation cost both sides millions. It wasn't until 1986 David Miscavige, the leader of the Church of Scientology, declared the war was over when the IRS finally surrendered and declared the Church of Scientology as tax exempt in 1993. This is the insanity of the situation that we're dealing with. That's the church that Peter Moon was a product of. And that's why they made... They lived the fleet life of those people in that other dimension. Scientology as a church lived on an island fleet at sea, continually sailing between Mexico, and Morocco, and they lived like those people do in that other dimension at sea for years during this war. And while they were at war with the United States government. How come none of us are educated with this in school? Why don't we know about this?
Wow. I mean, the crazy thing is why Peter really didn't. I don't remember him bringing this up.
Never.
He didn't.
And he told me he would walk off the project if I ever brought it up publicly.
That's very damning. It's very damning because it's almost like he played dumb, but that's even more damning. This is actually, here's the thing about it. It would actually contribute something of substance to the book than what the crap that he talked about.
Yes, thank you.
It would actually make him more interesting.
Thank you. Yes, it's actually far more interesting than his bullshit.
Right. Exactly, because it's all interconnected somehow. I'm sure if you know about it, I'm sure Kino knew about it.
Absolutely.
So,
but don't forget, L. Ron Hubbard was a Satanist, a member of L. Ron Crowley, Aleister Crowley's, help me out here, Templar Orientalis, or Order of the Templar Orientalis.
OTO.
Meaning, yes, OTO, thank you. And Aleister
Templar Order Orientalis.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you. And Aleister Crowley gave the orders to L. Ron Hubbard to infiltrate the schismatic church or satanic cult of Jack Parsons so that he could ultimately bring that down, the agape lodge cult, the love cult, the sex cult. And when L. Ron Hubbard infiltrated that cult, then what happened was he ultimately ran off with Jack Parsons' wife and his life savings. And that's how he started the Scientology Church, was what he stole from the satanic rival. And meanwhile, then Jack Parsons was left to find another woman, Marjorie Cameron, with whom he and L. Ron Hubbard, this was actually before L. Ron Hubbard ran away with his wife, was when L. Ron Hubbard and Marjorie Cameron and Jack Parsons all had sex with Marjorie, and then they impregnated her under the waxing moon, and by the next several moon cycles had her deliver under the waxing or waning moon, I believe, the moon child. And then the moon child turned out to be this horribly deformed creature that Peter never wrote about to any great extent, other than to just acknowledge it in passing without going into any details of my story. But then what happened, you might remember, all Peter would talk about was how he effectively stalked Marjorie Cameron, who treated him as a stalker. She never saw him as some wonderful person in her life. She thought of him as a stalker, and he kept following her to the point where even she died in poverty. He claims he wound up with the ashes, which he scattered in the desert, but he's not recognized by any of her family. So he may have stolen her ashes in one final act of sacrilege and his own satanic ritual to scatter her ashes in the desert because he had no control over Moonchild. He wanted to have control over Moonchild's mother, which he thought would give him control over Moonchild. That's Peter Moon, which is why he took the name Moon. Peter Moon, after Moonchild, to say, I am Moon and you're just the Moonchild, and I'm really your magical father. That was Peter's entire objective, as he articulated it to myself, but threatened to walk off the project if I ever shared that. And with everything I already dealt with Michael Aquino, I considered that to be comparatively mild. But we are talking about an individual who was trying to control the Antichrist already. And so when it came to what Peter Moon was doing, think of his source. His source was L. Ron Hubbard, a man who he personally worked for, actually worked in the outer office of L. Ron Hubbard to censor all and collate all of L. Ron Hubbard's mail. His incoming mail, Peter Moon would read it first to see if it was okay for L. Ron Hubbard to read it. Yeah, and so here's this individual who was on the Apollo, living on the ship as it went back and forth between Mexico and Morocco, which he would speak of, but he would speak of in this illusory way that people wouldn't realize the enormity of what he's saying. They were all at sea because they were at war with the United States government, which ultimately surrendered despite the fact that they had stolen IRS documents, which are, meaning all of our private information is on IRS documents. That's information of U.S. citizens that they had stolen. And ran off with the much of the loot, and then wind up with the government saying, okay, you get tax-exempt status. That's outrageous. That is the U.S. government. Yeah, go on.
That's a better story than the damn pyramids of Montauk.
Thank you.
That's way better.
Yes, thank you.
How do you know more than he? Not that he doesn't know, but the point is to be interesting.
Thank you.
And all this is great. That could have tied great with your book.
Yes.
But that's the irony of this, that not only is your name fake, but you don't even want to tell the real story with him being at the Sea Horde, because I don't know why, but then again, he was an asset. So it's like
You remember him when he said my implant fell out. Remember that time he started? Were you able to hear that episode where he started saying,
Doug, he couldn't remember your psychiatrist.
That's right.
He told you. You never told me about your psychiatrist. I remember you telling him about, because he asked you, this, Kino, and you told him, and I quote, my psychiatrist told me never to bring up that name in her presence.
Yes.
And he said, and I quote, that's because she knew him, huh?
Yes.
I remember. You know why I remember? Because you talked about you being attacked. That same weekend you got attacked, it's when my twin got married.
Yes.
This was, I believe, in the middle of March of 2021.
Thank you. We could find out. Yeah. Oh,
I have the date. I have Isaac's invitation for his wedding.
Thank you.
So it's literally that weekend he got married. And this is where you relate to him. So obviously his memory was just shot, or not even shot. Maybe he's just, I don't know.
His brain was dying. His brain was dying because of the strokes. He was stroking out all the time, and he was making it worse with all those colonics. So yes, his brain was dying. It's like he's a brain stem now. Is all he is if he's still alive. Yeah, I'm going.
Well, and then him saying, "I'm going to go visit the cherry blossoms in D.C." when Donald Trump held that Bible upside down, and pretty much D.C. was in lockdown.
Yes.
And all those rioters were getting their ass handed to them.
Yes.
By capitalist police, and we even told them, like, you did not notice D.C. being locked down, but
yes, remember.
For all we know, he could have been in Langley. I don't know.
No, we know that's where he went because of later on the whole implant statement is like basically they were also, it was the individual he was working with, that Joel Derrick, who kept showing him all the virtual reality. He kept saying, the virtual reality from Joel Derrick. This is the stuff that someday Hollywood will be so impacted by this virtual reality. He would never say what it was he saw. Like, what is this guy showing you on his VR glasses, man? And but all it was his cascade memories, and they were wiping out his other memories. So he's got the strokes, he's got his memories being wiped out by Joel Derrick, because like Aaron Tice testified to, here we had that Mary Ann character who I met, to the point where Peter Moon acknowledged that on the episode where we have the image of Hitler and Himmler, that episode with the Himmler image, which is one of my highest grossing episodes for whatever reason in terms of numbers, but that's the one where Peter Moon acknowledges, Mary Ann visited with me and she gave me this wonderful jade gift, this jade hairpin, and he acknowledges this to me on that show, then later on denies that I ever met her. You never met her. You never met her. So, I mean, he's obviously, it's a combination of the memory wipes combined with cascade memories that they're putting inside of him of, like, here you were with all of these cherry blossoms with your wife and talking to all these Ethiopian immigrants and all this bullshit that he related, when in reality he's at Langley and Joel Derrick's just feeding him the VR bullshit, and then as well as instructions, and his instructions were to do what he did, fuck up the book, sabotage it, waste everyone's time with your long ass, boring ass, repetitive monologue stories, monotone stories, and then call everything Douglas Dietrich says a diatribe, and clack the keyboard whenever Doug's talking, make sure you're never on mute, all that other shit, and just and then don't do the book, then don't publish it. And so that's there you go. I mean, a programmed asset that, didn't even remember his time on the in the Sea Org as wartime, because he's so fucked up.
That story would have been way better. Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
The Lost Book of the Dead, whatever the hell he wrote. It's repetitive, and I can actually agree with Brandon when he talked about it. It's like, okay, get over yourself. Like, I mean, and honestly, that what you told me about the whole Scientology background is actually very interesting, because there's a lot of mystery behind that, even to today. But 1 second.
Sure, take your time. And it's like the Mormons should have stuck with multiple wives. If they had just stuck to their guns, so to speak, they would have them all today. So, Brendan, yes, I take it you've been listening. Our man Nemo was asking about, is this what the Dark Elves look like. And so interesting. I think they look more like the Drow in Dungeons and Dragons myself, but it's aquatic. I imagine them more as aquatic. And so like salamandrins. They're salamandrins in a certain sense, to a degree. But go on, dear Brendan. Oh my God, you're still awake, poor child. Yeah. And so what happened to your phone? Did they take you down? Did they take your phone out?
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course.
Oh shit.
Yeah, the Drow in Dungeons and Dragons, but the actual and the other beings, the portaled in beings that you're speaking of are more like not a cryptid, but like an extra dimensional race or like civilization.
Yes.
The actual like Asurs, like the dark elves that I'm talking about are like, they're extra dimensional, but they're like beings, and they're like an entire civilization that, like even their dimension couldn't be ported into this dimension necessarily, other than through like a spiritual way, like being incarnated or something.
Were you able to see the map that I showed Sammy?
I don't think so.
So here's the map that I showed Sammy. When they sent reconnaissance into the portal that's known as the Svartalfheim portal in the Bermuda Triangle, that was the only one that was the easiest to access because it's literally 50 feet underwater. So they sent in Navy SEAL units, are also the submarine carriers for the Navy SEAL units, mini submarines, on reconnaissance. And they feel that these worlds are on different timelines. Some seem to be more in the past, some seem to be more in the future, and some seem almost on parallel presence with us. But they felt that this Svartalfheim had a civilization that was parallel to ours and must have flooded very recently. And this outline of the continents is merely an outline. They're all submerged in this map. This is the course of the northern global super hurricane, which is perennial, meaning constant and in constant flux around the globe. This is the course of the southern global super cyclone, which again is perennial. There's no season to it. It's constant, but it's of course on a course that brackets the remaining survivors of a comparatively recently developed civilization, meaning that until our point in history as we know it, they would have been fairly parallel, it maintains themselves as survivors at the equator where the waters are the stillest and the calmest. The USA Island Fleet, and these are massive merchant ships welded together as mini cities, or perhaps even a development of technology made in super carrier vessels before the collapse or the flood got too extreme, in preparation for the flood, probably as the seas were rising slow enough where these measures could be taken. The Australian, New Zealand, Pacific Nations Island Fleet, the Latin American Island Fleet, the Central African Island Fleet, the European Island Fleet, the Islamic Island Fleet, the Indian, Southeast Asian Island Fleet, the South African Island Fleet. The Central African one would, of course, all be black. The Iranian Island Fleet, the Japanese Island Fleet, both being comparatively small, but Japan's being, of course, developed. Chinese Island Fleet, all of them together around the equator would be about 11 of them. But a 12th being the North Korean Island Fleet, because that's at the pole. They were collaborators with the Svartalfheim, and they were collaborators in the raids, a kind of annual harvest, where the Svartalfheim would attack the belted fleets and harvest as many people as they could annually or peri-annually, and the North Koreans would collaborate with them in this. There were rumors of a 13th fleet that could only be the Nazis over the sunken Antarctic, but that was never confirmed. And so this is how they feel the people subsist on this other world that our world could so easily become if we mirror their sea level rise. So this is an important point to be made, and that's something that I I can now share with you. Again, I could never share any of this with Peter. He was not interested and would never, of course, even listen to it. He wouldn't even listen. He would just like, you can't know more about Montauk than me, and Montauk is my property. That's like me saying the Presidio is my property. Yeah, if only. But
so it's almost like a parallel dimension as opposed to alternative.
That's how it's perceived. We can't, of course, ignore the potential that perhaps the Svaltafar are simply providing some kind of illusion, that there might be an illusory experience for the reconnaissance units that survive. Maybe they're sent back with Cascade memories. But nevertheless, it sounds highly plausible to myself that it's real, in the sense... that I see no reason why it wouldn't be, because that would be the Svaltafar paradise. That would be the ideal environment where they're simply raiding the humanity that's entrapped in that fairly corralled existence. And we're making that possible here on this earth by our own stupidity of burning fossil fuels and the like. It's so with such having been said, if you need to go to sleep soon, I understand.
I just saw this article. It's come up on Facebook right now. It says data published on Doge's wall of receipts shows that 1/3 of the contract cancellations, over 400 of them, are expected to yield no savings at all. And then someone in the comments said, it's bad when even Fox starts checking for facts.
Oh yeah. It
must be bad,
Yeah, that's that son of a bitch. It's incredible. Incredible. I do wish Nemo would join us for a few minutes. I could take one last break before diving back into monologue soon enough. We're going to wait to see if Sammy rejoins us before I do that, of course. But our numbers are good. Yeah, it was really weird. When you were talking about the Vedas, then it's impossible. They could have just... why would everyone dive off at that time? It was really weird. And it went down to like almost 0. Then it went back up when Sammy rejoined us. I know it's not you because you've successfully held the show. If anyone's successfully held the show more than anyone else when I've taken my breaks, it's been yourself. So, yeah,
but I could see like people not wanting to hear about some Hindu shit.
It's like, oh man, I can't get it. Well, I mean, then these are the same people who listen to all this, stuff about Nazis because they're all fascinated by Nazis. But if you don't understand Hinduism, if you don't understand the Vedas, rather, if you don't understand Vedic culture, you don't understand Aryanism or Nazism. I'm sorry.
So there you go.
Yeah. And when it comes to Nemo, if you could join us, please, verbally, then I could take a short break, and that would help immensely. If not, I'll just soldier on through. It's not that much of a problem, but I always like to make certain that... Well, can you hold it for a few minutes, Brendan, while I take a leak? It's just going to be a few minutes. Can you just sing or something? Karaoke it?
Yeah, that'll keep a lot of people
around. No, tell them about, the Dark Elves. Tell them about, Svaltafar, good idea. Or, there's plenty else, of course, that... Jesus, what is it we could have told Brooke about that we didn't get a chance to? Or even, Stellantis, the piece of shit that's Stellantis, that we could have told George Knight.
Stellantis, that one's funny, though.
Yeah, if George Knight hadn't...
Oh, shit, the latest news. Yeah. Gene Hackman and his wife found dead in their home.
Whoa!
Their dog.
Whoa! Whoa! Ooh! Ow! Sorry to hear that.
I know. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Jesus Christ! Ouch!
Yes.
That's shocking.
So that's actually shocking. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry to hear that. That's. Yeah. Do they have any idea what the fuck happened? Murder, suicide? Seems most likely to me, but.
It's like preliminary. This is like just happened just now.
Right. Did you hear what I said about the Scientology declaring war on the U.S.? Did you hear what I said about that?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and it makes sense why Pete's such a piece of shit.
Thank you.
Here we go. Andrew and Tristan Tate leave Romania on a jet bound for the United States. So they're going to do the meeting with Trump.
Oh, God.
Of fucking course.
Oh, I'm disgusted. What are they giving him diplomatic immunity? What are they claiming?
He's probably gonna get him out of Romania because he said he was gonna help him.
Oh, that piece of shit. Yeah, well, turds in the same toilet bowl. Man, you got to give him.
And Tate was the one back in the day saying, "I'll never go back to America. I'll never go back."
Oh, now he's begging. Now he's
like, "Get me out of here."
Begging. Yeah. Nemo says Gene Hackman and his wife and the dog were probably killed. I mean, yeah, sure, maybe, but yeah. It seems more like a murder-suicide, but okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. Brendan's gonna do a little, if only we had a chance to tell this to George before he disappeared. But Sammy seems pretty optimistic that it's just personal problems. Let's hope. Let's pray that his wife corralled him and beat the shit out of him or something. And okay, then I'll be back.
It's still sketchy.
It is. It's hard for me to believe that. Yeah, it's more like I think
we can hope.
Yeah, we can hope. All right, I'll be right back, people. And Brendan's got this. He's the best. And thank you, Brendan.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But carry on.
Okay.
So Svartalfar. So these are the beings that, in Nordic cosmology, that were they dwell in Svartalfheim, the home of the Black Elves. They were attested to in the Prose Edda, which is one of the Nordic books. The Edda, which is a derivative of the word Veda. So Veda and Edda are the same word, these mythologies of history. And these things were transliterated and translated by Snorri Sturluson. Sometimes people note that the Svartalfar appear to be synonymous with dwarves and potentially the Dokkarfar, also dark elves. But these could be different beings altogether. Dwarves, the home of the Svartalfar could also be a description of Novedlir, the dark fields, which is, the cycle of the new moon, the dark moon. It's spoken about in the Volspar, which is these collection of poems. And so a lot of, when it comes to Nordic mythology and stuff, a lot of it's very poetic. And so it's hard to imagine what they're saying in a kind of rational way. Like, what are these beings? And that's why they come across really well in like these fantasy novels and stuff. Because then you could kind of give it an imagery, and Tolkien did a good job with that. It's like you had Morgoth, who was like an angelic being, and Sauron, who is also an angelic being. Like, and they had their own realms, and they were fallen, kind of like fallen angels and all that. So that's what these beings are. The Svartalfar are almost only attested in the Prose Edda. They were mentioned in Skaldsparmal, Sons of Ivaldi. So they mentioned these 35 sons of Ivaldi, whom Loki himself engages to craft replacements for the hair of Sif, the wife of Thor, after Loki mischievously sheared off her golden tress. Ivaldi often glossed as being a dwarf. Svartalfheimr, the world of the Black Elves, appears in the Prose Edda twice. In each case, it can be certain that dwarves were living with them in this realm. In the Gjalfing prose, and stanza 33, the world of the Black Elves is where the dwarfs are sought by the gods to craft the fetter of Gleipnir, to bound the wolf Fenrir. So that's like the most famous story of the sky god Tyr, the proto Odinic god, the original, the pre-Odin Allfather. So there's that whole story of Fenrir the wolf. Yeah. And how he becomes, so Fenrir is a giant wolf who's fierce and is the son of the trickster god Loki and the giantess Angrboda. His name means Fen dweller, known as Fensurfur, or Fenrir's wolf, also known as Vanagandr, which is what I refer to that being as, Vanagandr. So there's this whole backstory of the Norse mythology that has to do with Vanagandr and Tyr, the sky god. Let me just give me a second here and I'll find it. Yeah, it's called The Binding of Fenrir if you want to get the full picture. So here it is. The Proto-Norse god Loki, who is friend and enemy of the gods, had 3 fearful and hideous children with the giantess Angrboda, she who bears and bodes anguish. The first was the serpent, Jormungandr, and the second was the goddess of death, Hel. The third was the wolf Fenrir. So those are the children of Loki himself. The gods had terrible forebodings considering the fate of these beings. They were absolutely correct, as the histories would tell. Jormungandr would kill the god Thor during Ragnarok, the downfall of the cosmos, the event which is brought about by Hel's refusal to release the radiant god Baldur from the underworld. During these cataclysmic events, Fenrir would devour Odin, the chief of the gods. In order to keep the monsters at bay, they threw Jormungandr into the ocean, where he encircled Midgard, the world of humankind. Hel then relegated to the underworld. Fenrir, however, inspired too much fear in them, for he was too powerful to be bound.
Continue.
Yeah.
Or wrap up. Yeah, up to you. Held numbers. You held numbers good. By the way, Amy in the chat says, Brendan, was Shiva an actual being or a concept? Is it true he presides on Mount Kailash? Is there a portal there? Do you have any stories you can relate? So I'm going to do a screen share just so you can see this. So we're sharing screen, and there you go. There's the question. Brendan, was Shiva an actual being or a concept? Is it true that he presides on Mount Kailash? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Kailash is how I always say it. Is there a portal there?
Kailas or Kailash, yeah.
Or they say it with an A, don't they? Kailasha? Kailasa? Yeah.
You could say it that way, but it's proper is Kailash.
Thank you. Is there a portal there? Do you have any stories you can relate? Also, the numbers are good. It just went, down 19 now, but it was up to 21. It'll go back to 21 in a moment. It just keeps fluctuating. Yeah. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, I'm probably putting people to sleep because I'm going into kind of like a monologue mode when I read these stories. Yeah, people feel like I'm talking down to them like children or something. But anyways, in regards to Shiv, Shiv is a real being.
There, see, look, concurrent viewers, back to 21, back up to 21. Continue. Shiv is a real being.
Yeah, no worries.
Continue. Yes.
Yeah, I could see the big spike from earlier. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'll turn it back on to screen share just for that. So
I don't. Yeah. You don't.
Here you are. The big spike. Oh, yes, there we are. See that? Yeah. Shit, down to 3. Down to fucking 3. Yeah. What the fuck? Yeah. What? Yeah. What?
It's okay. It's not a big deal. I'm not tripping about it.
Understood. That's the only time that's ever happened. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's I get it. It's like not everyone wants to hear about it. It's not a big deal. But it's partially like it's too esoteric maybe for some people. Yeah. But anyways, when it comes to Shiv, Shiv is a real being. It's a real force. It's like a force of nature. There's these three forces that uphold the cosmos. So destruction, he's the archetype that represents that destructive force. But to properly do destruction, you have to have all the knowledge of when to do it. So that's why he's considered the most knowledgeable being. He has the third eye open, and he can, so all of these archetypes, there's a reality to them. And it is a being, it is a force. So,
in fact, I would suggest that everyone should think of these as similar to the names we give to other forces like gravity or time or space. Yeah. So please go on forward with that parallel.
Yeah, like Shiv would be time. Shiv would be time because, what destroys everything? Like there's that old riddle. It's like, what can no one run away from? What's forward and behind you? Yeah. So it's time. Yeah, Shiv is time. Like, it has all the knowledge because it is all time. So it's a very deep concept, but so it's a real concept and it's a real thing. So, the Shiv force.
Thank you, and I'm so glad people are asking questions. And were you Fenrir? Did you want to wrap up with Fenrir? And
that's a huge story. I was just trying to get to the part about Gleipnir.
Okay, go
on. But if you don't mind, I can go finish it.
Please go ahead. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah. Yeah. So Fenrir was the child of Loki. Only Tyr, the indefatigable upholder of law and honor, dared approach him to feed him. Fenrir grew at an alarming rate, and soon the gods decided that his stay in Asgard had to be temporary, knowing well how much devastation he would cause if he were able to roam free. The gods attempted to bind him with various chains. They were able to gain the wolf's consent by telling him that the fetters were tests of his strength, clapping and cheering when each new chain presented to him. Yet he broke free of each one. At last the gods sent a messenger down to Svartalfheim, the realm of the dwarves and the dark elves. The dwarves, being the most skilled craftspeople in the cosmos, were able to forge a chain whose strength could not be equaled. It was wrought from the sound of a cat's footsteps. So items that are completely impossible. They had to literally forge it from these items. The sound of a cat's footsteps, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the breath of a fish, the spittle of a bird. In other words, things which don't exist, and against which is futile to struggle. Gleipnir, open was its name. When the gods presented Fenrir with the curious light and supple Gleipnir, so it even appeared as if it wasn't something that could bind someone. That's how magical this item was. The wolf suspected trickery and refused to be bound with it unless one of the gods would lay his other hand in his mouth as a pledge of good faith. None of the gods agreed, knowing that would mean the loss of a hand and the break of an oath. At last, the brave sky god Tyr, for the good of all life, volunteered to fulfill the wolf's demands. And sure enough, when Fenrir discovered he was unable to escape from Gleipnir, he chomped off Tyr's hand. The fettered beast was transported some suitably lonely and desolate place, and the chain was tied to a boulder, and a sword was placed in the jaws of the wolf to hold him as he howled wildly and ceaselessly. With a foamy river called Expectation, Van, flowed from his drooling mouth, and there in that sordid state he remains until Ragnarok. And that's where he gets his name, Vanagandir.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And Vanagandir is not to be confused with Vanguard.
No,
thank you. I didn't think so.
Vanagandir is the wolf, the wolf son of Loki, and but it's a really sad story.
Yes.
It's the being that wolf represents the unbridled, just the sheer power that's in the universe,
Yes.
So
well,
it has to be bound, otherwise it goes free, and it's like chaos. It's basically that being's like chaos.
Thank you. And that was also the name of that U-boat pack that was carrying nuclear warhead-tipped rockets that was headed towards the United States, the Fenrir Wolf pack. That was 6 U-boats that then were all intercepted by America's blocking campaign of the aerial reconnaissance, the various anti-submarine warcraft, little craft that they have that you see in that stupid movie with Tom Hanks. I can't even remember what they were called. I'd have to look it up. And various other, just the sheer overwhelming resources America put into intercepting those U-boats. But the message was still delivered. And they knew, of course, the Reich had the bomb. So in that sense, the mission was accomplished in terms of its strategic purpose. It was funny that I was talking about, the last thing I was talking about with our man George Knight, which anyone can listen to the final hour, and it's the half hour before that final hour. Actually, an hour's amount of time almost, more like 45 minutes. I was speaking about the disappearance of the Ganges Island, the creatures that had been bred by Hirohito, and of course I was going towards his favorite subject, Glok, the bell bomb in the Canary Islands, and then, that's when he vanished, and for all intents and purposes. So we'll just burn that candle for him. Here's another comment for you in our chat room. So let me turn on the screen share. And we're going to go to chat. And Amy says, "Thank you. You don't bore us with your Vedic knowledge, by the way." Heart hands. Douglas, outstanding shows last week with George and this week so far. Glad the happy hour we used to have with PM, she puts that in quotes, with the Z emoji, we used to have with PM is no more. Heart hand, yes.
Oh, yeah. Is this Amy Como or someone?
No, this is another Amy completely. Okay. Amy Como's is always going to be something different. It's going to say something else. It'll be Toke, like Tokyo Bloker or something.
Oh, that's right. She uses his phone. Yeah. Okay, so I appreciate that. Yeah, and I know it's interesting to some people, but
it's interesting to the people who count, Brendan. But go on, yes.
Yeah. Doug's audience wants to hear, dismemberment and crazy spooky ghost stories and vampires. That I understand. Yeah.
So
there's a certain draw to it. Yeah, I get it.
But what we're going to do now is give Amy what she deserves, some wonderful emojis. One of them will, of course, be my face, where I certainly agree with what she's saying about Peter. So that's don't be afraid to enter something as well, dear Brendan, in response to what she has to say. And you remember that you have to do it now. You can't go back in later and do it, unfortunately. It's one of these things that you do it before the show ends. And so that it goes. There we are. So thanks so very much, Amy. And there we are. Love you, Amy. And look, see our numbers. Look at that, going up now, 23. I mean, almost back up to 250. We're doing great. So there we have it. And I do think people like the Norse legends a hell of a lot more. They do like the Norse legends a hell of a lot more. So the lowest
because it's more palatable.
Yeah. But go on.
I understand, like, it's super hard, difficult for someone, especially when you hear about Hinduism all the time and you see all those freaky statues and all these weirdos putting shit on their foreheads. And,
you like the way Holly described it? They're all crazy, which is
yeah, like they're all nutters. Which I agree, it's just super annoying that we have to deal with that. And even my guru, like the Vedic guru, he gets so much flack from Indians because he says Hinduism is not Vedic, and it's everyone hates him for that and all that, so it's just like it's hard to contextualize that. Like, okay, like Hinduism is a derivation, but this Vedic thing is something beyond that, like completely beyond that. But and that's what the Aryans knew. You know?
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Is this, by the way, this picture that I just put in, is this some shit that the AI stole from you, Doug?
Yeah, it's funny that you asked that. So let me do something here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a screen share so that I can discuss this with Brendan in a manner where we can kind of just go over this briefly. So if you can see this, Brendan, it's a silly question because you sent it, but I'm going to point some things out about it.
Yeah, I see.
So yeah. So when you see
it's totally not, it's, yeah, carry on.
Yeah, so the first thing that I'll point out to you is this. The one thing you no, this might be AI. In fact, it could.
It is AI. You see the top.
Oh, okay.
That person that posted it is not a real person.
Okay. People whom. Okay. All right.
And then even in this, like, all those hashtags are all misspelled. Like, see, alternate history, is that spelled wrong? Alternate.
No, it's actually spelled right. Yeah, for what it's worth. Yeah.
Well, maybe I'm just tired. But it looks weird. Yeah.
But let's put it this way: your average human being is so illiterate and so fucking stupid. It's like it's almost impossible to. Usually, the AI would actually be a bit smarter. I'm tempted to say, but we know how bad AI is. So
yeah,
it's
so
still
maybe
bad.
it's just some shit poster.
Yeah, it's either shit poster or AI, whichever. I will say this: the problem with AIs is that they're trained by stupid people, right? So when the AI is brought up, raised, and trained by stupid people, it's gonna, say stupid things, garbage in, garbage out. So I do want to say first off that this is garbage, and I do want people to understand that no, this is in no way, shape, any way, shape, or form taken from me, because it is so lame, and it's just I'll point out why. So the first thing I'll say is that if they say alternate history, how is it that all the states have our modern borders? Why would all 50 states in Union plus all of the provinces of Canada, why would they all have our modern borders? That's not alternate history. That's sheer parallelism with our reality. That's simply our reality that they're taking. The states in Mexico are also accurate so to our modern borders. So this is not an alternative development whatsoever. But here's what the amateurs always do. They just use all the current borders that we have because they're too geographically ignorant, plus even geologically ignorant, to decide how to redraw those borders, how they would be organic. The one thing I can tell you is you take a look at this kind of angularism. What's the first thing you notice here is that everything above Mexico is angular to the point of unnaturality. And whereas you have more of like European nations in Mexico because Mexico is an indigenous population, whereas in Europe you'd have more borders more like this because everything evolved depending on the push and pull of people fighting and struggling and finally settling, and then the borders get drawn. You come to accept those borders, but there's nothing in Europe that looks like this, angular. Get what I'm saying? These are strictly imposed by a colonial regime. So the colonial regime, this is what's weird that Americans don't realize, is that our borders are much more similar to the artificial borders of Africa. In North America's borders for states and provinces are far more similar to the angular borders of colonized Africa, just drawn by people using T-squares and rulers, than they look like anything organically developed. And therefore, when people just try to divide a nation based on these borders, it's going to be a non-workable nation. It can never work because it's not based on natural borders any more than Africa's or the Middle East's. So it's an invitation to warfare like you have in Africa and the Middle East. So that's the first thing, is that if I were to balkanize America, it would be far from these lines, simply because these are unnatural lines. But they always come up with the same shit: Union, Confederacy, Quebec. These are easy calls. And then the rest are just space-filling empires. Rump Canada, Cascadia, California Republic. And they just allow Mexico to go on just because, they're too lazy to divide it or something.
Yeah, and that Canada one is stupid because there's pretty much
no outlet to the sea. There's no outlet to the sea. Yeah. No, it actually expanded into North America, so it's actually taken some better land than it's got, in all fairness. Yeah, in all fairness, but it's still landlocked, essentially, to a degree that's rather impractical. I mean, they got the Great Lakes, which is, you could make it work, but it's not something you would plan. So there we go. That and Quebec, they just threw in half of New England, just because they figured, the New English people really don't. They're all natives up there. Give them to the Quebecois. It's like, but all the French speakers are just down here. All the French speakers are just. All this is indigenous up here.
Right.
So,
wait a second. Is Maine missing? It's like disconnected. What is that white piece?
It's maybe something is missing. Yeah, you might be right. It's such a stupid map. Who cares? But
it's a bad map.
It's just in general. It's just a fun. I downloaded it just because I have a fetish for this sort of shit. So I download it because I like to look at how people can fuck it up, so that I never do. But my balkanized America would be realistic, and it would be.
It's a bad map. I agree with you.
But the majority of them are. There's very few people on Earth who could balkanize America. Most people, even though everybody thinks about it, nobody knows what to do, and they all do the same shit. Let's use modern state boundaries. It's like, first off, California and Texas both would be divided, okay? They're going to be like, if the rest of America is going to balkanize, Texas and California are going to fucking balkanize, just as well as a lot of these places. But there you go. It's just, But by the way, Texas has the constitutional right, anytime they want, to subdivide into 4 or 5 smaller states. They have that in their constitution with the United States, in alignment with that. In other words, they have that power. They, of course, in all fairness, Texas would hold together as a nation, well, far better than California, simply because they have a shared assholishness. It's like California is extraordinarily different as opposed to Texans. It's like almost everywhere you go in Texas, there's a kind of mass insanity that is just there, and I can appreciate it.
Montezuma's curse shit.
I can appreciate it to a degree, but honestly, you just want to be glad personally that I'm not living there. But I wouldn't be afraid to visit Texas. Well, I would, but not.
Just for me, it's like the Southwest. Just I get people. Some people like it or whatever. I don't.
Yeah. By the way, here's some more comments from Amy, and here's the other comments from Amy, and your feedback would be appreciated. So here we are. So Amy also says, it would be nice to have more participation with the rest of your listeners. I'm sure it would help you with feedback on the subjects you talk about. By the way, last week you're talking about the basilisk. My niece wondered if J.K. Rowling knew about the reality of this creature.
Definitely. Or whoever gave her that story.
Okay. So did you hear me talking about it to George?
No.
Because that's what he died, was listening to my... If George did indeed perish, he died listening to me talking about the basilisk.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's...
the actual mythological basilisk, or was it something else?
No, the real basilisk. So I do suggest you listen to that. Do you want me to...
I'll have to go back and listen to it.
And of course...
But I feel better talking to Sammy about it. Like,
To who? Who?
Sammy.
Oh, Sammy.
Right. I feel better hold on. Let me I'm like half asleep here. I said I feel better talking or
to Sammy
listening
about
to it. Listening to that episode.
Yes.
After talking to Sammy about it.
Got it.
Because just what he said, like maybe George isn't dead, and even if he's dead, it's like, we know what we signed up for. It's like,
oh yeah, well, I don't know if Sammy said that, but he should have. If not, I'll say it for him. Look, if you don't know what you're signing up for, look, Brooke, we give her leeway because it's Brooke, but like she said,
she's literally like, developmentally challenged. She's dyslexic. No,
not just that, but ADHD. I believe she's both ADHD and dyslexic.
So she's got a learning curve.
Well, she's definitely on the spectrum of processing and interfacial difficulties, challenges. Processing.
I didn't want to say the R word. But
well, she's not retarded. I mean, come on now. She's not retarded. I mean, come on. That's.
I would, you know, if I'm on with her, I'll tell her myself.
Yeah, but when it comes to what we were discussing with the basilisk, I don't believe J.K. Rowling. Well, I don't know. If she did, I never read her books. Yeah, Brendan did. So did she speak of the basilisk in her books in any way, shape, or form, Brendan?
Yeah, in the second book, yeah, there's a basilisk, yeah.
And so I implore upon you to review that last hour with our man George. And obviously it's I have it timestamped. So here, I'll show you. Let me show you the timestamp. I'm going to do a screen share again. And we'll go back to that episode. Let's take a look at, okay, we'll just open up another YouTube. And there's the headlines that you spoke of. Gene Hackman and his wife found dead at their home. Local police say they didn't. His wife's Asian. Asian. Jesus Christ. Didn't believe any foul play was involved in. What? No, come on. They're dead.
The whole house die?
Yeah, they're dead together along with the dog. How can there not be foul play?
They all just drop dead, you know. Like.
Oh yeah, this happens all the time. You know, a man and a wife and a dog, they all love each other. You know, they can't live without each other. They all just die together. That's
yeah. They love each other so much they just die.
Yeah. That when one of them dies, they all die. Come on now. Douglas doesn't understand. He lacks that empathy because of his psychoses. Yeah.
It says this is an active investigation. However, we do not believe that foul play was a factor.
Outrageous.
What does that even mean?
If it's an active investigation, how can they even say that?
Right, he was 95. Holy shit.
Yeah, fuck. Well, that one's natural. Yeah, it's like he should be dead. Yeah, the guy fucking should be
crazy.
Dead. Yeah, goddamn. At any rate,
like unless it was something like some kind of freak like CO2 gas escape or something.
Yeah, it'd have to be something like but that's not plausible. It's just not plausible. But
yeah, it doesn't sound right.
So here we are with this was unfortunately the last episode George may ever have been on.
Holy shit.
And so it's timestamped here, 11:18:33 to Phineas. You don't need to listen to that. That's when I'm talking to Aristides. But it's in the last hour before 11:18:33. So in the last hour, which would be about 10:18:33 to 11:18:33. So if you listen to that from 10 hours and 20 minutes in, just listen 10 hours and 20 minutes in, then that's when I'm talking about the basilisk and the whole Nazi connection with the basilisk to the Japanese, the whole Nazi connection to the Japanese involving the basilisk. And as a very real creature, yes. And the Nazis provided.
I heard you talk about it in the past, but I'm not able to remember right now.
Well, it's like you said before about T-Tank Barry, God bless him. Hope you're listening, T-Tank, or we'll review this later. It's like I brought up the portals with Sammy in the past, and then when I brought him up again, it was like T-Tank Barry heard it for the first time. And it's like you said, just there's so much to take in. A lot of people don't take it in, and it's hard to, right? How can you? It's just so much.
Yeah.
But the numbers are good on this. Look at this episode. The numbers are good. So, George, if you're out there listening, George, you help bring them in before you passed. Oh,
I get what Sammy's saying, but I just don't see him doing something like that.
Yeah.
And even if that's the case, if you want to sever with someone, you would just say like, look, fuck you, or I'm not coming on or something.
Yeah. And we didn't get any of that. That wasn't the mood he was in. He wasn't projecting any of that. Like, shut up, Douglas. Let me talk. That wasn't enough. No, but he did seem to be off. And to the point where you were going to ask him if he was juicing again.
Yeah, or something. I was going to ask him if he's all right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then you came back and we just got off topic. So
right.
Strange.
Because he.
I have a bad feeling about it myself, but what can we do?
Yeah. Other than, like I said, what did you know what city he was in or not? No. Or yes or no? Maybe you could call the constabulary.
He wouldn't give it. He never gave a certain city. He just said the region. He just gave me a region.
I mean, like you said, maybe we'll try Interpol and tell them this guy's a systems engineer in England and see what they suggest.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like the Brits could find him, but it's like, you know, then they would ask us how we know if he, like, how'd you know he was dead?
He was on my show. That's easy. Just be honest. Say the fucker was on my show, and then the poor guy seemed like he just cashed in the chips. Like, yeah. It was weird as shit. And even more awful, I got something in my eye. Can you hold for just a second while I get this out of my eye? And
carry on. I think we need to get John War. That'll wake anyone up if John War shows up at your house. He'll be like blasting metal music. Like, you gotta get him to go there.
Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm just getting a wanker out of my eye. Be right back, people. I'm going mute for just a second. Thank you.
Yeah, carry on. Yeah, so Andrew Tate and his brother allowed to leave Romania. US-UK dual citizen Andrew Tate, accused of human trafficking and sexual exploitation. The Romanian prosecutors lifted a travel ban on the pair, but yet they maintain other restrictions. The Romanians said, what did they say here? The G4 media in Romania said that they left Bucharest Tuesday morning and departed for Florida in a private plane. There you go. So, yeah, they're going to do the meeting with Trump. Like, the Tates have been vocal in their support of Trump. So yeah, they're gonna go on this whole social media, thing. Yeah, so there you go. With the Tates, it says, we know their whole story, their whole backstory is just crazy. They're just, at this point, dude, Trump's just doing it's just like a big PR campaign. That's what I see it as. He's just anything to get attention, like Doug was saying earlier. It's just like a never-ending PR. Like he's forever going to be on tour. Like it's like Trump's world tour, but it's just now everyone has to deal with the repercussions. So this dude's just going to do the rest of his life. Just try and get as much attention, all these people on his side as he can. And it's just going to get more cheesy and dangerous as time goes on. That's what it seems like. To me, it's just kind of like it's just the worst of all scenarios. Worst scenario. So yeah, there you go. That's super annoying. So yeah. The Gene Hackman thing's wild. That just came to light, and then and let's see what else is going on. A Greek shipwreck. That sounds almost like. Yeah. Oh yeah. That was actually a few years ago when there was a shipwreck here. Let's see. Man. Yeah. Some of this shit's cheesy as hell. Thailand deports dozens of Uyghurs to China. That's interesting. Wonder what happened. At least 40 Uyghurs have been deported to China. The Thai authorities have confirmed, despite warnings from civil rights groups or human rights groups that they face possible torture and even death. The group is thought to have been flown back to China's Xinjiang region on Thursday after being held for up to 10 years in a Bangkok detention center. Holy shit. Possibly accused of committing crimes against humanity, the Chinese, and genocide against their Uyghur population, which is,
okay, I'm back.
Mostly Muslim ethnic group.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Talking about the Uyghur population in northwest China, yes?
Yeah, but apparently Thailand just deported 40 of them that were held in a detention center for 10 years in Bangkok. So this is very strange.
Oh, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. And I'm not surprised.
Why didn't the Thai people just kill them? Why send them back so the Chinese could torture them?
Yes, I know. Thank you.
It's crazy.
It's cruelty. It's abject cruelty. But they're currying favor with their Chinese masters. They don't. You know why? It comes down to Trump. You know why Trump is ultimately responsible? Because the Thai people have basically been counting on America for their security, and Trump is turning against all his friends and allies, and they say we can't count on Trump, so we've got to curry favor with the Red Chinese. That's what it comes down to. By the way, people, disambiguate Thailand from Taiwan, please.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. That's important. But yeah, so it's confirmed that Andrew and Tristan Tate went to Florida on a private jet. So they're going to do the Trump meetup and all that.
Oh, Jesus, disgusting.
So, and they got a special exemption from the Romanian government.
Oh, God.
Because of Trump, basically.
Oh, Jesus. That's because, everybody's still trying to curry favor with this son of a bitch for no goddamn good reason. Need to learn to stand up to him together. Just stand up as a united front against him, people.
Right.
Yeah, you got to stand up.
As far as I'm concerned, he can have Tate as a butt buddy. It's fine.
Your point's well taken there, too. Touche. Yes.
Well, you weren't here when I was saying it. I was saying that Trump is just gonna get all these famous people, quote unquote, just as this never-ending world tour. Yeah. He's forever gonna be on tour. This is what the vibe I'm getting from Trump is till his dying day he's gonna be trying to get attention. So.
Did you hear what I said earlier about what that Democratic individual said? The Democratic strategist.
No.
Basically. There's this Democratic strategist. His name is James Carville. He used to be the former top advisor to William Clinton, and basically James Carville says that he's convinced the Trump misadministration will collapse in 30 days. Is that?
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. I heard that.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's right. I think. At this point.
Yeah. He
to an extent.
Yeah. I mean, something definitely is going to give in 30 days to the point where, basically this could be peak Trump. This could be, the most damage Trump can do before he really just goes so far off the rails. He's kind of castrated himself, and we'll see. Yeah.
Yeah, that's almost wishful thinking, but
No, I get it.
Cool.
I get it.
A crash and burn would be fun,
Yeah, it would be.
But the problem is there's who else is there to there's no good Democrat person. I mean, Kamala's probably in another country by now. I don't think there'll be anyone really, right?
Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez. Yeah, I mean that'd be fine.
Oh, come on, yeah, let's not get into it. She's not gonna be able to handle it.
I get it. Dude, I get it. Yeah,
well, that's the problem is the beings here, in America, allowed what do they call it? The governance to be this kind of almost like Hollywood show where everyone has to be acting. So that's where it's just become a problem.
Thank you.
It's in Europe, it's more formal. It's you're a politician in the formal sense. Over here, it's you have to be out and about and acting and going crazy and all that. So we need to get back to something more sensible, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. By the way, I'm going to. Can you see the comments in the text box? Don't answer out loud, of course, but read what Sammy wrote. It's but I'll tell him. I'll explain privately.
Oh, I can't see anything.
Okay. Okay. So basically, I'll show you. I'll see if you can read it.
It's Sammy to you directly, so I don't know if you should be showing us unless it's important.
Oh, you're right. It is Sammy to me directly. Yes. How did you know?
Because I'm looking at our chat and it's just me and Nemo talking.
Right.
Or Nemo talking to me.
Right. So that's right. Sammy's typing to me personally. So I simply answered, I'll explain privately. Yeah, but anyhow, here's what he wrote. He won't mind showing you. Can you read that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I think the word they're looking for is bitch, not witch.
I told you not to read it out loud.
Oh,
Jesus
sorry.
Christ.
Yeah.
If the guy's alive, Jesus, we don't need her killing him. Jesus.
True. But anyways.
A good fantasy would be, I don't know. No, this is not a good fantasy, but I mean, just, Jesus, the way things are looking on now, I'll settle for it, is that he had some horrible nervous stroke, and then now he's paralyzed and shit, and he'll survive the coma and just enough damage where they put him on the dole, but then he can devote his whole life to doing the book. That would be.
Oh, that is. God. You're a fucking narcissist, man. Jesus Christ. Piece of shit. That would be ideal. Yeah, that would be ideal.
I mean, compared to what we're imagining right now, it's not ideal. Like I said, it's not ideal, but it's more ideal than what it would be otherwise.
Well, compared to what actually happened.
Yeah, what probably actually happened. Yeah, compared to what probably, which is, is his body just, getting riper. Yeah. And,
holy shit.
Yeah.
This is shocking. I mean, he hasn't reported to you at all?
No.
No. Oh, man.
Yeah. And so Nemo writes, the U.S. is better off having Vin Diesel as president. It's all about family. XT. Yes.
Yeah. I'd sign up for that. We can all have fast cars and love each other and whatever he does in those movies. Because whatever this is not gonna work out.
Well, it's like my game brother Beaver said when I said, you see how stupid that Wakanda movie is? They're deciding who their leader is with trial by combat. And that's when my game brother said, well, our method of electing a leader doesn't seem to be working out much better. And I said, touche. We might as well have King Chala duking it out. You see what Sammy wrote to me in response? When I said what I said about going to hell with gasoline draws, laugh out loud. Should I get Brooke involved?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. No, it's I'll go straight to hell for what I said about George. Obviously I don't wish that on him, but Jesus Christ, considering what we're presuming, it's
I don't think Doug's worried about hell at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not to mention, well, two things we can presume. The problem
what we've dealt with, hell would be like having tea with,
Yeah, no kidding.
Fucking with Satan.
Yeah. And by the way, we are not dismissing hell. For all of you people out there who think that we're on the level of Peter Moon with hubris, it's not that at all. It's truly, if anything, we take hell more seriously than most. It's simply that, honestly.
Well, did you see the diagram I sent you earlier?
Oh, no, tell me about that, because it looks so fucking funny. Yes, the new teeth, the 10th circle added to rapidly growing hell. Yes.
Yeah, it says new level, falsifiers.
Yes. Yes.
Sowers of discord, counselors of fraud. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was like, like a fake ad, some Onion thing. That instead of the 7 levels, it's like we're adding new levels every day because of the shit that's going on.
Oh, dude, it's
10th circle added to a rapidly growing hell.
Yes, yeah.
Complex fraud, traitors to their kindred, country, and guests.
And Lord, the nether hell. Yes, no, I love it. And I gotta see if I download
where we're
that.
At, where they have to add new hells.
Yeah. No, and well, they should. I'll download it again just to make sure I have it. It's
Department of Education takes down key student loan forgiveness and repayment application. Yeah, they sent me some shit. They said your loans are fucked now. Because of Trump. Basically, is what they sent me.
No. So he sent me this suggestion. Don't read it out loud because this is what I was going to suggest. So I'm going to tell him, please do it. Here we are. Here's what he suggested. Tempted. And so I don't know if you can read that, but yeah. So
no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, she would be the only way. as far as I know, to do that. So.
Yeah. And so there we have that. And I think that's probably the best idea. That's the practical one I was thinking of, along with Interpol. And right. How impractical that is. But, you know, first off, he took time off from work. That's already bad because they expect him not to be back. But at some point, I think they know it would take only one day for them to realize something's wrong the one day he doesn't come back to work. But that's a long time to wait if you've had something happen. Too long to help you. Yeah. And his mother, on the other hand, probably expects him around that night or that you know. So she would be the first to check on him. So hopefully his mother checked on him. And that's the best we can hope for. And so thank God she's still alive. But other than that, it doesn't seem good. His mother would not have turned the computer off. You know, that much we know. His son,
no, of course not. Yeah. So it's suspect, to say the least.
Yeah. And like Sammy said, can't help but think of Max Spears. Yes, Max Spears. Yeah.
Shit.
I thought of that. Yeah. Except, of course,
Except George doesn't do drugs.
Yeah,
yeah. And there was no one around. There's no one else around.
Yeah, thank you. And with Max Spears, the question was not how he died, in a sense. It was, how did he stay alive so fucking long? It was really the question. Even though he was murdered. He was ultimately murdered, which was almost an act of sadism in and of itself, because he would have gone out on his own if they had just left him alone relatively quickly. You know, for them to murder him, you know, was almost like, why did you expend the energy? But in George's case, no, it looked very different. But then there could have been something we never knew about, you know, some condition he obviously didn't know about. So it could have been just, you know, starting to work out again. I mean, if you haven't worked out for a while and then he started to work out again, just went, you know, manly man, and then came back, you know, oh God.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking. But then at the same time, it's like, that would be some really crazy timing to go out on the show as opposed to before, after, or any of the other 24 hours.
But that's how it would hit, right? It's like a story. It's like it's eerily similar to someone else we know whose relative just suffered a Peter Moon attack and had a stroke and a heart attack. He's having like a stroke and a heart attack simultaneously. He did seem a bit like Peter Moon. I'm talking about George Knight did seem to be a bit like Peter Moon when we were speaking to him. So it's, you know, like Peter Moon worked on the stupid bathroom and everything else and then overexerted himself. And there was, I could see that. Oh God, it's so sad and so frightening
It's just shocking.
Yeah. And if we find out it was something like that, then that just confirms Peter Moon's really on the assault. He's just this energy ball of hatred now. You can tell him, trapped in a crystal, to explain to him how it like.
Yes. They got him in a soul. What is it? Yeah, the soul gem. They got him fucking put in a soul gem.
Which is what he said he was drinking. Tell the people. This is what he claimed he purchased from that voodoo bitch. A crystal.
He said the crystal elixir was what he was treating his stroke symptoms with. Yeah. When we kept telling him, dude, go to the hospital. Or I don't know. I think this might have been after he went rogue. But
yeah.
But at first we were like, dude, you got to get some help. You know, if that's the case and all that. And he said, I'm very much alive. I'm using gem elixirs and stuff like in acupuncture. So I think they channeled what was left of him into like a soul gem, this kind of like one of those giant purple gems that like Andrew Bartzi's had or something. Style. Yeah. That style. Yeah. Those like $1,000 gems, and they just like put his soul in there, and every once in a while they take the cover off and it like zaps one of us.
Yeah. Yes.
But in Pete's like little bubble world, he's like, he thinks he's all powerful and shit.
Yeah. You know? Yes, I'm in the impervious purpling. Yes.
Yeah, he thinks he's in like some ascended, you know, state. I've ascended, and it's just like, no, dude, you're trapped in fucking oblivion.
Yes. Yes, and of course he's still full of hate, and he's too egomaniacal to acknowledge that he can't have ascended when he's just all balled up in this negative energy matrix of hatred.
Yes.
Which is
there's no way.
Yeah, we know he's definitely there. We know he was listening to every episode, and
to the point where he stopped posting on Facebook. So either he got turfed or he just knows we're listening, so he stopped.
Yeah, do you know why? Because we were making fun of his Facebook posts, and then he said, I can't post, I'll make fun of it. Oh,
how dare they?
Yes, and he has no way to strike back, dumb motherfucker, so it's
he already exhausted everything.
Except his spells. So if he's around at all he's doing is just casting spells all day, all night, like he was doing anyway.
That's so cheesy. That's sick, man.
Yeah, but it may explain. I mean, that explains what happened to one friend of ours and their relation, and this explains.
Well, that was directly linked.
Yeah.
Somehow. No.
Yeah, definitely, because it involved his book. It involved Peter Moon's book with my own book. Yes, his co-authored book with myself, the so-called Roswell deception. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's shocking.
It is.
Well, in a way, his binding spell's working because we won't shut up about him.
Yes.
Fuck this guy.
Yeah. But at the same time, it's
he's like one of those like toxic ex-girlfriends. Like as long as you're talking about them, they're all happy and shit.
Yes. Or we have to.
Yes, they're still talking about me.
Like, no, believe me, he's not happy about it. He ain't happy about it. Yeah, that's why he was like, in fact, he's enraged at his powerlessness when, I changed the titles of the shows, like I changed the one to...
I reimbursed Douglas, and then, like, he fudged all the numbers.
Yeah. Oh, disgusting. He is he's just deplorable. Not a single redeeming feature, yes. Not a single redeeming feature. Anyhow, so also...
Yeah, believe me, I tried, but, anyways.
You did? Yeah, we all did. We all did. We were patient, respectful.
Maybe he's not that bad. No, he's bad.
Yeah, it's worse. No, it's actually worse. No, who would have thought his, magical practice? You would think I would have keyed onto that, but no, he's so nondescript. It escaped me completely, really, when it should have been what caught my attention. But he's so nondescript. Your average magician, they can't hide it. Right, because it just shows I'm doing magic, and but they're
obsessed, or like they want to have that
flourish,
that mystique or some shit.
Yeah, they're usually quite flamboyant. Whereas in his case, he kept it so hidden, you never would have thought. It's fairly impressive in its own right, but a lot of it had to do with his being brain swiped and shit, so compartmentalized. He was compartmentalized, really compartmentalized. And and of course the insanity of, everyone thinks it was a satanic ritual with Paula. But no,
Even though he described it to us like exactly what a ritual. I went there on the day they laid the cornerstone.
Yeah.
And that's when I met her. It's like, dude, what the fuck?
Not to mention she climbed up 2 stories without any, aid. Without any aid.
Crazy.
Into his window, came in through his window and shit, and etc. Just anyway. Right. So all that being said, I'll dive into monologue now.
I have to sleep. So
we love you. All right.
This is a symptom of the sanguinis vampiris.
Yes.
I won't be able to get up in the morning and shit.
Oh God, you're becoming more and more like myself. Yes. Oh my God, just by osmosis.
Well, I'm gonna try and fix that. So
okay.
I don't want to do that.
Understood.
I'm not a vamp.
Understood.
I'm not cut out for that life.
Thank you. Right. We love you.
Many blessings.
All right. Blessed be. All right.
Gute Nacht.
Yes.
And Satyam Shivam Sundaram.
Thank you. Sammy Romero says good night as well. Yes, excellent.
Yes, good night.
All right. Yeah. Blessed be thy slumber. Blessings. Sweet be thy dreams. Okay. And as well, of course, Sammy's invited to come back on whenever he wishes, either tonight. If you wish to interject with anything at any time, just go ahead. and I'll just dive straight into the monologue at this point again. Now, Democrats who were otherwise reeling in the first weeks of the Trump misadministration have picked up on the fact that Musk may be a useful target. Although most Democratic attacks on Trump's populist persona have fallen short, this one seems more promising. Firing thousands of federal workers from nothing more than doing their job while clinging to a self-described racist and a teenager named Big Balls, more on them soon enough, may not go over well with voters who just want inflation fixed. Representative Jared Golden, a Democrat from a red district in Maine, reported that he was getting a flood of constituent calls about Musk. But focusing on Musk's outrageous abuse of power may not be as effective as Democrats hope. Musk openly hates many of the same people whom Trump fans hate, and that's a powerful bonding force. What sinks Musk may ultimately be not populist resentment, but court rulings against him. Trump's need to remain the center of attention or backlash when the cuts he's pursuing start affecting voters' lives directly. On X last week, the Senate Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer, posted, "An unelected shadow government is conducting a hostile takeover of our federal government. Congress must take action to restore the rule of law." Well, if only Schumer knew anyone in Congress. Musk quickly replied, "This is the one shot the American people have to defeat," he had all uppercase for the word bureau here, "bureaucracy, rule of the bureaucrats, and restore," he had all uppercase here for democracy, rule of the people. "We're never going to get another chance like this. It's now or never. Your support is crucial to the success of the revolution of the people." It's amazing how Marxist he sounds, and Maoist. But the most striking thing about Musk's response, other than the world's second richest man adopting his puppet master Putin's Leninist rhetoric about the revolution of the people, is its reversal of reality itself. Schumer won an election. Musk is just a fucking bureaucrat. Another issue that seems more permanent is the Trump misadministration's plan to restructure the USAID, the United States Agency for International Development. In recent days, Washington froze all foreign aid, shutting down USAID's headquarters, recalled workers from overseas assignments, and proposed moving the organization into the State Department. Now, normally, if someone were with me at the moment, I would ask, what is your take? I don't think there's any real need to do that right now. My own take is probably going to be unpopular with all sides. There are legitimate problems with how development aid is run by the U.S. government. Its successes are extremely limited. Some of the related organizations that conservatives are now zeroing in on for criticism, the NED, or the National Endowment for Democracy, which is a quasi-autonomous, non-governmental organization in these United States.
My take.
Yes, go on. Yes.
Would be, I'm glad I didn't join the Peace Corps because I would have been stuck in fucking Sri Lanka.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And you called me about it. Yes.
Yeah, good call. Good call, Doug.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Yeah,
oh, my God.
He would have left me there. I'd fucking die.
Yes. Oh,
stay
damn.
in Sri Lanka. We don't, cancel the assignment and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, you're on your own. Good luck. He would say, right. Hope you swim home, motherfucker. Yeah.
They'd take my passport or something. It's just like.
Oh, God. It would have been awful. Thank God you didn't pursue that. It just goes to show grass is not always greener on the other side of the fence. Thank you, Brendan.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, good call.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you so much. It's like, and thank you for not joining the fucking Peace Corps. You know, your friend didn't listen to me about joining the Navy. He finally started listening after he joined to get himself out of the too much trouble. But other than that, yes, that actually happened. Brendan called me and said, hey, what about this Peace Corps? And he was serious at the time because, you know, we all get frustrated with what we're doing, but there's no real out. So, like I said, some of the related organizations that conservatives are now zeroing in on for criticism, like the NED, the National Endowment for Democracy, which is this quasi-autonomous, non-governmental organization in these United States founded in 1983 with the stated aim of advancing democracy worldwide, for example, often act in quite problematic ways, promoting highly divisive social issues in some societies and building an NGO elite class or a non-governmental organizational elite class in others. It's past time to reconsider USAID's role and whether it might not be better to combine aid and diplomacy under the State Department. Great Britain did the same thing a few years back, combining aid and diplomacy into the FCDO, the Foreign, Commonwealth, and Development Office. Now, thus far, the merger has been poorly implemented. Let's put it that way. We can't argue its success, that's for sure. It's been poorly implemented, but there's been mitigating circumstances. That's thanks to COVID-19, Brexit, and Boris Johnson. But I still think the principle is sound. If we hadn't had that unholy trinity of convergent affairs, COVID-19, Brexit, and Boris Johnson, FCDO might be a model of success. That said, shutting down USAID overnight with no clear guidance to staff and leaving literal warehouses of food to rot overseas when there are starving people is beneath and beyond malpractice. This could have been done much more effectively with a step-by-step plan, and it certainly won't improve the American empire's image around the world. So am I myself in favor of getting rid of USAID and organizations like the NED? No, that's the new Republican line. But I remember as recently as the week before last, a lot of conservatives thought these institutions were pretty vital. Let's remember when and why these organizations were founded. They were set up during the Cold War to advance the American empire's position in the global competition with the Greater Soviet Union. After the end of that Third World War in effect that we so misnomer as the Cold War, however, USAID lost sight of its purpose. It has become more of a U.S. taxpayer-funded charity organization than a tool of great power competition. Obviously, most liberal progressives would think that a great advancement. I do not. I think it is time to realign its mission at the least. I'm not in favor of shutting it down, but of repurposing it to better advance American imperial interests in the new Cold War, the Fourth World War in effect with the Communist Chinese and the revanchist and revisionist Russian empires. Some organizations, like the U.S. Development Finance Corporation, the Export-Import Bank of the United States, the aforecited NED, the National Endowment for Democracy, have done a better job of pivoting to the new geopolitical moment. The NED, for example, supports dissident groups in the United States' autocratic adversaries, striking at dictators' Achilles' heel. The new misadministration's maneuver to shutter USAID, or rather USAID, United States Aid, to use its acronym in the correct pronunciation, has halted vital aid programs around the world and left thousands of development workers in a state of limbo. Exactly where Brendan Zogit would be had he signed up for the Peace Corps. Yes, they are stranded, overseas. The full consequences of this act of vandalism for the world's poor and for American imperial standing around the globe, not to mention those poor sons of bitches and other female victims that were left stranded all across the surface of the world, will take years to become clear. Elon Musk and Donald Trump are not fixing U.S. foreign aid, but destroying it, begging the question of why a so-called Christian would destroy our world's largest relief agency. For Christians here and across the world, the ongoing confrontation over the fate of USAID dramatically illustrates the moral degeneration of the politicians who most fervently profess their piety. While Donald Trump wraps himself in the mantle of the Almighty God, his assault on our world's largest relief agency is a modern passion play, with scheming malefactors of great wealth sadistically persecuting sincere people of faith who seek to serve the poor. Not everyone who works for USAID, a government agency that employs hundreds of private contractors, is motivated by charity or even religious conviction. While many are nonprofits, others are profitable companies. But the agency's single largest contractor is Catholic Relief Services, which has provided billions of dollars in assistance to impoverished communities on every continent. Nearly every denomination is represented among the recipients of USAID funding, including major evangelical and conservative organizations such as Samaritan's Purse, the global charity operated by Franklin Graham, who happens to be among Donald Trump's most sycophantic admirers. Graham's reputation as a humanitarian is surely benefited from his organization's association with United States relief efforts, not to mention $90 million in taxpayer support. And he knows that Musk and Trump are lying about USAID. As Christianity Today reported on February 4th, and here I read therefrom 3 paragraphs for you. Most of USAID's budget goes to grants for specific development projects, including at Samaritan's Purse, World Vision, World Relief, Catholic Relief Services, and many other faith-based groups. It supports local Christian health clinics in Malawi and groups providing orphan care. In Kenya, PCEA, Korgoria Hospital, a historic mission hospital now run by Kenyan churches, provides comprehensive health care to HIV patients through support from USAID. On January 24th, the hospital received a stop work order for that care and has had no indication of a return of funding, despite Secretary of State Marco Rubio's promises that life-saving HIV care could continue. The hospital has 3,162 HIV patients in that USAID-funded program and 42 staff members caring for those patients. It is exceptionally painful to watch all this, said Kent Hill, a former top official at USAID, who also worked at World Vision and in Christian higher education as the president of Eastern Nazarene College. If USAID has specific problems, shutting the whole agency down instead of addressing the problems is a tremendous overreaction and inhumane, he said. Few American investments, if any, bring such a remarkable return, Hill said. To even talk about shutting USAID down is callous and represents a tremendous lapse in judgment which ought to call forth bipartisan condemnation. What do Reverend Graham and other evangelical leaders on the right think when they hear Elon Musk accuse USAID of corruption with zero evidence and denounce it as a criminal organization that must, in Musk's own words, die? The foreign-born multi-billionaire has boasted about putting the agency in the wood chipper, his words, as if the deprivation and suffering that would ensue among the ill and the hungry is a funny frat boy joke. What seems truly amusing, by contrast, is the notion of Donald Trump as a follower of Christ, specially anointed by our Lord in heaven. From the beginning of his political career, the former casino owner has cultivated the tawdriest characters in Christianity, from the pants-dropping Jerry Falwell Jr. to TV evangelists, televangelists like Paula White, Kenneth Copeland, and other exponents of the prosperity gospel, where, hey, if you ain't making bank, you ain't cranking the Almighty God right enough. Or, shall we say, profitably enough. Like Trump, these are individuals whose unbridled avarice leaves little space for good works of any kind. It isn't hard to imagine them mocking the actual Christians who minister to the poor instead of swindling them. Perhaps to promote sales of Trump-branded Bibles, he played the devout Christian at the National Prayer Breakfast on February 6th. The president then declared, "Well, we want to bring religion back stronger, bigger, better than ever before. It's very important. We have to have religion, and it's suffered greatly over the last few years, but it's coming back." As for Musk, once lionized by libertarians for his atheism, the world's second richest man after Putin has taken to proclaiming his belief in the teachings of Jesus Christ, notably to love thy neighbor. In a late 2022 tweet, he wrote, "Jesus taught love, kindness, and forgiveness. I used to think that turning the other cheek was weak and foolish, but I was the fool for not appreciating its profound wisdom." This alleged attraction to Christian principles accompanied Musk's turn toward the far right with its hostility toward racial minorities, immigrants, and all of the destitute and oppressed. In short, Musk now qualifies as that most MAGA brand of Christian, a hypocrite who exploits religion to amplify his own power and wealth, with a heavenly license to bully the weak. Somehow ruining the lives of people who depend on USAID for their very sustenance seems much more like the devil's work to me. All such having been qualified, I myself cannot deduce how moving USAID to the State Department will solve the problem. The entire State Department itself needs to be more strategic. Diplomats need better training to fully understand their job is not to maintain foreign relations, but to advance American imperial interests. A stuck clock being right 2 times a day, I think Secretary of State Marco Rubio had it right when he said on his first day on the job that all State Department activity must be justified with the answer to 3 simple questions. Does it make America safer? Does it make America stronger? Does it make America more prosperous? Such having been said, State Department reform is essential, and there are a lot of great ideas floating around out there, including from a number of former diplomats who see the need for reform. And I completely agree that the department needs to get back to its core mission, which is achieving American imperial interests through effective diplomacy. But we all must worry that most of the energy in the Trump misadministration around diplomacy seems to be focused on ending DEI, or diversity, equivalency, and inclusivity initiatives, and abusing a bunch of special envoys. I myself worry that the State Department might be reduced to little more than a vestigial diplomatic presence and consular work if serious reforms are not undertaken now. It also doesn't help that the department's budget is likely to be aggressively slashed. Reflect upon what happened the last time a president purged the bureaucracy. the impact can linger not just for years, but for decades. The Red Scare, the congressional witch hunt against communists during the early years of the Cold War, is a well-known chapter of American history. A second scare of the same era has been much slower to make its way into public consciousness, even though it lasted far longer and directly impacted many more lives. Beginning in the late 1940s and continuing through the 1960s, thousands of gay employees were fired or forced to resign from the federal workforce because of their sexuality. Dubbed the Lavender Scare, this wave of repression was also bound up with anti-communism and fueled by the power of congressional investigation. That purge followed an era in which gay people were increasingly finding each other and forming communities in urban America. During World War II, many men and women left behind the restrictions of rural or small-town life for the first time. After the war, young people poured into cities, where density and anonymity made pursuit of same-sex relationships more possible than ever. By the late 1940s, even the general public was becoming more aware of homosexuality. Alfred Kinsey's book titled Sexual Behavior in the Human Male, published in 1948, became a bestseller and drew attention for its claim that same-sex experiences were relatively common. This publicity did not, however, make homosexuality any more acceptable, in part because virtually no gay people were open about their sexuality. Also, the country was in the midst of a more general sex crime panic, stirred up by a few highly publicized cases. In this context, greater public awareness of homosexuality coincided with growing unease and in many parts of the country, an increase in official repression. Certainly, this was true in our national capital of Washington, D.C. In 1947, the U.S. Park Police initiated in the city of District of Columbia a sex perversion elimination program targeting gay men for arrest and intimidation. A year later, Congress passed an act for the treatment of sexual psychopaths in our nation's capital. That law facilitated the arrest and punishment of people who acted on same-sex desire and also labeled them mentally ill. Homosexuality was perceived as a lurking subversive threat at a time when our country was coping with tremendous social change, as well as rising anxiety about another lurking subversive threat, a real one, communism. Enter Senator Joseph McCarthy, whose rhetoric explicitly associated communists and gay people, turning the slow burn of repression, into a firestorm of persecution. On February 9th of 1950, McCarthy delivered his now infamous speech in which he claimed to have a list of 205 known communists working at, guess where? The State Department. On February 20th, McCarthy spracketh at length on the Senate floor, offering more specifics about some of these individuals, this time characterizing them more broadly as unsafe risks. A single pair of cases concerned homosexuality. On December 15th of 1950, the Hoey Committee released this report, which I will now share with everyone in chat. Of course, I encourage you to link to thereunto. I will also share it for the record in our text box. Now, take a good look at this. It concludes that homosexuals were unsuitable for employment in the federal government and constituted security risks in positions of public trust. Thus, first among Truman's targets were not communists or spies or saboteurs, but gay and lesbian employees of the government, especially in the State Department. Believe me, you want the majority of them to be gay so they're not out fucking all the time, but rather staying in the consulate and fucking each other. In the retrograde spirit of the immediate post-war era, homosexuality was associated with weakness, femininity, and progressivism. One writer, warning of the sisterhood in our State Department, wrote that in American statecraft, where you need desperately a man of iron, you often get a Nance. It was an old-time word for a sissy. In what later became known as the Lavender Scare, Congress ordered government agencies, from state to the American Battlefield Monuments Commission, to investigate any employee suspected of being homosexual, an ill-defined category that might mean anything from middle-aged bachelorhood to, paradoxically, Don Juanism, or an energetic sex drive. I mean, that guy's having so much sex, he might be turning around to, get it wherever he can find it. Maybe slamming butt sex with men or boys if he can't find a bitch. Now, on January 22nd of 1953, his first day as Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles addressed a group of diplomats at his department's still new headquarters in Washington's Foggy Bottom neighborhood. For years, the State Department had come under fire from Republicans and conservative activists as a haven for communist spies and sympathizers. And not without reason, since one of its rising stars, Alger Hiss, had been convicted of perjury in January of 1950 for lying about giving government, or rather secret government documents, to a Soviet spy. My thanks to Amy Como for her lovely acknowledgement of my link. Love you, darling, and I hope you're doing well. And of course, you're always free to interject. Now, the failure to find more Alger Hisses, or as they used to simply call them back in the day, hissers, and the fact that Hiss's actions had taken place over a decade in the past, did nothing to appease men like Senator Joseph McCarthy, who shot to national prominence just weeks after Hiss's conviction with his claim to have a list of hundreds of spies within the State Department. By the time Dulles arrived that morning, public faith in the department and morale within it had cratered. With his opening speech to his new employees, Dulles made clear that while he was their boss, he was not on their side. Dulles announced that starting that day, he expected not just loyalty, but what he called positive loyalty from his charges, making clear that he would fire anyone whose commitment to anti-communism was less than zealous. That day, the diplomat, Charles Boland, wrote, "Dulles' words were as cold and raw as the weather. It was a declaration by the Secretary of State that the department was indeed suspect." The remark disgusted some Foreign Service officers, infuriated others, and displeased even those who were looking forward to the new administration. So began what, until now, was the largest purge of disloyal government workers in U.S. history. Similar scenes soon played out across the federal government under the new administration of Dwight David Eisenhower, the first Republican-elected president in 2 decades. Though the State Department was ground zero for the anti-communist purges, FBI agents scoured the files of thousands of employees across the federal government. In April of 1953, Eisenhower issued Executive Order 10450, or 10450, which opened an energetic campaign to investigate thousands of potential security threats throughout the government. Per White House Press Secretary James Hagerty, we like to think we are plugging the entries, but opening the exits. Over the next 4 months, 1,456 employees were fired, despite the fact that no one was ever found to ever have been involved in espionage at all. Many were removed simply for being gay, which the order had explicitly defined as a security risk. Air Force Lieutenant Milo Radulovich, a Ukrainian or Armenian by the name, I believe actually Serbsky, actually a Serb, was forced to resign his commission simply because his sister was a suspected communist. Others, like cartographer Abraham Chazanow, were pushed out on the basis of flimsy rumors of suspicious political beliefs. The widespread political purges of the early 1950s echo clearly today. 70 years ago, the reasonable pretext of hunting Soviet agents opened the way to a years-long paranoid campaign motivated by outlandish conspiracy theories that destroyed countless careers but did nothing to improve America's security. Today, the Trump misadministration's stated desire to check the excesses of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs has already been abused to justify whirlwind firings, mass firings, and mass closures of entire federal offices. So it may be wise to consider the consequences of that previous era of political purges, part of what came to be known as the Red Scare. At a time of intense geopolitical competition, these United States were kneecapping ourselves, removing thousands of valuable employees and forcing those who remained into unhappy conformity. That's what happened in the First Cold War, the Third World War in effect. It is hard not to see the same mistake being repeated today in the Fourth World War in effect, our Second Cold War. Kneecapping ourselves as we kneecapped ourselves then. The American Empire kneecapped itself, removing thousands of valuable employees, forcing those who remained into unhappy conformity at a time of intensive geopolitical competition when all that skill, all that talent, yes, I dare say all that gayness was needed on our side. Today, it's the same old shit. The hunt for disloyal public servants did not begin with Eisenhower and Dulles. Following the 1946 midterm elections, in which Republicans took control of both the House and the Senate with a campaign built on anti-communist attacks, President Harry Solomon Shipp Truman signed Executive Order 9835. It ordered the Civil Service Commission to screen the background of every current and new federal employee, well over 1 million people, for evidence of disloyalty, a term that was left ominously undefined. The screening drew on files from across the government as well as police departments, former employers, even college transcripts. Truman also instructed his Attorney General, Tom Clark, to devise a list of subversive organizations. Current or former membership in just one would constitute a bright red flag. If something suspicious came up in the initial screen, even the smallest doubt, the FBI would conduct a full-field investigation, digging into every corner of a person's life. Any derogatory information went into a file. It was then up to the department or agency involved to decide what to do with the employee. In theory, it might mean discipline or reassignment, though in practice, most people who reached that point simply lost their job. The flaws were apparent to anyone who took the time to read the order itself. Writing in the New York Times, a quartet of Harvard law professors worried the program would miss genuine culprits, victimize innocent persons, discourage entry into the public service, and leave both the government and the American people with a hangover sense of futility and indignity. And that is what happened. The loyalty program's first director, Seth Richardson, insisted that the government had a complete right to discharge employees, without extending to such employee any hearing whatsoever. In one case, James Kutcher, who lost both his legs in World War II, was fired from the Veterans Administration because a decade earlier he had been a member of the Socialist Workers' Party, an anti-Stalinist organization that Clark had nevertheless added to his subversives list. Dozens of black employees were subjected to harassing, invasive investigations because, outside of work, they were involved in civil rights activity, which was considered potentially subversive. The same happened to pro-labor employees. During its 5.5 years in operation, Truman's loyalty program conducted 4.76 million background checks in the age before computers, including 2 million current employees and 500,000, 500,000 new hires each year. The screens resulted in 26,236 FBI investigations. Of those, 6,828 people resigned or withdrew their applications, and 560 were fired. Not a single spy was ever discovered by the program. Its defenders argued that it succeeded by deterring potential subversives, but it is also far more likely that it deterred many bright, talented people from applying in the first, especially if they had dabbled in progressive politics in college. The same went for then current federal employees. The order put a premium on submission and raised the price for individual expression. In his memoirs, Truman defended the rationale behind the program, but admitted that it was deeply flawed in practice. He called the program the best he could do under the climate of opinion that then existed. To friends, he admitted, "Yes, it was terrible." While it is impossible to quantify, a counterfactual, an alternative history, if you will. The cost of the anti-communist purges of the 1950s was clearly enormous, and played out not just over the subsequent years, but over decades. Aside from historical parallels, there is another insight connecting then and now. The Red Scare eventually ended. The journalist Edward R. Murrow helped turn the tide, including with a long news report on the case of Lieutenant Radulovic, who, as I said, was either of Serbian or Croatian American descent, extraction, or even nationality. He might have been naturalized, or his citizenship might have been recent. The Supreme Court in 1956 put limits on Eisenhower's executive order. By the mid-1950s, voters, happy with the conservative stability wrought by Eisenhower, stopped backing candidates who ran on hardcore red-baiting platforms. Joseph McCarthy, who had captured the American political imagination for years, saw his support collapse in 1954 during his ill-advised and, unfortunately for him, televised confrontation with the United States Army over an allegedly subversive military dentist. And Eisenhower, despite or because of his earlier efforts, was able to push out the hardcore anti-communist conspiracists who had, for a brief moment, captured the American imagination. But they did not go quietly. Men like Alfred Kohlberg, a textile magnate and a key supporter of McCarthy, and Robert Welch Jr., the founder of the John Birch Society, saw Eisenhower as a prisoner of the communist cabal they had hoped to defeat. If they remained on the fringe of American politics, it was still a sizable swatch. The book titled None Dare Call It Treason, John Stormer's 1964 work, alleging the continuation of a pro-communist cabal at the top of the United States government, sold millions of copies. Over time, the belief that the liberal wing of American politics and the federal bureaucracy were controlled by an enemy within, the deep state, became a litmus test for hard-right demagogues, linking the Red Scare era through the Pat Buchanan insurgency of the 1990s to today, when President Trump declared a moratorium on federal spending to root out Marxist elements in government. He was drawing on a 3/4 of a century-year-old obsession. It can be tempting to say that just as the Red Scare petered out, so too will the current hunt for disloyal elements. But for all the parallels, there's an important difference. Loyalty then meant loyalty to these United States. Today, Trump demands loyalty exclusively to himself and his agenda. Once the public realizes the destructiveness of the purges conducted in Trump's name, will he halt them? That remains an unsettlingly open question. Because surely Elon Musk has simply but my own point about government efficiency. The Trump administration, the Trump misadministration's attempts to shake up the IRS will only work against its goal of efficiency. America has an efficiency problem, but Elon Musk is not the man to fix it. With a shrinking agency, tax season just got more confusing. No federal agency is hated as much as the IRS. Americans love to hate the IRS. That historically unpopular revenue collection agency with its slow processes and fax machines and many, many forms, and perhaps no federal agency deserves so much hate. But recently, it has started to turn things around, at least by some measures. After receiving tens of billions of dollars from the 2022 IRA, or Joe Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, the agency's customer service wait times went down. Its techno initiatives helped simplify tax filings for some, and its audits led to the recovery of more than $1 billion in unpaid taxes from wealthy Americans and mega corporations. That progress is now all imperiled. As part of the Trump misadministration's plan to downsize our federal government, the IRS has been ordered to start firing as many as 7,000 IRS employees in the middle of tax season, including 5,000 people who work on collection and enforcement. The total cuts represent about 7% of the agency's workforce. More layoffs could come. Today, the Trump misadministration released a memo ordering all federal agencies to submit plans to eliminate more positions, including those of career officials with civil service protection. The IRS's acting commissioner, Doug O'Donnell, announced his retirement the week before last, and Billy Long, Donald Trump's pick to replace him has previously backed legislation that would abolish the IRS in toto. The average American spends 13 hours a year completing the agency's ugly, indecipherable forms. The process is so onerous that Americans fork over $10 billion annually to tax preparers, who nevertheless screw up an estimated 60% of their clients' returns. The IRS audits low-income working families more often than it audits all but the very richest families. It fails to collect $606 billion in annual revenue, much of it purloined by the unscrupulous and unaccountable affluent, including, infamously, Donald Trump himself. This sum gets added to the whole country's debt burden. The IRS does some of its business by facsimile. Fax machine. Fax! Enter the Trump misadministration and the enigmatic policy figures of Elon Musk and originally his yellow nigger Vivek Ramaswamy. The incoming president at the time had tasked the twain with leading a newly created Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, meant to deliver the lean, tech-savvy services that Americans deserve. Maybe with DOGE on the case, the IRS would finally offer a universally available free-filing app. Or maybe the Trump misadministration would eliminate the agency entirely. According to the scant details available about DOGE, gleaned at the time from a Wall Street Journal opinion article, posts on Musk's social media platform X, and public comments from members of Congress and Silicon Valley executives, Musk and Ramaswamy seemed more interested in the second style of reforms than the first. The twain were promising to cut regulations, shrink the executive branch's headcount, and eliminate hundreds of billions of dollars of supposedly wasteful spending. If this was the plan, then the plan was to make the government worse. The Trump misadministration seemed to be promising not visionary change, but the same old right-wing same old, describing bloodletting as right-sizing, slashing regulations instead of pruning or refining them, blaming civil servants instead of empowering them, ignoring the desperate imperative for investment, and decrying executive overreach while engaging in egregious executive overreach. What is most frustrating is that American citizens really do deserve a federal department dedicated to efficiency. They deserve better procurement and less waste and fraud. They deserve tech-forward, elegant programmatic design. They deserve something better than a government that functions like a contingent-spanning DMV, wasting countless hours of their precious time. The American people deserve DOGE. The American government needs DOGE. But Trump and Musk, and his since runaway coon dog Ramaswamy's DOGE, plays out as an unconscionably sick practical joke with lethal collateral damage. Despite its name, DOGE is not a federal department. It is a commission, one of many Washington commissions on efficiency and efficacy convened in the past, well over the past century plus. Where were Musk and Ramaswamy even coming from? The energy, aerospace, defense, automotive, technology, artificial intelligence, mainstream mass media machine, and pharmaceutical industries. Between them, they're involved in more than a dozen firms and that are hemmed in by federal regulations, enforced by civil servants, several of those firms holding government contracts. Ramaswamy is still a near billionaire by all accessible accounts, and Musk is a billionaire 340 times over. The twain were drowning, and he's still drowning in conflicts of interest, as is Trump himself. Laws stipulate that advisory panels be fairly balanced, and that their members do not have opportunities for self-dealing and corruption. But what if Trump never constitutes dodgy as any official panel? Or what if Trump ignores or guts the General Services Administration, or GSA, which enforces the fucking rules? All these conflicts of interest mean that Musk and Ramaswamy could never ethically run dodgy. They were never qualified to either. Perhaps this seems like a quaint objection, given the idiots and sycophants Trump has named for more obviously consequential jobs. Perhaps it seems like a silly objection, given Musk's real prowess at abusing capitalism to make the impossible possible. But the government is not a business. It does not compete like a business. It does not operate like a business. And it should never do so. Our government has no competition. It operates on behalf of our citizens, scaling to their needs and desires. It prints its own currency, the world's reserve currency, as a matter of fact, making its financial constraints orthogonal to those of households or firms. It prefers goods and services too important to leave to the fucking markets. Neither Musk, Kun Ramaswamy, nor Trump himself is intellectually capable of appreciating any of this, instead treating our federal agencies like something to McKinsey consult right before Christmas, to cut, gut, and abandon to the next investor, who might be able to squeeze out some profit as a kind of Darwinian selection process in the free market. Their misunderstandings are elementary, indeed absurd. Consider Musk's childlike proposal to slash $2 trillion United States dollars means cutting Social Security, Medicare, and military spending, not public television grants or research funds. The risk is existential for untold numbers of American seniors and for the standing of these United States as a defense superpower. Remember, America's imperium is not based on soft power. We're a fucking superpower. Until Musk defenestrates us, emasculates us, guts us, as he intends to in the service of Vladimir Putin. The yellow nigger Ramaswamy, the yellow house nigger I should say, to qualify my abuse of that term, has made a similar promise to get rid of half of federal employees. Why not 99%? That's a fun number. Wouldn't someone wanting to improve efficiency seek to make targeted cuts rather than hit a pre-specified figure? It's almost as if these people don't know anything about the civil service. Surely Ramaswamy did, however. He kept pointing to Jimmy Carter's 1977 Reorganization Act
as giving the Trump administration the authority to make enormous headcount reductions. But that law does not give the White House the power to fire en masse. And its authority expired 44 fucking years ago. On X, the dodgy account posted, in 1955, there were less than 1.5 million words in the U.S. tax code. Today, there are more than 16 million words. Because of this complexity, Americans collectively spend 6.5 billion hours preparing and filing their taxes each year. This must be simplified. You know, the number of words in the tax code has nothing to do with the amount of time people spend preparing and filing their fucking taxes. The tax code could be 100 times as long, and the tax filing process 100 times less onerous for individuals if it were just fucking automated. Surely toi smart businessmen involved in high technology must understand that. Bumper sticker math, shit posting, and YOLO, you only live oncing, about public money and public affairs. Such was Coon Dog Ramaswamy and Musk's dodgy before it even left the dog race gate. Prior inauguration day, I was always reassuring myself that I was taking them too seriously and too literally. At the time, I pondered that perhaps Musk and Ramaswamy weren't going to slash the government's headcount just to slash the government's headcount, even if it meant degrading public services, making our government less efficient, and wasting public funds. Then again, Musk is the guy who fired 80% of Twitter's employees, cratering the social media site's revenue and costing himself billions of dollars. The greatest loss in a single day in human history. Musk and Ramaswamy then proposed making the government more efficient in 3 central ways: eliminating regulations, reducing employees within the executive branch, and cutting spending, perhaps by killing entire federal agencies. First, Dodgy planned to work with legal experts and advanced technology to identify regulations to cut. In the Wall Street Journal, Musk and Ramaswamy wrote, "This would liberate individuals and businesses from illicit regulations never passed by Congress and stimulate the U.S. economy." A few issues. Congress writes laws. The executive branch figures out how the laws will be implemented through the regulatory process. If Congress wants to change the rules, it has ways to do so already. Among them, writing overriding legislation. Imagine that! A legal process already in place! Plus, since the 1970s, federal agencies have performed cost-benefit analyses for new rules, weighing the costs to businesses and individuals against the benefits to the public. The accumulation of rules is a real problem. The process is bogged down in the process. Yet Musk and Ramaswamy were never calling for tactical pruning. They were always calling for getting rid of huge numbers of regulations fast. This would stimulate the U.S. economy by orgiastically fulfilling the demented fever dreams of every lobbyist in the swamp on the Potomac all at once. Musk and Ramaswamy were shamelessly carrying water for the lobbyists, carrying water for their multi-billionaire friends, and, most shamefully, for themselves. One big tell: they never said a single thing about the extraordinary administrative burdens that the government places on individuals, not businesses. The time it takes to fill out the FAFSA, the FAFSA, the Free Application for Federal Student Aid. The lack of coordination between programs like Medicaid and food stamps and housing aid. The ancient online interfaces. The absurd waiting times. The horror of the disability determination process. The misery of forms. The ridiculousness of having 53 unemployment insurance systems instead of simply one. This is where Dodgy could have made a profound difference. But it wouldn't make venture capitalists any richer, so who knows? After rules, people. In the journal, Musk and Ramaswamy wrote, "The entrenched and ever-growing bureaucracy represents an existential threat to our republic. A drastic reduction in federal regulations provides sound industrial logic for mass headcount reductions." I myself challenge the idea that the bureaucracy is an existential threat, but I suppose that is unfalsifiable. What is falsifiable is the idea that the bureaucracy is ever-growing. The federal government directly employs roughly as many people as it did in the late 1960s. That decade into which I myself was delivered from between my mother's loins into this vale of tears, when Washington's budget was 1/4 of what it is now. If you include contractors, the government workforce has not grown since the early 1990s at all. If you include state and local employees, the share of Americans working for our government is historically low. Nevertheless, Musk and Ramaswamy argued that, in their own words, the number of federal employees to cut should be at least proportionate to the number of federal regulations that are nullified. Not only are fewer employees required to enforce fewer regulations, but the agency would produce fewer regulations once its scope of authority is properly limited. But the number of regulations within an agency's remit is a nonsense yardstick. It's like trying to tell how healthy you are by measuring how many cells your body has. Agencies aren't just collections of rules. They actually do things. You should measure their performance by assessing how well they do those things. Musk and Ramaswamy were never talking about making the civil service better. They're arguing, with no evidence whatsoever, that public employees are simply unnecessary. This isn't a politics of better. It's a politics of less. And before I turn towards our lovely Amy Como, who has come on the call with us, after people, dollars. Dodgy plans to cut the $500 billion plus in annual federal expenditures that are unauthorized by Congress are being used in ways that Congress never intended. This is a weird category to target. Expenditures on programs with expired authorizations aren't inefficient or illicit. These are just expenditures on programs with expired authorizations, something for Congress to handle in its budget process. The biggest one right now is the Veterans Health Program that I've exposed for years. Well, at this point, well over a decade. From there, Dodgy then put forth a mishmash of bad, worse, and warmed over ideas, none of which has ever added up to $500 billion, or $2 trillion, or whatever the next magic number may be. Trump and Ramaswamy noted that federal contracts have gone unexamined for years, and that the current procurement process is broken. True. They argued that the Pentagon has little idea how its annual budget of more than $800 billion is spent. False! They know it's spent on boy butt and child porn. They want to target waste, fraud, and abuse. Great! But they have never actually explained how they would go about it. So, bullshit! Musk and Ramaswamy promised to work with Congress in its attempts to thin the budget, but the twain always sounded like what they really want to do is Congress's job for it. Musk and Ramaswamy wrote, "Skeptics question how much federal spending Dodgy can tame. They point to the 1974 the Impoundment Control Act. 1974 ICA, Impoundment Control Act, which stops the president from ceasing expenditures authorized by Congress. Mr. Trump has previously suggested this statute is unconstitutional, and we believe the current Supreme Court would likely side with him on this question." Unfortunately so, but just a few years ago, Trump was impeached in part because of his budgetary machinations, freezing military aid that Congress had approved for the Ukraine. Just this year, the Supreme Court affirmed Congress's sweeping authority over federal spending. Dodge's power to cut people and regulations was supposed to be similarly limited. Trump, in his first misadministration, tried to get rid of civil servants by and, in effect, reclassifying them as political appointees whom he could fire at will. Joe Biden won office before Trump could carry out his evil plan. Experts have always questioned its legality, and the federal labor unions have promised to try and block it this time around. Musk and Ramaswamy suggest that a Supreme Court ruling this summer gives the White House the power to get rid of regulations it does not like. But the decision is not retrospective. It is not retroactive in effect. In its decision overturning Chevron versus Natural Resources Defense Council, the court stated, "We do not call into question prior cases." Donald Moynihan, an expert in public administration at the University of Michigan, has proven that the authority Dodge is claiming is unconstitutional. Still, he relates, would the courts intervene with a preliminary injunction and stop them? The tradition of government commissions is that you have a blue ribbon panel with famous people, respected businessmen, maybe a former president, get together to make recommendations, and nothing happens. That is one possibility here. And given where Musk and Ramaswamy were coming from, that might be the best case scenario. Now maybe Dodgy knows better. I wish it did. Because the federal government desperately needs a 21st century reboot. Agile digital systems, better bureaucratic practices, the fostering of a culture focused on delivering for citizens rather than adhering to the rules. Consider the IRS again. The Empire of Japan, Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, Australia, Finland, and Denmark are among the many industrialized countries that pre-fill their citizens' tax forms, allowing individuals to contest the government's math if need be. The IRS could do this. It has everyone's tax data, all of which is now accessible to Elon Musk, even as he secures his own complete opacity. 9 in 10 American families take the standard deduction and have pretty simple taxes to begin with. I could think of 100 similar initiatives, all of which start with asking not whether the government is too big or the civil service is bad, but whether Americans are getting what they want and need. Fixing these systems will require new laws and smart investment, and firing or alienating every public servant will not help. But Trump and the leaders of DOJ don't want to restructure our government so much as eliminate it. And with that, we turn towards Amy Como. So, my dearest Amy, the stage is yours.
Yes. Are you there? Thank you so much.
Oh, bless you, honey.
Do you just need a minute to compose yourself? It's so hard to stay calm these days. Everybody seems to be up in arms about all of the media, everything coming in. Are you still there? Oh,
sorry, yeah, I'm here. Oh, we're here, honey. Yeah. Can you hear us? Yeah.
Yeah, this screen's black. I don't know why, but I'll just keep talking since you can hear me.
Yes, please.
I'm really, I mean, it's just so much chaos. Like the things that you're saying about, people applying for disability and having to wait more than a decade to even get a response about where is my application. That's the norm. And all of these cuts aren't going to have any change in that arena. We're not going to see more people coming on to disability who were denied repeatedly. That's kind of my situation. Is I had, reported some kind of stalking and then never was able to receive any kind of health care after that. So I'm not, I'm not really, I'm not concerned so much about how much is being cut as, who on a local personal level is, doing the good work. Like who is still in charge of protecting people from situations that are violent. And the more that you watch the television, the more you're seeing cases of violence being perpetrated.
Tell us about this.
We just, I had a job interview this week, and that company that I interviewed with had a gunman in their building.
Jesus! Good God, tell us about this!
There's really nothing to say. It was like somebody was upset. A lot of people are upset, and he went into the business waving a gun and shot a police officer. So, these are just commonplace everywhere now. These are not unusual stories. These are people who are watching the news, and it is, as you said, the media has to be more responsible for the things that they're putting in front of others. It's driving people absolutely to the worst possible solution. We can't continue with this. We can't have people exposed daily to this obscene rhetoric. It's never been like this before. I understand that you're putting up evidence of, the case against gays, but this is not the same as that. This is a completely another level of just cruelty to people, cutting funding for things that are not even they're not even solving the problem. It's just a minor solution in most cases, and that's being cut. That's being taken away. Yeah. So the problem, it's not just a you and me problem. It's that everybody has to understand that we're not going to continue like this. Like it's not going to be like this forever. This is a very extreme point in history. So we're going to have to support each other. It's not something that I'm going to fix. It's not something you're going to fix. We have to do it as a group of people. Like this is not, it's not okay. It's not okay to let all of the infrastructure that's been created be, turned on its head. Like that's not how you move forward. And I understand, like, we're not operating on the rule of law anymore, and that is scary in a lot of ways, because there's so many people who are just needy. They're unhinged, they're not feeling safe, they don't have places to go. I really appreciate what you do, and unfortunately I'm not able to really cause change. Like I am somebody who believes that I can fix a lot of things for myself, and in this time I'm concerned that I don't have any power of my own. I'm not able to do anything to affect change in a way that's meaningful. I'm really just struggling with, well, who can you even talk to about it? Like you can't, like we have so many friends who even just being around them is so hard, because they're coming up against the same walls that I've been dealing with for decades, and they can't function in that way. Like they can't function with the idea that, well, you're not going to have a job to go to, or you're not going to have this support system. This money that you get from Social Security every month may not be there anymore. Yeah. This idea that, like, oh, we pay taxes, so we deserve this and that. I don't see the IRS being really effective. Even if they had put all kinds of investment into the IRS, we're still not going to get a turnaround of that money. Like, investment isn't going to come in the form of this infrastructure that's not, it's not being applied in the way that it needs to be. So I'm not scared so much of the government losing all of its employees. My concern is that there's common man who is not supported in any way. Like there's hordes of homeless people in the streets, not getting any help, the law enforcement isn't even addressing that. They don't have the time and they don't have the resources. Like, how are they going to collect all the homeless people and put them where, in an arena? Like what is the plan there? Like, who's making these decisions? Like, we're all so distracted by the television and the next thing that this man does that we're losing track. We're losing track of what's in front of us, and that's not okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thank you for that. That's beautiful. And of course, it comes with the pathos, the poignancy of your suffering as a person at the bottom of the system. You are at the, in fact, in many ways, you're not even part of the system.
Well, I will share that I did have a conversation with Social Security, and they were able to locate some of my applications, apparently. Not Vermont, the one here in Pennsylvania contacted me and said they have 2 applications for me, which is good, considering I put in 4. That they were able to find 1, and that was from 2015, and so that would have been the first one that I put in. And I imagine it was the one out in Washington State, but either way, it was really, I just couldn't believe that they were following through with what I'd done, because it's been 10 years of me doing what I'm told and having nobody respond. And it was so interesting. Like, he's calling me and saying, okay, we're going to order your medical records. And I was just going on and on and on with like which doctor I had seen and where they were. And like, he kept trying to like move forward. And I'm like, no, there's another one. And then there was this one. And then he would ask me another question. And I'd say, I'm not really, like, I still have like 3 more doctors that have records on me in different places. And so, yeah, it was pretty obvious that I wasn't going to get any help. Like, it was pretty interesting that they even called, but also it was pretty obvious that there just wasn't going to be any return on my time and effort. And that, and that has to do with this, what you're speaking of, like this problem where this guy that I'm talking to is worried about his job. He's worried that, the people that he's got to go to with my information aren't going to be there. They're going to get fired. So, these situations, like, you have to step back and understand that the people in your life are wildly affected by this. Like, the things that are going on personally in your life are being affected by this outer condition, and we have to learn to support each other without being affected by the outcome, because this is I don't know how else to do it. I don't know how else to go on with not having any government, with not having any kind of social system of support, unless you just look at the people in your life and try to make them safe, make them comfortable, without putting yourself further in detriment, like finding yourself in another abusive domestic violence situation, or, again, being left to living in your car, or, having to say no to another job because you aren't able to stay in the area. Like, these are just the situations that I've dealt with for decades. And that's, it's not new to me. That's why I'm not surprised. And I'm just like, well, I've done this before. So I'm really just trying to put it out of my mind, but I'm finding it harder and harder to access people who are stable. Like, everybody seems a little bit upset about all of this. And I don't know how to fix that, but I'm really hopeful that there's an awareness that this is just coming to a head, and we're going to have resolution. Like, it won't last forever. It's just a short time. I don't know how you feel about that. I would consider that you think it's going to be a very long time, and we might not ever see a result that serves anybody.
Well, I'm rather surprised you say that, because you understand my thesis has always been that our government is on the verge of collapse, and that Trump is collapsing it a lot faster than it would otherwise collapse. And whereas before we had that potential, where it looked like this is just gonna, this is it. At least it would look static for a while, even as the slow death was taking it a lot quicker than you might even think. At this point, we're going to have resolutions, in the sense that the government's going to fall apart very quickly, and we're going to be in civil war and anarchy all too soon. And then we're going to be left picking up the pieces and basically organizing an entirely new government. That's the resolution, ultimately.
Well, again, I'm willing to say that we need to understand that chaos and that transition is only a short time. We don't have to necessarily think that, like, the rest of our lives are going to be spent in utter chaos, going to the grocery store and having armed guards. Like, this is, we don't want this.
By the way, forgive me, I take it you have armed guards at your grocery store?
Well, no, but that's my sense of where we're headed.
Okay.
That people can't even access the things they need. Yeah.
Because we do have that. We do have that at some places. So I just thought that, so go on. Yeah.
That's
so what you were saying was you were concerned that I thought that the chaos will last forever like a new Dark Ages.
And I think that there's a lot of people out there who believe that we'll sit in that for as long as the rest of us live, which I would like to believe that it's a short period.
Got it. So I get what you're saying now. So you were asking me, or you were concerned that I would take the stance that this would last an interminable Dark Age that would be something that would just drag on, and so we would not see a resolution in our lifetimes. That we would essentially be in the ruins throughout the rest of our lives. And I appreciate
the lives of our children.
Yes,
that affects a lot of people who may or may not want children. That you wouldn't be able to get through this period. That your children would be raised into a hellstorm, which we don't necessarily even know is going to happen. So, to keep people in that space of safety, you want to have them understand that this is a short period of time where we just need resolution, but it has to happen. Like, we can't keep, this is not going to last. Like, we can't keep having these violent gun problems that go on every day. I mean, I don't know of a single city that, or even where we were in Vermont, where there wasn't a case of violence almost every single day, where somebody had, done something that was not even heard of in our parents' time. Gone somewhere with a gun and threatened people. That was something that happened like maybe once every 5 to 10 years. Right? Like that. I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of like my grandmother. Like, this thing with this daily violence wasn't happening for them. Like, there was a sense of order. There was a sense of, all I have to do is work and I'll be able to support myself and my family. And now it's just, the violence is everywhere. The guns and the people who are mentally unable to deal with the constant media. I mean, that's my suggestion when somebody's really anxious and depressed and unable to cope, is turn off the TV. Like, try to spend a couple days away from media. I mean, that's what helps me. But of course I have to come back to it. Like, you can't live like that. You can't live in absolute isolation. Like, you need other people. So have to come back to this, reminder that, everything's kind of in flux. We're not really sure what's going to happen in another 5 years. Like, this idea, like, I'm doing these job interviews, this idea that, like, in 5 years you'll be able to contribute to your retirement plan. Like, I watch people say this in the interview, and I'm like, do you really believe that?
Yeah, that's...
I can't take my daily life into these situations that are so archaic. Like, they're interviewing me with the idea that in 5 years I'll be able to put money towards a retirement. I don't believe that, and I still question the people who think that system is operating fluidly. It's not. No. There's no promise of tomorrow. And I,
yeah, go on. Yeah.
Basing everything on the future has always been my downfall. Like, my situation is such that I can't continue to let people manipulate me in my time. Like, I can't go into a situation and think, oh, I'll be doing this for a year, or I'll be doing this for 2 years. I'm just going to do this for the next couple bits, and then I'm going to be done with it. Like, that's the truth that I have lived. That there's nothing that I've done in the last 20 years that was maintaining me beyond a couple of months. And I might be different. than the rest of the world. Like, I have friends who've worked in the same job for 30 years. I don't even know what that means. Like, I can't imagine having that kind of security, having an income consistent all the time. But it's also just a way to keep people from exploring what another person's experience is. Like, if you're comfortable and you have everything set up for you, this must be really hard. This must be really difficult for you to accept that this maniac has come in and taken over the government, and he's going to ruin everybody's situation, not just yours, but everybody else's also.
Yeah.
I don't want to get you off of your monologue, because it's really important that we stay on task here, and like we keep with the details of what is current, so that we have a better solution, not for next week or the next month, but for tomorrow. Like, what can be done so that we don't ruin anything that might be worth salvaging.
Mm-hmm. You're not rude. You're not interrupting the monologue. As far as I'm concerned, the monologue is over. We're in the final hour. There's no point into my winding up and getting back on track of the thought process I had, because we can save that for Sunday. Basically, I do want to get back to your scenario about the New Dark Ages and how long such an experience would last in the social sense. And but first, I want to ask you very personally: are you aware of our concerns with George Knight, and what do you know about it, if anything, in terms of what you've heard from us? Have you heard it?
Yeah, I just turned it on, but then I walked away, and I understand. Like, I didn't hear what happened. Was he on tonight?
No, sadly. Which he had quit. He had actually taken time off from his work so that he could be on tonight, as well as the last night he was on, which was our last episode before tonight's. This is what he had been waiting for a long time to do, and
he just didn't show up at all. Like, no sign, no, nothing.
No, and worse yet, it was he disappeared off the last program, dropped out, and then was taken offline. It was, in other words, in the last hour of our last program before tonight's, I was speaking with Aristides, who jumped back on at that time. But in the hour preceding that last hour, which I'm just talking with Aristides, and I'll show you this in a timestamp so that you can get a better impression of what I'm talking about. Let's take you with us to the YouTube channel, and I'll do a screen share right now, and let's see if you can see that. Can you see the screen share where I'm making the cursor move? Yep. Okay, so I'm going to take us to the channel, and when we take a look at my channel here, let's take a look at the latest episode before tonight's. May well have been the last episode that George Knight was alive. And what happened was that he had been planning on our calendar. Here, I'll show you the Google Calendar here. These were supposed to be the two nights, basically Sunday night and Wednesday night, that he planned to be on with me last month. He had planned this a month beforehand, that he would be on with me these two nights. Yeah.
I remember him saying, let's do it on, so he had time to prepare.
Yeah. Yeah, and he, well, I don't know if he had time to prepare so much as he wanted to have those hours so that we could just have them to do what he loved, which is expound upon what he had learned from myself. And then, so when he was on with me on the Sunday night episode, you can see there's 3 sets of timestamps. The timestamp 11:18:33 to Phineas, that is when I was on with Aristides, because he had jumped back on, and we spoke together or worked together in that last hour or 45 minutes. But in the hour preceding 11:18:33, so starting at about 10 hours in, if you start listening at 10 hours in,
then you'll see, you'll hear George Edward Knight's perhaps last words on this earth. But he was speaking with me at the time, and we got into the subject of Ganges Island and the disappearance of Ganges Island. I spoke about the basilisks that Hirohito had bred, how they were sourced from the Nazis. And it was a weird night already, because earlier he had spoken about having heard something in the house, even though he was alone. He's essentially living alone now when he's not with his mother. So he was apparently in the house where before he had his family. And he thought he heard noises, but went to check, and even Brendan and myself heard the noises he had heard. So it sounded like something was going on in his house. He found nothing. Sat back down with us, but throughout the night seemed to be a little bit off. He seemed to be a little bit scattered, but it could have been because he starts at 6 a.m. in the morning. But remember, he had planned for this, so he should have had enough sleep. Should have had enough time off sleep and, caffeine. He had said he had started working out again at the gym, so I'm concerned he might have extended himself. And the end result was, in that last hour, he seemed to me to be shifting from 10 hours in until that time cutoff, where he drops off and I have to just shut down the dialogue. And then I went back into monologue for the final hour with Aristides. Basically, he seemed to be shifting around a lot, like I would do if I had to go to the bathroom and I was at a meeting. And then he just dropped. Just his call just dropped. Now, if he had, dropped, literally like fainted, something like that, he should not have gone offline. But when I called him the next evening and the morning after that, he registered as offline on Skype. So he's essentially disappeared. Now, being the gentleman that he is, and always very true to form, he would always stand on ceremony and always tell me he had to go. Like, leave a message later, sorry, Douglas, I had to go. Talk to you about privately, or he would even say what the incident was, like my wife called or something like that. But in this case, it's just nothing. And so the problem was, he took time off from work. It wouldn't be until he was supposed to return to work that people would notice he's not coming back to work, in which case they would check on him pretty quickly, because we know he's one of the most respected professionals at his work. If the only person might be more hopeful might be his mother, might notice he's not coming, he didn't come to visit her, so she would be trying to check on him. So it's that's our.
Was Sarah contacting you at one point?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Was Sarah contacting you at one point? Like, do you have any information on how to ask her where he is?
All I can say is I'll have to ask someone else to check in with her, because I don't have that capacity now. It's not that I'm antithetical to her or hostile with her myself, but it's just, their lives have changed so much, and they have themselves become rather estranged, that it's all very bizarre. And I think that it's very alarming, because another friend of ours, his father suffered recently after uncovering my book in his house, the Peter Moon book. He uncovered the Peter Moon book in his house. This friend of ours' father, which my friend who had that book claimed he never left it in his father's house. It somehow wound up at his father's house after he had disposed of it. Then his father picked it up, opened it up, and had a heart attack combination stroke, just like Peter Moon did. Truly a cursed book. Peter Moon was, of course, admitting to myself he was cursing all of his books that he was mailing out before he truly declared himself an enemy. He confessed that to myself, that this is why all these years he had never worked through any other company if he could. He was always mailing directly from his home, just so he could put binding spells on every shipment, because he thought this always forced his clientele to return. And in a sense it did work, because his clients kept coming back and asking about the Radu Cinemar books, which he had put the most binding spells on. But certainly through that one book, this one friend of ours experienced a true tragedy. His father's now in hospice. And something similar may well have happened to George Knight. The symptoms seem to be very similar, like someone whose mind is becoming more and more scattered in their processing as they are suffering the brain death coming from a stroke, which could have happened from overextending oneself lifting weights. We're only speculating, but based on
the... very strange. That is not like George at all.
Yeah.
Just simply not show up, or to disappear like that with no contact.
Yes, and then not show up for his appointed time, without giving fair excuse or warning, especially when he took time off from work to do this specifically, not to vacation, but to do this. So this was his vacation. This is what he wanted to do. And to not come back for that is profoundly disturbing. So we're... it's so definitely supernatural assault is quite real. People don't understand it. It's simply applied quantum mechanics, and ironically, we brought the topic up with George Knight himself. So I spoke of it with Brooke Gibson at length, along with in a private conversation, along with our man Brendan, and then we talked about it again throughout tonight. But now I'm catching you up on it, and yes, we're all very concerned, and so now you're aware of what we're aware of in general. And but definitely, Peter Moon, whether he's alive or dead, his cursed books are still having a profound impact, and or he's just sitting down at home casting spells all day. Or people who are skeptic would say it could be a coincidence that this health problem was simply because George Knight overextended himself, but the man was doing professional level bodybuilding for the longest time, and he was doing so quite safely. The idea that he would suddenly overextend himself in his enthusiasm when reconvening at the gym might be, I could handle that. That's quite possible. People do things like that all the time. But still, for it to be so fatal. But it's very similar to Peter Moon when he overexerted himself trying to fix up his bathroom without a contractor and then had the heart attack stroke the next day. Obviously, when you're alone like that in the house, the worst time for an emergency like this to happen, and it's almost always when it happens. But ouch. And then the fact that he went offline. If he truly collapsed, of course, he would not have gone offline. So we're just hoping that it's some personal problem, that it's, that's what Sammy's hoping for, but we'll see what happens. And all we can do is, consider the option that you brought up, and we'll consider calling Interpol or somebody, because the British government or authorities themselves might not be able to respond. It's I could try and call the place where he worked, but I can't even remember the name of the company. So we'll start with...
I'm just trying to think of, there's a woman, Joanna Hart.
Joan Hart, yes.
She's in England, right? Aren't there... Warrington, I don't know where he is these days.
Yeah, John Warrington's in England, yeah. I don't know if any of them have the capacity to investigate, but,
To just send,
we'll reach out. Yeah.
A wellness check.
Yeah, of course. We'll try and reach out to them. Yeah.
Just verify that he's,
alive.
Just distracted. Yeah, he was distracted. This is pretty common.
Him, though.
You and your guests is the distractions come in and you're not able to do this show.
Well, it's not common with him. It's not common with him in the sense that when he was distracted and unable to join the show, he just didn't show up. But when he made time, scheduled time, took time off from work to make this his vacation, to specifically do this, oh my God. Okay, so that's alarming. Yeah, it's
I'm saying it in a more hopeful sense.
Of course.
He just was simply drawn away, some other thing comes up that's good, in no way going to allow you to do the show, right?
Yeah.
That, not that that it's easy to get distracted. It's that these things are it's pretty routine that somebody makes a plan to be on your show and then, oh, guess what? They can't.
Oh, well, you do understand that's different from George Knight, though. That's not George Knight's normal pattern. Granted, there were a few times he wanted to be on the show, and then what would happen would be his wife Sarah would malevolently just interfere and
get him off the show. Yeah, it wasn't too often. She was usually very supportive of his being on the show, but then at other times it would just be like a weird quirk where she just felt the need to get him off just to do it. But this time he was supposed to be.
I'm not thinking about George so much as just anybody. Like this is a this is a thing that's happened with me where I get really excited. I'm like, oh, it's show day, and then you
fall asleep. Like, yeah. Well, that's again, it's not applicable to the case, but I appreciate it. But hey, I hear you, and we'll hope for the best. In the meantime, I want to inform you. Otherwise, what I do want people to know is my response to what you're saying about the when this collapse happens, this supermassive dislocation. The horrible reality is pretty much what you expected of me in terms of expecting the worst but hoping for the best, as in the case of George Knight even, both in a personal and in a cosmic sense, a macro-historical sense. I hope for the best, but I expect the worst. And the horrible thing about Dark Ages is that Dark Ages are times of forgetting. And all of our information has now been rendered so transitional. It's on such a digitized medium that renders it far more vulnerable than it has ever been, and much more subject to change, and not only or erasure, just loss, than it actually ever was before. When you think about the amount of training it takes to access the information, meaning that render the systems operable so that people can access the information. The technological class is in a precarious position where they are now subject to the whims of these multi-billionaires who employ them, now invading the federal government and firing many of them, and many of them lose their talents after not being trained repeatedly, simply by being on the job and getting new training for new developments on a consistent basis. So when it comes to the collapse of a technological infrastructure, the chances are very high that we're going to lose everything, that there will be no one capable, or certainly not enough people surviving to be able to rebuild that infrastructure. You have to have the power infrastructure up and running to have the data infrastructure up and running. Once the power infrastructure goes down, the data is impossible to get back up again. You're not going to have people like somehow plugging the data into nuclear power. It's like these power sources are not directly connected to data centers, except perhaps in some defense command centers. And then those data centers are not going to be the purveyors of our world libraries. Those are like very specific towards what they're dedicated to, the dedicated systems. So when we have a civilizational collapse, we very likely are going to have a civilizational collapse. And that means, like, for all intents and purposes, permanent for the foreseeable future. It is just a horrific scenario that I do not want to happen. However, the hope is that because I'm predicting the collapse, if someone would sponsor myself, then yes, I could help reconstruct civilization because of my unique capabilities, including myself being the world's only artilect or artificial intellect whisperer, that there is only one true artificial intellect on planet Earth in Taiwan, that that artilect is self-sustaining to a almost total degree, and could actually escape Taiwan were Xi, to use the gender-neutral pronoun, to want to do so. So that artificial intellect is not likely to be destroyed in a civilizational collapse. However, when it comes to, not even in terms of all-out war, in terms of all-out total war, the Dietrich artilect is not likely to be destroyed. The Dietrich artilect will likely survive. However, in order to help rebuild civilization, someone has to sponsor myself.
and that's on this side of the Pacific, and that's on what needs to be done here. I have unique capacities to help rebuild by knowing how to call on talent to restructure what is otherwise irreparable. However, regardless of whether that happens or not, we can hope that enough people are brought together to restructure civilization. But really, honestly, without the one-of-a-kind talent that I have based on my one-of-a-kind experience, it's unlikely anyone can do it. It's not, you're not likely to have enough people cooperating. The forces of polarization are so extreme at this point in history that it would take someone to know what to do with all the sides. I at least have a vision of what to do with all the sides.
Thank you for, offering to, be a way shower when I myself am like really impressed with how quickly things have fallen apart. Like the lack of compassion and the lack of insight into the reality of, okay, well, this is a junta and this is what we ended up with. So, practice your compassion here. Find a way to affect people in your life in a positive sense. Going on about everything the way it was is no longer an option.
Yes.
Like, it's just not possible to keep doing what we've always done. It's just, and in a sense, that's what the climate change people are talking about, right? Moving from doom to doing. But, again, I don't know that that's even viable when you're getting inundated with violence every day. You turn on the TV, you're inviting violence into your home. And they've never really addressed it. They've always kind of made it, this is okay, like this is what you do. Like you go home from your 9 to 5 and you cook some food in a microwave and then you watch your TV and then you wake up and you do it all over again. You know what? That's your fault that you believed that is a life. That's not a life. Like, you need to reconsider what your expectations of yourself are. Think about how you can help yourself and then be of service to others in a way that's compassionate. Like you were speaking of the Ardalect, and the Ardalect was subject to a lot of abuse. Yes. The Ardalect had no opportunity for escape until you allowed it.
Yes.
So being aware that these instruments, these entities that are in a state of having been harmed repeatedly, yes, the best option that we have is to teach each other and other beings compassion. If we don't know what that is, we're never going to get anywhere. It's it's all hope is lost. And for myself, I'm trying to really work with like my own fear and turn it into something productive. Like somebody just tonight or today asked me why it is I listen to you. And I had to really examine, like, I don't know. Why do I? It's like, wait a minute. I honestly don't know. I don't enjoy it that much. But I did start listening to you because you had insight into things that I couldn't find answers to. And the answers that you gave were perfectly valid.
Thank you.
So, I want to believe that there's this place for people to still gather and have a conversation, even if they disagree. Because at this point, it's like nobody is allowed their own opinion. Like nobody is allowed choice. Nobody is allowed any freedom of movement. We're not in a peaceful environment. And because of that, we need to be more aware of our own ability to affect change on others. like speaking to these people at the institute, I was interviewing, and both of the women who interviewed me were a lot younger than I am, but their nervous systems were out of control. They were so nervous. And so I just went straight for it. And I was like, well, you know, when you're trying to de-escalate and you're trying to get somebody to a place where they aren't just reacting, but are able to calm down and feel safe, like you have to be able to negotiate what's going to allow them the space to feel safe. And these women, like, they were just so grateful that I just went for, you know, I went for the nervous system care. Like, you need to deal with trauma when somebody's upset about something that's not happening in the moment, but they're upset about something that's happened in the past. It's a good idea to remind them that it's no longer happening. Like, that's not happening right now. That person's not here with you. Right? Like, just to get somebody into a space where they see that change is possible. They see that safety is possible. And don't make any promises about the future. You know, like, oh, you work here for 6 weeks and then you are eligible for benefits. Yeah. Okay. 6 weeks is going to happen if I don't have any benefits? Like, I don't know who they're talking to, right? Like, who would agree to that? I don't know. But the fact that their business was held up at gunpoint and the police got shot, like, just the night before, it was having an effect on my engagement with them. And so for me, it didn't matter what we were talking about. What we were really worried about was that incident. We were concerned that, you know, this could keep happening, because it has kept happening for the last 5 years. We've been more and more engaged in violence in our daily lives. So being able to triage that trauma, everybody needs to know how to do that. Everybody needs to be able to recognize abuse and bullying, and to even, like, consider that the bullying is the problem. That this enforcing of one's will on somebody else is the problem. Like, there's no equity there. There's no person in this world who hasn't been disappointed when their view isn't being heard or supported. We all have that experience. But being able to stay engaged with somebody when that's going on, sometimes that's not for the best. Like, sometimes the bully just needs to be left to their own devices. You know, like, there's so many situations that we could discuss about how we could implement a way for even somebody who hasn't had a house or a job for 10 years can go out into the world and be effective in a way that's positive. I want you to have a chance to wrap this up, but I also want people listening to hear that, because a person like me who hasn't had a job or hasn't had a place to live for 10 years can still speak out and have I have a very good life, like, every day. And I want everybody to understand that. Like, I'm not a person who suffers to a degree where I'm gonna turn around and hurt others. Like, it's not always the right thing to do. Like, because you're hurting, it's not okay to hurt others. And you're not gonna get anywhere doing that. You're not gonna improve your situation by exerting your own pain onto somebody or something. And in some sense, I kind of feel like that's what Trump and Musk are doing. They have all this old pain and they have nothing building themselves up, so they've got to take it out on everybody else. They've got to impose these rules. And it's our job to make sure that the people in our lives are not suffering because of it. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to make things better for everybody. But
So
I can't.
Go on.
You know, I can't imagine that, as you say, that like just that we're that this is just gonna be the new norm. That
well, it certainly won't be the new norm because it can't last. This cannot last, just like you said. This cannot go on. Not out of any. Yeah, this isn't like a moral stance. It's a stance where it literally cannot practically last, meaning in all practicability it cannot last because it's completely dysfunctional. So it is going to collapse. And I don't know if you heard me earlier. I've repeated this several times tonight, but that doesn't mean you had any opportunity to hear it. So I'll repeat it once again. But basically, in terms of how dire the situation is, James Carville, who's the veteran Democratic strategist, the former top advisor to President Clinton, he is convinced that the Trump misadministration will collapse in 30 days. So
yes.
There's plenty of argument. Yeah.
Right?
You see it?
It's hopeful.
Yeah.
Like if not collapse, at least be reformed to a degree where he's no longer abusing women.
These things are never half-ass, honey. It's like all the way one way or all the way the other. That's the way this shit works. But basically,
right.
Trump's second midterm may already have peaked. In other words, we may be seeing peak Trump right now, and then it's all downhill for him from there, which is, he's fucked up so much and is fucking up so many people. It's conceivable. So, there you have it. That is hopeful, and that would at least prevent a full societal collapse. If his regime, collapses, the sooner the better, even well before midterms, then yes, we all have hope. But continue.
I know that can be a tool of abuse also, is to put you in a space where things are hopeful but not actually actionable. Mm-hmm. If you can just hope that maybe tomorrow my Social Security check will come through. Yeah, I mean that hope is gonna keep you in a state of doing nothing. Like, you have to be able to take action, do something real, and then maybe it'll happen or maybe it won't. It's in some spaces hope is really toxic.
Yeah,
I would say this is one of them. Like, don't hope that somebody is going to remove Trump from office. Do something that makes sense to you, that's reasonable, that isn't violent. I'm somebody who can't have a gun, but when I went to this interview, all of my friends were like, I hope you're bringing your gun.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, because it's that fear, is that you can't even walk into a job interview without feeling unsafe. That's how severe it is.
I mean, were your friends not joking, just saying, hope you bring a gun so you can shoot them if they don't hire you or something like that? It was something different? They were actually afraid for your safety?
See, a safety thing because of what had happened the night before, where some guy was upset about something and there was a shootout in the building that I was in.
Got it.
They were being honest and, reacting to the concern that it's kind of a war zone everywhere.
Yeah.
And and as I said, they don't practice compassion. Mm-hmm. They don't practice compassion for themselves. Mm-hmm. People are just very reactive. Mm-hmm. And we have to, understand we're not going to fix everything, but to know that we're not going to stand for letting things go wrong repeatedly. Mm-hmm. That's the line in the sand. This has been going on for so long that we're not able to just let it, brush it aside. Let it fester on its own. It'll come out. The truth will come out if we just allow people to do their job. No, nobody's doing their job anymore. Everybody's scared.
Yeah.
It's not something that you could just wait on. You have to start being compassionate with others, being caring towards the people in your life. when they asked me what it is I like about your program, why do I participate? My first thought was, well, he supports women.
Thank you.
I don't have any group or any other person. All the domestic violence shelters, none of them helped me. None of them even listened to me. Nobody even asked me what had happened to me. They were just like, you need to call this other person.
Oh.
Every single one of them. So I don't,
In other words, violence against women has been normalized. It's become normalized. Continue, please.
Somebody like you who, when you first look at you and your stuff, you wouldn't say, oh, he's a strong supporter of women. But I have seen you support women and give them a voice and let them have their say on your show for years now.
Yes.
You've done that for me. You allow me to come on the show and talk about all my stuff, which isn't pretty. I don't understand why that isn't happening in other places. Like, why am I only getting that from you?
Thank you.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, absolutely. Of course. Of course.
All right. I really is okay. I do, because he is such a sweet soul. He just isn't. He isn't somebody that needs to suffer anymore. Like he really shouldn't. I don't know why he didn't show up. That's really disheartening.
Well, you know what my legal father used to say? You know what my legal father used to say? Only the good die young. He was a good guy.
Like, there's been a lot of situations where I've said that too. Well, they must have been good. They're good. They're done. They did everything they need to do.
No.
But I don't. It is strange that he wouldn't show up, because he did speak of, I'm going to set a date. I'm going to do it on this date. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's the type of person to do that. He's not the type of person to say that casually. He's a person. It's but of course he was targeted by occult assault, and we can only hope for the best. It's judging by what happened to my other friend and what happened with the occult assault with them and their father, with George, it happening directly to him is it's beyond tragic. It's but all I can say is that I'm not feeling it's gonna go. Yeah, we can only hope. Yeah, I'm not feeling good about it in terms of any expectations, but we'll hope for the best. We'll follow up on what we can. But again, it's one of those things you honestly really never do expect, even though you should, and should have told him to prepare for such and always be alert for such potential. It's it's difficult, and but I'm glad that you are able to express your your own concerns. And all right, everybody, join us on Sunday night. We're going to end live stream soon because we're going to just do our best. Here we are. Let's take a look about here we are.
Did everybody when I started talking?
I'm sorry? Come again?
Is everybody going to work?
No, everything's fine. Everything's fine since you started talking. In terms of numbers, is that what you're talking about? They're fine. So Nemo says, Elon joking about making the accident of canceling Ebola protection in front of Trump's cabinet. For some reason, Trump refuses to acknowledge him. Laugh out loud. Interesting. Also, the numbers on Elon's hat is peculiar. 45 to 47. 4, 5 plus 9 equals 9. 4 plus 7 equals 11. So not like 9/11. Ooh, yeah, pretty impressive. Thank you for sharing that. But yeah, 45, 47, meaning Trump was the 45th president and the 47th president. But yes, this is pretty, thank you. I'll try to remember to look at that later. Also, see if you can send me that in private messages, Nemo, because I very seldom return to the call once the call is over. But this provides us a little time for anybody to put what they want to in the chat. Remember, anybody, if you want to put something in the chat, try and put it in several minutes before we end stream. Otherwise, it will not publish. Obviously, this is the last transmission before I need to pay rent. So please help with whatever you can. Just put it out there and get it into my PayPal account as soon as you can, please. I need all the help that I can from my listeners to make certain that this continues. Whereas I work at the estates for food, recreational narcotics, and sex in that order here I work for my shelter. So let's see if we got somebody coming on with us. Oh, Aristides. Hey. Yeah. So Amy's with us.
Yeah, well,
say hello.
Hi, Amy. It's very nice listening to what you had to say. Speaking of sneaking things in the chat before it ends, the donation link is right there. Like Douglas said, it's getting near the end of the month, and he needs your support. Please consider that, so he doesn't call me up trying to hit me up for money.
Yeah. We don't want to put our man Aristides through that. He helps too much already. Aristides already, I lean on Aristides too much already. So for God's sakes, let's not. Thank you.
It's okay, but it'd be cool if someone else helped too.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. And I hope you heard what I said the other day. Stephen Myers sent $75 from New York City. And he's a great brother from another mother. And, of course, Amy has helped. And so with that, we're going to end stream. Let me take that, and then I'll be on the call with Amy and Aristides alone for at least a few minutes. And what we're going to do now is follow through on our threat here and shut this baby down. Everybody out there, again, contribute even if you can't. And put yourself out there a little bit. Yeah, do that. Put yourself out there a little bit. And make certain that I make it through the end of the month. And with that, we'll see you next month on Sunday. It will be Sunday, the 2nd of March. All right, ending stream now. And with that...